Dako Ryan is the heavenly destroyer and master of Murim, who fell into chaos. He and his subordinates did terrible things in Murima and felt complete impunity. But one day, under unknown circumstances, the heavenly destroyer suddenly disappeared. No one knew where exactly. Thus, after a few years, his army also collapsed, because it was left without a ruler, and time has affected everything, unceasingly influenced. And thus, this story has reached the present. Some unknown man shouts in rage that he has been betrayed. He looks the best, looking like a homeless person. After that, the unfortunate man remembers all those who betrayed him. Hyolbi was one of those people. Then one more person immediately came to mind, who left him to his own devices, Hui Yong. After that, he remembered another man who always wore a bright mask. This is Mak Safyun, and the last person this unhappy, destitute man remembered was Huang Sa. All of them, without exception, gave him an oath to serve with faith and truth, and they themselves wanted to kill him. But even in his worst dream, he could not imagine that he would remain alive after all this. Traitors were punished. This untidy, and at first glance ugly man told the story to a certain boy, who almost fell asleep from it. A moment later, the man touched his sword and the boy woke up with the sound. This unfortunate grandfather taught this boy everything he knew. So now he must avenge his master and kill all these traitors. Having said this, the black boy turned to his master and asked if he had said everything correctly. He looked at his student in shock. This was the first time they had talked about it. So how could the boy know what he wanted to say? It turns out that the master has told this story many times, but does not remember it. The gray-bearded man looked at his student silently and suspiciously, trying to catch him in a lie. He sighed. When the boy punishes the criminals, he plans to open his dumpling shop and eat giant dumplings every day off. The gray-haired man is determined to reassemble the Sky Destroyers and lead them to the glory they once had. After that, the old man burst into laughter, while his student scratched the back of his head shyly. Suddenly, the man stopped laughing, but just silently looked at his student, as if trying to understand something. A few moments passed like this. It was as if they were playing a game and waiting to see who would speak first. A second later, the bearded man still starts talking and calls Kang Ryong. The man asks if the boy has studied all 12 sacred techniques of heavenly destruction. After that, the grandfather is again going to tell the boy a story about all that hatred and all that pain he carried in his heart. Time continued unabated, and shortly after, his master fell into an eternal sleep. And immediately after that, the young boy went to the Middle Kingdom in order to fulfill the last will of his master. The black boy was full of hatred for those 4 people who had once betrayed his master. Kang Ryong is determined to avenge his master, no matter what the cost. He will calm his angry soul. After some time, the young man comes to some establishment to have a snack, and the waitress tells him that they have long since died. The guy, at first, does not understand who exactly it is about, so he looks at her in surprise and questions. His eyes become the size of chicken eggs when he asks this question. It turns out that the 4 traitorous men Kang Ryong wanted to kill are long gone. When the main destroyer of the Heavenly Hundred disappeared, his subordinates killed each other in a struggle for power. Their army also collapsed. This happened long before her birth, but the story of this scandalous event passed through the years and reached her. She sighed. Although the boy is a swordsman, he doesn't seem to know anything at all. One gets the feeling that he spent his whole life in a cave. The black boy is still sitting in a daze, trying to digest the information he just received. It is still incredibly difficult for the main character to believe that all these scoundrels have already died, and he will not be able to fulfill the master's will. Now the boy is in despair and stupor. What to do now? If these men are long dead, then he will not be able to avenge his master and begin his heroic career. The boy was startled by this thought, trying to find a solution to this problem. Unexpectedly, the door to the empty room, in which the boy was sitting in complete solitude, opened with a crack and creak. The voice informed him that he was already free and could finally go out. The guards were worried about the further fate of the young man. One of the men offered to recommend his body as a bodyguard to a noble family, but he refused. After a second, the boy replied that he wasn't going to use his fighting skills anymore. There was desperation in his voice. The men, hearing this, fell into a stupor. For a second, they fell silent, trying to figure out if it was a joke or not. It is strange to believe because this guy himself destroyed the Iron Horse Gang last year. Everything would have been fine with the hero, but government troops came to his aid, which he confused with the enemies and destroyed everyone without exception, because of which he spent a year behind bars. The boy is probably only 20 years old. Martial arts without spiritual training are just weapons for killing. During their lifetime, the guards have seen many such gifted warriors, whose whereabouts are now unknown. I wonder how the fate of this young man will turn out. The black-haired boy did not listen to the guards' advice and gradually began to move away from them. As soon as the boy moved away from the guards, a girl carrying dumplings in a bag ran to meet them. As it turns out, the guards ordered themselves dumplings, as many as 2 baskets. This girl delivered them to customers. Fragments of their conversation reached the boy. They politely thanked each other and ended the conversation. Not paying attention to this, the main character continued on his way, lost in his thoughts. Local dining room. It is located on a small plot among green trees that add to the atmosphere. Our hero also decided to visit this place, to have a little snack, and to distract himself. The boy slowly chewed his food, savoring every bite. There were not many people in the room. The waiters served them politely. Suddenly, the curtains that hung over the entrance to the dining room were pleasantly pushed. A large male hand pushed them away. A second later, several stout men entered the dining room who were immediately greeted politely in the establishment. After a few seconds, the men were already occupying one of the tables, after which the waitress immediately came to take the order. Now they were not going to order anything, but simply asked for water. The company is going to place an order later. The gray-haired woman in the pink kimono sighed heavily and went to get water, fulfilling their request. Meanwhile, the people sitting at the next table put big hats on their heads. It seems they were about to leave. This rustling instantly attracted the attention of the men who had just arrived, and they shifted their gaze to them. And after a second, these unknown people in hats crossed the threshold and left the institution. The burly man gave them a stern look. He had a large scar over his eye. And after one moment, the company of men suddenly jumped up from the table, although the woman had not yet had time to bring them water. A second later, they quickly rushed to the exit. It seems they wanted to catch up with those strangers. But when the men ran out of the room, one of them accidentally touched the main character. Because of this, he dropped his dumpling directly on the floor. Kang Ryong stared at the dumpling that was still lying on the floor instead of in his mouth. The protagonist was enraged by the situation and addressed this stocky man in a very rude tone. The black-haired boy was going to defend the honor of the dumpling, which no one could save. The burly, clean-shaven man turned slightly to look at the one who had dared to speak to him so brazenly. His subordinates immediately got angry and turned their malicious views on our hero. She seemed to burn him with her gaze, but the shaved man did not pay attention to the young man's words, and simply told his subordinates to leave him coins for the spoiled food. The subordinates were shocked by such kindness of their boss, but had to obey him. And then, just a second later, they poured the coins right onto Kang Ryan, who was just sitting there in silence. When they were about to leave the room, they called the boy some very unpleasant words. The young man still remained silent. It was immediately clear from him that he did not want anything now. Meanwhile, the order of that company was already ready. The cook put it on the table, but the customers who ordered this food had already left and did not pick up their order. They didn't know what to do because the order had already been paid for. Just at this time, one of the workers returned to the dining room. Grandma, as soon as she saw that the employee had already returned from the order, gave him a new task. He had to take this order to those men. The young boy immediately got down to business. He took the order and prepared to run. Meanwhile, our hero still continued to eat. A beautiful, breathtaking landscape appears before our eyes. High and mighty mountains stretch for several kilometers beyond the horizon. Drops of hot red liquid, blood, flow to the ground. 3 strangers were cornered by the same stocky men from the dining room. There was no way to retreat. In fact, this man was already about to give up the search, because he had lost hope that she was alive. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. 2 men were protecting a girl who was hiding behind their backs. The men continued to corner them. They had no way to retreat. Now they were going to part with their lives. Unexpectedly, someone's voice was heard, which attracted their attention. Who could it be? As it turned out, it was the employee from the cafeteria who simply brought them their order. Finally, he caught up with them. He didn't care about everything that was happening here. He approached the girl and gave her the order. It seems that the girl was also shocked by such indifference of the young man. But she took the order. Immediately after the boy placed the order, he was about to go back. But his path was blocked. His path was blocked by 2 subordinates, who were also surprised at how indifferent he was to everything that was happening around him. The young and naive boy did not understand why he was stopped, so he just looked at them in surprise. The face of one of the men has changed. An evil smile appeared, and he swung at the unsuspecting boy. But after a second, a gold coin flew into someone's face. She hit someone right in the nose, causing blood to flow. As it turned out, the coin hit the tavern employee in the face, who simply brought the order. The throw was so strong that the young boy fell to the ground and was apparently seriously injured. The main character became a little uncomfortable because of this situation, because he was aiming at the bastard who took out the sword. But he does not feel a strong sense of guilt, because this mistake saved the boy's life. The same terrible man turned his gaze to the uninvited guest who decided to disrupt their plans. Everyone present looked at our hero with interest. Only the worker did not understand anything, because a strong blow to the face made itself felt. The girl just stared in shock at the uninvited guest who so epically broke into their battle. After only a second, our hero continued to amaze and tossed a few more coins with his hand. And after a second, all these coins with a bell flew in the direction of his enemies. It was, so to speak, revenge for dumplings. The enemies knew martial arts, so they managed to dodge the coins. In addition to being able to dodge, they could even repel these coins with their weapons. One of the men wielded his weapon very skillfully and turned it like a propeller in a propeller. Kang Ryong was no joke when he saw that this attack of his didn't work, and he would have to come up with something else. The scoundrels immediately recognized the uninvited guest as the same guy from the cafeteria who had spoken rudely to their boss. Unexpectedly, their boss intervened in this situation. He sighed heavily and rose to his feet. The burly man noticed that the black-haired boy was quite strong for his age, so he decided to deal with him personally. The boy is a little sad that now he will break his oath that he will use martial arts for the last time in his life. After a second, a gambling smile appears on the young man's face, and he asks the enemies not to wait, but to attack all at once. The geeks are not jokingly shocked by the audacity of the young boy, and it clearly quickly drives them crazy. The girl is just watching with interest what will happen now. Her eyes are full of curiosity. The clean-shaven man, hearing such unbearable insolence, also turned wild. But just a moment later, this man received an incredibly strong elbow blow in the stomach. The blow was so lightning fast that the scoundrel didn't even have time to blink, as our hero was right in front of him. Sharp pain instantly covered the whole body, and blood spurted from the mouth. Excruciating pain prevented him from moving. The girl opened her mouth in shock and could not look away from what was happening now. The subordinates of this scoundrel also looked in surprise at their boss, who could not help but admire this boy. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to strike. The next time he punched him in the jaw while he was still unable to regain consciousness. The blow was so strong that this freak could not hold her head and she woke up back, and blood gushed from her mouth again. In just 2 blows, he was able to put this burly man on the ground. Now he is ready to deal with the next. But, unexpectedly, a large man's hand wrapped around his head. It was so big that the head fit into it completely. As it turns out, this burly man was not finished yet because he was able to stand up and was ready to continue their fight. In fact, he was genuinely impressed with this young boy's fighting skills, so he even praised him. But, after a second, he applied all his strength and began to push our hero into the ground, preventing him from escaping. However, the young man continued to stand firmly on his feet. As difficult as it seemed, he still struggled. After that, the man told the boy a story about a strong warrior, whether the body is stronger than any diamond. As it turns out, this story is about him. He said what it is. He lifted our hero in his arms and pressed hard, after which a crunch was heard. And so, after a second, the boy stopped moving and hung from the hands of this scoundrel like a rag. And then, a second later, the big man threw the young boy's lifeless body straight to the ground like trash. These bastards only laughed at the death of this unfortunate boy, saying that it was his own fault that he died. Unexpectedly, someone's voice was heard, saying how rotten people these scoundrels are after all. This attracted the attention of the men, and they immediately began to look for someone who dared to talk to them so insolently. The shaved man just stood there in silence and listened to what he would say next. As it turned out, it was a cafeteria worker who said that the strong have no right to attack the weak, because it is not a dignified act. That is why the young boy decided to teach these scoundrels so that they know that they should not do this. Suddenly, one of these men naively tapped the boy on the head with his sword, clearly not taking his words seriously. But the young boy was not going to just tolerate it, and a second later, he delivered his first blow. It was so fast that they didn't have time to understand what happened. Everything in the eyes suddenly swam. Men couldn't even do it. And so, after a second, the men were unable to stand on their feet, because severe pain spread throughout their bodies. And after a moment, they completely fell to the ground, unable to get up and fight back against their attacker. Observers were shocked that the young man managed to put these two thieves so quickly. Meanwhile, the burly man who was watching this became enraged. It is difficult for him to believe what he saw. The girl who was watching this was horrified when she saw what happened and looked at the reaction of this big man. This scoundrel was in complete shock that this young man was able to subdue his subordinates with such ease. It seemed unreal. The black-haired boy didn't care what his enemy said. For a second, he thought about something. After a second, he turned to the injured subordinates of the girl, who once again repeated that they had nothing to do with these thieves. Meanwhile, this burly, clean-shaven man ordered his subordinates to kill this brazen kid. He decided to take the opportunity while he was distracted and started talking to the injured people. It was a good chance to kill him. While the young man continued to have a sweet conversation with the strangers, his enemies, who had already drawn their weapons, began to run behind him. But our hero was able to dodge a sword blow with ease. Only a second passed, and he was already gone. These men just hit each other with their swords. It is not clear how, but this amazing boy in an instant found himself behind the backs of his enemies. He realized that it turned out to be a crime scene. And then, after one more moment, he slammed these bastards' heads against each other. They clearly did not expect this. It turns out that these miserable rats planned to kill the unfortunate people, and him too, which means they should be punished. Thus, already 4 subordinates of this big fat man were disabled and could not do anything. Suddenly, this scoundrel decided to personally attack our hero and tightly wrapped his elbow around his head, preventing him from breathing. You could feel the anger he was feeling right now through his entire body. He squeezes the boy so hard that the bones crunch. The man is going to turn the boy to mush. He must be determined to do it, so he puts all his strength into it. But something seems to have gone wrong. With every passing second, it became harder and harder for him to hold it. Our hero has incredible strength, because he was able to break this big man's grip despite his size advantage. And so, with one successful movement, the boy hit his offender right in the stomach, which he clearly did not expect. From such a strong blow, he twisted, trying to catch his breath, because everything inside hurt and burned. The pain was so strong that the man could barely stay on his feet and crashed into a rock. It seems our hero hit him right in the solar plexus, because his enemy couldn't take a breath, causing him to lose coordination. Meanwhile, the boy mockingly remembered his words about his body being stronger than any diamond. And then, after a second, the young man rushed towards him with lightning speed to deliver the last decisive blow. The bastard was no joke when he realized that such a young boy had such power. He started screaming out of fear and begged him to stop. Our hero decided to use the heavenly destruction. Reception called the palm that does not tolerate evil. Hearing these words, the girl was shocked. She could not believe what she had just heard. A second later, our hero's hand touched the body of his enemy. Something terrible is about to happen. The impact was so strong that the big man went completely into the rock, leaving a deep dent there. It seems that another enemy has been defeated. This bastard was no longer moving. It's hard to believe, but due to such a strong impact, even the rock cracked into many fragments. After a second, the rock could not withstand such tension, and completely collapsed. The stones flew down with a thud. There used to be a big rock here, and now there is nothing left at all. It collapsed from one blow. The stones that fell down forever buried under it a man who also had dreams, hopes, and life, but he turned to the wrong path. The affected people who watched it were too shocked by what they saw to comment in any way. They simply lost their language. If this bastard really has a body stronger than any diamond, then in a few hours he should be as good as new. The guy sincerely hopes that this man will draw at least some conclusion while he is climbing out from under the rubble. The observers are still in complete shock, so they watch our hero's actions in silence. Meanwhile, the girl is very confused by the technique used by this young man. She can't get the technique of heavenly destruction out of her head. Palm that destroys evil. She can't understand how an ordinary guy managed to learn the heavenly destroyer technique. At this time, this mysterious young man approaches the lifeless body of the boy who fought for justice and touches his chest. A second later, he presses his hand hard against his chest as if trying to start his heart. And surprisingly, it seems to work because after a second, the dead guy starts coughing up blood. After that, the main character removes his hands, announcing that he is already finished. When he is about to leave, he says that this fighter for justice will come to his senses in 10 minutes. But before leaving, our hero turns to the guards. Those out of fear immediately respond. He asks them one thing. If they ever visit their dining room again, the landlady must not find out that he has been fighting. The men didn't know how to respond to such a simple request. so they stared at the boy in silence. But after a second, the exhausted guards bow low in gratitude and promise to fulfill this request. Having said everything he wanted, the black boy is about to say goodbye and return, but the girl calls him. The girl really wants to know the name of their savior. In her eyes, you can see admiration and strong interest. But unfortunately, the guy can't say his name. He just awkwardly scratches the back of his head and smiles. A second later, he quickly runs from the scene back to the tavern as the men glare at him. The girl was very interested in this guy, so it stressed her subordinates. They immediately began to calm her and asked her not to be angry that he did not reveal the secret of his name. They were afraid to feel the anger of the landlady. But it seems the girl didn't care. She only remembered his words, that he would not reveal the secret of his name. Meanwhile, the main character has already returned to the tavern. Probably they waited for him. The boy quickly found an excuse that he was simply confused and was looking for other ways, which is why he was gone for so long. The gray-haired woman raises her gaze and looks intently at her worker, as if scanning him. After a second, she assumes that he fought, but the boy does not agree with this. However, the woman insists on her point because she sees that the worker's nose is bleeding. The young man excuses himself, saying that he just fell, but the woman is not going to believe this delusion and tells Yurina everything. Hearing this, the girl screams loudly. You can hear her getting angry. A second later, a pretty face of a girl emerges from the kitchen, who sternly asks to confess everything. A year ago, she gave Kong Ryong a job on the condition that he would no longer use his power without her permission. But the boy continues to say that he was just running and fell. Unexpectedly, the girl falls silent. She saw blood from Kang Ryong's nose, so she called him over. The girl felt sorry for the boy, so she told him to go into the kitchen to clean his nose. The swords were sharply grasped in the fight with a loud clang and crack. Tired hands are barely able to hold the weapon. Many lifeless bodies were already lying on the ground, and 3 of those who remained alive were shouting after Mio Cheon. This man seems to have betrayed them, causing great resentment among others who were once his comrades. Unexpectedly, after these words, the man stopped. His eyes sparkled with malice and hatred. A second later, he swung his chain. The man was determined to finish the job. A moment later, the chain whistles towards the men and hits the one in the center. The blow was so strong that it split the man's head into 2 equal parts. Immediately after, the bastard gathers his chain back to continue his attacks. Thus, this scoundrel directs his chain in the direction of another man, who does not even have time to do anything. The last man left alive watches with horror at everything that is happening now. All his comrades died. The man clearly understands that he must act. Otherwise, he too will find himself breathless on the ground. And then, after a second, this man takes his sword and rushes towards the enemy, preparing to kill. He had a great idea to attack this bastard before he even assembled his attack chain. But his enemy notices his attack. But will he be able to protect himself from her? After a moment, several of the outfits fly out of some small tube. It looks like some small needles that fly quickly right into the eyes of the man. The attacker clutches his face in pain. It seems he has now lost his eyes. The man does not have time to do anything and think of how a heavy killer chain ends up behind him. Murderer Mio Cheong always gets his work done. He walks away, leaving many dead bodies behind him. But in addition to good killing skills, the man has other virtues. And his main virtue is absolute ruthlessness. If it is necessary for the case, then this man will destroy anyone, even your friend. Once upon a time, a man married a woman, but then he started cheating on her and deceiving her. But she found out about it and ordered to kill his mistress. The man carefully reads all the details of the order and simply remains silent. Although the killing of women leaves an unpleasant mark on the soul, this man is ready to take up this matter. The woman promises that if he does everything quietly and quickly, she will pay him twice as much. Then the man offers to kill her husband too. He is even ready to make a discount for it, but the woman refuses because she does not want to be a widow. The boy yawns loudly and sweetly. He seems to want to take a nap. Such a sweet yawn even brought tears to my eyes. The other customers thanked the guy for the delicious lunch, and he kindly replied to them and wished them luck. There were many different dishes on the table, which had a very pleasant aroma. Our hero turned to see what was going on. It turns out that one of the plates on which dumplings were placed began to fall. But the black man and the boy quickly resolved this situation and ran up to the plate, after which all the dumplings fell into his mouth. Grandmother was a little angry with the main character, because she had already forbidden him to finish his meal for customers many times. He excused himself that he was just helping Yoren to get rid of leftover food. But because of this, the grandmother had nothing to feed the pigs in the barn. A second later, a girl came out of the kitchen and asked her mother where she was going. The woman does not reveal all the secrets and simply says that she has to meet someone in the city, and maybe she will stay there for the night. The newlyweds see the grandmother off, but she quarrels because she is called grandmother again. And so, when the woman had already left, Yoren looked at our hero with slight irritation. She asked Kangrion many times to tell her if he wanted to eat and not to follow the customers. If he had said it, now he would not have received a scratch from his grandmother. The girl decided to please the young man and cook him some fat ducks, so she called him to her kitchen. The boy is very happy about this, but suddenly he is distracted by two pigeons flying directly above them. They were carrier pigeons that brought takeout orders for the cafeteria. The girl reads the order and realizes that the roast ducks she promised Kangreon will have to wait. With that said, the girl heads back to the dining room to start preparing a new order. A few hours pass, and the sunny day turns into a warm, pleasant evening. Many people are walking through the streets of the city. Our hero brought an order that their tavern recently received. All orders were delivered to the customer. He already received the money, but he still had 2 extra baskets of food. The young boy looked with appetite at the dumplings, which lay so attractively in the basket and seemed to beckon him. And then, after a second, the boy jumped around the corner so that the grandmother would not see him. After a moment, he completely disappeared between the buildings. After a few minutes, our hero peeked out from around the corner to see what was happening on the street. Not much time passed, and the dark night came. A beautiful estate was located on the water, to which a long bridge led. At that time, a man was praising a beautiful woman. She was really very beautiful, like a work of art. The man admits that the 6 days they did not see each other felt like 6 years. He seems to love this girl infinitely. The man is full of seriousness and honesty in his words. He grabs the girl's hand to prove it. All his life, he crawled in front of his wife and her family. But when he met this girl, his life played with new colors and changed radically. He loved this girl so strongly and desperately that he was ready to run away with her somewhere far away and be her faithful dog all his life. But if he did not ask, the girl does not agree to this and asks to remain friends with him. It turns out that the same man who was supposed to finish off this girl was watching them all this time. The bastard was incredibly annoyed by such sweet things about love and everything like that. He could no longer listen to them. He really wanted to kill this man, but he couldn't because work is work. Therefore, he just silently observed the interaction of this couple. It seems that they were really good with each other. Meanwhile, the thief was deciding how exactly he was going to kill this innocent girl. He didn't want to take out the chain for such an easy task, so he decided to deal with it only with his needles. And then, after a second, he spat them out on the right side of the girl, but someone's hand caught them as soon as they flew out. The man looked shocked at the one who stopped his attack. He was our hero. A second later, a young boy pulls out of this small cone the very needles that were supposed to kill the girl. Kronav and the young man looked angrily at these needles. He knew that this man was an unusual citizen. Kang Ryong immediately knew that this was a suspicious man, a hired killer, because he was oozing with bloodlust. After that, our hero amiably approaches the girl and greets her. As soon as he did that, the thief ran away. He abruptly got up from the table and got into a fighting stance. It seems that something will start now. The man realized that ordinary needles could not be dispensed with, so he decided to use a chain. He was still shocked by this young man's actions. What bothered him the most was that he didn't feel the boy's presence at all, even when he was very close to him. Kang Ryong quietly warned the girl that this man was going to kill her, and asked if she should be protected. But it seems that the girl was very angry and ordered our hero to leave here. Hearing that the girl reacted to it like that, the boy got ready to go home. But it seems it was too late, because the man began to attack. His killer chains were headed straight for the young boy while he had his back turned to them. But the main character managed to repel this attack without even turning to face her. It was really exciting. He did it with one foot. This immediately attracted the attention of all the visitors, and they looked around in fright. Everyone immediately noticed that now there will be a fight. Meanwhile, the man is shocked that this young guy was able to fend off his attack. He was puzzled as to how such a young lad was able to counter him with one of the strongest attacks, capable of developing any depth. The guy saw that the girl and her husband decided to leave the premises after all, realizing that it was not very safe here. The old man could feel the murderousness of aura coming from the girl. It seems that she was very angry that he interrupted their date. Meanwhile, the man did not give up and continued to attack with his chains. He had to hate. The chain was approaching its enemy like lightning. He called, and he looked like an evil viper. But it seems that this did not scare our hero at all, because he stood still and waited for the chain to be closer. As soon as the chain came close to the boy, he easily grabbed it by the end with one hand, and then, after a moment, he pulled the chain on himself with great force. The old man pulled him with such force that the man could not stay on his feet and also flew towards him. The villain was clearly shocked by what was happening now. This is the first time in his life. The black boy was very angry with this scoundrel and looked at him with his murderous gaze. He was angry because now, because of him, he lives from the world. After saying this, he hit him hard on the head. The boy hit him so hard that he immediately fell to the floor with a loud thud. But after a second, the entire floor in the room collapsed and cracked. This is all because of the blow of our hero. Kong Ryong looked embarrassed at what he had done and realized that he seemed to have overdone it a bit. He overdid it so much that after a second the building began to crack and cracks appeared on its walls. And after a few seconds, it completely collapsed and its fragments fell into the water. No one understood what happened, but it was good that everyone survived. The ship was already here to evacuate people. A ladder was lowered from the ship, on which people who were still in the water climbed. When they got on the ship, they began to cough and get rid of the water that suddenly got into their lungs. Meanwhile, the man could not recognize his beloved, and she only told him to go home today. The girl quickly covered her face with her hands, not wanting anyone to see her. It turns out that it was a grandmother, the owner of their tavern. She lost her set jaw and all her makeup was washed off. She was very angry with her employee because she kept asking him to pretend they were strangers and he didn't listen. If everything happened like this, and her secret was revealed, she wished her husband to love his wife and live a good life. The man seems to have been completely devastated by this news. It was as if his whole life had gone to waste. Meanwhile, our hero asked the woman not to tell anything to Yorin, but she was too angry and refused this offer. Then the guy offered a bottle of delicious herbal tincture for the woman's silence, and she agreed. Elite sorceresses are an underground collection of trap masters. Unexpectedly, an innocent mouse falls into one of the traps. She just wanted to snack on a grain. Immediately after that, several people run up to the large hole that was disguised to look. The mouse fell straight down and, most likely, died, because the height was very high. This trap was made by Hyokran. All the girls praised her, because even a rat's sense could not detect a trap here. Meanwhile, not far from here was another trap. She was simpler. When the rat went under the bowl, where the delicacy was lying, she immediately covered the animal and did not let it get out. The girl who made this trap noticed that the rat can be caught much easier, with one easy movement. After this phrase, all the girls silently turned their gaze to Hyukran, realizing that it was clearly unnecessary. A second later, the girl ordered the others to tie up the brat. She decided to punish her, and now she will starve. Enwi Dong came to them and said that he wanted to protect his Golden Dragon Guild, and he himself was draining the last drops of blood from them. Even the professional trappers they hired couldn't handle him. Their failure turned against them. That is why they decided to turn to them. They say that there is nothing to be afraid of with them, even if they do not cope. The girl happily announced that they had come to the right address. They are real masters of arranging unfortunate situations in such a way that no one will understand. And so, as soon as the customers left the premises, the girl broke the table in half out of anger. Its fragments scattered across the room. She was very angry with the customers because she felt disrespect in their words, and it seemed to her that they wanted to humiliate them. The black girl firmly decided that her next target would be the Golden Dragon Guild. They will still regret everything. And so very soon, the girls went to the bridge that stretched across a deep gorge. The girls swept the tracks. It seems they are already getting ready for work. Thus, one trap was already ready. Her students applauded and praised their teacher. From the outside, this bridge looks as if it is capable of supporting an entire army, but she arranged everything in such a way that it collapsed under the weight of even the smallest chipmunk. The girls continue to praise their craftswoman, saying that it is a real work of art. The girl really likes praise. At this time, the girls decide to see where their target is right now. Suddenly, someone appears over the bridge. It was our hero who quickly ran across the bridge. The girls didn't even immediately pay attention to it, but when they noticed that something was brought near them with lightning speed, they were shocked. They couldn't tell if it was true that someone had just crossed the bridge or if they were hallucinating. The girls came to the conclusion that, after all, someone ran across the bridge, but it still remained in place. The girl could not understand how the bridge was still holding, despite the fact that a whole pig ran across it. After a second, she decided to check if everything was attached correctly and if her trap would work. And then, after a moment, as soon as the girl stepped on the edge of the bridge, it began to collapse with a crash. Meanwhile, a man was watching all this. Pink fur hung around his neck. Fortunately, the girl remained alive, although she fell down, but she wrapped herself in a rope for such a situation. The man watched this in silence. His face was full of seriousness and concentration. And so he, still saying nothing, drank something from his bottle. And when he took a few sips, he turned and walked away. He heard fragments of phrases that the girl was now unconscious, and it was necessary to get her out of the gorge as soon as possible. Meanwhile, our hero brought another order for the client. It was the grandfather for whom they always prepared vegetarian dumplings with mushrooms and vegetables. But suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Someone was desperately asking for the door to be opened for them. The people who were outside the door think that her grandfather has been with her for several days and want to come in, but he chases them away. It seems that grandfather had a quarrel with someone and now decided to take revenge on them, so that they understand that he too must be respected. After that, he went back to ask the boy what time to expect him tomorrow, but he was gone. Grandfather looked out the window and could not understand how this young man went down so quickly. A lot of people had already gathered under the grandfather's door, who asked to open it. And at that time he broke his head. Our hero is just as interesting. Meanwhile, the girls prepare one more trap for their enemy. Now they are covering their tracks. Fortunately, the girl prepared another trap in his way just in case. Everyone praises her again. Unexpectedly, one of the girls comes up with a brilliant idea. She thinks that it was not a pig, but a Murim master who could have run across the platform. They have a special walking and running technique, and don't even leave footprints in the snow. But Yokran doesn't take this idea seriously. The girl cannot believe that this is true. The girl does not believe in such techniques. In her opinion, they were invented by some bandits to scare people. The girl quarreled with her students. It would be better if instead of thinking about inventions, they started developing new traps. After a second, all the girls stood in front of the master and apologized. Suddenly, our hero ran by the girls again and they looked in his direction with interest. Unexpectedly, Yukran shouted at him and asked him to turn back. The boy stopped and looked in surprise at the strangers who asked him to come. Our hero, without further ado, approached the girls, who were looking at him in shock. When he ran up and stopped in front of them, they were just amazed and silent and looking at him. The head craftswoman could not understand how this was possible. A second later, she dropped a small pebble onto some area of the ground, and a second after that, you turned some stone slabs from under the ground. Our hero was shocked. This is what usually happens when you step here. After a second, you won't even have a wet spot left. The black boy still didn't understand what it was. The girl was very angry about what happened. A second later, she grabbed him and started shaking him, trying to figure out who he was and why the traps weren't working on him. The girl furiously explained that these traps were meant for Nuedon, and he was bypassing them for the second time. Suddenly, someone's voice interrupted Hukran's desperate story, and she looked back at the speaker. A few meters from them was a tall, stocky man. His face was hidden by a shadow. It turns out that it was Nuedong, who had already eaten them and remembered what he saw recently near the destroyed bridge. His eyes filled with rage and blood as he realized they were trying to kill him. The girls were immediately horrified when they realized that this scoundrel had bitten them. Fear gripped the whole body. After a moment, they quickly ran away, leaving our hero alone. But, as it turned out, this bastard was not going to let the girls go. He was going to deal with them on the spot. The girls were very scared, realizing that this threatened their lives. I had to run faster! But the man could not be stopped. A predatory expression appeared on his face as if he were a wild tiger about to catch up with the miserable rabbits. The black boy just looked in surprise at the trail of the girls, who still continued to run and did not look back. Suddenly, the sword almost hit our hero. It swept right in front of him. Our hero politely tried to avoid the conflict and said that the man must have mixed something up. He is not guilty of anything here. But the scoundrel didn't care. He was going to finish everyone off because he thought that Kang Ryong was the person sent by the Golden Dragon Guild. The black boy didn't want to get into a fight, so he only deftly dodged the blows of his sharp sword, at the same time trying to explain the situation. Suddenly, Kang Ryong crashed into the trunk of a tree that was behind him. Now he has nowhere to hide. A second later, the scoundrel came even closer to the young man and was about to deliver the last decisive blow. Our hero quickly blocks his blow and breaks his sword into small pieces with just one touch. After that, he elbows him once in the jaw, but it seems that the blow was too strong and he flew several meters above the ground. At first, the boy himself did not understand what he had done, but when he realized that he had gone a little too far, it was already too late. At first, he did not understand at all where the enemy had gone. But then he raised his head and looked at the sky. And then, a second later, the boy quickly ran away from the scene, hoping that no one saw what he had done. The girls looked out from the bushes with interest and shock, marveling at the boy's great strength. It seems that it was not a pig after all, but a very cool master. The girls were happy that they were saved, but the master did not answer their questions and words. She just watched their savior silently. After a second, the master still managed to open his mouth. The girls did not understand what had happened to her. Hyuk Ran rested her head against a tree. She didn't know what to do now. It seems that Hyuk Ran has truly fallen in love with the savior stranger. Meanwhile, our hero has already returned back to the tavern. Yorin looked at the young man with sweet eyes. The girl watched him greedily eat dumplings. He threw them into his mouth one by one. They had fun spending time together. They joked and laughed a lot with each other. It seems that someone was watching them at this time. These were the same trap-making girls. Hyuk Ran was watching them from behind the bushes. The students were very sad because it seems that this stranger already has a girlfriend. They worried about how their master would feel. But to their surprise, Hyuk Ran suddenly burst out laughing. This stressed the girls. The girl was furious with the stranger. He just flirted with her, and now this guy is with another girl. Out of rage and fury, the girl broke the spyglass. That is why men should be kept on starvation rations. Little children play rock, scissors, paper. One child's hand folds into paper and the other into a stone. These children seem to be very poor. Their hair is dirty and disheveled, and their clothes are full of holes and scratches. What would happen if this little boy won his first ever game of rock, paper, scissors? What if instead of him, his younger brother was sold for his father's great debts, and not him? Would the fate of this little boy have turned out differently? A strong male hand carries him away from his family, but now you can't do anything. It remains only to fantasize and imagine how things would be differently. Of course, everything would be different, not so terrible and cruel. Yes, the little boy has turned into a brave man who is now battered and scarred. A second later, he gets hit hard in the face. Blood comes out of the mouth. Two men beat him hard and mercilessly in the face with sticks. They lack a sense of pity. The unfortunate man did not even have the strength to stand up. The whole body hurt a lot. After that, one of the men, who did not participate in the household, ordered the other two to come. They must not kill this man, because they are going to execute him anyway. And if they have already stopped, they plan to have a short rest. These men in hats seem to have a strong hatred for this unfortunate. One of them spits right in his face, but the man doesn't care anymore. Having done this, the three men go and sit under a tree in the shade, leaving the unfortunate man to bake in the sun. The man just looks at his co-offenders, but he can't do anything and just breathes hard. A big mighty tree hid from the sun. Since that day, the man has never lost at rock, scissors, paper. His eyes are full of rage. He still continues to look at these men who are completely indifferent to him. They drink and eat, debating how much longer they have to go to the castle. If they go at such a pace as now, then God forbid they will reach the dark, unexpectedly. A beaten and exhausted man found the strength to stand on his feet. This attracted the attention of the perpetrators. They were a little shocked that he was able to get back on his feet so quickly. A second later, in a low, trembling voice, he offered these scoundrels to play rock, scissors, paper. He set conditions. If one of them can win it, then he will save all of their lives. Having said this, he slowly walked towards them. None of the men took his words seriously. They just noticed that he was insolent. One of the men headed towards him. He perfectly understood that this unfortunate man's legs must be intact, because he still had to reach the castle. But hands are not necessary. Saying this, a chain appeared from somewhere above. It is not clear where he came from, but he tightly wrapped his arms around the head of this bastard. And then, after a second, some unknown force tore him off the ground and lifted him up. When the other two men looked up, they were shocked by what they saw. As if ghosts appeared above them. The beaten man just complacently watched his offenders die. The serious man did not say a word, but silently watched it. A second later, many other people appeared under the tree. These people freed the wretch from the chains in this trap. It turns out that these were subordinates of this bearded man. They are very happy to see him again. The man said nothing, only looked thoughtfully at his enemies, who were no longer breathing. His subordinates were shocked that only 3 men were sent to catch the boss. They don't seem to take them seriously at all. People were shocked to realize what kind of prisoner they were taking. One of these men who abused their boss, they still left alive. The mustachioed man was badly beaten and exhausted. He was breathing heavily, looking into the man's eyes. The bearded man still did not say anything, but simply looked into the eyes of his abuser. But after a second, he broke into a strange smile that drove away anxiety. After a moment, he leaned closer to his abuser and let out a strange laugh. saying that it would be difficult to keep the three of them alive. He sets conditions. If this wretch can win him some game, then he will let him go with a calm soul. The man was very scared, but asked what game they were going to play. The expression on this man's face made everything inside him shudder. He offered to play rock, scissors, paper. He was full of seriousness that if he won, he would live. His voice was frightening. From this, everything inside stopped. The unfortunate man only looked at the man with a frightened look. After some time, all three men were mercilessly thrown from the cliff. It seems that no one managed to win. After that, the boss asked if there was a tale behind them. Fortunately, there is not. The White Skull is a band of outlaws. They became famous for their cruelty and inhumanity. No other gang could boast of such wild preferences. There were strange rumors that Wang Ok, the leader of the White Skulls, was still tied up in one small village. But when three of them disappeared from his convoy, the rumors suddenly died down. Night fell on the city. The men were in some small huts in the middle of the forest. Voices and loud laughter are heard from this room. At this time, Wang Ok talks about how some girls made him drink. And when he passed out and woke up, he was completely tied up. This time, he miraculously managed to avoid death. He was incredibly lucky. One of the subordinates advises him to take security next time so that this does not happen. The subordinates were very happy that everything was fine with their boss, even though he suffered many unpleasant things. Some still couldn't believe that their boss couldn't give in to such Slovaks, even though he was drunk. Everyone around was discussing the situation. But it seems that the boss was not very happy to hear about it. Everyone seemed to be mocking. Unexpectedly, the man put a bowl of his food on the table. After that, he turned to the lieutenant. He asked how long he had been serving him. The man began to count and came to the conclusion that he had been serving him for about 4 years. This is quite a long time, and he probably had thoughts about becoming a leader. The man did not understand what he was leading to, but then the boss offered to play rock, scissors, paper. If he can win, then take his place. The lieutenant just looked at his boss in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Everyone around fell silent, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. It seems that the man was not joking at all, or completely serious. Now, all the circumstances are in favor of the lieutenant, because the boss was tied up for a long time and now he does not obey his fingers. The man laughed embarrassedly, and still did not want to believe it. It seems to have strained him. The boss remained silent, but looked at his subordinate with the same piercing gaze. The blood froze in his veins from this look. The man was sweating profusely from nerves. The lieutenant sensed that something bad was about to happen, so he quickly reached for his sword to defend himself. But to his surprise, the sword was no longer behind his back. It is not clear how, but we have already found ourselves in the hands of the boss, and he praised his sharpness. Unexpectedly, the lieutenant was seized with a sharp pain, and his whole body trembled. He could not say a word, and after a short moment, his body was disintegrated into several parts. A second later, everything around was covered in blood. Everyone looked at it in shock. After that, the boss, as if nothing had happened, put the ball next to him on the table. Everyone stared at him in silence. Then the bearded man took the bowl of food in his hands and continued to taste. After a second, he looked up at his subordinates. And again, as if nothing had happened, he asked if they had found his offender. He hid near the Yellow Dragon Mountain and pretended to be a descendant of an aristocratic family. The man carefully listened to his subordinates and processed all the received information in his head. After a second, the man became very angry that this scoundrel dared to lose the gold he had stolen. The man got so angry that he broke the cup in his hand. The broth spilled all over her. Everyone present just looked at it in silence. They clearly could not recover from what happened. At this time, someone was playing rock, scissors, paper again. Scissors beat paper. They were some men having fun while eating. They were in the tavern where our hero worked. The winner bragged about his victory. One said it was because he was better at martial arts than his opponent, but he couldn't find the logic in his words. The man began to explain that the game of rock, scissors, paper, and martial arts have a lot in common. In this game, the decision about what to throw away must be made instantly, and it is impossible to change your mind. In order to win every time, you need to have not only sharp vision but also a quick reaction. His friend is determined to win this game next time. Meanwhile, our hero goes on a mission again. He needs to deliver the order. Grandmother wonders if Lord Nama made this order again because it is very large. This is exactly the man who has very weak health, because of which he constantly sits at home and does not go out anywhere. The woman is burning with the desire to see this man at least one day, but her daughter does not understand her intentions, because he cannot even go out into the yard. Mother gave the example of chickens. When you eat healthy chickens every day, sometimes you want to visit something radically different. Meanwhile, our hero is running fast along the road through the rocks. A crowd of people who want to ask him for directions is coming towards him. The man displays his weapon and stops the horses. Our hero stops abruptly in front of these men because he will not be able to pass through them. They ask if anyone lives near here, and then they smell a delicious smell. The men surrounded the boy and impudently asked him to give them these dumplings. But our hero is not going to give them dumplings and explains that this is an order from another customer. Then these men become more serious and insolent, not understanding why he is not afraid of them. Unexpectedly, a man bursts into their conversation and says that he is very surprised. He laughs and says that he likes brave young men, and this peddler sure has some fortitude. Then, the man offers to play rock, scissors, paper for these dumplings. If the black boy can win, he will leave here in peace. But if the bearded man wins, the boy will leave them dumplings in his hand. A second later, they start playing, and to everyone's surprise, our hero wins. Everyone around fell silent and fell into a stupor. No one could ever defeat the boss. A moment later, Kangryong runs on because he urgently needs to deliver an order. Meanwhile, the boss orders his subordinates to quickly bring back this impudent boy. He seems very angry that someone was able to defeat him. All subordinates are going to quickly fulfill his order and run after the boy. Meanwhile, the anger in the veins of the boss buys. The eyes are filled with rage. But unfortunately, the boy couldn't be caught, even though they sent 2 of the fastest men in their gang. The subordinates explained in trembling voices that the forest was very thick and there were many boar roads around. But the bearded man was not going to listen to them because they were simple excuses. The subordinates were very scared because the boss was looking at them with a very angry look. It seemed that he wanted to kill them. But unexpectedly, the man softened and thought about something. There is nothing surprising in this because they are not even familiar with the area. After that, he asks his subordinates how they eat his party in rock, scissors, paper. The men clearly did not expect such a question and did not know how to answer it correctly. He lost, but he didn't seem to care. The subordinates did not know how to properly respond to his words in order to stay alive. A second later, the man explained that it was just the first round. In fact, he wanted to play 3 rounds, and he lost the first one specifically because he wanted to tickle his nerves. Everyone present was shocked that the boss wanted to play 3 rounds. Everyone suddenly fell silent. It was a real shame. And if it happened because of these 2 underlings, they should play these 2 rounds with him. The men just looked at their boss in alarm, not understanding what he meant. After a second, a satisfied smile appears on his face. They will play rock, scissors, paper. They will play 1 round each, and if the boss still loses in those 2 rounds, he will admit defeat. The men were horrified when they heard about it. They were afraid to play against their boss. The man did not understand why his subordinates did not want to play with him, and reminded him that in this game everything is decided by luck. Meanwhile, our hero has already run to his destination. It was a beautiful house on the edge of a cliff surrounded by mountains. The man was glad that he had waited for his delicious order. He wanted to eat faster. He had not tried these dumplings for so long that he was ready to sell his soul for them. The boy gave him instructions on how to eat these dumplings. He can eat the upper ones now, and those from the bottom, later, but before that, heat them up for steam. And so, after that, the man hands our hero a string with coins, but there are again more than necessary. The man said that he also gives coins to charity, and asks that they be taken to the Yellow Dragon Temple instead. The boy remarked that the man had already donated so much to the victims of the flood, but he just says that this is his fate. After that, Kang Ryong reached into his pocket to get something, but after a second, he was surrounded by swords that could take off his head at any moment. It was the man's ninja bodyguards who asked to show his hands and what was in them. The man tried to stop his bodyguards because they already know our hero, but it is impossible. A second later, the boy pulls out a piece of paper with something wrapped in it from his inner pocket. It turns out to be the ginseng that Grandpa Juan asked him to hand over. He says it will help restore his health. And so when the guards saw the body inside the piece of paper, they quickly left. Our hero turned around in surprise and wondered how they had disappeared so quickly. The man was very ashamed of them, but he explained that they were simply fulfilling their obligations as bodyguards. But the black boy was not angry at all and calmly handed the gift to the man. But the man does not remember any grandfather and why he gives him such a valuable thing. Our hero conveys that this grandfather considers him a benefactor. The grandfather had a hard time after his wife died and he didn't even have money to bury her. But because the husband gave money to charity, he was able to do it. Although the man does not think that he has done anything important, it was important for the grandfather. Indeed, many would like to thank this good man for all that he has done, and the residents of his settlement often ask about how this man feels and how his health is. Everyone really wants to meet him, so as soon as the man recovers, our hero invites him to come to their village. He said, "What is it?" The black boy is running back to the tavern, because he fulfilled the order. At this time, the man looks at the gift that Grandpa Juan gave him. His look is quite strange. It is said that ginseng root can resurrect even the dead. It seems that the man is not very happy with such a gift, but if he has already been given it, he must eat it. Someone once said that you don't want to share ginseng even with the closest people. The man licked off pieces of the root and was reluctant to chew them. It turns out that this man was quite a hypocrite. He did not treat people well and considered them stupid. The question of where he gets so much money and such generosity will never occur to them. He is sick of all this talk about charity. But then the man realizes that it is only in his hand. He will use his status to seduce peasant girls. He has already spent so many days in this hole that nausea makes him want to climb the walls. The man is thinking about his future plan. A minute later, he is in the field of ginseng root, and it falls to the floor. The man looks at the gift with an indifferent and cold look. It turns out that he is not who he claims to be. He stares at the ginseng root for a few more seconds, trying to forget its horrible taste. After some time, the young boy returned to the tavern, where the grandmother asked why he was gone for so long. While the boy was gone, many new orders came in, but first the boy must enter the temple of the yellow dragon. The grandmother immediately realized that the man must have already missed their dumplings very much. It seems that the woman does not really trust this rich benefactor and would like to bring him to light if he were not one of their biggest customers. Meanwhile, the boy reads the order and the address to which it should be delivered. After that, it starts working immediately. Meanwhile, the boss of the White Skull sits in complete silence and thinks. The man bent his palm into a fist. He was completely engrossed in his thoughts. Seriousness seized his mind. He remembered Kong Ryung's actions at the time they were playing the game. First, he straightened his middle and index fingers, while the others were bent. And no matter how many times the man scrolls through this scene in his head, he clearly sees that the boy wanted to show the scissors.
And the man cannot find an answer to his question.
How then was the young man able to show paper instead of scissors? My husband gets furious when I mention this because I just don't understand how this can happen. Strange thoughts come to the man's head, but he immediately dismisses them. He thought the boy was a martial artist, but martial artists aren't that fat. Unexpectedly, one of the subordinates calls out to the boss and snaps him out of his thoughts. A second later, he reports that the sweep is complete. The boss returns to check. In the room on the floor, there are many corpses. Everything is stained with blood. The man looks over each dead body. There are just a lot of them here. All of them are wearing black suits that hide their faces. These unfortunates will never again be able to get up and take a breath. Their lives have stopped. Wang Aka moves through these bodies around the room, getting closer to the main target. A burly man towers over his victim and looks at her with a scary look. The man is wounded and, it seems, cannot defend himself. The bearded man looks at his victim with a condescending look, as if at something pitiful. The subordinates found the hazelnut with gold, but it is half empty. He seems to have spent money on bodyguards. He wasted money on such guards because they are just pathetic. It was necessary to hire more professional people. Unexpectedly, the man calls out for the injured Hyol Pyo. After that, he wants to ask him a question. And then, after a second, their eyes meet, and he asks if he practiced rock, scissors, paper. After hearing this, seriousness and tension appear in the victim's gaze. He recalls that he was the best opponent he ever played with. Once, he almost lost to him, and the boss sets conditions. If he succeeds in defeating him, he will leave him alive and fulfill his one wish. Actually, it makes the battered man laugh a lot. He laughs loudly, even though the swords are aimed at him. With a smile on his eyes and lips, he tells his boss that it's time to grow up. From these words, the man's anger boils more and more, and his eyes become bloodshot again. But just a second later, Wang Aka laughs hard and starts smiling strangely again. But now they are really going to play rock, paper, scissors. This seems to be the best solution for now. After all, it is very difficult to not be in your own skin. All his life he only did what he tried to survive. He left the gang because he couldn't live like this anymore. He could not find anything better, but still sat and was afraid that one day his comrades would find him ignored. But still, something in his life has changed. The peasants, who had always treated him well, immediately appeared before his eyes. Just the thought of them caused a warm smile, and the man sighed. Hyol Hyo didn't care what would happen to him. This is the best ending for someone like him. The man just wanted to play rock, scissors, paper with him, and he continues to say inexplicably what. He asks him to make a fist to start the game, but he refuses. The boss of the White Skulls is shocked by such impudence and at first does not believe his ears. For the first time in his life, a man feels such relief and does not want to spoil it by some game with a pathetic psychopath. A strong voltage sent the room. It seems the boss wasn't going to leave it at that. A second later, he exploded and shouted loudly for this wretch to raise his fist and play with him. He grabbed his head hard, trying to force him to play with him. He wasn't going to just leave it at that. Meanwhile, our hero is calmly shelling peanuts for children. The children could not open this nut for a long time, but our hero quickly helped them, for which they were very grateful. But when the children reached for the nut, the black boy quickly shook his fist. He wasn't going to give the peanuts away because one of the kids called him fat. The children looked at him in surprise and waited for him to open his hand. She wanted to call him fat again, but stopped in time. The guy clenched his fist with the nut even harder. After a second, the children changed their shoes and simply said that the boy had a broad bone. After that, the young man gently smiled and opened his hand with a nut to them. After that, they started whispering that they had to stand their ground until the end, because he is really fat. The guy was a little angry with the kids, and then one of them called him a cloud hayung. The black-haired boy looked sternly at the children and told them to try to repeat it again and think about their behavior. The children looked at each other, realizing that they would not get peanuts if they did not say this. The boy tried to take a nut from him and called him Fat Hyan. Although our hero did not like it, but he was not going to mock the children, so he gave them a peanut. After that, he noticed that the children of the species are real traitors when they grow up. After a few minutes, the mother comes out of the house and calls the children to eat. All the children immediately pounced on the dumplings, like flies on a tent. It is very uncomfortable for the woman to take food from them every time, but the guy says that it is fine, because it is just leftovers. The woman offers her help in the tavern if she is suddenly needed. The guy thanks and leaves. After that, the young boy returns back to the tavern. When the young man approached the room, several men in uniform ran out of it. I immediately understood that these were government troops, but I did not understand why they were here. After a moment, the boy came inside. His grandmother and Yoren were already waiting for him there. It seems that our hero is not yet aware of the events that happened just recently. Bandits broke into Lord Nam's estate. They killed him and his guard, after which they burned the estate. It's hard for the black boy to believe that, because only recently he saw the Lord, he was fine, and now he's dead. Most likely these thugs were from the White Skull gang. Rumor has it that one madman from this gang plays cruel games with people for a living. She shows him a picture of this man. He always offers victims to play rock, scissors, paper. He promises to leave alive those who manage to win. Kang Ryong immediately recognizes the man he played this game with today in the photo. He does not understand why they wanted to kill the Lord. Meanwhile, our hero decided to go directly to the scene of events. Everything here was littered with the ruins of the estate, which was still intact in the morning and people lived in it. And there were already soldiers who were carrying out the burnt bodies of people. Our hero carefully looked at the bodies of people, trying to see if the Lord was really there. Unexpectedly, the main character saw one detail that confused him. The boy immediately became serious when he saw something. It was as if a realization came to him. The boy was not visible at all. He watched everything from a tree. Only his dark silhouette is visible. After a second, the silhouette of the main character disappeared completely. The black-haired boy ran somewhere. It is not known where, but his speed was incredible. He found himself at the foot of some rock, but immediately began to climb it. And after a few seconds, the young man managed to find himself on the mountain. The guy was very high above the mountains, and everything around him was like in the palm of his hand. Unexpectedly, his sharp vision spotted a small cabin in the middle of the forest, and there was even a light on in this hut. She immediately caught his attention, and the young man was even more surprised by the fact that people were even walking outside. Someone is definitely inside. It is not known what the boy wanted to do, but he was incredibly determined and serious. After a moment, he fell on the mountain and was ready to continue his journey. The boy quickly moved from his place in the direction of the house in which the light was on. He, like lightning, quickly passed trees and bushes. He walked a long way to get to the house. It seemed like several kilometers. And so, finally, the main character managed to find the same house. Outside, near the house, two men were walking. I think it was security. After a second, the silhouette of our hero appeared above the high fence. It seems that he was not afraid of anything at all. A second later, the young boy turned to these guards and asked if this was really a gang of White Skulls. The men were not jokingly frightened when they heard that someone was approaching them. Kang Ryong was sure that he had come to the right place because he remembered the faces of these people. The young man wanted to get to their boss, who meanwhile was drinking some kind of broth. Their gang was in the middle of the room. Several bonfires were built, and they sat in groups around them. Unexpectedly, the door to the room opened with a creak, and this attracted the attention of all the men who were there. A young, not tall, slightly overweight young man stood at the door. His eyes were like those of a predator. The boss looked scared and shocked at the uninvited guest. Everyone present immediately turned to see who had come to them. Everyone immediately became confused when they realized that it was a foreigner. They were ready to defend themselves. But the boss calmed them down and told them not to do anything. He ordered his subordinates to come back and reminded them that he was the guy who was delivering the dumplings this morning. Everyone was shocked. But when they heard this news, they immediately calmed down. The boss repeated his order in a more stern tone and told everyone to move back. After a second, all the men quickly retreated, leaving no one and nothing between the guest and the boss. A sly smile immediately appeared on the man's lips. It seems that he was glad of such a meeting. The man asked what brought him here so late. Did he get lost while delivering dumplings? Although the reason is not so important, because the man himself wanted to find it in order to play rock, scissors, paper. The man was very surprised when the boy named this game himself. The old man, with a sincere smile on his face, said that he came to play this game and added that he had never lost. Everyone present was shocked by the impudence of this little guy. They immediately began to humiliate him and call him names. He does not seem to know whom he has challenged. A second later, the boss ordered all his subordinates to shut up, and if they do not obey him, then he will tear out their tongues. After that, everyone immediately closed. After that, the boss laughed quietly and got up from the ground to go to the boy. It turns out that the loss of the boss was not an accident, but the boy admits that he almost did not lose. Our hero miraculously managed to win. The man thinks that he was looking for him because he is not satisfied with the result of the game. They decided to finish the morning game. Our hero will have to win only once, and the boss twice. But the young boy makes a condition that if he wins, then this scoundrel will voluntarily surrender to the government. And if he loses, then he will allow you to try to fight him one-on-one. The guy says he knows a little about martial arts. He spent the whole day thinking about how to set the conditions for the game, because you can't come empty-handed. The men present are simply shocked by the impudence of this little scoundrel and cannot contain their anger. But after a second, they cover their mouths with their palms, remembering that they may be left without tongues. And so, at last, the realization of who he is dealing with comes to this stocky man. Finally, he notices that not a single rotten board creaked under our hero. Then he remembers the morning and realizes that the boy ran away very quickly and quietly. Now he understands that in front of him is a real master of martial arts. From this, the thief's lips are twisted in a cruel and gambling smile. He shows his teeth. And after a second, he seems to become crazy. The man gladly accepts the terms of our hero, and so they are preparing for the start of the game. The boss snaps his fingers. This time, the man is full of confidence in his victory because the morning trick will not help. And then, after a moment, they already prepared their fists. The man had just begun to say the words of the game, and the young boy had already thrown away the scissors, although he had not yet finished. The scoundrel just shrugged and silently stared at his hand, which was showing the scissors. Everyone present also fell silent and could not take their eyes off the young man. The young man continued to stand motionless with the scissors in his hands until the boss could not move. He leaned closer and looked at his opponent's hand, not understanding what was happening now. A second later, he gets very angry, thinking that the boy is not taking him seriously. It seems that this unknown boy is completely mad, but Kang Ryong continues to stand still and look his opponent straight in the eyes. The man still cannot understand what is happening and does not know how to play further. About that, the black-haired boy continues to confidently look into his eyes, not looking away for a second. No one in the room could understand what was happening. Is this guy really that weird? The boss continued to just stand with his fist in his hand. Unexpectedly, the silhouette of our hero began to blur before the eyes of this scoundrel. The head slowly began to turn into tongues of fire. With every second, this abomination seemed to lose control and reason, and after them, common sense. After a second, he stopped seeing a person in front of him at all, and saw some kind of monster with a terrible face. Such a sight sent chills down my skin. The man is just a joke. Although it was incredibly scary, the scoundrel could not take his eyes off this monster. Cold drops of sweat quickly ran down his face, and his heart was beating frantically, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. The bearded man continued to stand motionless in front of his opponent, but after a second he slowly began to move. It seems he will make his move now. So, after a second, he makes a move. His fist turns into a normal palm that shows the paper. That is, the man deliberately walked with paper, regardless of the fact that the opponent put down scissors. Everyone who watched this was incredibly shocked. They stammered and lost their tongues. The young boy was surprised that his opponent so easily put the paper on his scissors. The boy raised his hand in surprise and realized that he seemed to have won, and yet so easily. After that, he embarrassedly scratched the back of his head, realizing that he had won. The White Skull boss's subordinates did not understand what they should do now. Meanwhile, the main character heads to the exit of the room, because now the boss must fulfill his promise. All subordinates stand without moving, allowing our hero to leave in peace. And then, after a second, the door to the room closes and the guy leaves. Immediately after that, all subordinates rush after him to catch him and prevent him from leaving. But the man, for some reason, cannot speak and move. He can only watch as subordinates run after him. He tries to tell them not to follow him because it is very dangerous. But after a second, he realizes that his voice has disappeared and he is not strong here. Suddenly, the door creaks open. A bright yellow light is visible behind them. It is so bright that it seems capable of blinding a person. The bearded man continues to stand motionless. Everything around begins to make noise and thunder, straining the ears. Cold drops of sweat run down the face from the fear of the future. The man closed his eyes. After a second, the bright light went out. Everything went black again. Only a moment passed, and the door began to open again with a quiet but unpleasant creak. The man approached the door and, despite the fact that he was very afraid, dared to open it. A big tiger appeared in front of him. He roared loudly and looked with his piercing eyes straight into the soul. The tiger was too big, not of natural size. He did not take his eyes off the man. Seeing such a sight, his black hair gradually turned gray from fear. There was a feeling that the heart would stop from fear now. Unexpectedly, the tiger even started talking and called this man by name. Gradually, this animal moved away, and in front of it was our hero, who stood with his back to the man. After a second, the boy asked if the man's name was really Wangak. But this man, scared to death, no longer had the strength to answer. My whole life flashed before my eyes. The black boy looks at him with his eyes, looks straight into his soul and orders him to keep his promise. From his heavy gaze, it felt as if the whole body was melting and flowing. With every passing second, the life seemed to leave this bastard, leaving only a look of horror on his face. The fear was so strong that it did not leave the man until the last second of his life. After a second, the man completely stopped talking. All his hair turned white as death. And then, after a second, the tiger disappeared and the man fell down exhausted. Rumors that the authorities had taken a gang of white skulls into custody quickly spread through the village. Citizens, of course, praised the military because they did not know that all this was the work of our hero. But one of the men said that the military had nothing to do with it because some anonymous person informed them about the location of the gang. And when they arrived, the members had already been severely beaten. When the military captured the leader, he was neither alive nor dead. He was recognized only by a raisin on his forehead. He seems to have lost his mind, and his subordinates constantly insisted that their boss became like this after losing rock, scissors, paper. Everyone thought this was punishment for attacking Lord Nam's estate. The girls in turn also talked about what happened the other day. Grandma thought that her employee was involved in this, but when she heard about the game, she calmed down. Grandma was still very angry with our hero because she was not sure of his innocence and non-involvement in this situation. Kang Ryong heard that the women seemed to be talking about him and moved closer to listen. Yoren told him to ignore it and asked if he brought everything she asked for. After a second, the gray-haired woman turned to her employee. I think she had a question. She asked him, like the worst rock, paper, scissors player, if he had ever won. He nodded with a smile on his face. Once upon a time, there lived a fortune-teller who was famous for her gift, for which she was nicknamed the Holy Virgin of Heaven. Her fame was so strong and great that residents of neighboring villages and distant castles sought to meet her. Before her death, she gathered her closest followers near the deadly odor and ordered to take care of her newborn daughter. But their thirst for prophecies was so strong that they disregarded the Virgin's last will, in which she wanted her daughter to be free. The child of the Heavenly Virgin inherited a wonderful gift from her mother, and gossip and rumors about the child of the Heavenly Virgin adorned her followers, which brought a large number of believers who turned into spring fans. The Lord, embarrassed by this situation, which was getting out of control, ordered the fanatics to return to normal life and declared these actions illegal. But her loyal fans were not going to give up and rebelled. Then the angry Lord summoned the troops. This brutal battle lasted for 8 days, but the uprising was still doomed to failure, and several people who could not come to terms with such a sad end chose to die alive in the fiery temple. But these people did not die alone. With them at that moment was the little daughter of the Heavenly Virgin, who had only recently learned to walk. Yoren, as always, did her work. The girl was serving customers when she suddenly saw a child. Customers also paid attention to this and looked at the girl in surprise. She was still looking at one point. A second later, when she put the dumplings on the table, she headed to the kitchen. At this time, the interested men turned their gaze to the front door, expecting to see something there. There was no one else in the room except for these two customers. All the tables were completely empty. Unexpectedly, a loud cry was heard that there was no child here and no one at all. After a few minutes, the disgruntled customers left the tavern, simultaneously telling each other about their mood. At this time, a gray-haired woman came out of the toilet. She was there for a very long time and she was sick. But nothing helped. When she looked around the room, she saw many uneaten dishes on the table. She was very surprised that the customers left without even touching the dumplings. The woman was surprised and drowned herself in dumplings, as if expecting them to answer all her questions. After a second, she turned to her daughter and asked if she had served customers. The girl said that she served 2 men, and there was also a child with them. The news about the child made the grandmother press hard against the wall. She couldn't believe that there was a child in their tavern, and then she followed those people. The woman was very angry with her daughter because she told her not to go out to the hall to the visitors. But the dumplings were already ready, and the customers were waiting for them, so she had to do it. After a second, the grandmother's stomach rumbled again and became sick. It seems it was all due to nerves. She quickly ran to the toilet. Our hero handed the girl a completely empty tray of dishes. She is very glad that at least someone managed the dumplings before leaving. Suddenly, 3 men enter the tavern, who are going to have a good rest after a hard day. They sit down at one of the tables and order some wine and some kind of light snack. Some time passes after the order was already on the table. The men ate almost everything. And while they ate, of course, they talked about rumors. The conversation turned to the estate of Hanyo. Everyone said it was a haunted house. Meanwhile, they ordered another bottle of wine. The evil spirit that lives in that house is said to be Lord Han himself. He, like a holy sage, lived alone all his life. And after his death, he turned into a terrible ghost and now lives in his house. The worst thing is that the man died and did not have time to voice his last will. It must be something to do with the estate if his soul is still there. There are rumors that this estate hides great riches and the most secret books on martial arts. Then why not visit with a few brave fellows, whether it's true or a myth? All the most famous exorcists and shamans from all over the country who decided to investigate this estate, in the end, quickly fled from it. Men think that this spirit is evil and equal in power to the Demon King, but this should not be believed, because it is just a rumor. And what if the spirit of the Lord is looking for a successor? So he is too picky. At such rates, it is known that soon no stone will be left unturned. And there is another myth that anyone who has visited this manor will have urinary incontinence for the rest of his life. What nonsense! Men, I sincerely hope that soon the spirit will find peace and everything will be fine. So in this way, men are already going to go to work. The company of men heads for the exit as our hero bids them a polite farewell. Thus night came. The tavern has already closed. The gray-haired woman goes to the bedroom and tells the workers to wash everything here until it shines. Unfortunately, Grandma had a terrible day today and she needs to sleep. They wish her sweet dreams. And so, when Yoren's mother went into the room, the girl quietly addresses the main character. She wonders if Kang Ryong knows the way to Hong Manor. The guy doesn't want to tell her, because it's very far from here, and the road is very overgrown with grass, but the girl promises a basket of large dumplings for this information. And so the young boy could not resist such a tempting offer and agreed. The guy put the girl on his back so that they could get to the estate faster. He passed by several times, but never went inside. Even during the day, there is a very heavy fog, so people try not to go there without a good reason. Yoren asked him to be quiet, and she would give him one more basket of dumplings. She needs to focus. Hearing this, the young man easily agreed to remain silent until the very end of their journey. They are almost here. The boy shows a section of the foggy part of the forest. The estate is located there. Suddenly, with a whistle, a sharp arrow flies towards the girl. But luckily, Kang Ryong cleverly catches her with one hand, so she didn't hurt anyone. The man who fired this arrow was shocked when he saw that he had sent the arrow into the people. The guy made a remark about this stranger and asked him to watch where he shoots next time. It seems that the man was very uncomfortable with this situation. The stranger laughs awkwardly and explains that he thought he was going to shoot a deer. As they approach each other, the boy returns the arrow to him. After that, they go on their way, and the man looks after them in surprise. He screams and they want to warn them that there is a scary, haunted house on the other side, but they know. Hearing about this, the stranger is very shocked. In fact, perfumes are very simple. They cannot leave this world because of what was important and valuable to them during life. Sometimes you can help them by simply listening. Our hero is jealous of his girlfriend. A young boy would also very much like to see ghosts. If he could, he would be able to see his master again. A warm smile appeared on his face at the thought of this. The girl looked at her friend with interest and just remained silent. But unfortunately, it still most likely won't work. Due to the fact that the master's enemies are already dead, he probably also left this world. The girl silently watches our hero, who continues to walk forward. A slight smile appears on her face. She seems to have come up with something. At this time, a man tells someone a story about how a stranger caught and stopped an arrow in the air. The man thought they were going to Han's estate to take their loot, so he followed them. It seems that this stranger is quite experienced if he showed up at the estate in such a dead of night. The man, who is most likely the leader of this gang, was very angry at this situation and at the stranger. They almost had a plan ready to attack the estate again, and they weren't going to give up over such a small thing. Therefore, the leader gave the order to immediately go to the estate and take weapons with him. He will not allow anyone to bypass them. Unexpectedly, they heard a loud screeching that scared everyone around. That is why they stopped for a second, listening to what it could be. Everyone began to reassure themselves, saying that it must have been a nightbird. No matter how strong the master was, he still couldn't defeat the spirit from the Han Manor. Therefore, the subordinates did not understand what was the point of going so far just to kill this unknown person, if he himself could not cope. No matter how unfortunate it sounds, the boss understands very well that his subordinates are right. They ask him to return to his place. Better yet, they'll work on perfecting their plan. The man looked very serious and focused. He furrowed his brows. Now they were going to change their underwear. Meanwhile, our hero and Yorin have already arrived at the same terrible estate. They studied him with undisguised curiosity. It was large and looked quite majestic, and above the entrance hung a sign that said it was the estate of Han. Maybe it's an evil spirit, but so far he hasn't hurt anyone, so there's nothing to be afraid of. But if he killed someone, it would be another matter. The girl boldly enters the territory of the estate. The black boy carefully looks after Yorin so as not to lose her. Kang Rayong, you tried to enter the grounds of the estate, but that big sign almost killed him. He stood there slightly shocked as debris flew around him. He has nothing to say. The boy noticed that it seemed to be an attempt to kill him, but the girl did not listen to him at all. She went on and told that the more time passes, the more aggressive the spirits become. The young boy quickly rushed after her so as not to lose her. But, unexpectedly, the ceiling began to collapse, and heavy debris fell directly on our hero. But luckily, the smart guy manages to dodge. It's scary to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't had time to react. He lands on his feet. The boy does not know what to do, because now the path to the estate is covered with debris. He hears that the girl's voice is getting quieter and quieter, which means that she is moving further and further away from him. The guy quickly turns around and rushes to look for the girl, worried about her. Everything around is covered in fog, and Kang Ryong can see absolutely nothing. It just seems impossible. But the protagonist continues to run around and desperately call out for Yorin. The guy does not give up and sincerely hopes that she will hear him. Kang Ryong continues to run around the square looking for the girl. The boy continued to look for the girl, despite the fact that everything around him was trying to kill him. Everything around him was collapsing and trying to kill Kang Ryan, but he didn't care. He continued to look for Yorin. The young man searched for her for a long time and could not understand where she had gone. Did the devils take her away? Meanwhile, he was almost crushed again by the fragments of a stone pillar. The boy continued his search and looked around. Thus, he causes more and more destruction around him. It seems that very soon, nothing will be left of this estate. The boy climbed onto one of the wreckages and sat on it, trying to figure out what to do next. It seems that the boy was tired and wanted to go home, but first he had to find a girl. Suddenly he heard a rumble right behind him and looked around. He saw behind him a strong flow of wind. It all looked quite strange and suspicious. Finally, it got fed up with our hero. A slight smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Yorin has already got inside the estate. In addition, she even found a hiding place, which she immediately went to investigate. After some time, the girl got a chest from there. It was very heavy, so when the girl climbed out, they sighed heavily. When she rose to her feet, she was quickly shaking from the dust that had settled on her. And so, when she rose to her feet, she took in her hands an old chest, which was already clearly battered by time. It seems that she was now talking to a spirit and listening to what she should do with this chest. After that, the girl headed for the exit from the estate and promised that she would definitely do it. Suddenly, very loud and strange sounds were heard. The girl stopped and began to look around to understand the source of the commotion. Everything around began to shake and make noise. The girl did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the ceiling began to collapse, and the debris fell directly onto the floor. And after a second, one of the walls completely broke. It turns out that it was the main character who was desperately looking for a girl. And after all, I found it. He was very happy to see Yoren again. It seems that the girl was not at all surprised by what happened. With her was the same spirit that everyone talks about. At first, the old man did not understand what had just happened and just opened his eyes wide. And after a second, this ghost completely disappeared. The boy couldn't believe his eyes and just kept staring. It was hard for him to believe what he saw, so he decided to wipe his eyes. And when he did that, he looked ahead again. He decided to ask the girl who was next to her. The girl calmly replied that it was the same spirit that everyone was talking about, but now he was gone and would never return. Kang Ryong is very surprised and at the same time happy that ordinary people can see ghosts too. But it's not about abilities at all. He could see the ghost because he was a very powerful spirit. After that, the girl added that according to the spirit, our hero is very scary. Kang Ryong wants to know the reason for this, but the spirit didn't say another word. When they finally got outside, the fog was gone. He just disappeared. After what she saw on the street, the girl's view immediately changed and everything became clear to her. When she saw so much destroyed everything around her, everything fell into place. It became clear why the spirit considered our hero scary, but he excused himself that he barely touched these houses. They are simply very old. People say that vengeful spirits often do bad things to others. Is Yoren not afraid of them at all? The girl explained that not all vengeful spirits stink. Most of the stories about them are just fiction. In half of the cases, frightened people misrepresent their actions and often make an elephant out of a fly, just like now. The boy listened carefully to Yoren, but it seems that he did not take her words seriously. In addition, her mother is always by her side, so no, even the strongest spirit can harm her. The black-haired boy is surprised because he thinks that it is about their landlady. But it is not so. Yoren meant her biological mother, because the landlady is the woman who raised her, and the girl meant her own mother. The main character just looks at the girl with interest, waiting for what she will say next. She was told that her mother was a famous fortune teller. The girl has always felt her presence for as long as she can remember. After that, she wonders if the landlady told him that she is not her own mother. The boy remembers and realizes that his grandmother really told him about it. The main character remembered the day when the woman said that Yoren was not her own daughter. But that day he did not pay much attention to it because he thought that it was her great-granddaughter. This greatly offended the woman, and she punished our hero by pushing his face into the dumpling. After that, she told a story about how, despite the age difference, she is her sister. That is why they decided to pretend to be mother and daughter, and, as it turns out, Yoren is also an older sister. This fictional story then completely turned the boy's life around. He was greatly relieved when he learned that it was a hoax. The girl wondered why they were standing and not moving anywhere. If they are even a little late, she won't have time to steam the dumplings before Mom wakes up. Hearing this, the young boy ran at lightning speed. He could not allow this. And so, when they returned back to the tavern, they immediately began to think about what could be inside the chest. The spirit told the girl that the blacksmith who made this chest died many years ago, and the key was lost. That is, if they had a key, they could easily open this chest, but the girl thinks that it is not important at all. They have another task. The spirit of the Lord asked to hide this chest away from the estate and human eyes. It is best to bury it where no one can get it. Even if the chest falls into the hands of strangers, it is okay, because no one will know where it is from. And while the girl was telling about it, she heard a loud crunch. It seems that our hero did not wait and open this chest. The guy said he got a bar key to the chest, although he probably opened it with his bare hands. But there were no valuables or jewels inside the chest, only books. These appear to be the same manuscripts that customers were talking about. They are talking about martial arts. It tells about the martial arts that men practice together with women. While the boy reads all about it, the girl consults in the kitchen and starts making dumplings. In this book, it is also written that these arts are practiced without clothes. The girl asks the boy to bring the plates if he has already finished milking. The boy does not respond to her request. After that, the girl peeks through the curtains to see what our hero is doing there. Then she hides again behind the curtains and continues to fight in the kitchen. The boy is still silent. After a few minutes, the girl comes out of the kitchen and approaches our hero. A young boy continues to read a book. He seems very interested in what is written in it. And so, finally, the girl approaches the boy to find out why he does not listen to her. The boy jumps up in fright. He was so interested in the book that he did not notice how the girl approached him. He instantly covers the book with him so that the girl does not see what is written there. The boy is as red as a tomato after reading it. His facial expression is as serious as possible. The girl asks him to collect the books and follow her. She doesn't even want to touch them. As it turns out, these weren't martial arts books. It was an ordinary shunga. But the boy didn't know what it was and thought it was something similar to wielding a sword. The young man was in such a hurry after the girl that he did not notice how one of the books fell to the floor. Meanwhile, a grandmother came out of the toilet, who did not understand what they were doing at such a late hour. A gray-haired woman was walking and suffering from severe stomach pains. She did not understand what she could eat today. She went away, but unexpectedly, she still noticed a book lying on the floor. The woman picked her up and took her with her. At this time, young people made a fire. It played with different colors. Joran thought about it for a long time and came to the conclusion that it was really a real shame. For he was a holy sage, and this little trifle turned him into a vengeful spirit that could not leave this world. The girl thought that he bought these books by accident, not knowing about their frank content. And when he did see what was inside, he quickly hid them under the lock. It seems that this really made the main character think, and he fell silent a bit. But after a second he admitted that he did not think so. The boy noticed that these books looked rather shabby, and the pages were muddy from frequent use. But it seems that the girl does not want to listen to it and even believe it. The girl in despair admits the fact that, after all men are the same. The morning comes. The young boy is now busy cleaning the territory of the tavern. But he looks very sleepy and yawns sweetly. The old grandmother was died again, and now looked like a young woman. It seems that they were going to go to the village again. The woman had a premonition that today she would experience something incredible. The young man did not understand what she was talking about, but she explained with a smile that she had found an oracle. It is something like a book of predictions. Her drawings show in detail what will happen in the future. The black-haired boy just looked after her in an inexplicable way, looking away. There were many dead bodies on the ground. All this is the work of only one person. All this was done by only one person. He single-handedly slaughtered all the Shinmu mercenaries, who held all of Murem in fear. And all this was done by only one person. Seojin Hong, the Ruddy Devil Swordsman. He received this nickname when he was only 15 years old. No one still knows why he did it. Perhaps they crossed his path, or perhaps he was carrying out someone's order. But after that incident, this young, talented boy disappeared. No one knew where he was and where he went, and even if he was alive now. This was unknown until one case that happened last year. Then they killed one of the 10 great Tai Chi masters. The killer struck only one blow to a vital point. A real panic began in Murima because no one could think that there would be a master in the country who could kill a real genius with one blow. But unfortunately, they could not find the killer, as well as the organizers. One could only guess about the personalities of these people. An unknown man is walking along the forest road. The news of the death of this genius spread throughout the country quite quickly. But, most likely, there were other victims who were killed in the same way. And again, only one person was to blame for everything. And Seojin Hong was this person again. No doubt he was involved, so if you meet him, it's best to stay away. The man took his time on his way. Suddenly, he began to slow his pace. His expression always seemed to be stony and calm. Finally, the man stopped and just touched his sword. And so, after a second, the man made 2 strong blows symmetrically from him. It turns out that there were hidden murderers who came for his soul. But it didn't work. Because the man was very experienced and attentive, he killed them with one single movement. It would seem that this is the end, but no. You can't lose concentration. And this can start from any side. In this case, they wanted to attack the man from above. A second later, several men in suits jumped out of the trees and surrounded him. It is immediately clear that they are not in a friendly mood. Their views were full of hatred and malice. They all looked at the man. It would seem that he has nowhere to run because he is surrounded, which means that he will lose. But it seems that the man is not going to run away at all. He just stands silently and listens to the sound of the wind. After a few seconds, he opens his eyes and in a calm voice asks if he is really the one they are looking for. But they are sure that they were looking for him. They are mercenaries from Shinmu. After hearing this, everything fell into place, but his expression did not even change. This man attacked their headquarters several years ago while they were on a mission. Their squad tracked him for 3 whole years, so there can be no mistake. Hearing this, a slight smile finally appeared on the mysterious man's lips. These people wasted their time, because if the man knew that any of his blood enemies, the Shinmu, were still alive, he would have killed them himself. And so, very soon, a fight began. The mysterious man uses an unknown projectile weapon, so be careful. After a second, all the men in suits rushed to catch him. The man seemed surprised when he heard about the mental weapon because it wasn't. A second later, his sword rang, and immediately after that bell, several of his enemies died. One of the men still remained alive and rushed at his enemy to kill him. The man stood calmly and motionless in one place while he ran towards him, and after a moment a loud crack was heard. He designed trees. After a second, the mighty trees turned into a small stump. Dust rose around. His assailant could barely stand his eyes. This man killed a whole company of enemies with one move. It happened so fast that no one had time to blink an eye. I was already dead. After saying this, the last man split in half, leaving our hero alone. A black-haired man stands in complete silence, touching the tip of his sword. He realized late that it was necessary to first ask if they still had people left, and only then to kill. But it was already too late to regret anything, so the man went on with his business. At this time, a certain grandfather is chopping firewood in his yard. Suddenly, he hears the gate creak. He turns and sees a man entering his yard. Grandfather gets up and is going to prepare food for him, because he is probably tired from the road. And so, when my grandfather got up, he understood something. The boy passed by him. Grandfather immediately changed his face and became upset and stern. Unfortunately, the guy smells like blood again. The boy had nothing to say to that, so he just remained silent. The man was very upset that the boy was killing people again. He didn't like it very much. The mysterious boy wonders how Grandpa hasn't gotten tired of asking this every time. Every time the grandfather sincerely asks him to stop, because his parents would also like it. It is important to follow only your own path. It is important to follow only your own path. Only in this way will the boy be able to honor the memory of his parents. And if the conversation has already come to this, the grandfather asks to stop meeting with them because they pursue only their own interests, pretending to help him. But the guy doesn't seem to like this idea because he wouldn't be able to do anything without them. And if someone else had said those words, he would have been lying headless for a long time. But maybe that would be even better. Grandpa hands down? The boy just listens to his words in silence, not knowing how to answer. The guy grew up and became a ruthless killer. And all this because he was not raised by his parents but by his grandfather. And perhaps in the next world, the master and mistress would forgive him if he died by the boy's sword. It seems that the guy is not going to answer and react to these words. He steps forward and asks what's for lunch today. Just ignores his words. Fried caterpillars and baked onions for lunch today. The boy was very hungry. The gray-haired grandfather just sighs heavily, realizing that he cannot do anything. A second later, he heads over to make him his favorite baked rabbit after all. Unexpectedly, the door creaked open. Several men were standing at the door. They came to the young man. As they walked forward, grandfather coughed disgustingly. And when they passed him, the grandfather, showing all his disrespect, spat. One of the men got angry, but the other told him not to pay attention to him. Thus, they went inside the room and sat down around the round table. Finally, they managed to establish the identity of the person who ordered the murder of his father. After hearing this information, the boy quickly grabbed a piece of paper and began to read the information. He was the master of lightning and thunder. He was able to become a respected monk. Just seeing his face made the boy completely filled with rage. All he wanted now was to find this old bastard and kill him mercilessly. At this time, this old grandfather turns back because he hears someone calling him. It was our hero who brought him the order again. It seems to be the last day of his fast. A wonderful mountain landscape stretching for several kilometers. It seems that this is where the peaceful life is. People calmly go about their business. One middle-aged man eats a piece of rice. Everyone is looking somewhere. Their eyes are directed somewhere, and their looks express great surprise. The monk finally came out of his house. He went to a large table, near which there were already several people. The old man carefully stroked his long gray beard. Grandpa wanted to drink some water. Meanwhile, our hero noticed him, and already headed towards him. The young boy kindly greeted his grandfather, who looked at him in surprise. Grandfather was very surprised when he met Kang Ryong here. He asked where he was going. It turns out that Grandpa didn't have any route, he just walked from Boguan Temple. The old man was very surprised when he heard about this, because I know that this temple is very far from here. At this time, the same mysterious man with incredible power was heading towards them. He walked slowly. His every step was measured. At the same time, our hero and grandfather finished their conversation, and the boy already had to leave. After a second, he headed away, and this mysterious man, on the contrary, kept getting closer to the grandfather. Not far from here, children were fighting for the right to drink from a bottle first, although their mother taught them to share with each other. Our hero watched this unhappily. And so, happened what had to happen. One of the boys pushed the bottle hard and all the water flew out of it. Unexpectedly, the world seemed to stop for our hero as he heard the words that Zhang Chong will now be punished by Jin Hong's son. Everything around seemed to freeze. Grandfather sat without moving. And then, just a moment later, this incredibly strong boy made a swing with his sword. With lightning speed, he aimed his sword straight at the defenseless man. But suddenly, the blade of the sword stopped right in front of his neck. Someone was holding this mysterious guy's sleeve tightly. Don't let him teach you to strike. The boy was very shocked by the fact that someone stood in his way and interfered. How dare anyone do that? When he turned his gaze to the side, he saw a young short boy holding his sleeve. The boy asked without an iota of shame if it was a hired killer. The boy's eyes instantly filled with anger. How could anyone interfere with him in such an important matter? The main character also looked at his enemy and did not take his eyes off him. And then after a second, this mysterious guy suddenly jumped back, breaking the contact between them. Time began to influence again, as it had before. The water flew out of the bottle and nothing could save it. The black boy looked around, trying to find that mysterious man. The gray-haired man also began to look around to understand what had just happened. At this time, the main character catches sight of the same mysterious boy. He deftly landed on the branch of some thick and old tree. Kang Ri-yong kept his eyes on him. The black-haired boy is still shocked that someone would dare to disrupt his plan. Kang Ri-yong was still staring intently at his enemy, never taking his eyes off him. In turn, this mysterious guy looked at our hero without looking away. The black boy stares at Kang Ryan, as if trying to memorize every detail of his face. And then, after a moment, this unknown person disappeared. Meanwhile, the old monk tried to remember where he had heard anything about Seo Jungwoo before. Our hero noticed that the grandfather was just a hair's breadth away from death, but he doesn't seem to care. It looks like Grandpa is going to be killed, so Kang Ryan asks if he knows the reason for it. Grandpa doesn't understand. The black-haired boy became very embarrassed, because he himself did not know what and why someone might want to kill his grandfather. The main character sincerely asks the old monk to be attentive and careful. It turns out that his hand was slightly cut. The boy realizes that the killer who is chasing the gray-haired grandfather is very strong. You really have to be careful with him. But it seems that grandfather missed all his words through the ears. Who found a job thanks to him, which means that his head is still worth something. The gray-haired man asks the boy not to worry about him, but to hurry up so that the dumplings don't get cold. Our hero is about to leave, but still asks to note his words and take them seriously. At this time, the children were still fighting over the water bottle. The mother tries to calm them down, but it goes very badly. The older brother apologizes to the younger and promises to catch a lizard as a sign of forgiveness. Unexpectedly, a bottle of water appeared on the baby's head. He looked up in surprise. The children were very happy that now they have water again. Our hero left her and quickly ran away. He ran away so quickly that no one noticed him, so the woman thought that it was the spirits who shared the water with them. Someone is watching this from afar. Because of some fat shorty, all plans went awry. They plan to cut off communication with them and lie down. But you can't get rid of your secret weapon because of one jam. If a small crack is not repaired in time, the entire castle may collapse. Some big snake asks the boy to stop killing. This big snake asks the master to follow his own path and not listen to anyone, but he does not want to hear it. A second later, she was punished for such words. The boy chopped her into small pieces. He felt no regret or guilt about it. Blood gushed everywhere. The boy blamed his grandfather for everything, because his endless advice and instructions shook his confidence, which is why his hand shook. The image of a short, fat guy and his piercing, stern gaze were forever etched in my mind. Every time this image popped up in his head, anger engulfed his whole body. But the black-haired boy is not going to listen to excuses that his hand was shaking. The boy tried to throw his image out of his head and crushed it into small particles. Rage completely captured the young man. All he wanted now was revenge. His eyes turned red and he stopped behaving like a human. The boy could not understand how this stranger dared to look at him so brazenly and piercingly. Anger mixed with a thirst for revenge, the boy clenched his teeth tightly and promised that he would turn Kang Ryong into mincemeat. If this stranger is trying to protect Jang Cheon, it turns out he is with him, so he deserves to die too. Unexpectedly, our hero's eyes are wide open. He looks very confused. He just woke up. However, the boy could not understand what was the reason for his sudden rise. He did not understand where he got the feeling that he had forgotten something important. And so, after a second, the boy realizes that he has forgotten. He didn't eat his dinner! A dark night fell on the settlement. Everyone was asleep for a long time, but only one house had a light on. A human silhouette could be seen on one of the roofs. The raincoat fluttered calmly in the wind, but after a second, the silhouette disappeared, as if it had never been there. The light was still on in one of the rooms. There were many statues of different deities in the room. Inside was an old monk. It seems that he was praying now, or to be precise, he was reciting a mantra. The man was completely engrossed in his thoughts and continued to recite the mantra. Suddenly, the door to the room opened with a soft creak, and a human silhouette appeared on the threshold. It was the same mysterious man whose eyes burned with a thirst for revenge. But Grandfather didn't care. He continued chanting mantras and didn't even notice him. Grandfather continues to play small instruments and recite mantras. This instrument left a pleasant, unusual sound in the air after impact. Unexpectedly, the gray-haired man put this unusual tool in front of him. He continued to sit before the fire, his great shadow spreading across the floor. His killer was already standing behind him. The man's gaze was predatory, like a beast looking at its prey. The boy continued to look at the master's back. It seems that the master felt someone's gaze on him and addressed the boy by name. Grandpa seems to have realized which Seo Jungwon he was talking about and asked if it was true. Hearing his name, the boy was sure that his father died because of this grandfather. No matter how much the grandfather strained his memory, he could not remember anyone else with that name. After a second, he asks if the boy knows the master he was talking about. The boy answers with a smug smile that he knew him. It was his father. It is said that he loved his wife and was overcome with grief when she died during an epidemic. Not a year passed when he was gone. After hearing this story, everything inside the boy turned upside down. After his death, their clan was exterminated by some gang of mercenaries. But this is only a rumor. Suddenly, it dawned on the black-haired boy that it was all a trap. Mr. and Mrs. were poisoned if Shinma had not dared to attack the white fans. The master fought with his last strength, covering the way to retreat. But the poison has already done its job. After that, he died. A smile stretches across the boy's face. The guy doesn't believe it and thinks it's just to stop him. In this case, it would be better to set traps. The gray-haired man just looks at him in silence. Yes, it seems that we are talking about that brave man. There is some truth in grandfather's stories. Saying this, the boy touches his sword. The boy blames his grandfather for the fact that the Shinmu gang, which he commanded, attacked the white fans. There was silence in the room. The man was simply silent and did not know how to react to such accusations. The gray-haired grandfather just strokes his beard and realizes that it seems that the boy really needs someone else. At an early age, he was given to be raised by monks from the Temple of the Yellow Dragon. He was always a monk and knew no other life. Suddenly, a stranger appears and tells him that he killed people. Such words make the guy propose. After a second, the grandfather notices that the boy has the eyes of a man who has committed many murders. It is impossible to count how many lives he took under the cover of this lie. Actually, Grandpa was going to let him go just by talking, but I realized that won't work. The guy immediately tensed up. He watched his every move carefully. In an instant, Grandfather became serious. Their wild eyes met. They kept their eyes on each other. But after a second, the boy starts his movement. He slowly walks towards his grandfather. He admits that he was able to shake his resolve with a few words. A second later, he began to draw his sword and told him to save the notations for his friends in hell. Unexpectedly, the boy is simply chopped into several pieces. He can't understand what just happened. Everything is in the blood. The young man didn't even have time to do and see anything, as he was left with chopped pieces. He didn't know what kind of equipment his grandfather had, but after a second, everything became normal again. When he looked at himself, he was whole. Everything in the boy's head turned upside down from surprise. He silently looked up at his grandfather and just stared at him. At this time, Grandfather sat without moving. His expression froze. The black boy furrowed his brows, thinking that the grandpa was just mocking him. Suddenly, after a moment, a bright blue light played behind him. The guy didn't understand what it was. He had almost drawn his sword and was ready to do so. And then, in the reflection of his sharp sword, he saw a human silhouette. I think it was a boy. His gaze was predatory and determined. He immediately understood that this boy was the source of such a powerful wave behind him. It turns out that it was our hero who was watching it from the roof of a nearby house. Kang Rayong came, just as this assassin expected, although he began to doubt. The main character was very angry that the murderer dared to enter the holy temple, so he wanted to expel him as soon as possible. But the boy's eyes only filled with rage, and he looked at his enemy. Unexpectedly, the voice of the grandfather was heard, ordering to sit down. Now he will make this murderer feel all the murders he has committed on his own body. After a second, the grandfather falls silent and begins to concentrate. But at this time, there is no one left in the room except for the grandfather himself. He looks around and realizes that this guy has decided to do other things. Meanwhile, the boys are quickly brought through the trees and bushes, and so fast that they hear a whistle. Our hero looks at his enemy, who still wants to kill him. And the killer in turn looks at our hero. The killer's eyes again burn with a thirst for cruelty and revenge. This is the only thing he wants now, but he cannot concentrate properly, because his grandfather's words keep popping up in his head. The guy simply cannot believe that Mr. and Mrs. were poisoned. With each phrase he remembers from his grandfather, he starts to get angrier. And after a second, he can't stand such stress on his brain, and screams in desperation and asks him to shut up. And then, after a moment, the guy can't stand it and decides to start an attack. He rushes up to the main character and takes out his sword in one deft move. Fortunately, Kang Ryung was able to quickly dodge his punch and jump up. The boy quickly jumped aside, but the killer is not going to give up, although it annoys him. At this time, our hero stands in a special stand. His enemy continues to strike with his sword, but the nimble boy quickly dodges each one. Parabok continues to deliver lightning strikes at his enemy. The young man still skillfully evades, although it seems very difficult. He jumps and bends from his blows. After a second, the main character will again jump to the side, and his enemy will develop a tree. After that, the black boy leans against the tree and looks at his enemy from top to bottom. This seems to annoy the killer. He looks at him with an annoyed look. Our hero is a very slippery type. No matter how much this guy slashes and stabs, Kang Ryan manages to dodge every time. Now he's confused by the only question, who the hell is he? Where did this guy come from that doesn't even look like a human when the side starts? Unexpectedly, it turns out that the clothes of our hero suffered a little from the blows of the enemy. And so, when he notices it, he understands how serious everything is. He sighs in annoyance and frustration. The young man hoped that he could manage everything without even harming his enemy. But it seems that everything is not so simple. A moment later, a very strong aura begins to emanate from his enemy. Thoughts absorbed the boy. Meanwhile, their fight continues. His enemy jumps out from around the corner. Was the wine in his parents' glasses really poisonous? He thought that the mother mixed poison into the medicine. While the boy is thinking about all this, their fight continues. Grandfather apologizes and explains that he got it wrong because it was a long time ago. At this time, the fight continued. These words are not a joke to stress the guy. He couldn't understand how wine could be confused with medicine. The fight continued. Our hero jumped and continued to dodge his attacks. Then he recalled the words that his grandfather had been under the upbringing of monks since he was a child. At this time, the main character jumped up, preparing to kick, and the boy still continued to think about it. About the grandfather's face when he was accused of the murders. At the same time, the black-haired boy struck. But, unfortunately, his enemy managed to evade, and he only hit a rock, which then almost collapsed. They perfectly understood that this fight will be very long, because they are worthy opponents for each other. Our hero was not going to give up, and after a second ran to the enemy again. The boy grabbed his sword again and began to strike. This fight was like a fight between two lions, and neither of them was going to back down. Unexpectedly, Kang Ryung slowly began to disappear, breaking into pieces. Seeing this, his enemy was shocked, not understanding what was happening. But after a second, the boy appears behind his enemy, and he is immediately felt. They changed the position of the battle. The main character quickly looked around to look at his enemy. He had a pretty good reaction, because he quickly started turning and swinging. He drew his sword and wanted to strike again, but something went wrong. He covered himself with the scabbard of his sword from the blow of our hero. He was too strong, and he could barely stand on his feet. But by the expression on the boy's face, one could understand that this was far from all. And it was his cold facial expression and look that made me afraid. Memories that he wanted to forget came back into his head. He remembered how each time his grandfather asked him to be careful. In his imagination, our hero turned into a nimble lightning shadow. He repeated that the boy could fast Shinmu, and there was no need to even doubt that they were his sworn enemies. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to move like an elusive shadow, but they were never able to find out who was behind Shinma, so they asked the boy for help. Due to the fact that the boy was constantly distracted by his thoughts, which did not leave his head, the first blood was spilled. He remembered the words of his grandfather, that he should not trust the Brotherhood of Paradise Bushes. Suddenly, the killer jumped away from our hero. But grandfather also taught that you should not take revenge on them because they helped you a lot. It was because of this that the first blood was spilled. The boy was already wounded and could not stand his thoughts. The unfortunate man screamed desperately and asked his grandfather to stop appearing in his head. Just disappear. He will train him and give him advice when their fight is over. It seems that the black boy was on the verge. He shouted loudly. A second later, he launched his attack. He moved like a fish in water. And then, after a moment, he approached our hero and made a blow with his sword. He dodged, but the drops of blood were recognized. The enemy continued to strike endlessly, like lightning, but still could not hit. And then, suddenly, he saw that Kang Ryong had opened up. It was a great opportunity to strike. Then, the boy seemed wild and quickly approached that place. A second later, his A still pierced our hero through the heart, chest, and a little below. But as it turned out, it was not his enemy, but only his clothes. The boy stopped for a second, not understanding what had just happened. In fact, it was a diversionary maneuver from our hero. Now he was at the bottom and close to him. A second later, Kang Ryong got close enough to grab his arm. Then he put his hand to his chest and pressed hard. A crunch was heard. From such a blow, the boy began to cough up blood. But it seems that our hero was not going to stop there. His blow was so powerful that his opponent was thrown several meters back. After a few seconds, he flew out of the forest thicket and into the gorge, as if it were some kind of waste. The boy's whole life flashed before his eyes, but the look still remained predatory. It fell down with the branches and grass. The main character quickly ran after him to make sure everything would be fine. The boy did not see the cliff, but luckily he was able to stop right in front of it. Kang Ryong is very surprised when he sees a cliff here. This was clearly not part of his plans. From below, he sees many rocks in the water hitting them. A young boy jumps down and lands on one of the stones. It was some kind of mountain river, the flow of which was incredibly fast. The black youth began to quickly look around. In fact, he did not plan to kill his enemy. He remembered the moment when he struck and remembered that he had time to cover himself with his sheath. But even this could not prevent internal damage. It turns out, he just ran away. The boy began to scratch his head in irritation because he did not want to lower his opponent. At this time, a frog with yellow eyes appears. She teaches that there will always be someone better, and even the strongest masters have worthy opponents. She reassures, saying that you should not worry about one program battle. The boy is still quite young, so don't try to jump over your head. It will be an experience for him. A tired guy is coughing from water. He is all wet. He climbs out of the river onto the shore. He is all wet, tired, and swallowed water. The boy leans on his sword, agreeing that the frog is right. After a second, he stands up, realizing that the grandfather is telling the truth as always. But sometimes I forget my own words, and then he says something completely different. But now he was wrong, because the boy has not lost yet, because the fight is not over. Especially since they attacked him together. First the monk, and then this fat man. He's still confident he can take them out in one hit. The boy is breathing hard. It can be seen that he is exhausted, but he continues to walk. He promises himself that he will definitely come back for them, but only after he eats a little of his grandfather's strip and rests. The boy walked slowly towards the house. He came and opened the gate. They opened with a familiar creak. The young man stopped for a second, gathering his strength. After a second, he sighed in despair and irritation. He understood that his grandfather would be teaching him that night, so he doubted whether he should go inside after all. But unexpectedly, something catches his eye. There are some people inside the house. They complain that their grandfather never revealed the secret of the hovering blade technique to them. Grandfather was brutally tortured to find out information, but he endured it and did not tell anything. These people are going to quickly clean up here and go away. When suddenly, just behind their backs, there is a crack. When they turn around, they see a boy standing in the doorway and not moving. With his eyes, he finds his grandfather, who was badly disfigured before his death. So strong that it is barely recognizable. The guy cursed. It was as if something had broken inside him. The face showed no emotion. Childhood memories immediately appear in my head, about how he sits among the sedges by the river. His grandfather approaches him and asks if he is thinking about his parents again. The boy sadly admits that he thinks about them, but I can't remember their faces. Grandfather gently laughs and says that there is nothing like that because he was still small then. Grandfather picks him up and says he will tell what they were like. His father, Master Seo Jung-won, was surnamed the Lonely Swordsman. He was a very popular man in Union Castle. The boy remembered a heavy rainy day. The day the heavens wept. There was a heavy downpour. And from this heavy downpour, they hid with their grandfather under the bridge. Grandfather gently pressed him to himself, covering him with his own body, so that he did not get wet and did not get sick. Then he recalls his childhood training. He remembered how he learned to wield a sword on a stuffed animal. He remembered winter evenings when a blizzard ruled the streets. On such cold winter evenings, they sat at home, and the little boy studied. He needed to learn all the moves and know their meaning in order to be able to use them during a fight. And when he can finally master these techniques, he will finally be able to fight against enemies. And the boy listened to him. He continued to study hard. He hardens the body and spirit, no matter how difficult it is. The boy remembered how he was sick, and his grandfather took care of him, and took care of him. He remembered how he trained on the water, how he practiced his skills. The boy remembered how they walked together in the woods, and grandfather told him all kinds of stories. He also mentioned his tiring or training. He remembered those feelings when he got everything right. He remembered the image of his grandfather, which immediately evoked warm memories. He remembered how he always greeted him with a warm smile and called him young sir. Now, his eyes are no longer filled with life. They are empty. Now grandfather will never look at him again, smile and call him young master. There was no emotion on the face. Something broke. The boy just looked at his grandfather in silence. I looked and thought. Meanwhile, the men in black suits were confused by this situation. The boy stood silently in front of his grandfather for some time. After a while, he sat down and put his sword by his side. Those bastards who did all this immediately drew attention to this. They saw that the boy was not looking at his sword now, so they decided to take the opportunity and grabbed him with their tools. After that, they suddenly pulled on themselves. The man was pleased with himself, because now the boy has no sword and is unarmed. Seeing this, everyone immediately relaxed. After that, they took out their weapons, but they directed her in the direction of the broken boy, who sat silently and did not move. These scoundrels say with sarcasm that they are sorry that everything turned out this way. After that, they demand a book on the art of hovering blade from him, but he doesn't have it. As soon as he learned another technique, he would tear out a page and eat it. Hearing this, the bastards were shocked and hated the grandfather even more for his intelligence. Meanwhile, one of the assassins carefully examines the scabbard of the sword, but he is shocked and horrified when he realizes that there is no sword inside. He quickly shouts and tries to warn his brothers that the boy has a sword, but it is already too late. He tears them all apart with one movement. Now there is only one killer left, one traitor. The boy is still silent as blood sprays all around him. The tip of the sword touches the floor and makes an unpleasant sound. There were even more pools of blood on the floor now. The only one who remained was very scared. The guy can't understand only one thing. Why? He quietly says that they should have helped him. They should have been on his side. He couldn't figure out why they did it. Why did they act so cruelly? This bastard tried to take his sword to attack, but it was too late. Blood gushed from him too. While he was trying to get the sword, his leg was already cut off. Strong, unbearable pain gripped the whole body. The guy did it without any feelings. He didn't care. He pointed his sharp sword in his direction. The victim looked very pitiful. The man sat and trembled with fear. The boy was desperate. It seemed that his life was destroyed. Even before the attack on the White Fan clan, the Shinmu made enemies in the form of the Paradise Bush Brotherhood. The Brotherhood did everything possible to help him find and destroy his father's surviving enemies. That's what they told him. And now the boy is only interested in the question of what was true from their words. And was there any truth at all? Is that old monk really his enemy? And all the others whom he killed before were his enemies at all? And in general, were the Shinmu at least once sworn enemies of the Brotherhood of Paradise Bushes? The man was silent and breathing heavily from the pain. The boy towered over him, emanating great fear. The bastard knew that the boy would kill him anyway, no matter what he said. The boy was slowly approaching him, holding a sword in his hand. He promised that he would spare his life if he told the truth. The abomination trembled from fear and pain. He did not believe his words and thought that they were trying to deceive him. The boy was not going to say anything more and somehow prove it. A second later, the victim confesses that Seo Jungwon, the fifth leader of the White Fan clan, had no children. Hearing this, the young man froze on the spot. He looked piercingly at the victim, trying to understand whether it was true or not. At that moment his heart stopped. What? This single grain of truth makes the following questions meaningless. If he does not believe him, then he can go to the native places of White Fans. It will be easy to find out information. The boy digests all the information received, realizing how blind he was. The scoundrel says that he will tell him everything if he wants to. Parubka was deceived. The monk from the Yellow Dragon Temple was never an assassin. In fact, this man was always famous for his good soul, and was called the living embodiment of Buddha. He crossed someone's path, so they were hired to kill him. They, in turn, sent brainwashed weapons to the task. The fact that he was called a brainwashed weapon made his blood run cold. The same can be said about all his victims. They were anything but White Fan killers. Unexpectedly, The bastard felt something strange. He looked up and almost died of fear when he saw the boy's wild face. And then after a second, blood splattered. The boy cut his hand, and he began to writhe miserably in pain. The man tries to get away from him, but it makes no sense. The man whimpered pitifully about the fact that he guessed that the boy would not keep his promise. But it turns out that the boy does not believe that this bastard is telling him the truth. He shouts in despair that he can check it himself. His words are pure truth. Denial will not make the truth any less true than it really is. The guy agrees to keep his word. But before that, he wants to hear the answer to the last question. Where is the headquarters of the Brotherhood of Paradise Bushes? Hearing this question, the man held his breath and tensed. He coughed violently and writhed in pain, but he was not going to reveal their location, and asked to kill him immediately in such a case. The guy looks down on his victim. He warns that he will beg for his death, and he will only stop when he knows the answer to his question. The blood froze in his veins from fear. I have a bad feeling about what will happen next. Between the two rocks was a great chasm filled with thick fog. There was a structure on one of the rocks. 2 silhouettes could be seen on this building. It seems that they were observing the situation that was around. Suddenly, they noticed something. It was a flare, a sign that they are back. A second after the rocket took off into the sky, it exploded and flashed a bright light. The guards thought it was the 5th squad of Punishers who came and ordered the others to raise the bridge. After a few minutes, the bridge began to tighten with a loud creak to allow them to enter the headquarters. After some time, the bridge completely rose. This long bridge connected 2 rocks. And then gradually, someone's silhouette began to appear from the fog. Turns out it was that guy. On his face was the mask of their brotherhood. It was all stained with blood, but it wasn't his blood. It's time for revenge. The guy still managed to get into their headquarters. The ground was full of dead bodies. Everything around was destroyed and cut by his mighty sword. It was hard to believe that one person did it. Corpses lay at every step. There were many of them. And the further you went, the more corpses you saw under your feet. And that was just the yard. Inside the room is even more so. There was not a single meter on which there was no pipe. The corridors were filled with dead bodies, and in the locked room there was a sharp smell of metal from blood. Everywhere you looked, an act of cruelty was visible. It seemed that not a person had visited here but some wild animal. A beast that mercilessly destroyed everyone. Loud screams were heard, after which, as a rule, blood splattered. It is very easy for a boy to clear his way. It seemed that no one and nothing could stop him. There were heavy scratches on the walls, as if from claws, but it was all done by the sword. The young boy was breathing heavily. A sense of revenge clouded his mind. All he wanted now was to kill. He wanted to get rid of this anger, take it out on someone. At this time, a stocky man with a red mask on his face was sitting in one of the empty rooms. He sat and was silent. The man did not understand how this monster got into their headquarters, and what confused him the most was how he was able to do this completely alone. At this time, the boy walks through one of the empty corridors and passes a room in which people are hidden. All of them immediately tensed up, preparing to attack in case of anything. There was dead silence in the room. Everyone was afraid to take another breath. Those present carefully watched the silhouette of the person who committed all these atrocities. The man in red, who seems to be their leader, also tensed up a lot. People were incredibly frightened and trembled with fear. They held their weapons tightly in preparation for defense. At this time, the boy was breathing heavily. There were no thoughts in my head. After a second, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. He turned sharply to face the door, and people saw it from the silhouette they had been watching so closely. A stocky man in a suit was not afraid of this and shouted. After a moment, he ordered his subordinates to attack him and capture him. But strangely enough, they did not even have time to raise their weapons against him, as he had already cut them down. People did not even have time to understand what had happened, and blood was already splashing around. The sword of the Porubka is in the back of absolutely everyone present. This strike caused many more deaths. The main man in the red suit was also hurt. His hand was badly cut. The guy did it without even opening the door. He simply cut them. A second later, the door to the room was gone, as well as the living people. Now everyone was lying on the floor. The black-haired boy slowly walked towards their leader. The man in the red mask was breathing heavily. It felt like he was looking death in the face. In his eyes, the boy looked very majestic as he walked towards him. The man realized that he was a real fool to think that this guy was just like all the other secret weapons. Because this guy is an unusual person. This is a real monster. This is a masterpiece, the best that was created by him. It seems that the man has already come to terms with his death, because now he does not care. He says that all their actions were coordinated with the grandfather, and they agreed to handle all ends in case of defeat. Therefore, if he has any problems, he should deal with his grandfather, not with them. The boy is silent and looks into his eyes with his murderous gaze. A stout man is breathing hard. The guy doesn't believe him because he sent his underlings to kill Grandpa and now he's saying things like that? This scoundrel is deeply mistaken if he thinks he can beg for mercy by brazenly deceiving him. By this, he only made him angrier, and it would have been better to just talk about mercy. The man was surprised that the grandfather was dead. It seems he didn't know that. After a few seconds, it dawned on him why the boy had done all this horror. Now I understood how Grandfather decided to fix everything. The man came to the conclusion that the 5th squad of Punishers was with his grandfather. It seems he bribed or blackmailed them. The boy is still looking at the scoundrel with great disbelief. My husband just can't believe that my grandfather is dead. This simply cannot be. He tells him to go back and see if it really is his grandfather's trumpet. The guy was completely confused. He did not know who to believe and what to do. Everyone around is lying. All this time it was used, and today's situation is no exception. He was deceived again, he believed. The man continues, saying that the boy should not be worried about what is happening here. He has to think about the fact that the old man, with whom he lived all his life, deceived him. But the young guy did not want to listen to this and split his head in half after a second. He did it quickly and without any regrets. He had no desire to listen to this nonsense. Having performed the act of revenge, the boy leaves. After that, he returns back to his grandfather's cabin in which they lived. He approaches a small house that has no door. The guy goes inside and sees that everything here is cleaned. There are no bodies here, not even the body of his grandfather. Parubik cursed. Who did it? He clearly remembers that his grandfather's corpse was next to this wall. But now, he has disappeared without a trace. Not even a drop of blood remained. He clearly remembered that the bodies of his enemies were lying on the floor here. But now everything here is clean to a shine. Lanterns and large pools of blood were lying here. The heart began to beat frantically. It seemed that it was about to jump out of his chest. The boy felt sick. Did he dream all this? Is it not true? Who to believe? Everything swam before the boy's eyes. Breathing quickened. Heart ached. Exhausted, he fell to his knees and leaned on his sword. He no longer understood anything. The old man looked around, breathing heavily. It seems that it was the end. The nerves can't take it anymore. And then, after a second, from exhaustion and stress, he lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Is this someone's evil joke? At this time, the old monk walks and thinks about something important. He stroked his beard. After a while, he mentions that Seo Jung-won doesn't seem to have had any children. He walks slowly about his business and continues to think about it. All this time, someone was watching the old grandfather with folded hands, like binoculars. It was the main character. He watched over his grandfather to protect him in case of anything. It seems that today was quite calm. The guy regrets that he was not able to catch his enemy right away, but now he has to wait for him. After some time, the young boy returns back to the tavern. As soon as he walks in, the women look at him with surprise and interest. Kang Ryong doesn't understand what happened, and the girls, meanwhile, start whispering quietly about him. After a minute, the grandmother asks if anything has been bothering her employee lately. She notices that the new moon looks like walking death. Bruises are visible under his eyes. He looks like he hasn't eaten in days. The girls are worried about him and ask him not to make fun of himself. Kang Ryong is as sad now as he was the day he first came to them. There was a heavy downpour outside. It seemed that the heavens were weeping, mourning someone. Cold drops dripped from the roof. A broken guy sits in an empty room, alone. Complete silence, only the wind whistling. The guy has apathy. I don't want to do absolutely anything. Neither breathe nor live. Memories of how he visited one settlement appeared in his head again. He still decided to find out the truth from people, and everyone insisted that Seo Jung-won had no children. The guy is desperate. It would seem that life has lost its meaning. Unexpectedly, the door to the room opened with an unpleasant creak that broke the silence. 2 men were standing on the threshold, water dripping from their hats. Finding strength in himself, the boy raised his empty gaze and looked at them. They entered the room without permission and stood silently looking at him. Their faces also showed no emotion. They stood in silence and looked at the shattered boy. He did not react to them at all. But, after a second, he told them in a commanding tone to leave while they could. One of the men got angry at this, but the other quickly calmed him down. The mustachioed man explained that they came from the Rice Valley. Most likely he heard about them. Hearing about this, the boy was a little embarrassed. The skill of the guy is very impressive. These men spent a lot of time and effort trying to find out who was behind the Paradise Bush Brotherhood. There is something that they came to ask the young man. The unknown invited him to the Rice Valley with them. He can ask for anything he wants. The boy did not move, but silently listened to their words, although he had no desire to do so. A second later, in an angry voice, he ordered them to get out of here. "You won't do anything." The men just sighed heavily. It seems that now is not the best time to talk. A second later, the man placed a bag of groceries on the floor. The strangers are going to return to him when that train gathers strength. Having said this, they say goodbye. The guy has absolutely no desire to talk. He continues to sit silently and look at one point. The boy again remembers the words of the people he asked about the white fans. All the people were very surprised when the boy asked them about the manager of the white fans. They lived modestly and did not throw money away. They had several subordinates, but they cannot be called managers. Having learned all the important information, the boy left the people without explaining anything. This must be the same guy who asked about the white fans recently. There must be something behind his interest that is not meant for prying ears. The image of his grandfather appeared again and again in his head. The person with whom he lived his whole life. A person who gave him advice and taught him. And this person turned out to be a fake. Who is this old man, really? And who is he really? Rats are busy devouring food, but as soon as they heard a noise, they quickly ran in different directions. These two men again came to the unfortunate boy. They looked at the bag of food that had been torn apart by rats. The food was spoiled by them. The man noticed that, unfortunately, the food remained untouched. He wondered if the boy was alive at all because he hadn't eaten or drunk much. It seems that the boy wanted to ask them something. He quietly mumbled something. After a second he asked, "Did they get rid of the bodies that were here?" The mustachioed man calmly replied that it was not them. But he has a guess as to who might have done it. But before that, the man asks again if he has thought about their proposal. A broken boy ponders the rice valley. There are terrible rumors about her, and they all boil down to the fact that there are a lot of hired killers. He asked if they could even imagine his desire. The mustachioed man had long guessed what the boy wanted. He wants to know who the grandfather who raised him all his life really was. He said this in a very confident voice. Indeed, it turned out to be so, but the unfortunate man did not say a word. He continued to sit motionless, thinking about everything. And anyway, why should he be interested in some dead man? But is he sure that the old man is already dead? Did that corpse really belong to him? His head was spinning from such terrible assumptions. The leader of the Paradise Bushes tried to tell him the same fable. This brought a smile to the stranger's face. It seems that the leader was not stupid at all. It suddenly emerged that the old man was taking part in all this. Perhaps in this way he decided to sever all ties with the Brotherhood. The boy remembered his words about not associating with this fraternity because they were pursuing their own interests. But does the boy know why everything is like this? It turns out that they exposed him. This was told by informants who followed the Brotherhood. They had already encountered him before, but they did not know that it was the same person. When the old man realized that they had exposed him, he staged his death and disappeared. All this time they were watching him in Shinma. The boy silently listens to his story and does not understand whether to believe it or not. He is very interested in the question of what they managed to learn. But the man has no right to divulge information to outsiders, so if he wants to know more, he must join them. This is his only chance to join them, because they will not come here again. This is a very difficult decision and the boy hesitates. Strangers are not going to put pressure on the guy, but they are ready to answer for their every word. After saying this, they turn and are about to leave, but unexpectedly they remember something important. If the young man ever thought of coming to their valley, he must stay away from the yellow dragon. The boy just looks at them questioningly. The man explained that there was a monster that he had probably met before. They say he checks the area every day and looks for him. I would not like such a master to die from a monster. That was all they wanted to say. A second later, they crossed the threshold. The guy continues to sit in one place. He is very curious about what kind of monster it is. A second later, he grabs his sword. The boy breathes heavily and leans on him to get up. He has unfinished business. At the same time, our hero is busy delivering orders. Customers are constantly amazed at how fast the guy moves. Indeed, the main character had lightning speed. He decided that on the way back, he would have to look into the temple of the yellow dragon. Unexpectedly, the boy notices something in front of him. His gaze immediately becomes more severe. Kang Ryong is shocked when he realizes that this is the same opponent who was able to escape. This time the boy is not going to let him go. His enemy looks at him. His enemy looks at him with a dead look, without any desire. Our hero decided not to waste time and immediately ran to him. A second later he jumps high, preparing to attack. He pulls out a regular stick and swings while the enemy draws a sword. He wasn't going to let him go this time. The black guy is ready to accept his challenge. So, after a second, the guys are engaged in a fierce battle. When the boys collided in a fight, it was immediately heard. Everything started to fall apart when Kang Ryung and Jin Hong started their duel. They got into a fierce fight with each other, but Broken Boy is not going to give up. He wants to see things through. His sword touches the staff of his enemy with which he attacks him. Both boys are exhausted. Despite this, they continue to fight. They are so strong that they seem unable to resist each other, and after a second jump away. Their eyes are burning with thirst for victory. They are already very exhausted, but they are not going to end it. And so, their weapons met again, and everything around them growled. Trees and bushes were completely blown away by such an inhuman force. Two men watched them. They did not expect that the fight would drag on like this. They have started for the 30th time, but they don't even think about finishing. Who would have thought that a hovering blade technique could be so powerful? And it is not known where the grandfather learned this, but this style of wielding a sword is really beautiful, especially considering the fact that it is incredibly difficult to learn martial arts only from a book. He had never seen the hovering blade technique in action before, but I can confidently say that Jin Hong is an excellent swordsman. The mustachioed man ponders his words. They continue to watch as the boys seem to dance in battle. Awesome is not the word to describe the boys' skills. The man looks at his colleague in surprise. Once upon a time, he happened to see the lone swordsman Seo Jung-won, the genius of the floating blade. And now, when he looks at this self-taught man, it's as if he sees him again. They continue to watch their fight. Both guys are unmatched in their skills. They fight so passionately that it is impossible to look away even for a second. Even blink. Jin Hyung even surpasses Seo Jung-won in terms of speed and strength. It is simply unsurpassed. The guys continue their brutal fight, not giving each other time to rest. The guy spins with lightning speed, so fast that the wind whistles around. After that, he directs his attack towards our hero. It was a very powerful attack, and Kang Ryong had to be very careful to avoid it. But the main character is also not a failure, so they are preparing to repel this attack. It is as concentrated as possible, and then, after a second, he dodges all the blows, and also repels them with just one stick. Soon, there is another small explosion as they collide in a fight. The man is impressed that the young man has achieved such skills at such an early age, when Seo Jung-won was already an adult. Now he understood why their lady wanted so badly to lure this lad to them. As expected, the monster from the Yellow Dragon Mountain is easily able to counter a first-class master. But the mustachioed man does not think that our hero will fight him easily. He seems confused. He is embarrassed by the fact that for the first time he met a truly worthy opponent. And both of them feel anxiety and impatience, because they cannot defeat each other. They continue to hit each other endlessly, and they continue to deftly dodge each other's blows. I wonder who the forces will leave first. You would very much like to watch this show again, but they don't have time. It seems that the scales have already tipped, but our hero is still full of energy and strength. But the strength of his enemy is leaving him. It's actually a miracle that he can still wield a sword. In such a situation, the slightest stop or doubt can cost him his life. A young boy with a predatory look, like a wild eagle, flies at his enemy. He jumps and strikes his sword hard, driving it into the ground. The blow was very strong, but Jin Hong was able to withstand it, even though his strength was almost gone. Soon, the area of land on which the boy was standing began to collapse from such a strong impact. Because of this, the edge of the cliff on which the boy was standing began to fall down with him. He began to fall, and heavy stones and earth fell on him. The guy could not avoid this situation and grab something, so he just fell. And so, after a moment, the stones fell into the gorge, covering the enemy of our hero with them. One of the men was very embarrassed when he saw that everything had turned like this. Everything seems to have quieted down for a while. Dust and dirt rose here. Jin Hong lay motionless on the rubble. The boy did not move at all. It seems that he no longer had the strength for anything. A second later, our hero went down to him to check his condition. One of the strangers was worried that the boy had died, but the other reassured him because he was sure that it was not so. Kang Ryong stared intently at his enemy, who was still lying motionless. Yes, it seems he is still alive. The young boy did not say anything to him, but still silently watched and observed. He sighed heavily. Very interestingly, it turned out that the sword that cut the rocks was like a carrot. Couldn't break the old stick with which our hero was fighting. The mustachioed man just silently watched what would happen next. After a second, the young man leaned over his enemy and asked if he had fallen asleep. Jin Hong didn't seem to be going to answer that question. Black and the boy continued to watch him in silence. Suddenly, his enemy quickly jumped up to attack him again. Predatory intent was again visible in the eyes. The main character, in turn, quickly jumped to the side, and so, after a few seconds, he landed on the ground. When he landed on the ground, he drove a few meters back, The boy continued to swing his sword desperately. It seems that Kang Reong was very happy that the enemy did not die. A playful smile appeared on his face, but Jin Hong did not react to his words. Our hero carefully looked into his eyes and understood something. It was not a joke that confused the young boy. He realized that the boy was now unconscious, but nevertheless he continued to fight. While he was thinking about this, he got distracted and crashed into a stone. At this time, his enemy did not wait and towered over him with a sword. The face expressed hatred. Men's mouths fell open when they saw such a result of events. Is now the end of our hero? Jin Hong put all his strength into this punch. The sword cut the stone against which our hero leaned. And, unexpectedly for everyone, the blade of the sword was finally able to cut the stick. Kang Reong looked up in confusion. He watched as the sword cut his staff. And then, after a second, the stick was cut in half. And then, after a second, this guy delivered a strong blow and split the stick into 2 equal parts. Soon, blood splattered. Is this the end? The stick fell to the ground with a thud. But surprisingly, our hero was no longer there. Jin Hong could not understand where his enemy had gone so suddenly. Did he run away? At that moment, Kang Reong was already behind the boy and pressed his finger hard on his neck. After pressing on this pain point, the young boy lost consciousness. It seems that the outcome of the battle was already obvious. A second later, the main character's enemy fell down, face straight into the ground. When the young man won, he did not say anything. He just stood and stared at his opponent. The boy sighed heavily, realizing that the fight was finally over. But, after a second, a small thin stream of blood flowed from his head. This seems to be the first time our hero has been so badly injured in battle. Now he was standing and breathing heavily, trying to regulate his breathing. The master said that when he was in power with all the sacred techniques of heavenly destruction, no living soul could defeat him. But if he wants to fight with someone on an equal footing, then those 4 scoundrels will do. But no one will be able to touch a hair on his head. That's what the master said when they were training. Kang Reong remembered how the master liked to talk during training, and he asked him to stop and not distract him. And after that, the master constantly grumbled. He once admitted that he was lonely. He could not even talk and have fun with anyone. Probably, this is the fate of all invincible masters, and soon, our hero will find out for himself. The boy stood over his enemy as he bled. The young man was still breathing heavily and watched him silently. It seems that his master was very mistaken. No one knows how many other incomparable masters there are in the country, like today's opponent. The men at that time were still standing on a tree branch and watching the development of events. It seems the fight is finally over. Didn't they miss anything? The mustachioed man noticed perfectly the moment he completely lost sight of Kang Reong. Now they have nothing more to do here. They have to go back. The stranger asked the question, are they just going to dump him here? It will be very bad if such weapons fall into the hands of the authorities. If the guy goes to jail or dies, it will be purely his problems. If he cannot get to the Rice Valley by himself, then he is not suitable for them. The man sighed and smiled, adjusting his hat. The stranger wonders why he tricked him into hiking to the Yellow Dragon Mountain, because the way here is quite far. The man did not think that Jin Hong would respond to such an easy provocation and swallow the bait. And he did this provocation because the boy behaved too brazenly when talking to them. Our hero carried the wounded and exhausted young man to the old monk's house. Due to the fact that the boy did not eat for a long time and starved himself, he lost a lot of weight and became weak. Grandfather was treating the young man's wounds. He has small internal injuries and severe exhaustion. He just needs to rest and eat and he will be good as new again. In fact, our hero wanted to hand him over to the authorities, but his grandfather began to look after him. It was a simple misunderstanding. The boy must have confused him with someone else, saying that he had killed his father. So this boy is not a hired killer? This greatly surprised our hero. Of course he's not a hired killer. Who would come up with the idea of hiring a hitman for a miserable grandfather? In any case, there is nothing to worry about. God willing, he will be able to sit with him in such a state, and he will not be able to do any harm. This boy was so weak from hunger that another person in his place would not have been able to lift a small stick, but he was brandishing a sword. The main character is very shocked when he hears that people in such a condition cannot even lift a stick, but he lifted a sword. Meanwhile, the young boy returned to the tavern. He hid behind the rock and watched what was happening there now. Kang Reong carefully checked his head once more, making sure that there was no blood coming from it. The boy combs his hair, realizing that most likely a scar will remain there. The old man found a stick that was very similar to his old one so that no one would suspect anything. Well, it's time to go to the tavern, he sighs heavily. During this time, while he was gone, many new orders came in, which he will now run to deliver. Meanwhile, the events are transferred to the Rice Valley. Here, in my opinion, on the rock, is the estate of the Lady of the Rice Valley. A fragile female hand takes a small bowl with some food. She listens to the story of her subordinates about this talented Jin Hong. The woman always knew that he was a real diamond. But there is one problem. They lost the old man, and they don't know where to look for him. It is obvious that he went to the bottom. It seems that no news will be heard from him for a long time. She's put nets all over the place, so now all they have to do is wait. The mustachioed man nodded. Having said all he wanted to say, the man is about to leave. But unexpectedly, the woman asks his opinion about this situation. But the subordinate does not quite understand what she is asking about. She reminds him that in the past he was one of the Sky Destroyers. The woman asks if the guy Jin Hong fought is worthy of being the successor to the Supreme Ruler. There was silence in the room. The man says he doesn't have enough experience to judge such things. But he can give his opinion. An expression of disgust appeared on his face, and he replied that the boy was very fat, and it was disgusting to even look at him. The woman looks at him with her piercing gaze. Very sorry. After that, she finishes another cup of tea. In this case, they will simply supervise him. Sooner or later, he will be forced to show his true face. These words of the lady made the man a little tense, but he did not answer. At this time, the old monk brought a bowl of warm porridge to feed the exhausted youth. But there was no one in the room. Only an open window. It turns out that he ran away, despite such circumstances. Because he had no strength, he was able to escape. Every step was very difficult for him. The boy was breathing heavily. There was severe frost on the body and cold sweat. At the same time, Kang Ryong was busy delivering orders. So when he ran up to the tavern, a strange premonition appeared in his chest. It seems that the boy felt something. An elderly man smiles kindly. But, unexpectedly, after a second, his face changes dramatically. Many people sit and smile sincerely. Suddenly, their faces also change dramatically. They always have the same reaction. People immediately change their faces when they learn about the history of his past. People are seized by panic, fear, and horror. They feel disgust, contempt. A man watches with interest how a spider wraps a butterfly in its web. He hears fragments of a conversation that if the buyer is not satisfied, they will return the money. It seems that some kind of contract is being made at one of the tables, which needs to be sealed. The goods should be delivered within 2 to 3 days. When the deal was concluded, the buyers and sellers said goodbye to each other. After that, they went their separate ways. Men communicate with each other. The man is very embarrassed, but he admits that it was just wonderful. The guys were able to close 3 deals in one morning. It was simply an outstanding result. Then, the man asks if he learned anything new. The man is very embarrassed, but he admits that he has not yet learned something. The man does not argue with him, but on the contrary, tells him not to rush. You have to learn little by little, but every day. These 2 men are merchants, but unlike those traders who sit at fairs, they adhere to a new strategy. Their customers can buy goods without leaving home. This method is called address delivery. This method is based on the active creation of the client's needs. In other words, their job is to convince the buyer that they need to make a purchase. They offer very different goods. Basic necessities such as salt, medicines, or even carts. This strategy was developed when small traders created their own coalition. They always have small samples with them, which they usually show to customers. If the buyer is not thinking of buying something from them, they sign a temporary contract with him. After that, they send it to the product collection point of one of the branches, which through the network of contacts sends its purchase to the client. And the most important thing is that for each transaction, you will receive 10% of the profit. This is the end of the training. The man says to repeat the slogan of their company. And the slogan of their company is quite simple. I will sell my soul. After a second, everyone repeats after him and loudly shouts the same thing. This man has been working here for a month, but unfortunately he could not sell anything. It is difficult for him to communicate with people, so he can hardly introduce anything to them. His manager was very unhappy with the result, so he sent an experienced mentor to help him. The man gets the impression that he will be kicked out very soon if he does not make at least one agreement. Unexpectedly, the mentor asks what this boy's name is. The boy nods awkwardly and says his name is Ubok. It turns out that the man has a wife and 3 children. The mentor advises him to work harder for the sake of his family. The man himself understands this perfectly, and often blames himself for the fact that nothing works out. In fact, men are very concerned about their children and that they are fed. The money he was leaving has probably already run out. At the same time, 3 children run to the tavern and call our hero. Someone's big fat hand sticks out from behind the curtains. The children stopped abruptly, trying to understand who would now appear before them. A second later, a big fat man appears at the door of the tavern, looking intently at the children. Children are immediately afraid of such a greeting. Fear completely gripped the children's minds, and the children backed away. Suddenly, from behind this big man, a painfully familiar voice was heard, asking him to visit the tavern again. After a second, our hero peeked out from behind this fat man, who greeted the children with a smile. The children were very scared of this man, so they jumped on the nearest table out of fright. Kang Ryong didn't understand why they froze. A woman heard the cry of children, and it attracted her attention. It turns out it was their mother. She asked the children to wait for her at home, but they did not listen. The children look at this woman in surprise, and cannot recognize her as their mother. And when the children finally realized that it was their mother, they screamed loudly in surprise. The woman laughed hard, seeing the reaction of the children. She explained that it was their mother. Nuna simply painted it. The children didn't believe it anyway, because their mother isn't that pretty, even when she's made up. Men, listening to this, wondered what kind of makeup was such that her own children did not recognize her. The old monk chuckled quietly, saying that the youth now know nothing. He tells about the fact that Nunim has been famous for its skill in the field of makeup for a long time. The men don't understand who they're talking about. And Grandpa wants to say it's Seongcho, but unexpectedly a glass of water breaks on his head. It was an old woman who was now being painted as a young woman. She didn't want anyone to know her secret. A woman and her 3 children just watch this in shock. This will get the blood pumping. After that, the mother sends the children outside, because it is very hot here, but they do not want to. And so, after a few minutes, the children turn to our hero and attract his attention. They say they are very bored, but the guy can't help. After a second, they add that they are very hungry. The boy will now go to negotiate with the cook about an additional portion of food. And so, after a few minutes, there is a large plate with delicious aromatic dumplings on the table. Children are very happy to see such a large portion. They immediately pounce on the dish. Before that, he thanked the girl. Unexpectedly, the girl grabs the protagonist's shoulder and stops him. A second later, she is tugging at his clothes. Although, in fact, it was not clothes at all, but fat that hid under it. The girl looks thoughtfully at the boy and thinks how to deal with this problem. The girl says that from today, there will be no more night snacks. They were sitting at the same table, and the children noticed that the boy was not eating. Was it because he was called fat? Unexpectedly, the boy asks if his father visits them often. Unfortunately, he comes late at night and leaves early in the morning. The father promised that he would earn a lot of money and feed them meat. The main character listens to the children with interest. In fact, he wouldn't give up meat now either. Meanwhile, their father and his mentor are on business. Unexpectedly, someone throws cold water on these 2 traders. This was done by a woman who repeatedly told them that she was not going to buy anything from them. The man was very irritated and was about to explode. But the mentor quickly calmed him down and patted him on the chest. The woman threatened that if they came again, she would throw mud at them. And after that, she slams the door shut right in their faces. The man does not understand why they have to endure all this abuse, because selling goods is not a crime. The mentor does not understand why the man still clings to it. But the man does not understand what I mean. As it turned out, his mentor spoke of his pride. The man just looks after him, pondering his words. He understands that his mentor is a very good person. It seems that his sales technique is almost no different from the methods of his colleagues. But all the same, buyers trust him more and smile when shopping. 2 merchants continue their journey and look for new customers. After a few minutes, they approach the men who are sitting and seem to be eating something. After that, they find buyers on the lake and politely call them to the shore. A merchant is interested in telling customers about a product they can buy. But most people still don't want to work with them. A month ago, a man bought this knife from their company. He was promised that he would serve for many years, but he broke down after a month. This impudent man needs to return his money or give a normal knife. However, the dealer is not going to return anything because this knife was not bought from him. This annoys the man very much. His nerves can hardly stand it. The man continues to stand his ground and needs the money back, or he will spread bad rumors about them. The man was very angry with such an impudent buyer because he clearly lied to them. This knife had a year's worth of rust on it. Unexpectedly, the trader apologizes and says that he realized his mistake. But unfortunately, the deal wasn't made with him, so he won't be able to pay him back. But the man found another way out of this situation. He sat down and began to wash this knife right in their yard. And here, after some time, the knife was as good as new. The husband and wife carefully looked at the knife from all sides. The merchants were about to leave, when suddenly the man asked them to wait. He really wanted to look at their grindstone. The man kindly shows him the stone, but I explain that it is not for sale. Such whetstones are created by special order of the authorities for the points of weapons. After some time, the men had a break. They are sitting and having lunch. And at this time, my husband is counting how many deals they have made today. Husbands are very surprised when they understand that they made 14 transactions in a day. The teacher thinks that it is very difficult for the man to follow him all day, but the man is glad that he learned something. He is very pleased to see his husband at work. He explains that traders must sell goods regardless of the circumstances. The main thing is to remember this, and everything will work out. The most important thing is not to impose the product on people, because only swindlers do this. It is important to find a common language with buyers and talk to them. This is the beginning of all beginnings. By the way, the mentor was in this village a few days ago and learned something. A family is moving into an empty house not far from here today. They should arrive any minute. That is why they are here now. When the family arrives, the men will help them settle in. It seems he doesn't really understand what's going on. The mentor feels enthusiastic. As long as they help them, they can find out if they need anything. For example, change old furniture. You have to get used to watching what is happening around you. If the neighbors quarrel and hit the dishes at night, you need to remember how many plates were broken in order to sell them new ones in the morning. It seems that it has just reached the man. He is shocked by how many new and useful things he learned today. At this time on the road, a bus is going. It appears to be the same new family that is moving in today. The teacher asks his student to keep the contracts with him for the time being. And at this time, he is already running quickly to meet his new family. The man just looks after him in surprise. But after a second, he sighs and puts these pieces of paper inside his kimono. He runs up to the family and begins to ask how long they have been in these parts. The evening is coming. A family couple listens carefully to the traders. The men were really kind enough to help them move. The merchant handed them samples of all the items they might need. The man says that nothing bad will happen if they don't want to buy anything. They can just look. A family couple looks at the assortment of goods with interest. The man watches with interest how his mentor works. Several hours have passed, and night has come. The children went to bed. The merchants still managed to conclude a contract, and before leaving, they said that the goods would arrive in 2 or 3 days. After that, the men went home. A man follows his mentor and is inspired by the way he works. Unexpectedly, fragments of the couple's words come to him. It turns out they didn't want to buy what they bought. The second trader looked at him so much that the man thought that if he refused, he would blow up their whole house. At first, it seemed to them that they were just good neighbors, but everything turned out to be wrong. The man just silently looked at the house, which was getting further and further away. He seems to have felt lousy after that. Unexpectedly, the man noticed that his mentor was doing something strange. They walked in silence for a long time, until suddenly the mentor first spoke to him. It seemed to the man that he had imposed this purchase on the family. It turned out very badly, and so, after a second, the man begins to spoil and crush this contract. And after a moment, the man throws away this piece of paper altogether. He falls into the grass. The man does not understand such a strange behavior of his mentor. The man asks why they didn't just go back and cancel the contract. If they did, both they and he would feel very uncomfortable. And if the goods are not delivered after a few days, they will understand that they were wrong about their account. And when they meet their colleagues in the future, they will not think of them as bandits. It is important to remember that there can be no coercion in this case. This is the same as selling your conscience. Only if you listen to your conscience, you can wear the title of merchant with honor. The man listened attentively to every word of his mentor. Thereafter, the teacher said that he no longer had anything to teach his student. Here their paths diverge. The mentor goes to the right and the man to the left. Ubak is sincerely grateful to his mentor. He says goodbye to him. The man looks at him with a smile. He remembered an important phrase about the fact that pride can be reconciled, but he must listen to the voice of conscience. In fact, such phrases embarrass him very much. But, be that as it may, from tomorrow he will have to put aside his pride. Suddenly, the man notices many pieces of paper peeking out from his clothes. It turns out that he forgot to give him all the contracts. At this time, the contract that the mentor threw away is all that is lying in the grass. Suddenly, someone's hand lifts him back up. After that, men's hands open this contract again. The man carefully reads the text of the contract. After that, he hides it in his pocket. It was a mentor. Suddenly, he felt someone's gaze on him. It turns out that his former student was watching all this. The man became very uncomfortable. Cold sweat quickly ran down his face from nerves. The man came to give him the contracts. After a second, he hands him a piece of paper. The frustrated man stands motionless as the mentor walks away. He continues walking, leaving the student behind. It seems that Wubok has stopped believing in everything and is just calling. Unexpectedly, the mentor says that his student was right after all. If he made contracts every day, he would soon become a millionaire. He always treated everyone the same, but he barely managed to make even one contract during the day. But today, people seem to have gone mad. They bought absolutely everything, as if it was meaningless. Clutching this piece of paper tightly, he says that conscience is important. But more important for him is his family, which believes in him no matter what. Having said this, he shoves all contracts up his sleeve. Before walking away in disgrace, he says that Bach had nothing to learn from him in the first place. Yes, the mentor moves further and further away from the student. The man just looks after him. He is just silent, thinking about everything that happened today. He looks down. Then he raises his head and looks at the stars. He still thinks that he is still very far from his mentor. A lone man stood on the bridge and looked into the distance. After a while, he turned his gaze to a small house that stood under the bridge. It was Bach. He was silent and looked with his sad eyes. He sighed heavily. A second later, he turned his back to the edge of the bridge. Suddenly, in front of him, he saw two big eyes. The man was not jokingly scared. He hadn't expected to see anyone else here at this late hour. The man is very surprised that the boy takes the order so late. Kang Ryong explained that he had just brought his children home. Now his wife works in their tavern. The guy explains that they have already put the children to bed, and his wife, most likely, is still awake. They stood and looked at each other. Our hero wondered why the man wasn't going home yet. He was getting ready soon. Hearing this, the young lad went away on his business, leaving him alone. The man stared at him. It seems he wanted to say something. Unexpectedly, Wu Bok still called the young boy, and he stopped. The man sincerely thanks the young man for everything he has done for him and his family. The boy just turned back but said nothing. He said goodbye and went about his business. Wu Bok continued to look after the boy. Suddenly memories appeared in my head. Memories of their first meeting. When our hero learned the man's story, he didn't even blink. He remembers his look, his eyes at that moment. That day, the man wanted to kill the boy. Anger boiled in his veins. The man is very glad that he did not kill such a wonderful fellow that day. Thus, a new day has dawned. All traders gathered for a meeting before starting a new working day. A second later, all traders raise their fists and loudly shout their slogan. The man stands still and watches all the other traders go to work. He is upset that his mentor, who never missed work without a good reason, didn't show up today. Maybe it's because of yesterday. The man decided to find out where his mentor lives and go to visit him. A small cabin is located through a green forest. The teacher lies on the mattress and does nothing. Unexpectedly, his wife calls him. The woman opens the door and says that her husband has guests. The man does not want to, but he must open his eyes. At the same time, Ubak wanders through the forest in search of his Sonbei's house. He was told that the house was located at the very edge of the forest, and there were no houses nearby, so he would find it immediately. The man continues to search, and finally he notices something. He seems to have found his Sonbei's house. Two stout men are standing in his yard. Ubak does not understand what is happening here. The men thought that he would buy a large estate with the stolen money and live a normal life. And he bought a barn. The man looked broken. He persuaded them not to do anything. The husband swore that his wife and children knew nothing and were not involved in anything. This scoundrel silently looks at the man and thinks about how pathetic he is. He doesn't have an iota of compassion because he says work is work. Suddenly the men hear some commotion outside the door. With every second, the clamor is increasing. These screeches and screams attract the attention of freaks. They look around to see what's going on. After a few seconds, the door to the room opens with a loud creak. A man appears on the doorstep. Sunbei stares at him in shock. He doesn't understand that Wubok forgot here. As soon as the men saw the stranger, they rushed at him with their fists. But the man quickly dealt with the scoundrels. He threw one of them out into the street and grabbed the other by the throat. He did not understand why they were climbing up to a crazy suicide bomber. The man is ready to punish them for robbing and intimidating the weak. The abomination is shocked by what he sees before his eyes. He runs towards Ubak and shouts at him, asking him to stop. The man calls him master and asks him to stop. It turns out that they saw each other several times in the Rice Valley. The man looks at him suspiciously. After a few minutes, these scoundrels went outside. One of them sincerely apologized and promised to fix the situation. Immediately after that, they quickly left. But at last this bastard turned and looked him in the face. In fact, earlier, this man had the nickname Chimera's Hand. It turns out that he was the greatest killer of the Rice Valley. What did he forget in this hole? The man looked after them in silence with his gaze. When they finally leave, the man returns to the Sonbei. He explains that he came to visit because he thought he was worried about yesterday. If this is indeed the case, he asks not to worry. But the man, it seems, does not listen to him at all. He looks too scared. This stresses the man a little. He turns his gaze to the woman and children and sees the same facial expression. He immediately understood that they were afraid of him. This facial expression is already familiar to him. Therefore, in order not to disturb them, he's going to leave. The man turns and silently walks away. Meanwhile, our hero eats delicious dumplings and listens to the story that Yu-bok used to work in the Rice Valley. The guy hears about it for the first time, because the man does not tell anything about himself. Now it became clear why the man does not tell anything about himself. Yoren asked if the boys knew what a rice valley was. At this time, the upset man returns home. In fact, he himself did not notice how his legs themselves brought him home. He decided to take a day off and spend it with his children. Unexpectedly, the man has a strange premonition. A premonition, as if someone is watching him. And then, after a second, he shouts loudly and tells those who are watching him to show themselves. Yes, after a second someone comes out of the house. It was a man in a big hat. It seems that they were already acquainted. If Yu-bok has already given up his business, you should not disturb others and take their bread. Wu-bok's face immediately changes when he recognizes this person as Yang Jongjak. It turns out that the lady of the Rice Valley ordered his head to be brought. There was a dead silence between the men. The man does not understand what he is talking about, but the man asked him not to fool around. Has he lost his memory? It was just a few hours ago. Suddenly, it dawned on the man what he meant. Wu-bok immediately understood that it was about his son Bai. He remembered how that scoundrel had said he would take care of everything. Turns out he just handed it in. With every second, the man boils with anger. Just the thought that they have somehow harmed them makes one's hair stand on end. But luckily, when they got back to his house, the family was gone. Hearing this, the man relaxed. He is very glad that they will not be able to harm them. The mustachioed man does not understand why he is so naive. According to their law, someone has to suffer the punishment for failure, and Ju Chun decided to pass it. He didn't seem to care at all about it. He stood and was silent. Since they worked together before, he gives him a chance to go and explain everything to the lady of the Rice Valley in person. Someone's footsteps were heard behind. The man looked around and saw that several people were already standing behind him. It turns out that they tried to surround him so that he would not escape. The lady is cruel only in words, so if he explains everything, everything will be fine. One of the subordinates held a rope in his hands. The two men approached Yu-bok to tie him up just in case, but you could tell by the man's face that he was not going to do it. Just a second later, he hit those two men hard. Mustache simply watched what was happening but did nothing. From such a strong blow, these two flew in different directions. Everyone present watched this in silence and did nothing. The subordinates, as soon as they saw this, were immediately frightened and did not want to interfere with it. Aggression emanated from the man. It was clear that he would not allow himself to be offended. Yang Zhong's sense of self-preservation seems to have completely disappeared since their last meeting. Maybe the man left Murim, but he has his own feeder. That is, they have the right to stick their noses in his feeder. But he cannot push them away? Wu-bok tries to end their conversation peacefully and say goodbye before no one dies. And if the scoundrel still wants to get his head, then let him not be covered by subordinates, but go out into battle himself. All subordinates immediately raised their weapons against the man. They were ready to defend their master. Soon the mustachioed man sighed heavily. It would have been much easier if he had gone with them and told their lady about it. Unexpectedly, the man hears a familiar child's voice. He recognizes him out of 1,000. A second later, a man comes out of the hut holding his son. These scoundrels lied to his family and said they were his father's friends. A moment passes, and the bastard presses a finger against the boy's neck. Yes, after a second he loses consciousness. The man's blood is boiling in his veins. No one dares to touch his family. The bastards began to calm him down, saying that he was just asleep. But it may not be for long. Hearing this, Wu-bok nearly exploded. His enemy's gaze was cold and empty, as if he was not human at all. The man was confused by only one question. He could not understand when the Rice Valley fell so low. But they only used the most effective method possible in this situation. A second later, the chains are right next to the man's head. Immediately after that, he falls to the ground covered in blood. The bastards surrounded him and just watched. The man was severely beaten and lost consciousness. These bastards had no remorse. They were completely indifferent to the fact that they were destroying human life. At this time, the children and mother sat and trembled inside the house. They had heard that the bastards had decided not to touch them. As soon as they heard that the bastards had left, they immediately ran outside. But unfortunately, the father was not there. Only the brother who lay unconscious. The family immediately rushed to him to help. He doesn't seem to be injured. Mom will take him home. The younger sister cried a lot because she was worried about her brother. The eldest son was very worried about his father because he was not here. He took a few steps and saw something that broke his heart. There were many drops of blood on the ground. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest from fear for my own father. Meanwhile, everything was quiet in the tavern. Our hero yawned sweetly from fatigue. The black-haired boy sat and did not worry about anything. It seems he was resting. Suddenly, he saw someone running very fast on the road towards him. This is someone of small stature. Most likely it is a child. A boy runs and stumbles, but despite this, he tries to get up. After that, he continues to run again. And then, when the child raises its head, Kang Ryong sees a crying, dirty face and recognizes Wubok's eldest son. Our hero quickly gets up and goes to meet him. The boy sobs and throws a tantrum, telling him everything. Kang Ryong is his last hope. The black-haired boy is shocked by his story. Because of such loud screams, grandmother and Yorin come out. They look at the boy in shock, not understanding what happened. Everyone is shocked. The main character listens carefully to the child, trying to understand his every word. He understood that some scoundrels had kidnapped their father. Rice Valley, this is not a net with fish for you. Our hero will pay a lot if he underestimates his opponents. But Yorin doesn't take everything to heart. The girl is sure that the guy went there only to talk and resolve everything peacefully. But it is obvious that the grandmother does not think so. A second later, she suggests that she bet their last bet. The grandmother's gaze was filled with excitement and confidence. The girl just silently glanced at her mother. The woman offers her daughter to up the ante if she is so confident in the boy, but she refuses. Meanwhile, our hero is looking for a way to the Rice Valley. There is a small building here, which does not inspire confidence because it looks very unreliable. 2 guards were sitting here, making sure that no one ran here. Suddenly, one of the guards opens his eyes and sees someone. He saw a young man stepping onto the bridge. It was the main character. He strode confidently across the bridge. A sharp male voice shouted and ordered him to stop. Civilians can't be here, so he advises him to go home. But Kang Ryong wasn't about to go back. He heard that you can get to the Rice Valley only this way. The man sighed heavily, realizing that someone had once again messed up the secret information. Orders are being placed near those mountains, but Kang Ryong isn't going to order anything. Hearing this, the guards tensed a little. They looked at the stranger in surprise, assessing him with their eyes. The boy bluntly said that he came here because the people from the Rice Valley took his friend away. The guards, hearing this, immediately tensed up. An unpleasant feeling appeared in his chest. It became immediately clear that this mysterious boy did not come with good intentions. After just a few seconds, the guards were already unconscious and lying motionless on the floor. This is all Kang Ryong's handiwork. He comes out of the shadows. At that very moment, 2 arrows whistling towards the young man, but he apparently easily stopped them with one hand. Our hero did not even blink. The young man was carefully looking into the field, in which someone was clearly. Rice Valley will destroy not only the one who dares to challenge it, but also all the people close to him. But the main character does not care about this. He is going to return the father to the children. The boy gritted his teeth hard. This is what a Rice Valley is. A landscape opened before his eyes. A large field and mountains. There is a wooden viewing tower on the edge of the rock. Inside it are 2 men who must monitor the situation around. Suddenly, they hear some strange sound. A giant killer wave appears in front of the tower, ready to demolish everything in its path. The wave is moving right at them. The men do not understand what the hell is going on here, because this has never happened before.
In a few seconds, this wave will crash right into them!
It was too late to do anything, because the destructive wave had already hit the ground. The wave was so powerful that it carried away and destroyed everything in its path. People who were in their huts would not have had time to escape from such a pressure of water. Water destroyed not only homes, but also took human lives with it. The wave passed through local villages and has already reached the forests. If nothing is done, the wave will destroy everything around. It floods the forest with lightning speed. And so, gradually, the killer wave begins to fade. There is no green left here, only damp earth. All this is the work of our hero. The young boy is incredibly angry about what happened. Kang Ryong is breathing hard with rage. The black-haired boy looks around, quickly studying the area. The water begins to flow back to the sea. And the eyes of our hero, meanwhile, are increasingly filled with determination. And then a second later, Kang Ryong quickly starts running, planning to find Wubok as soon as possible. At this time, the bastards are in the dungeon. They hear some noise above the ground. They brought the man to prison and threw him to play. They hear a commotion coming over the ground and think it might be an earthquake. The lieutenant looks back and looks at the stolen man. His pulse is getting weaker every minute and he won't last long without help. But it seems the man does not care at all about this. With any luck, he won't die. If they have already finished putting on the handcuffs, let them get out of there quickly. And so, the lieutenant got out of prison. When he saw what happened on the surface, he just froze in place. The man does not understand what the hell happened here. The scoundrel looks over the horizon. He does not understand why there is so much water around. Everything is destroyed. Suddenly, in the distance, he sees someone's silhouette. It is a short young boy who steps straight towards him. The man is confused when he sees him. It seems to be the same monster from Yellow Dragon Mountain. The bastard doesn't understand the only thing that this devil forgot in their lands. Meanwhile, all is relatively well at the Lady of Rice Valley estate. A woman sits in her apartment and calmly drinks tea. But they also hear some strange sounds from the street, and it stresses them out. The woman thinks that something has happened. The sound came from the side of the swamp. Subordinates will do everything as soon as they find out what happened. The woman asks not to distract her because of all sorts of little things. Because she has an important conversation right now. The woman is no joke annoyed by the fact that her subordinates distract her with all sorts of little things. The man just sits silently across from her. The mustachioed man looks at her with his calm, cold eyes. All commanders are ordered to reconnoiter the situation and immediately take the situation under their control. And the units that refuse to carry out the order will be severely punished. Now the whole Rice Valley is on the ears. Everyone is going to confront the force that has so suddenly invaded their lands. People are preparing for the defense of their homeland. Some have already gathered on the edge of the cliff to look at the situation. A familiar guy is sitting in one of the rooms. It was none other than Jin Hong. At the same time, our hero confidently walked towards the enemies. The boy will definitely bring Wubok home. They don't know how many are left. Jin Hong listens carefully, trying to digest the information. That is, the man wants to say that the grandfather has 2 more twin brothers. This is not quite true because they are not twins, but twins. The mustachioed man asks the boy to think carefully now. Is the boy sure that the same person lived next to him during these 20 years? Did the boy never have the feeling that his grandfather had changed? That he had become someone else? The young boy seriously thought about it and seemed to remember something. The image of his grandfather immediately appeared in his memory. From the expression on the boy's face, it was immediately clear that he was doubting. Disbelief was immediately visible in his eyes. If he finds out that they decided to make all this up just to get him to join them, they will pay. Somehow the man had never heard a boy say such things before. Suddenly, another man comes out from behind him and says that it is familiar to him. This voice seems very familiar to Jin Hong, so he immediately cheers him up. But the man remained silent because he did not consider it important. Now everything became clear. After a second, one more man comes out of the shadows, who also says that he did not say such things when he was present. The guy was completely confused when 3 identical men came out to him. It was more like some kind of bad joke. The guy can't tell them apart at all. The boy's nerves can't take it at such a pace. A second later, the man loudly claps his hands, and then someone completely different appears behind them. Now he looks exactly like his missing grandfather. His appearance hasn't changed, but the question is, who is Jin Hong seeing now? The one he is so desperate to find. It seems as if the young man is going mad. Then, after a second, the man snaps his fingers, bringing the unfortunate young man back to reality. For those who know the basic techniques of illusions, it will not be difficult to perform such a trick. It is very easy to fool such a stubborn guy like him with such a trick. The 5 organs of perception are not at all efficient and unimproved. It is impossible to grow a master of this level from a dumb puppet. But a weapon with a bright personality and brainwashed by us is an ideal tool. For example, the Brotherhood of Paradise bushes. Did they have even a drop of self-awareness? All of them were puppets, ready to throw themselves into fire and water at the first call. The old man was surrounded only by meaningless weapons. The young boy is in a stupor and listens silently. As unfortunate as it sounds, but these are the results of their research. The man leaves the boy alone so that he can think about everything and decide what to do next. Having said that, the man leaves the room, leaving him alone. A few hours pass, and another man enters the room and asks how long he is going to sit here. He informs him that a monster from the Yellow Dragon Mountain has visited the Rice Valley. But even when the boy heard about it, he did not move and did not react in any way. The man was waiting for at least some kind of reaction. But it seems that everything was in vain. A second later, he quickly left the room and slammed the door. Everyone was wondering what kind of monster from Yellow Dragon Mountain it was, but it was just their captain's joke. Jin Hong continued to sit still, brooding in his thoughts. At this time, the Rice Valley army was ready to destroy our hero. But it is obvious that they did not succeed. The main character skillfully dodged and removed people from his path. The young boy moved forward without any difficulty. Even such a large crowd could not contain his power. He continued to clear his way, clearing people. It seemed that no one could stop him. With each step he got closer to his goal. People screamed loudly from pain and from the fact that they were without strength. No one could contain his fury. The black-haired boy left behind only a lot of wreckage and exhausted bodies. The boy was not going to stop. He continued to step confidently forward. Of course, Kang Ryong didn't kill anyone. He only stunned. That is why the people who were lying on the ground moaned unpleasantly in pain. At this time, the men who were near the prison had no idea what was coming. They were afraid to leave these men alone with the prisoner, but they had written orders from the captain. As soon as the men left, strangers entered the prison. They approached the exhausted Woo-bok, who did not look like himself. They towered over him like predators that had trapped a little lamb. The abominations scoffed at how pathetic Woo-bok looked now. One of them suggested that the man looked dead. He shows no signs of life. The man just stares at his body in silence. Even if it is true, it will be better that way. If he met the lady of the Rice Valley and told her how it really was, he would be in awe. Suddenly, the scoundrel took out a well-sharpened weapon to make sure that Woo-bok was dead. Meanwhile, Kang Ryong continues to step forward. When the boy reached the right place, he stopped. His long hair blew in the wind. He only said that it made no sense. If they decide to attack him, they will get a lot of wounded soldiers. And if they want everything to end peacefully, they need to bring Woo-bok, or call the Lady of the Rice Valley. His enemies, who looked down on him, certainly did not take him seriously. The warriors thought they were attacked by a whole army of enemies and were shocked to see only one young man. It is immediately clear that our hero is an unusual person if he has gone this far, but he will not be able to go further. A cruel enemy, I can already imagine how they will break his arms and legs, after which they will throw him to the pigs. The main character is upset that they did not agree to his proposal to resolve everything peacefully. After a second, several men jump out of the trees. After a second, they become several times more. They fly away like birds, and after a few washes, they surround our hero, leaving no way to retreat. The black-haired boy just sighs in annoyance. He was trying to negotiate a good deal with them, so he wasn't going to give in when they rejected his offer. A second later, all the enemies attacked our hero at the same time, but the young man was not worried about it at all. He had everything under control. He mustered all his strength to fight back. The boy used Heavenly Destruction, which was a furious thunderbolt. It seemed as if one guy was being attacked by at least 100 enemies, but that wasn't a problem. From this blow, everything around trembled and hummed. Well, the enemies almost completely captured the boy. After a moment, they completely covered him with themselves. But after a second, our hero began to emit a bright white light. It was the same mad thunderbolt. Soon, this white destructive wave spread throughout the Rice Valley. It caused a lot of destruction. After a few minutes, everything around was covered with a strange fog. It seems that a real earthquake has begun. People did not know where to hide. The Rice Valley estate also felt such a strong shock. The woman looked frightened at the swinging chandelier. Is this the end of the world? At the same time, Jin Hong was sitting alone in a separate room. Of course, the young boy also paid attention to this noise. After that, he remembered those men's words that a monster from the Yellow Dragon Mountain had come here. It seems that now the enemies of our hero do not look as confident. They can't understand how such a young boy could give in to such things. From such a strong shock, one of the scoundrels falls directly onto Woo-bok's exhausted body. Unexpectedly, the man turned out to be alive. He grabbed his hand. Of course, this bastard did not expect this, so he was not jokingly scared. The beaten and exhausted man finally remembered. He remembered that Ju Chun stepped into the Rice Valley just because you like to kill. These words scared the man very much, and then, after a second, he seemed to go crazy. With shouts, he began to strike the man. At the same time, he cursed him and asked him to die soon. And so, when his nerves calmed down a little, the man fell to the ground. But after a few seconds, he rose to his feet. The man was trembling. His subordinates looked at him in shock, asking if it was all over now. The man did not answer. He only made some strange and incomprehensible sounds. Unexpectedly, the faces of his subordinates changed in 1 second and became frightened. They watched as their master turned into something unknown. A second later, it was as if there was no longer a person standing in front of them, but an unknown creature that screamed loudly. Soon, his once black hair turned white in an instant, and after that, he, as if dried, fell down. A grimace of horror froze on his face. It was a terrible sight. Subordinates who saw all this with their own eyes were shocked. Then they looked up and saw that their enemy was freed from his chains. When the man stood up, it felt as if steam was coming from him. He complained that the energy of such scoundrels was simply terrible. But there is nothing to do, because he needs to renew his strength somehow. And soon the man is going to catch these miserable rats. Now something extremely strange is happening here. Rocks are collapsing. Stones fly straight down. People just watch it in amazement, not understanding how to cause it. Their faces have a rather frightened look. When they look ahead, they see that the ground has changed its shape and become more embossed from someone's attacks. One person was seen in the very center of the disaster, one miserable silhouette. It was none other than Kang Ryung. The man who watched all this could not find an answer to his question. He could not understand why the young boy's roof had been blown off. Could it be that this all happened because of Wubok? The main character stood among the wreckage, which he himself had caused. Everything around was in dust. The old man looked at all these destructions, which he himself had caused. Exhausted people lay everywhere and moaned unpleasantly, but at least they were alive. The young boy stood silently and waited. Is that not enough to make them come here? Does he need to raise the entire valley to the ground? Realizing that no one was going to go to him, our hero went to them himself. At this time, Jin Hong is on his way to meet our hero. The guy looks very alienated. Yes, as if he is now in his own world. Unexpectedly, someone flies past him in a flash. This caused a strong wind and raised his cloak. A second later, even more people began to fly past the boy. They all rushed to the task. The men were focused, so they had a hard fight with the boy because he was standing right on the road. But it seems that the young man was completely indifferent to this. He watched silently as the army of warriors rounded the corner. But immediately after that, something happened behind the rock. There was a loud explosion. It was so strong that the rock cracked into small pieces, and after a second it flew everywhere. The rock exploded right in front of Jin Hong, who was standing there watching it. Due to the fact that the rock collapsed, a strong thick dust rose up around. Suddenly, the young boy noticed something moving in the midst of this fog. He saw a silhouette approaching him. After a few seconds, our hero appeared from the dust. Kang Ryong, seeing his old enemy in front of him, was shocked. In turn, Jin Hong also did not think that he would see him so unexpectedly. The black boy was very shocked when he realized that his enemy had been here all this time. The boy instantly becomes serious. At this time, at the Lady of the Rice Valley's estate, a door opens. Yu-Bok enters the room covered in blood. The lady, seeing him, cursed in place, and her subordinate didn't expect to see him here either. U-Bok knew how to surprise. He notices with a smile on his face that they have not seen each other for a long time. So, the eyes of our hero and his enemy met. They stared at each other in silence for several seconds, until the black-haired boy asked our hero if he really came for him. But the main character did not understand what he was talking about. Jin Hong thought that our hero came here to fight him. The young boy was just silent, looking at him. In fact, there was no need for it if he had done nothing wrong. Suddenly, the worst thoughts began to creep into his head. He began to suspect him of being one of those who kidnapped his friend. Just thinking about it made hatred and anger flare up in his heart. But it seems that the young boy did not even understand what was being said. After a few seconds, he began to unsheath his sword. He does not understand what our hero is talking about, but if he wants to fight, then let him come. Kang Ryong just stood still, watching the boy. His gaze seemed to soften a bit, as he realized the boy was up to no good. But the gaze of his enemy, on the contrary, only tormented. After a second, the protagonist sighed heavily. He wasn't going to fight him right now because he had more important things to do. There was dead silence between the boys again. Unexpectedly, a strange premonition arose in his chest. This premonition appeared not only in our hero, but also in Jin Hong. Suddenly, a commotion was heard behind them. The main character immediately tensed up, realizing that the enemies had come. The black-haired boy did the same and was ready to draw his sword. A second later, someone unknown attacked them, pointing his weapon in their direction. But none of the attacks hit the boys. Their chains only hit the ground and the trees behind them. And a second later, the enemies already pulled them back. Many enemies with chains rose before them. The boys just watched them and their behavior in silence. The enemies recognized almost immediately that our guys are not weak. But news reached the captain that there was only one enemy, and here, there were two of them. Someone in the crowd says that the guy with the sword was recruited by their lady personally. The boys just listened silently to what they say. The captain didn't understand why they just stood there and didn't fight. Then the men began to decide what to do next. Without thinking for a long time, the captain gives the order to take them alive. Our hero is indignant and sarcastically says that there is a sense of camaraderie here. After a second, the black man and the young man say that they are not friends for him. Meanwhile, the captain gives orders to capture these two alive if they can. Our hero immediately concentrates on their situation. Immediately after his order, the squad starts running at their enemies, swinging their weapons. But after just a few seconds, all the enemies of our hero are already lying motionless on the ground, and the boy gradually disappears in the fog. Jin Hong just glances at him. The young boy is silent, thinking about the situation that has just happened. At the same time, Wu Bok visited the lady's estate. Her eyes are wide in shock. It seems that the man was greatly relieved by such a reaction. He likes to watch the woman stutter and run out of words. The woman does not understand where he came from and why he looks so terrible. The man explains to her what happened. Didn't she order his head to be brought? The woman was shocked by this. She instantly became angry with her subordinate who invented this nonsense. But the man was quick to remind her that she had given him permission to do his own thing. Yes, the woman did mention it. Perhaps the subordinate slightly exceeded his capabilities. But what's done is done. The man laughs at how silly it all looks. If it's just a misunderstanding, why don't they end it right here and now? The man thinks that he demands an apology from him. Ubok slowly steps towards him. His face gradually fills with anger. If it was only about him, an apology would probably be enough. But this scoundrel threatened his family, so he doesn't get away so easily. The woman hearing about this was shocked. She could not even think. The man exhales calmly, asking what he wants. A second later, he offers him to pay with his own hand. That sounds pretty good. Every time he will remember what he did wrong. Meanwhile, the woman came to her senses when she heard that her subordinate had implicated his family in this. The subordinate, in turn, promises to report on it later. Unexpectedly, the woman screams and asks to stop. But when the mustachioed man looks around, it's too late. At Bok, he jumped at his enemy with all speed and strength. His eyes were filled with rage. But everything could not be so simple. The scoundrel had a weapon with him. So this bastard punched the man several times. Splattered blood splattered on things around. The man is already exhausted and has also received several blows. The man did it without any regrets. The woman screams loudly and orders not to kill him. At this moment, the man stops abruptly because he must obey his lady. But he explains that it is impossible to kill this man with this weapon. It's not that simple. And while he was soothing the lady, Wubok's strong hand grabbed his cloak. His grip was quite strong. The bastard, of course, tried to free himself from her. Nothing happened. Then the bastard decided to use his weapon. With all his strength, the man pierced his palm through. Again, he did it without any emotion. But he was shocked that the man could withstand the blow. Wu Bok continued to stare at his enemy with a cold gaze. Unexpectedly, he grabbed him by the neck and squeezed him tightly in his jaws. The man immediately had a bad feeling. And then, after a second, he firmly grabbed his jaws and began to pull him down. It was incredibly painful. The man writhes in pain. Above him tower Yubok with a predatory expression on his face. He looks like he could rip his jaw off right now. With every second, life seems to leave the man, and he dries up. The hands become like a skeleton. This is all because Wubok is draining his energy. And so, after a few minutes, life completely leaves him. Furious, Wubok stares at his body. When the man raises his head, he sees someone else in front of him, and he is very shocked by what he sees in front of him. His eyes cannot lie. It can be read that he is confused. What is Yang Jung-hak doing in front of him now? The man does not understand anything. Suddenly, everything starts to melt before his eyes. Are these hallucinations? His eyes blur strangely in an unnatural way. Ubok squints, trying to come to himself, clenching his teeth. Then, he turns his gaze down. Someone's hand reaches out to him from below. A second later, the man screams loudly from nerves. He is lying on the floor, and in front of him, at this time, is a severed hand. Bok is breathing heavily, trying to regain his composure. The man looks at him indifferently. Bok gasps for air, laughing a little. Now he understood on his own skin what the technique of illusions is. He is very curious how long ago he learned this. The man takes it as a compliment on his account. A second later, he pulls out his dagger and asks how much longer he's going to sit there. Does the chimera appear only because of the loss of an arm? All this is watched by a lady who is clearly not happy now. No, the man is not going to give up. Suddenly a lady's voice is heard, ordering them to stop. She tells them to stop in a calm and balanced tone. In turn, she looks at the subordinate with a penetrating look, as if looking into his soul. But it seems that this is not the end. Bok is ready to fight on, and tells him to turn on the illusions some more. The mustachioed man just smiles at such an offer. Well, after a second, the man rushes right at this scoundrel, and he in turn prepares to defend himself. The lady doesn't like that at all. After a second, the woman's nerves run out, and she loudly orders them to stop. After that, the floor under her feet is pushed down. Small fragments of the floor fly to the sides. Very soon, the whole room is covered with dust. A bright white glow emanates from the lady. Bok is sitting on the floor in the middle of a ruined room. He is breathing very hard. Unexpectedly, he notices some changes. The man looks and sees that his hand has reappeared. The man is frightened, and cannot understand how it happened. He looks up, trying to find answers to his questions. Was he under the influence of an illusion all this time? The mustachioed man looked at his lady with admiration. This woman was able to dispel all the illusion around her with just the power of her own ki. The woman will not allow them to continue the fight. Ubok watched closely what would happen next. A strict woman addresses her subordinate. She asks if it is true that he dared to use his family for blackmail and intimidation. Yes, it was indeed true. The angry woman almost destroyed him with a look. The man withstood her hard look at himself with dignity. He will have to explain very well everything he did. But a little later, the man bows and says that he will definitely do it. After that, the woman turns to Ubok. He looks up and listens carefully to the lady. The woman planned to contact him in the future, but she could not have imagined that everything would turn out like this. The man was just silent and listened. The woman sees Wubok's blank and cold look, which causes her to tense up a little. She explains that she would never touch his family in her life. The woman mentioned her family. She watched his children play outside. The woman was inconspicuous when she did this. Kang Ryong loved to play with his children. The woman watched them silently, but her eyes showed maximum interest. That guy's face was very well imprinted in my head, only from the realization that her subordinate cheated. He really involved Wubok's family in this and forcibly dragged him to their estate. The room fell silent, but the atmosphere was quite tense. Now everything became clear to her. This is no ordinary anxiety. Now she wanted to find an answer to her question. What kind of monster got into the Rice Valley? Ubok does not understand who it is about, and just looks at her questioningly. At this time, our hero continues to bravely fight against enemies. A young boy rushes alone into a crowd of enemies. It seems that the intervention of Lord Dungan is inevitable here, but my husband does not pay attention to it, because he thinks that it is ordinary anxiety. So it was, but the situation got out of control and everything went awry. And where do the 12 Zodiacs look, if such a thing is allowed? The 4 best squads out of 7 have already been broken. Dangan is shocked by this news. But even that didn't make him move. He is too lazy to deal with it. But the people who could deal with this are not here now, because they are on a secret mission. Lord is too lazy to get up and deal with these problems. The Lord wonders what is the number of their opponents, because of which they are suffering such heavy losses. When they tell him that their enemy is one person, he does not believe it. The man looks ahead in disbelief, thinking it's a bad joke. An impregnable rice valley was almost gutted by one man. After hearing about this, the man was still interested and came out of his shelter. He looked around and saw that the valley was indeed almost destroyed. From what he saw, Lord Dangan froze on the spot. How can this be? He saw a fight in the distance. Their men surrounded the enemy, but after a second, they were all lying on the ground. It is difficult for a man to believe his eyes. Our hero continues to crush everything in his path, leaving nothing behind. The man looks at him with admiration and cannot tear his eyes away. The Lord would rather get on the battlefield. There are no enemies nearby yet, so you can relax. But this is not the case at all. Enemies are everywhere. They climb like ants. It seems as if they are endless. Kang Ryong sighs in displeasure. He is already tired of it, and they keep climbing and climbing. Suddenly the boy had a strange premonition. He instantly looked up at the sky, and then, after a second, something landed below with a loud explosion. People flocked to see this commotion, and they were shocked by what they saw. Lord Dangan himself decided to enter the battlefield and fight him. Now there will be a brutal one-on-one fight. The muscular man looks around and sees a lot of their soldiers. They are alive but very stupid. He orders them to get out of here so as not to disturb him. It was Dangan himself, the Black Imperial King. One of the 3 guardians of the Rice Valley came here in person. This shocked everyone present. Now the end will begin because one monster has come to stop another. Of course, the Heavenly Destroyer's pet is a wonderful, unsurpassed master. But a young master can never beat an experienced one in his life. It was necessary to intervene earlier, but he lost the chance. Enemies can only see each other's silhouettes through a thick layer of dust. Our hero is silent. He's as calm as a string. Lord Dangan still can't believe his eyes. Rice Valley was really destroyed by one man. Moreover, this person did not even have the milk on his lips dry. He rushed into the attack. The man attacked, but the protagonist easily dodged it. The blow was very strong, and if it had hit, it would have been very bad. The Lord is shocked that he was able to dodge it, but our hero didn't even put a lot of effort into it. The burly man continues to throw punches, but Kang Ryong blocks all of his attacks. Their fight continues. The eyes of this stout man are filled with rage because he cannot hit his enemy in his own way. Our hero was able to stop this lord's blow with his bare hands. When he drove him to the rock, he stopped his blow without even straining. Of course, this blow was incredibly strong, but our hero coped with it. The man looks at the boy carefully, as if analyzing. Such a strong impact left deep cracks on the rock, and after a second this rock completely collapsed. After this impact, many fragments of stones and trees remained on the ground. The main character flew back a few meters from such a force. The Lord looked at his enemy with anger and interest at the same time. So, a second later, our hero was walking straight towards him. This surprised the man even more. How does this young lad stay on his feet after one of his best attacks? A second later, the boy asks if this man is the leader of the Rice Valley. This question put him in a stupor. Turns out this kid came here for their lady. But does he not even know that the leader of the Rice Valley is a woman? This relieved the man a little, and he left. He wanted to understand why the boy was here. The black-haired boy raised his eyes and looked at the enemy. After a second, he admitted that their misunderstanding was entirely his fault. But he's not going to apologize for getting this far because they started it first. Kang Ryong wants only one thing, to get his stolen friend back. Here finally it reaches the man. Finally he understood what the meaning of his visit was. But the Lord will not allow him to leave here without punishment. The man deceives him and says that he has just been executed. And if our hero wants, he can take his body. As soon as the man said this, our hero seemed to have even more strength. The man watched him with admiration. A second later he asks if he really killed his friend. The man cannot understand where the boy hid such powerful ki. The Lord is even sorry to kill this little one because he is very strong. Now nothing could stop our hero. Unexpectedly blood splatters. Lord did not even blink his eyes. The main character deftly jumped over it, and before going further, the hero said that today the Rice Valley will be wiped off the face of the earth. And all because they killed an innocent father and laughed about it. Thus, a large hole appeared in the man's chest. Unbearable pain covered the whole body, blood splattered. Our hero walked away from here, leaving him to suffer alone, the main character to take revenge on everyone. A second later, the body of this big guy fell to the ground. He no longer showed any signs of life. A black-haired boy with an indifferent expression on his face continues. He moves on, leaving behind the corpse of the Lord. Kang Ryong is serious about avenging his friend. Well, the young boy is about to go to the estate when suddenly he hears a voice behind him. It turns out that was not the end. Lord Dan Gan appears behind him. The battle is just beginning. The man throws a punch, but our hero miraculously dodges it. After only a second, Kang Ryong jumps back. The ground where the Lord hit cracked violently. Despite the extra weight of our hero, he is very agile. Suddenly, the man feels an unbearable sharp pain. And then, after a second, the big man falls to his knees, clutching the ground. He lowers his gaze. Lord Dan Gan sees a waterfall of blood begin to flow from him. The man begins to cough, suffering from pain. Our hero just watches this in silence. Kang Ryong promised some people not to use deadly techniques anymore. Therefore, if the Lord does not want to suffer pain, feeling how his veins twist inside the body, he must not move for a while. All he has to do is sit here and watch the Rice Valley disappear from the face of the earth. The pain is so strong that in order not to scream, one has to clench one's teeth. In pain, the Lord grabs the ground with his fingers, as if it would help him somehow. And now, our hero is about to leave, when he suddenly hears a noise behind him. After that, he immediately looks around. Amazingly, the man was able to endure the pain and stand up. After a few more seconds, Lord Dan Gan was already standing on 2 legs, although he put a lot of effort into it. The man did not want to let Kang Ryong go. And then, after a moment, he ran to him again. But our hero was able to calmly dodge his blow. And a second later, he hit him on the head with his palm. And after that, he rams his head into the ground. Now only his legs stick out. The black-haired boy looked his enemy up and down. When he wakes up and sees the Rice Valley destroyed, it will also bring him a lot of suffering. Having said this, the main character finally went to the estate. The young boy wanted revenge for Wubok. But suddenly the young man felt some quiet vibrations and looked under his feet. Small pebbles quickly bounced up and down. Unexpectedly, a bright white glow appeared behind our hero. The stones flew straight towards Kang Ryong, who didn't understand what was happening. The boy covered his eyes with his palm so as not to be blinded by such brightness. And then, a second later, there was an explosion. Everything around was now incredibly bright and light. The young boy looked at his hand and noticed that there were burns on it. It really shocked him. It turns out that the Lord was not done yet. He got back on his feet. The man chuckled smugly. The man calls our hero a poor craftsman, but the black-haired boy is completely indifferent to his words. In fact, these were all cheap tricks from the Lord to gauge his abilities, and now he's going to finish him off with his real technique. The young master carefully watches his enemy. The man is sure of himself. After that, a lot of energy begins to gather around him. The protagonist notices that the stones under his feet begin to move. Stones move not only underfoot, but also fly into the air. Many fragments of various sizes fly around the Lord. Black-haired and young, I silently observe his technique. A second later, the young boy turns to the Lord. He seems to have a question. Did he decide to destroy the rice valley with his own hands, using such a powerful technique? But the stocky man does not care about his words. The man is unstoppable. The Lord uses a flaming blast of the stone crusher fist. And then, after a second, everything around starts to glow even brighter. A huge sphere of light almost reaches our hero. But the young man is absolutely not afraid of this. On the contrary, he steps towards her. The main character is now very upset, because he didn't learn this technique to use it against such bastards. But if they do not understand well, he will speak to them in their language. And then, after a second, a small lump of energy appears in the hands of our hero. Our hero holds it with his strength, but with every second it increases. He once again uses the celestial decay at the nation, but this time the radiant whirlwinds strike. The sphere increases and everything around becomes even brighter in color. At this time, a woman walks through the corridors of her estate. It is immediately clear from her that she is not in the spirit. At this time, one man runs up to her and says that he is her swordsman and is ready to follow orders. And then, after a second, the woman has a question. She wonders if it is true that there is now a disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer in the valley. The man is surprised and does not understand how the woman knows about this. But he still has to answer, so he tells the truth. When the man heard about the disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer, he thought. After that, his face immediately changed. Suddenly, everything in the room shook. It was not for nothing that the woman began to worry. Everyone looked at each other in fear of what was happening in the city. Jin Hong also paid attention to this. A real mess began. The woman opens the door with one sharp movement, and when she sees what is behind the door, she is shocked. She sees that something terrible is happening on the street, in the middle of the forest. This power destroys everything in its path. And our hero found himself right in the epicenter of this terrible event. A woman can no longer look at this horror. She can't stand it, and after a second quickly rushes to help. Her subordinates did not even blink an eye. There was no stopping her. They can only watch and observe the further development of events. This bright flash destroys everything in its path. Jin Hong is also watching all of this. He decided not to get involved. The boy turns back and looks at what is happening. The flash had almost overtaken him. He can't just ignore it because he might get hurt. That is why the boy covers himself with his sword. All the people are shocked by what is happening in the Rice Valley. A grimace of horror froze on their faces. It seems that everything is gradually coming to an end. One of the subordinates suggests that it is a flaming blow of a stone crusher fist. Wu Bok listens to all their guesses in amazement, but one of the men immediately rejects this assumption. In fact, it was a Heavenly Destroyer's sacred technique. Is the Black Imperial Scorpion on the rampage? The situation is becoming increasingly comical. The Lady of the Rice Valley stepped on this land. She goes straight to the scene to see with her own eyes what was happening here. All squads were waiting for orders from their mistress, but the woman did not respond to any of them. The soldiers advise the woman not to approach there, but she does not listen to them. She becomes very worried when she realizes that Lord Dan Gan might have been hurt. The woman quickly rushes forward. A woman is trying to find at least someone in this thick dust, and suddenly she notices something. She notices a huge hole that appeared due to some great force. This pit stretches for many kilometers in length, and inside it is another, deeper pit. The woman silently looks at this horror. Her eyes widen at what she saw. Meanwhile, our hero bent his head over his opponent. Lord almost found himself bought by him under stones. It seems that he no longer has the strength to move. The black boy looks at his enemy with an indifferent look. As expected, a woman appears behind him. When he looks back, he sees a female silhouette. It seems to have been the Lady of the Rice Valley. The young boy was glad to finally find her. At the same moment, other enemies rushed towards him. None of those present could believe that the Lord had been defeated so easily. Oh, they don't tell a woman to move away, and they will deal with it themselves. The young boy looks in their direction in surprise. But, unexpectedly, the woman says not to attack the boy and to leave. They don't get it the first time, so the woman repeats it again. When all subordinates obeyed her, she came to the fore. The woman looks at him with a frightened look. The boy had finally found the main person in this valley. The only question that confuses the woman is whether the man with whom he fought is still alive. The young man does not answer, but remains mysteriously silent. The woman seriously says that if this man is dead, she will personally finish him too. Finally, our hero found the main one. The woman starts screaming and asks again if the man is alive. The main character continues to be mysteriously silent. It seems as if the woman is about to explode from nerves. The boy says that no one can survive a direct hit from the sacred heavenly destruction technique. When the guy said this, the woman's life turned completely upside down. Everyone is present for those, thinking that the Lord has already died. The woman was maddened by this news. She didn't understand only why he did it. The woman was not going to be his enemy, but now she must. Unexpectedly, her anger turns to surprise. She sees Lord coming up behind our hero. This immediately calms the soul. The woman at first could not believe her eyes. Everyone around is incredibly happy. And all this is thanks to our hero. At this time, the Lord reaches out his hands to the boy. But after a second, I regret it. Because our hero decided to attack him in return. It was just excruciating pain, so the man couldn't say anything. A second later, he spat out a large piece of blood. A moment later, the Lord collapsed again without strength. He just lay on the ground while the others watched. But if the boy hadn't removed his key at the very last moment, the man would be dead by now, and people weaker than him would surely have died 10 times over. Everyone immediately rushed to help the Lord. They were very worried about his condition. One of the men put his fingers to his pulse to feel it. After a second, he reported that the pulse, although weak, was there. We need to send him to the doctor as soon as possible. The man tries to get up, but realizes that he cannot do it. It was as if his whole body had failed. It turns out, not everything is so simple. Not only the man will not be able to go anywhere, no one can leave here. No matter how hard they try, they cannot move. The boy forbade them to go. Our hero and the woman met their eyes. Everyone now felt excruciating pain but tried to move. All their efforts were in vain. It was very painful. The woman continued to stand and look at the young man. She could not understand where the young man had so much strength. A second later, our hero demands that Wu Bok, who was kidnapped by her people, be brought to him. A young boy wants to personally verify whether he is alive or not. The lady of the Rice Valley looks at Kang Ryong in shock. Now everything is clear. All this time the boy thought that Ubok was dead. The black-haired boy bravely looks at her. The woman is about to tell him that everything is fine with him, but the guy immediately gets angry. A second later, the ground beneath the lady's feet began to crack, and after a while, the woman remained on a separate piece of land. No one could help her anyway. The young boy was no longer going to believe their words. Therefore, the boy told her to order the subordinates from above to bring his friend. And when he sees it with his own eyes, he will decide what to do with them. Hearing such insolence, the woman tensed up. Lady's nerves also began to crack at the seams. She understood that if she did not stop him now, no stone would be left unturned. There was quite a tense atmosphere between them. Is there no other way out? Then the woman squeezes her hand tightly. The young boy was determined to start a fight just in case. Suddenly, the boy heard a rather familiar voice calling his name. Then Kang Ryong lifted his head up. On the rock above, he saw a familiar male silhouette. It was Ubok. He was alive. The man was very worried about Kang Ryong. He could not understand what the boy was doing here and how he got here. Unexpectedly, the expression on the man's face changed a lot. A second later, he grabbed one of his subordinates and started calling him names. The man thought that because of him, they dragged an innocent boy into this. Suddenly, our hero gently called him. The young man sighed with relief, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Parubok said that his wife and children are very worried about him. A second later, Kang Ryong smiled sincerely and gently. It's time for them to go home. Wu Bok looked at him without looking away. The woman also silently observed the situation. Unexpectedly, the realization of everything that happened came to her. Finally, our hero allowed people to move around. One of the subordinates grabbed his throat, trying to normalize his breathing. The Lord was still lying motionless with his face on the ground. Everything ended on such a note. At the same time, the mother put the children to bed. Suddenly, the eldest son began to call his mother loudly. He was shouting and asking her to come outside. Their dad was back. The whole family immediately went outside and ran to their father. The children hung around Ubok's neck while his wife stood by. She watched the children joyfully meet their beloved dad, and this brought tears of joy to my eyes. Their reunion was also watched by the main character. At this time, Ubok felt someone's gaze on him and raised his head, but there was no one on the bridge. The man stared at one point on the bridge. Then, the man remembered the words of one of his subordinates about the disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer. That was the name of the monster that almost completely destroyed the Rice Valley to save it. The man thought about it in silence. He guessed that the boy had a rather high level, but he could not even think that he was a student of the Supreme Ruler. The evening came. Our hero calmly returns back to the tavern. There are rumors that the girl is going to go somewhere. Grandma reassures her, saying that the sun is already setting, but it's even better this way. And then, after a second, 2 women come out of the building, Yoren gathered somewhere. Yoren opened her eyes wide when she saw the boy. He, in turn, looked at her, and the grandmother watched all this. Kang Ryong immediately started apologizing for being a little late. He was very uncomfortable in front of girls. At the same time, in the Rice Valley, people are treating their wounds. Almost all of their soldiers are seriously wounded. Therefore, now everyone is provided with medical assistance. Someone is being bandaged, and someone gets acupuncture. It's a dark night outside. Only one house has a light on. The woman looks out the window while her subordinate sits at the table. The lady was very strict with Captain Yang Jung-hak. If he does not give clear answers to what happened today, he will be punished. Namely, he will give his head. The mustachioed man raised his calm gaze at the woman and remained silent. Did he understand that the student of the archival destroyer would do anything? Yes, the man admitted it. Hearing this, the girl was even more shocked. It turns out that he knew from the very beginning that everything would happen this way. And when she received a positive answer, she was almost seething with anger. Many of their people were hurt, and the Rice Valley was almost wiped off the face of the earth. And no one would have stopped him if he had not stopped of his own accord. And all these horrors were brought upon them by their own warrior. Yes, he perfectly recognized everything and agreed with it. The woman was annoyed by his indifference. But everything was not so simple. He did all this on the secret orders of the previous lady of the valley. The woman was shocked when she realized that it was about her mother. Burning houses immediately appeared in the memories. She remembers that terrible day when many people died. Her mother saved this man that day, and he became her right-hand man. Are they still in touch? The woman was very angry. She sat down at the table across from him. She needed a continuation of the story. It turns out that the former lady is very worried about the current situation. The size and glory of the valley has grown, but the contents leave much to be desired. When people think of the Rice Valley, they only remember the victories won by her mother. That is why culling is necessary. A woman is angry with her mother. Did she not realize that this could destroy the valley? But everything was not so clear. The mother was just trying to ensure that the valley was destroyed. Hearing about this, the woman was shocked. When a forest burns, saplings die. But large, deep-rooted trees survive to live for many years to come. During the reign of the mother, the valley was twice as small but more powerful. She didn't want to destroy the valley. She wanted to rekindle her rage. The woman just pursed her lips in displeasure. If something happens, what will be the consequences? No matter how many people you shut up, rumors will still spread. Internal conflicts will break out, and many unnecessary things will leave the valley. And their fate will depend on how the lady and the valley can cope with this. The woman is silent. She feels betrayed. It seems that her mother can be congratulated. Even thousands of kilometers away, she can still decide the fate of the valley with one word. The man is just silent. From a woman it carries anger and disappointment. Then, she asks the subordinate what his impressions are of the Sky Destroyer's apprentice in battle. Despite all his talk of disappointment and all that nonsense, he must be glad that he has perfected the techniques of the old master. The man wonders what would happen. How would a real heavenly destroyer invade here? Not a single soul would remain in the Rice Valley. The woman is still in shock. One cannot become a supreme ruler just by learning the sacred techniques. His opinion of Kang Ryan hadn't changed at all. He managed to catch the man by surprise, but he only showed his limit. It seems that the woman did not quite understand what he meant. The man reminded that no one died after today's events. All remained alive. Was it really out of pity that he did not use deadly techniques even on those who wanted to kill him? With such a character, it is the right place for him to work in a tavern. If he continues to behave in the same way, sooner or later he will meet his fate. A woman listens carefully to her subordinate. After a second, it boils again, but the man immediately explains that this is all his opinion. But the only person who can find out is Woo-bok. After hearing about this, the woman immediately tenses up, but she still does not agree to this. She will not allow a subordinate to beat him again or somehow blame the family for it. If he cannot convince, then let him look for another way. Of course, the subordinate obeys. The woman's gaze is very harsh and malicious. At this time, Woo-bok went outside to get some fresh air. He raised his gaze and looked at the moon. The man looked up in silence, thinking about something of his own. At this time, our hero was already lying in his bed in his room. The black-haired boy slept sweetly. He had a strange dream. The lady of the Rice Valley appeared before him. She said with confidence that his master's enemy was still alive. The dream was very strange and intense. Because of this, our hero began to frown in his sleep, and after a second, Kang Ryong woke up. At this time, our hero is busy cleaning the area near the tavern. After some time, the tavern opens and customers come to it. This is how this day goes. Night falls and they prepare the tavern for closing. The next morning, everything repeats itself. They prepare the tavern for opening and clean up. Today there was a real backlog of customers. When night falls, the tavern closes again. The next day the grandmother goes on a date, leaving Yorin alone to watch over the tavern. But the girl persuaded her to stay, and unfortunately, there were no visitors that day. Night is coming. The tavern is closing again. The woman yawns sweetly and pulls herself together. She is very sleepy. Suddenly something catches her eye. A female looks at one of the doors. The woman seems to be worried about their employee. It turns out that he has been sleeping for the 4th day. He seems very tired. She complains that the tavern is too much work for the two of them and they need help. What scares them the most is how much the guy will eat after he wakes up. Yoren left him several baskets of dumplings in the kitchen, and he ate them as he went downstairs in a fit of sleepwalking. Suddenly, the black-haired boy suddenly opens his eyes. When he looks around, he sees an owl in his room. The owl carefully looked at the boy. The black-haired young man looks at his guest in surprise and sleepily. A second later, the boy was no longer in the room. Our hero was confidently heading somewhere. A young boy walks straight. Kang Ryong walks into the fog without fear. The boy sees a small building in front of him. Someone's silhouette can be seen on this tower. It seems to be a woman because the silhouette looks very slender. A second later, she begins to remove her hat. Her face is still in shadow. It was the Lady of the Rice Valley. The young boy keeps his eyes on her. After a few minutes, they get into the boat. Ubok looks around. This is the handiwork of a disciple of the Supreme Destroyer. He nearly destroyed the entire valley to pieces trying to save Wu Bok. The valley seems to be very weak if it was almost destroyed by one person. It is very unfair to expose him to such a world. He was an unusual person. The man is angry, because he would definitely not allow such a thing if he lived here. The man is very annoyed by his arrogant expression. Bok is not jokingly annoyed. Who would have thought that this kind boy was a disciple of the Supreme Destroyer? They offered him something, but if the man refused, they would not touch him again. The man will think long and hard about his proposal. He has no desire to accept this offer. But first he will listen to him, and then he will make a decision. Then, the man is going to start his story. At this time, our hero met a woman unknown to him. She seemed to be studying him with her eyes. She asked if he was really the same client looking for the dead. A second later, a girl enters the room. The girl understands that Kang Ryong wants to make sure that they are really dead. If he lied about being a disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer, they would break the contract with him and take a fine. The boy was not warned about this, but he really is his student. The girl was immediately interested after hearing about it. He had heard from the residents that the Rice Valley was taken as a reward for such work. They specialize in the job of finding people, but it costs a lot. There was silence between people. It all depends on how much time it will take and what costs will be required for this. Her name is Karyon. From this day she will be responsible for his case, but they are engaged in murders and kidnappings. But now it is called information trading? Kang Ryong is so outraged by this that he shouts loudly. The girl is not going to back down from her words. She did not claim that their company was exclusively engaged in finding people. Also, the girl asks not to be angry with Ubok because it is just a misunderstanding. If the guy doesn't want to, then he doesn't have to. And she was just about to say that they had found the one he was looking for. Hearing this, everything inside seemed to stop. The black-haired boy gasped in shock. The girl stopped sharply from the boy's hard look. A terrible atmosphere appeared in the room. The girl was seized with fear. Karyon looked back to see what was happening behind her. When she looked around, she saw an angry boy. Just one look at him made the blood freeze in his veins. The old man had to find out who they found. Karyon cursed, seeing the seriousness of his intentions. A young boy is busy cleaning the territory of the tavern. Kang Ryong was completely absorbed in his thoughts. They didn't quite find him. Maybe it really was him. They have found his location, but they can't be sure. The black-haired boy did not understand what she was telling him. They need a little more of the same to learn more details. Kang Ryong isn't going to listen to them anymore because all they do is demand money from him. Now, he won't give them a penny. The girl looked at him displeased. If they want to get money, they have to give him enough information. The girl promises that now they will do so. They are going to talk about the destruction he caused in the Rice Valley. She says he should pay them damages for destroying their forests and fields. She asks if she can send the bill to the tavern. It's manipulation, but Kang Ryong agrees to pay extra. The young boy is annoyed by this. Karyon again deceived him and spoke to him. It was very early. The grandmother had already woken up and was glad to see our hero. She hadn't seen him sweep the yard for a long time, but Kang Ryong thinks that it was only yesterday that he was sweeping the yard. The stony-faced grandmother looks at him and remains silent. Yoren tells her not to touch the boy because he doesn't remember anything anyway. It seems that the boy did not even know how many days he slept. Is Yoren suggesting we just turn a blind eye to it? A second later, Kang Ryong awkwardly begins his conversation. Granny guesses that our hero probably wants to ask for an advance again. The black guy just smiles awkwardly. The lady of the Rice Valley looks out the window. She seems to have thought about something. She looks after her subordinates who are talking about something outside. She watches one of them carefully. A woman simply cannot take her eyes off them. She remembers the main character. What will our hero do if it really turns out to be him? The black-haired boy really thought about it. But this does not affect the girl at all. It's none of her business. Having said this, he went away with his head proudly held high. The men were talking about something with interest. The woman continued to look after them. The lady could not get the image of our hero out of her head. The woman stood in complete silence, thinking about everything. Meanwhile, Ubok's children were playing in the river, and their parents were sitting at home. The wife meekly looked at her husband, and he in turn looked at her. Unexpectedly, they heard their children shouting and joyfully calling our hero. The main character brought them dumplings. The children joyfully rushed to their father, so that he could also eat dumplings. The father advises the children to share with their mother. At this time, Wubok approaches the boy and asks if he is very busy right now. It seems that the man has a conversation for him. Parabok does not understand what he is leading to. They walk away and the man asks if he really is the disciple of the Supreme Destroyer. Our hero looks at him silently, not understanding what it is all about. The man is waiting for an answer. After a second, he calmly agrees to this, saying that it is true. They noticed that they never talked about frank topics. It turns out that he even told his children about it. He sees nothing of the sort in this because it is not a secret. The man looks at him in surprise. After a second, he laughs loudly, realizing how naive the boy is after all. The boy wonders what he wanted to talk to him about. The man tries to stop laughing. He has to go a long way from here, and possibly for a long time. He does not know when he will return. Therefore, the husband wants to ask him to visit his children sometimes. The old man promises that he will look after his children, and I wish him a speedy return. The man is very glad to have met him. It's time for our hero to go, because he has an order waiting for him. The man watched him silently. Sometimes in life there are moments when you have to make a choice to move on. But what to do in a situation where any choice will lead to dire consequences? In such moments, you just have to step back. Our hero looks after him. The man walks away in silence. The boy must have heard something. Thus the deep night came. The whole family had already gone to bed. Only the man was awake. He opened his eyes sharply. And when he went out into the yard, a man was already there. He seems to have come for him. Ubok had already packed his things and was ready to go. Without waiting long, the men left here. Before leaving completely, the man took one last look at his house. Soon the day came. Someone is shouting loudly in the forest. The man asks for permission to ask a question. He looks at her carefully and waits for an answer. After a second, the girl gives permission to ask. The boy came here because he heard that somewhere there lived a warrior who saved his younger sister. It is said that he possesses legendary martial arts and is also very handsome and wonderful. I ask Yoren if he knows his name. The man says that this warrior's name is Utrudnit. The girl had never heard of it. In the tavern, someone loudly calls our hero. The grandmother looks at the girl in surprise, not understanding why she screams like that. The girl carefully looks around. She is trying to find our hero, but he is currently on back order. The girl sighs heavily, realizing that she will have to go alone. In fact, she herself does not know where she's going. It will be known when it comes. Only she appeared, and let's interfere with her work! The girl quickly left the tavern, strongly arguing with someone. Grandmother just looked after her in fear. At the same time, the man tries to catch up with the lady, but she is already busy, so she asks to hurry. The man asks for help to find the village of the Yellow Dragon. The girl looks at him indifferently. A few minutes passed, and she explained to this stranger how to get to this settlement. If he is in doubt, he can ask for help from strangers. The man is sincerely grateful to the girl and thanks her for her help. The man looks after her. Black woman quickly runs away. He emphasizes that she is quite sweet and kind-hearted, but she lacks manners a little. At the same time, in some manner, 4 people are sitting at a table. It seems to be a couple, and the boy is asking his father for something. It turns out that he asked permission for their marriage, but the father is categorically against it. The mother wants to bless the children because she sees that they really love. The boy cannot even understand the reason why he refuses them. The father shouts that he does not like the girl. After hearing this, she begins to cry. Suddenly, the door to the room opens wide and a girl appears on the threshold. She's looking for Master Kim Moongun's estate and asks if she has come to the right place. The man is shocked by the impudence of this stranger. The girl is very glad that she came to the right address. She came here because the spirit of a woman named Yang Sol Hua asked to give him a message. It turns out that was the name of the girl's mother. If we believe the words of the deceased woman, then this man is the real father of the girl. Hearing such unexpected news, everyone is shocked.
This simply cannot be, because they wanted to get married.
The woman is not going to believe this stranger. Yoren calmly explains that she only came here to deliver a message. obviously, but no one is going to believe the girl. Unexpectedly, the man gets sick and screams loudly. It seems that the girl is beginning to believe these strangers a little, and her mother always told her that her father died in an accident. A second later, the man admits that he is indeed her father. And after a second, he starts crying and admits that love is her mother. Unable to bear it, the girl quickly runs away. The girl runs away. Now it becomes clear why the father was so against their wedding. It's all because they are brother and sister. Suddenly, the girl says that they can get married. The girl says in the voice of the spirit of the woman says that Master Kim's wife is his own mother, but Master Kim himself is not his own father. This means that they are not connected by blood in any way. It was this information that the spirit of the woman wanted to convey, and if the wife says that it is not true, she will name the name of the husband's real father. A woman believes in everything. The girl fulfilled the task of the spirit. She began to look around and saw that the spirit had already disappeared. With that, she finished and was about to go home. Because of this information, everyone in the family quarreled. Now he no longer thought of himself as this boy's father. The girl walked away, hearing how they began to quarrel. Now the girl felt guilty because she had created problems in a peaceful family. But on the other hand, now young people will be able to get married. Maybe now they are quarreling, but it will definitely pass. Suddenly, a voice was heard again in the forest. Yoren looked around because someone called her. Standing before her was the man she had met this morning. They stood and looked at each other in silence. The man seemed to live in her gaze. He didn't recognize her, but he thought she looked a lot like the girl he met that morning. The man asked again to help him find his way to the Yellow Dragon settlement. And so, the girl began to explain to him for the second time how to get to the right place. The man thanks her and says that he will never forget. The girl quickly runs home. At this time, the man looks at her. The girl continues on her way, but unexpectedly she stops. And then, after a second, she turns back. Yoren comes to the same place. It seems that she wanted to see the warrior. But when she came, he was already gone. She already knew not to worry about him. But unexpectedly, someone's voice was heard from behind. It seems that it was the same man who started looking around. Got lost again and didn't know where to go. Suddenly, he saw a girl. After a second, he started screaming at her and asking for help. The girl was very annoyed by this, and said that she would take him to the village herself. A pigeon flies over the tavern. He brought the order again. This is an order from my grandfather. He enters the tavern and says that he is back, but Kang Ryan is surprised when he doesn't see Yoren here. Grandmother herself does not know where the girl went. At the same time, customers came to the tavern. Kang Ryong began to receive them graciously. Unexpectedly, the pigeon on his shoulder began to coo, but the grandmother is not going to fulfill the order of the grandfather. Until Yoren returns to the tavern, all takeout orders are cancelled. Someone is again trying to feed the old monk during his fast. They ask him not to be angry. Grandpa yells loudly at his students for not listening to him. After this phrase, all the men fell silent, but the students did not go anywhere, but still began to quietly whisper among themselves. After a second, the grandfather shouted loudly and chased them away. They still do not give up trying to feed him, but he is against it. After a second, the grandfather sighs heavily. He cannot even imagine how he will leave his affairs to them after death. Unexpectedly, grandfather hears a pigeon behind him. When grandfather returns, he sees a beautiful white dove on his windowsill. Grandpa looks at him suspiciously. The pigeon had a letter for him. Grandfather read it carefully and was very shocked by the contents. In fact, grandfather really wanted to eat. Then he started shouting to his students and said that this time he could make an exception to the rules and eat, but everyone had already left. At this time, the girl and the stranger were walking through the forest. Finally, they almost reached the right place. They were already tired and breathing hard because they were climbing the mountain. The man very much wants to thank the girl and asks her name, but unexpectedly, she shouts at him and tells him to watch the road because he almost fell into a ravine. Unexpectedly, the girl hears a familiar voice in the middle of the forest. When she looks away, she sees a familiar silhouette. Turns out it was Grandpa Huang. They had not seen each other for a long time, and it was quite an unexpected meeting. Grandfather explained that he had gone out to collect ginseng roots, and so, after a few minutes, the man had to leave. The girl asked the stranger to follow her clearly and not turn anywhere. And finally, they came. The girl is about to go home, but the man stops her. The girl looks at him suspiciously, thinking that he will not make it without her. But really, he just wanted to thank her with dinner for that. There was silence between them, which was filled by the grumbling of the girl's stomach. The guy really wanted to go to lunch with the girl. And so, in the end, the girl agrees to it. At this time, men are having lunch in the tavern. They are very noisy. The company eats and drinks, talking loudly about something. Our hero and grandmother listen to what the visitors are talking about. They talk about a mad girl who broke into the estate. They speculate that it could very well be their urine. This means that she left there already in the morning, which means that she should have already returned. But then why hasn't she come yet? The grandmother thought that she could walk and admire the flowers. At this time, new acquaintances have already come to a local cafe. They were talking about the boyfriend this guy was looking for. There were many different dishes on the table. The girl knows only one person who fits the description of this guy, but he has a completely different name. The man tastes and looks at the girl. He looks at how gracefully she drinks the tea. This causes a blush to appear on the cheeks. He realizes that he cannot take his eyes off her. The guy wants to tell the girl something strange, and he doesn't know how she will react to it because they just met today. Dugayon is very shy, but after a second he admits that he has fallen in love with the girl. Immediately after that, the girl spits out all the tea she just took into her mouth. The boy is no joke scared when he sees such a predatory look of a girl. After a second, he decides to put it all down to the fact that it was a joke. But the girl did not spit out the tea because of his confession. She realized that something strange had been mixed into the food. And then, after a second, she fell off the chair. The man immediately rushed to help her. But, unexpectedly, everything also floated before his eyes. He instantly lost his coordination. Everything floated and he could no longer stand on his feet. There was a feeling that everything around was an unreal world. A second later, the boy fell to his knees. He fell to the floor and was shaking. And after a second, he also lost consciousness. At this time, the wind picked up outside. He was very strong and strange. Our hero had very strange premonitions, and his premonition was not only strange, but very bad. At this time, some men approached those who had lost consciousness. They looked at defenseless people. Meanwhile, something terrible is happening in the cafe. Unknown men entered the cafe and surrounded the unconscious people. They look at the girl, who is not moving at all because she is lying unconscious. The men, looking at the defenseless girl, began to lick each other. But a stout man grabbed their heads and told them to remove unnecessary thoughts, because they don't need this girl. They are here to capture this man. The man approaches him and looks at him. A second later, he gives the order to turn it over. Subordinates obediently carry out the order. Then, the big man opens a piece of paper with a man drawn on it. He compares the picture and the boy, realizing that this is exactly the one they need. He ordered his subordinates to tie up Do-hyum because they would take him with them. The subordinates ask what they should do with the girl. The man orders to get rid of her. The subordinates do not understand whether they should really kill the girl. Usually, when a woman is captured by them, they do not lose the opportunity to make fun of her. The captain yells because they don't have time for that now. Suddenly, all the men fell to the ground. Something happened. Most of them lost consciousness. Their captain immediately began to look around. As it turned out, this man, whom they were going to take prisoner, stood up. The man was shocked when he saw this. Everyone present cursed on the spot. The man was breathing heavily, and his voice was shaking. His eyes were full of rage, just at the thought that these bastards would touch a girl. Maybe one day she will become a lady of the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust. The man could barely stand on his feet and swayed a lot. A second later, he almost fell again, holding on to the table. He started vomiting. And then, after a second, the man vomited directly on the floor. Those present only watched this with disgust and disgust. The commander did not understand why everyone froze and ordered them to grab him. It's a wonder the guy's still up, because they mixed a lot of sleeping pills into his beer. They think that you can just wait a little until he falls asleep himself. Unexpectedly, Do-hyum had a premonition. A spirit appeared behind him, but he asked him not to show himself. And then, after a second, the scoundrels began to attack the boy. They beat him with sticks. One stick hit him hard near the neck, and the other got into the side. But Do-hyum suddenly grabbed the sticks with which he was hit, and after a moment he sharply pulled them on himself. The men just watched the fight in silence. A second later, the boy screams loudly, gathering all his will into a fist. He uses a lot of force to lift the sticks, and with them his attackers. And after a second, he hits one scoundrel against another. They fall to the floor and writhe in pain. The boy is breathing hard. He says they're too few to overcome him. If they wanted to capture him, they had to bring at least 24 people. The shaved man just looks at the young man in shock, and then, after a second, one of the subordinates whistles loudly. And after a moment, loud steps were heard on the street. Many men with weapons were on their way to the facility. Very soon they filled the room. The boy was breathing hard. He did not have the strength to fight. And in fact, it was a bluff about 24 opponents. But if it has already happened, there is nothing you can do. He will have to fight them. But before they start a fight, the boy wants to ask them something. He had heard that there were gangs in these parts that called themselves the Bana of the Echo and the Sun. Is it them? The shaved man remains shocked and silent. He doesn't answer. Instead, orders his subordinates to capture the boy. After a second, everyone rushed to him like hungry dogs for meat. The man was ready to take the blow. At this time, our hero kindly sees off the next customers. The boy quietly hums a song and enters the tavern. He sees how the grandmother cleans up a whole plate of dumplings. She feels sorry for people who order so many dumplings even though they are not going to eat them. Looks like their pigs are going to have a belly fest today. The guy noticing this gets very tense. He sees that the food is completely untouched. Kang Ryong is very worried because he realizes that this is a stupid sign. Chains and fragments of sticks and drops of blood are lying on the floor. Absolutely everything around is covered in blood. Many lifeless bodies lay on the floor. The two men peered out from behind the table in fear. Fortunately, everything was fine with the girl. The exhausted hero also lay unconscious. They did not understand how he could do such a thing after a whole dose of sleeping pills. It's scary to imagine what would have happened to them if they hadn't given him beer before. The commander says to call for help. They will tie him and the girl and take them to the fortress. At this time, someone is drinking water. It was the same grandfather they met on the way in the forest. He seems to be resting now. Unexpectedly, he heard some noise and commotion. And so when he looked around, he was horrified. He saw a gang of big men carrying civilians on their shoulders. Grandfather was very scared for their lives. And he became even more angry when he saw a familiar figure. He saw that those bastards had captured Yoren. Anger boiled in his veins from this. Grandfather understood that it was necessary to act. The gray-haired man quickly ran back to his things. It was necessary to call for help. He ran down the slope. After that, Grandfather climbed the mountain for a very long time. He had a very strong shortness of breath. And then suddenly, he stepped on an unstable stone surface and his foot fell down. Because of this, he flew off the mountain. It appears to have been life-threatening. At this time, the unconscious heroes were taken somewhere far away in the mountains. Here, on the slope, there was a small estate. After a second, the door to the room opened. The subordinate reported the news that the business trip had returned from the assignment. He wondered if this was really the master they were looking for. This was accurate information, because the appearance matched the portrait, and he himself confirmed it. A second later, the man walked up and handed the captain the weapon of their enemy. The man carefully examines the weapon. He is shocked that this scoundrel really came here alone. The subordinate reported that the man was not quite alone. There was a girl with him, but it is not yet known who she is. He called her his daughter-in-law. Hearing about this, the commander thought. At this time, someone quietly eavesdropped on them, standing behind the wall. Their people brought her here too, but now I don't know what to do with her. The man ordered to put them in different cells and wait for his orders. A second later, the door closes. The man drinks and ponders whether she is really his daughter-in-law. The voice behind the wall does not seem to believe in this delusion. The guy is not engaged to anyone. Maybe they met him on the way. The less people involved in this matter, the better, so we need to get rid of the girl. And it is desirable not to make the same mistakes as before. Memories from childhood appear in my head. He remembers two small children shaking with terror. They saw a real wild boar. He was looking at them with his predatory gaze, as if he was ready to tear right now. The boy was very afraid, but nevertheless looked fear in the eyes. And then suddenly the boar still ran at the children. The boy pointed a big stick at him. After that, they closed their eyes tightly and shouted loudly at the same time. The boy was preparing for the worst. But, unexpectedly, warm blood splashed on his face. The boy slowly opened one eye. The boar was already lying dead in front of them. A healthy pig lay dead in a pool of its own blood. Behind him stood some unknown person with a sword. This man asked the children not to follow him because it is too dangerous here. The children calmed down and felt relieved when they saw their young. The young man smiled fondly and sighed. After that, he smiled widely, emphasizing that they never believe him. The little boy sighs in relief. Suddenly, his facial expression changes dramatically. A thin stream of blood flows from his Hyun's head. After that, Hyung loses his image. Now he's an eyeless guy with blood all over his face. Is the baby satisfied that everything ended like this? He looks at him with his holes instead of eyes and waits for an answer. The boy was speechless from fear. Unexpectedly, the boy opens his eyes, breathing heavily. He found himself chained in some empty room. He was lying face down on the ground, but managed to look up. He saw a large iron door. Most likely, he is now in prison. The girl is still unconscious. They have already received an order that they must get rid of her. Soon they head to the cell in which the girl is locked. A second later, the lock clicks. Two men stand on the threshold of a dark chamber. The girl is still lying unconscious. Her hands are tied. Men look at a defenseless girl and clearly think about something lustful. The girl looks too tempting for these animals. The man looks at her with a predatory look and realizes that the boss did not say exactly how she should die. At this time, someone comes to the tavern, despite the fact that it is closed. It seems it was the same grandfather. He was limping and barely alive, but he kept walking. At this time, they were cleaning inside. Suddenly, they heard a small, trembling voice. A barely alive grandfather stood on the threshold. He spasmodically repeated Yoren's name. Grandma and our hero immediately tensed up. The grandmother turned and looked at the threshold of their tavern, where someone was standing. This unknown person looked scarier than a zombie, and kept repeating the name Yoren. Terrified, the grandmother grabbed a large bench and threw it at him. This bench nailed him on the head directly to the floor. The woman was very scared. She thought she was seeing ghosts now too. The black-haired boy calmly approached the guest and looked at him. The boy immediately understood that it was not a ghost. The gray-haired woman was surprised. This is an ordinary grandfather, the same one who collects ginseng. Grandma was very surprised to hear that it was Grandpa Huang. Things are bad. Grandfather's pulse is gradually weakening. Grandma doesn't understand why he looks so beat up. This is probably due to the fact that someone put a bench against the floor. Grandma looks away in embarrassment. At this time, the boy is still in his cell. He gradually comes to himself, hearing the click of locks. In the distance, he hears men's voices. The Lord wants to see the young man urgently. And then, after a second, the door gradually opens. The man breathes heavily, bracing himself for the worst. But unexpectedly, a commotion begins outside the door. There is some uproar, noise, and shouts. The boy does not understand what is happening there. In the gap, he sees someone already lying on the floor. And a second later, a man's foot steps on the threshold. A male figure with a sword in his hands is standing on the threshold. The man asks if Do-geum is here. The boy is surprised when he hears a familiar voice and looks up. He is incredibly happy when he sees a joshi in front of him. The man immediately tries to free his friend from the chains. Unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to contact Golm. And then, after a second, the chains fall to the floor with a loud clatter. The man will explain everything later. First, they need to get out of here. At this time, wild men tower over the defenseless girl. They carefully examine her, as if they were hungry dogs for meat. They can't wait to start the most interesting part. The scoundrel already imagines the dirtiest in his head. He did not delay long, but immediately grabbed her clothes, intending to tear them. Such people often keep all their money and valuables under their clothes. And so, after a second, they turn the unfortunate woman's clothes into rags. A necklace of some kind is visible under her clothes. Men do not understand what it is. It looks more like letters than values. Perhaps these are some kind of amulets. They don't understand why a grown man would wear such a thing, so they quickly throw it away. The scoundrels are going to check the sleeves and the belt, because that's where valuables are most often hidden. At this time, the grandmother sits indoors and thinks about what happened. Our hero is also very focused. They gave grandfather first aid. Unexpectedly, the grandmother gets up from her seat. She found out that Yoren is in the Yellow Rock settlement. Kang Ryong quickly ran there. At this time, the grandmother is very worried because they may already be dead. Grandfather just sits silently. The woman understands that a gang of echoes and sons is operating in this settlement. But if that happened, then this is their fate. Upon hearing this, the grandfather immediately begins to cry. He blames himself for not going and saving Yoren, even at the cost of his own life. Although she is not her own mother, but she should have at least a little compassion. The grandfather cries bitterly, thinking that the girl may be dead. Grandma is sure that everything is fine with them, because Kang Ryong will solve everything. Hearing this, the man calms down a little. Grandpa is so worried because he doesn't know what kind of girl Yoren is. Kang Ryong did not go to save her, but only to bring her back. If anyone needs to be saved, it is those who kidnapped her. There was silence in the room. Grandpa seems a little confused. The grandmother asked again if Yoren was really kidnapped. Grandfather does not understand what she is leading to. The woman cannot understand how this happened without any consequences. In any case, it is necessary to return her from there before it is too late. The main character quickly moved to the right place. A single guard stands in an empty corridor. The tied hands prevent the search of the girl. That is why, after a second, the scoundrels cut the rope that bound her hands. The man thanked. When he raised his head, he was startled by what he saw. A girl appeared in front of him and asked if he was going to save this girl. The man was very frightened and fell back from surprise. The girl, more like a ghost, looked questioningly at the man. She studied him carefully with a look that inspired fear and horror. If a man does not save this girl, does he want to harm her? The man gave a loud cry of fear. After a second, he took his weapon and decided to fight back against this monster. Blood splattered. But after a moment, something went wrong. The scoundrel ended up in an unknown place. Everything around was white. He began to look around, trying to understand. Where is he? Suddenly, the man saw something terrible in front of him. Something was approaching him. It laughed and giggled. A second later, many pairs of hands pounced on the bastard. and after a second these ugly hands capture the man. They mercilessly tear his skin, causing severe pain. Gradually they began to pull him down. At the end of the day, nothing is left of the scoundrel. The man watches his partner, who for some reason hovered over the girl. It seems to him that he has found something valuable in her. Suddenly, behind his back, the scoundrel hears some unpleasant and scary laughter. The frightened man looked back to see what those voices were. And a second later, a loud scream was heard. The guard did not understand what had happened to them, and so, as soon as the man opened the door, he shuddered with fear. Many monsters appeared in front of him, looking at him with greedy eyes. He could not move. Their red eyes were directed at him. After a second, a loud scream was heard. This cry reached the street. Unexpectedly, the weather changed dramatically. A strong wind arose. These ugly hands were climbing the wall. The man looked down and saw many pairs of hands reaching for him. These were some real monsters. There were many of them. They screamed and opened their mouths. They didn't understand what the hell was going on here. But after a second, these monsters climbed up and attacked the man. Meanwhile, our hero hastened to the estate. The young boy noticed how the weather changed dramatically. It was a bad sign. The boy was very worried about being late. After that, he jumps high to get to the place faster. His eyes are full of determination. Something extremely strange is happening at the estate. One of the men woke up to a loud noise. He scolded the guards for making noise. But, unexpectedly, he woke up the captain. He said that he shouts louder than them. The man felt uncomfortable and smiled embarrassedly. Everyone woke up from this commotion. If he wants to sleep, let him close his ears and sleep. The man covers himself with a blanket and is going to bed. Unexpectedly, he hears the door lock click. After that, the door opens with a loud bang. Someone is standing at the door. Sleepy men rub their eyes. They can't make out who is standing in front of them from sleep. A man with red eyes is standing at the door. This immediately confused the scoundrels. Some shouts and commotion are heard in the room. But, despite this, the commander continues to lie down, although it annoys him. A second later, he explodes and screams loudly. He lost his temper because his subordinates did not let him sleep. But when he got up, he immediately fell silent. A large mountain of corpses lies on the doorstep. The shaved man does not understand what is happening here. An unknown man is sitting over the corpses. Suddenly, all the corpses start moving and their eyes glow red. The man was not joking. And so, after a moment, these monsters pounced on the unarmed scoundrel. All the corridors were empty, and the doors were broken. Suddenly, people started coming out of the rooms. But were they really people? They all had red eyes, predatory look. At this time, Yorn was still unconscious. A spirit girl was leaning over her and singing her a lullaby. She lulled the girl. The spirit sang in its soft, pleasant voice. She raised her head, a smile appeared on her lips. Meanwhile, 2 men are on the run from this treacherous estate. It turns out that the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust has been attacked. You have to be very careful, because they probably already noticed the boy's disappearance. The boy is very worried about his father, but Ajosi quickly reassures him. It was very difficult, but they were able to escape to the vault on Mount Sodo. Some girl was crying and sad that there is no Hayoung around now. But probably it is even better that he does not see these horrors. And so, when Ajosi did not find the boy at the meeting place, he went to the settlement of the Yellow Rock. The boy is interested in who led the attack. It was very dark, and the attackers were wearing masks, so it was difficult to see them. But without a doubt, they were sent by the Murim Alliance. Hearing this, Duhiam gasped, not believing his ears. Is this really the work of the Murim Alliance? But why should they attack them, if the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust is also part of the Alliance? And so the man begins the story. His father didn't want the boy to find out until he officially became a Brotherhood Master. He says that the Murim Alliance adopted the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust about 40 years ago. Up to this point, they were considered badass assassins who possessed great wealth. It is difficult for the boy to believe this story. The bearded man pauses before continuing. In those days, Murim was caught up in a terrible war. Pagans from the north fought with Murim masters. To confront the enemy, the Murim Alliance united in a huge coalition, and the long bloody war ended with the defeat of the cult. But the victory tore the alliance to pieces. 8 of the 10 warriors fell. Most of the survivors also turned their backs on the Murim. Over time, several small factions formed their own new alliance of just brotherhoods. In their attempts to expand, they took in many independent groups. Under the new order, Murim seemed to have restored stability, but the peace lasted only 20 years. The Heavenly Destroyer and Heavenly Ruler established a base in the south. The High Lord terrorized the wall and took most of it in just 3 years. If they had not disintegrated, the Heavenly Destroyers would have united Murim for many years. Then the problem appeared. More than half of the independent factions have gone over to the side of the Sky Destroyer. It was because of this that the Sky Destroyers disbanded. But since then, the attitude of the Alliance towards independent groups has changed. At first, they were simply oppressed, but each time the contempt grew. And any group that showed their displeasure was immediately punished. His father couldn't take it anymore, so he went to meet the leaders of the Alliance. You said they would leave the Alliance if the oppression didn't stop. The leaders of the Alliance were shocked by such insolent behavior. At that moment, they didn't know how to react to it. But as a result, the discrimination stopped. Although the conflict between the parties did not disappear. But it wasn't because his father's words made them think. He assured that his father was like a bone in his throat for them. They simply could not ignore him, because without financial support, everything would go to pieces. If they could, they would immediately seize their wealth. But the influence of their brotherhood on other groups prevented them from doing so. In fact, the boy was shocked by the information he had just received. But what do they have today? His father has been unconscious for about a year due to some illness, and the boy's skills have not yet grown to such a level that he could claim the title of Iron Lion. So they probably had no choice but to make their move now. It was clear that the boy was confused by such a sudden news. The man perfectly understood the boy's feelings now. Unexpectedly, 2 scoundrels ran out from around the corner. They have spotted them and are preparing to attack. A second later, blood splattered. But fortunately, it was not the blood of our heroes. It seems that now they have been noticed, and it is necessary to run urgently. The man looked at the boy, hoping that he would be able to run. But just by his facial expression, I understood that he would not be able to run. Looks like it's going to be very difficult for both of them to get out of here. But no matter what happens, the boy must remember that he must protect it at all costs. He must protect the seal, which for several generations has been handed down only to heirs. Suddenly, someone's white blurred silhouette appears in front of my eyes. The boy looks in front of him in surprise. Soon, a smile appears on the creature's face. It turns out that the boy knew about it, because his father told him. Then the man sighs with relief. He is very happy. This is a very important thing for his future and the future of their brotherhood. No one should know about it. The man is going to distract the enemies so that the boy can escape. The boy does not want to let his friend go. He looks at him desperately. Du Gyumyi himself is not sure that he will be able to get out of here alive, so he wants to tell him something. The man froze, listening carefully to him. The boy wants to tell where the seal is. The man's expression instantly changes. After a few seconds, a Joshi comes out and stands in front of an army of enemies. They all look at him expectantly. The bearded man pauses. After a second, he shows them with his finger the direction in which to move. They obediently carry out the order. Enemies are heading for Doshkyom. Only then does the boy realize that a Joshi betrayed him. The bearded man says that he still cannot decide to raise his hand against his relative. The boy is completely exhausted and can barely stand. The white creature notes that this was very silly, but the boy is not up to it now. This information was the only thing that kept him alive. The guy understood it perfectly, so he got angry with himself. And this white monster was only mocked. At this time, the enemies had already caught up with him and were behind him. The boy looked up and realized that it was too late to run away. There were already a lot of enemies behind, and this white creature only added fuel to the fire. The boy is simply driven into a dead end. I remind the creature once again that he was never wrong. The guy doesn't care about his words. He has another problem now. And then, after a second, the enemies rush to the barracks. He does not know what to do at all. He grabs his head. His nerves can't stand it, and he shouts loudly at this white monster. He will fall to the ground from exhaustion. Everything floats before the eyes. Suddenly, a second later, a loud scream is heard. Swords fly up. Duhim sits on her knees and tries to regulate her breathing. Many corpses are scattered around him. But despite this, the enemies continue to advance. Although the enemies are very scary, where did the guy get such strength? A second later, our hero reaches for his sword again. The boy leans on him and rises to his feet. He looks at his enemies with a murderous gaze. They are not going to back down. Suddenly, somewhere behind, a sharp sword flew. This sword hit him right in the stomach. Such a strong attack about shocked him through. The boy clearly did not expect this. It seems that no one expected this at all. It turns out that a Joshi did it. The boy looked into his eyes for the last time. After that, he threw his head back. The man did it without an iota of compassion. He shouted at his subordinates to finish with the boy as soon as possible. Yes, after a second, the enemies rushed at the boy. The man looked at him indifferently. After that, he turned around and headed in the other direction. Someone is standing over our hero. How many times had this creature told him not to believe him? And that's what his pride and unwillingness to listen to advice turned into. The guy is still lying in shock. He raises his blank gaze to whoever is saying this. A second later, something shines in front of my eyes. The young man is not going to give up so easily. He grabs his sword. Everyone around is shocked that he has powers. The old man grabs the sword sticking out of his stomach, and then, after a second, he leans on it to stand up. He makes it look so easy it hurts to watch. The enemies are clearly shocked. How is the guy still alive if he was pierced through? Unexpectedly, the boy began to sniff. Enemies immediately rushed to him. They have already pointed their weapons in his direction. Meanwhile, the boy inhaled the raw smell of the cave and sour notes of sweat. A second later, the boy grabbed his sword and began to attack. He moved his sword quickly as he worked out their weapons. After a few seconds, there was nothing left of their swords. A second later, blood splattered. Despite the pain, the boy confidently stood on his feet. He could smell the pleasant smell of blood. Such words sent chills down the skin of the enemies. No one understood where such a terrible feeling came from. An hour ago, the boy could barely move, but now he confidently swings his sword. Now, our hero behaved completely differently. He himself approached his enemies. The guy offers to arrange a real meat grinder. His enemies cursed with fear. Now they look very funny and pathetic. Are they afraid to attack him? But after a second, the scoundrels rush at him in a whole crowd. It just brings a smile to the guy's face. Enemies attack him, but he deftly dodges. The boy dodges absolutely all of their attacks. Enemies are frightened by Duhyam's confident demeanor. A second later, blood splattered. Again. At the same time, a Jossi comes out of the cave. But suddenly, he stops right at the exit. He had a strange premonition and looked around. Unexpectedly, he heard a scream. This immediately caught his attention. He saw that something was being destroyed in the distance. The estate began to crumble. Screams came from there. The bearded man did not understand what was the matter. He had to find out what was going on there. At this time, the monsters filled the entire room. A lord was sitting in one of the rooms. He was very calm. At the same time, in the cave, the battle continued. More precisely, it has already ended. Victory to Dugyoma. He licks himself greedily and is going to kill anyone who gets in his way. A group of armed men race through the middle of the street, their faces tense and ready for action. The thought did not leave them. A riot, an attack. What the hell is going on here? One of them was staring intently into the long street, trying to see something ahead. And suddenly, at the very end of it, a silhouette began to appear, which quickly attracted attention. The men immediately grabbed their weapons, ready for any danger. But it wasn't people who came out from around the corner. Completely different creatures. A dark, cold energy emanated from them, palpable to the bones. Weapons in hand, the group anxiously awaited the next movement of the creatures. Someone clutched a spear in their hands, squeezing it until the bones crunched. The others held the hilts of their swords confidently, ready for battle. But the horror intensified when spirits began to emerge from just under their feet. Shadows crawled and grabbed the living, turning them into a part of this darkness. One of the men fell to his knees, breathing heavily. His strength seemed to leave him. He tried to get up, still not recovering from what he saw a few minutes ago. The bodies of his comrades lay behind him, and the thick air squeezed his chest, preventing him from breathing. Whose work is this? He asked himself, looking at the approaching red-eyed spirits. Thinking that his comrades were still alive behind him, he ordered to prepare and keep calm. He added, "No mercy. No one should get out of here alive." Suddenly, a sword covered in blood came out with a whistle, reminding of danger. The old man opened his eyes wide, feeling a cold pain run through his body. Looking down, he saw a sword piercing his body, as if squeezing the last of his strength. Looking back, the man realized that his men were no longer behind him. Anyone captured by the shadows was turned into a mindless killing machine. He barely had time to turn around and swing his sword, cutting down several attackers. In his rage, he considered them traitors and without hesitation destroyed each one. He longed to exterminate them all, no matter how many remained. But the number of enemies was constantly growing. They were becoming more and more. However, the man continued furiously splattering their blood on the surrounding walls. The red eyes of the creatures gradually began to sink downwards. One of them in human form held his breath, as if thinking of something. He slowly lowered his burning eyes down as if remembering something important. A picture appeared before his inner vision, a little boy holding a girl in his arms. The girl was incredibly beautiful. Her appearance evoked warmth and memories. She sat on her husband's shoulders, and they laughed and joked cheerfully. But suddenly the man found himself alone, and a white wasteland spread around him. He shook his head, trying to see something in the void. He had to look ahead, and there he saw something unexpected. A huge tree with a rope that was tied around the neck of a silhouette hanging from a branch. The silhouette was barely visible, but its presence caused a heavy feeling. Looking closely, you could see long, graceful eyelashes that gave him a strange humanity. At that moment, it dawns on him who this person is, and shock takes over his soul. Not even a minute had passed when armed men, controlled by a dark force, appeared near the girl. Their faces, though they seemed like dark shadows, expressed a sly and sinister smile. There was no choice. He clenched his sword tightly in his hand, ready to act. Realizing who was hanging from the tree, he rushed towards the attackers with fury. Swinging his sword, he rushed forward, ready to deal with his enemies. Landing, he sliced through their flesh without hesitation or pause. One by one, the enemies fell, and he repeated this process without stopping. Letting out all his rage, he screamed without holding back his voice. The walls were covered in blood, and he continued his bloody mission. All this happened near the wall under which this terrible story was born. Only sharp spears remained as witnesses, indicating the dismembered bodies. A crowd of people gathered around, staring at the ground, not daring to raise their eyes. But when they looked back, their eyes were as red as those of demons. The crowd began to move in the opposite direction, as if guided by an invisible force. The old man sat with a cup in his hands, reflecting on the events. He questioned the other man about the words spoken by the young master, but it was difficult to understand the location because it was happening too far away. Taking another gulp of his drink, my lord acknowledged this as a great loss. In any case, he praised the man, emphasizing his efforts. At the moment when the lord was praising the interlocutor, another man suddenly ran in and reported. An uprising had broken out in the city. The people had risen to riot. My lord, pouring himself alcohol, froze, considering what he heard. Meanwhile, a lone shadow walked slowly through the dark cave, disappearing into the twilight. On her head was a large hood that hid her face. Suddenly he heard something behind him and turned sharply. But there was only an empty earthen dungeon with lanterns hanging here and there. He stared into the darkness for a few seconds, searching for something. But in the end he turned his head back and continued his way to the wooden door. The door creaked open, letting him in. He went further and, closing the door with a bang, moved forward. His path led to a certain room he was looking for. Opening the curtain, he entered the room, where he was greeted by luxurious courtiers. In the next room stood my lord in the company of two men. One of them emotionally reported that many of them lost their nerve, lost control, and destroyed everything around them. My lord watched the chaos in the streets in silence. There was only one thought in his head. What kind of witchcraft is this? Through the window, he saw how the streets were covered with the bodies of the dead. But the carnage did not stop, and the madmen continued their savagery. There were more and more corpses, their mountains were growing right in front of our eyes. If you looked closely, you could see red specks in each of their eyes. The armed man, who had not yet been captured, skillfully dealt with enemies, swinging his sword with lightning-fast accuracy. Next to him, 3 more people were desperately fighting off the crowd of enemies. My lord gritted his teeth, barely holding back his anger as he observed the situation. He ordered to gather the elite warriors in the main hall, because it was necessary to leave this place immediately, assess the situation, and make further decisions. One of his men tried to object, saying that it was wrong because their men were risking their lives below. To this, my lord replied, "I will not stop you if the sense of comradeship compels you to go to their aid." After these words, everyone fell silent, having understood his point. And my lord, having given orders, went to his room. Entering there, he opened his eyes a little wider when he saw the man who had just been in the tunnel. My lord feigned surprise and asked, "When did you get back?" All he heard in response was a cold question. "Do you have any problems?" My lord began to explain that there was nothing to worry about. He added that he had already planned certain actions, and this incident only pushed him to implement his plan. The man in the black hood listened to my lord's explanation in silence. Finally, he just said, "I'm glad to hear that," and left. Meanwhile, the boy looked back and finally breathed a sigh of relief at having achieved his goal. On the way to this place, he had no idea how big the valley around Yellow Rock Village was, and he didn't know what trials awaited him ahead. On the high, steep slope of the mountain stood a majestic house, the architecture of which captivated with its beauty. Armed men gathered inside this house, ready for action. These were the warriors that my lord had ordered to assemble in the main hall, where he stood with 2 sharp axes on his back. He immediately gave the order to leave the place as quickly as possible, using the passage. The commander, who was assigned to lead the squad, had to take into account that the passage was very narrow, so my lord ordered to move in 2s. Forming a formation, the commander lined up people in pairs and prepared to lead them forward. At this time, a man in a black hood was silently observing all this action. He was ready to express his opinion to the lord about what he had seen. "It looks like a miserable escape under cover of night," he said with disdain. He sarcastically added that he hoped that one important person would not be disappointed by such a decision. My lord sharply replied that he was responsible for everything that happened on his lands, and warned him not to interfere. The hooded man exhaled and explained that those were just thoughts spoken out loud. My lord gritted his teeth again, holding back his anger. The man in the black hood looked at him with contempt. A lurking snake, a bloodthirsty warrior, he described the lord in his thoughts. A ghostly martial artist that even the valley shuns. Ruthless, cruel by nature, capable of sticking a knife in the back if it benefits. Meanwhile, the commander was already leading people to the exit. But as soon as the door opened, a silhouette appeared in front of them. Just a black shadow and teeth glinting in the light. The commander, with a scar on his face, opened his eyes wide when he saw this vision. And at the same moment, the air was cut by the whistling of metal approaching with incredible speed. Drops of blood flew in different directions, leaving red marks on the floor. The armed men did not stop. Their goal was one: to go further forward. My lord Blood Warrior and the black hooded man heard these terrible sounds. Looking inside, they saw what was happening behind the walls. Fragments of bones lay underfoot, and the crunch of them was heard with every step. Entering, the boy mockingly asked, "Why are you all gathered here? Was a solemn meeting being prepared for me?" My lord was amazed, not expecting to see him here at all. The man in the hood also did not hide his surprise, and the boy, on the contrary, cheerfully greeted his dear Uncle Jossie. My lord could not stand it and thrust his sharp like a blade axe into the wall with a swing. The blade stuck into the beam right behind the head of the boy, Kang Ryong, who was nearly hit. "Did you almost cut your brother's body in half?" replied the boy jokingly, dodging gracefully. But the second axe was already in the hands of the bloody warrior. He threw it in a direct trajectory, but the boy deflected the blow with his weapon, changing the direction of flight. This was not the end of the surprises, as the axes were attached to the chains. The hooded man was still under the impression. He tried to remember where else he had seen such an unusual manner of movements. An image of a white-haired man appeared in his memory. And then he realized that his guesses were correct. Meanwhile, Kang Ryong had already stated in a different tone that it was better to die in battle than to be killed in a shameful escape. My lord took these words as a mockery of himself and decided to prove to the boy who was the boss here. My lord stood motionless, as if collecting his thoughts as more and more warriors approached him. The blood warrior froze, his gaze betraying surprise and surprise. Each fighter's eyes were wide open, and only fear could be clearly read in them. The same panic was reflected on the face of the man in the black hood, but not on the face of the young man, who was burning with a thirst for battle and was not afraid of anything. Suddenly, the fighter saw a sword breaking through the thick layer of flesh. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the walls and floor. In a few swift movements, the young man dealt with almost all the enemies. His sharp sword even cut the blood warrior in half. The young man seemed to use only one way to explain to his enemies where they were: through force. At this moment, the man in the black hood began to slowly stand up. Turning around, he rushed to run away, trying to save himself. Fate has given him a chance at a new life. But will she allow him to escape? The boy did not hold back, enjoying the fight and the bloodshed. One of the blood warrior's henchmen hid behind and timidly watched the chaos. But he saw nothing but blood. Horror reigned all around. An incredible number of people died in this place that night. Wandering among the corpses and observing their condition, the young man received a kind of pleasure. A sense of triumph filled him. The enemy was dead, and the plan was accomplished. But suddenly, looking down from the balcony, he noticed a group of people running away. Their cries could be heard even from afar. "Where did this monster come from?" The young man stood motionless, only watching those who ran. The cloaked man, full of determination, overtook one, then the second, and then the third. Kang Ryong's gaze from top to bottom on them remained cold and unwavering. The Black Hood surged forward, becoming the leader of those fleeing. Meanwhile, the blood from Kang Ryong's sword had not yet managed to drain, reminding of the battle he had just experienced. The boy wondered if there would be anyone in this life with whom he could fight seriously. At least a few rounds. Why wasn't I born during the time of those legendary warriors called the Heaven Breakers? He thought sadly. Suddenly there was a sound behind him that made him look around. He turned his head and saw behind him a stately building illuminated by the glow from the windows. In the light of the windows, strange incisions similar to some symbols could be seen. Intrigued, Kang Ryong began to take a closer look. His silhouette suddenly disappeared into the darkness, as if he had plunged into another dimension. In this gloom there was nothing but a heavy atmosphere around. Beneath his feet lay many corpses, the boundless gloom of death. A few minutes passed, and armed men began to emerge from the darkness. He felt their presence behind him, and saw familiar figures ahead. These were the same warriors with red eyes that inspired terror. His thoughts hung on a strange regularity. Before, people only fought each other, but never mass murders. Why is everything different now? Turning his head back again, he tried to estimate the number of those approaching. He wanted to ask these creatures why they had condemned themselves to such a fate, and to add, if so, then they should not blame someone else for their death. Kang Ryong crossed his arms in front of him and concentrated as if gathering energy. The tension in the air grew, and the energy became more and more. All this power seemed to press on the monsters that were moving towards him. He prepared to show them where they belonged, and gathered all his strength. His palm, as if tearing through space, was preparing for a powerful attack. At first it seemed that nothing had happened. The creatures continued to move forward. But suddenly, a bright glow burst out from the center and filled everything around. This glow created a shockwave that swept through the entire village with force. At the same moment, the second wave flew far over the mountains, disturbing everything around. The mountains began to tremble from the power of the waves, and stones fell down. Kang Ryong, who had caused many deaths in this place, also felt this air jolt. But where this incredible energy came from, he still could not understand. Meanwhile, the little girl lay with her eyes closed, as if in a deep sleep. But in the next moment, one of her eyes began to slowly open, as if responding to the events. These creatures felt an unbearable pressure that covered them like an invisible press. The force was so great that it ruptured their eardrums, and blood flowed from their noses and mouths. The crimson eyes of these monstrosities began to fade gradually, fading along with their power. The glow that illuminated everything around slowly turned into thick darkness. The boy unleashed all his inner desire to destroy his enemies, leaving them no chance. Along with them, their weapons broke. Everything was smashed in half. Their remains scattered around like fragments of small stones. Only weak moans could be heard from the bodies lying on the ground. Kang Ryong lowered his head and saw one still holding on, although he was trembling. He knew that these creatures wouldn't die from it, but they definitely wouldn't be able to move anytime soon. All he had to do was leave them lying motionless until their weakness wore off. The girl who appeared had bright red lips that contrasted with her white skin. She looked annoyed at what she saw. Always meddlesome! The girl was just lying at her feet, as if waking up from a long sleep. Opening her eyes, she expected to see only her mother. But, starting to come to her senses, the image around her gradually dissipated. Finding strength, she got up and moved forward. She noticed some strange stickers on the floor that caught her attention. Her curiosity made her come closer and see what it was. When she bent down to examine them more closely, she took one in her hands and began to examine it. On one of the stickers was written, "Amulet that restrains the demonic Rakshasa." That's what the man-eating demon is called. Now the girl understood that what is happening around is a real mess. She decided to look at the corner of the ceiling and saw something really strange. It seemed that some energy had just hid in the crack, as if it had merged with her. Strange sensations overwhelmed her, telling her to run away as soon as possible. Wasting no time, the girl ran to the exit, listening to her inner voice. The exit from the cave was very close, but the gate closing it was broken. It was obvious that something small could not destroy them. It was the work of something powerful. When she was above the horizon of the village, she saw a thick fire that covered the roofs of the houses. If this fire is not extinguished, it will burn everything in its path. Only now the girl was able to assess the scale of this disaster. Meanwhile, the armed young man moved on, without haste. Glancing at the horizon, he saw the same flame that the girl had noticed. He thought silently that his imagination must have been a little wild. But it turned out that he turned around not in vain. When his gaze fell down, he noticed people still alive there. The young man was amused by the way they ran away like frightened cockroaches. There was nothing to do in this place, and he jumped down, leaving it. At that moment, a group of people who were fleeing ran as hard as they could to escape. Their speed was such that they seemed to cut through the air with their bodies. Their teeth were shaking in fear, and the man in the black cloak rushed ahead of everyone, trying to escape. Either he was wet from sweat from running or from terror, most likely the second. He could not understand where this fool Guillaume got such incredible strength. Every now and then he looked back to see the rest of the people fleeing. But turning once again, he heard an explosion right behind the group. It was the same fool that my uncle called Guillaume. Right in front of his eyes, Hyam smashed everyone who stood in his way. His deadly silhouette was fast approaching, inspiring terror. With just one blow, he easily destroyed entire groups of people. Ruthless in his power, he did not leave them any chance of life. Blood flooded those who were nearby, and there was no way to escape. The group was forced to stop and retrieve their weapons in preparation for battle. They decided together, if they are going to die, then with honor, and not while running away. Their plan was one, to cut Guillaume to pieces without sparing his own life. But for Goem, it was only a relief of the task. Now he could just swing his sword without chasing enemies. One blow, a second, a third, a fourth, and almost half of the men flew to the side. The man in the black hood coldly assessed the situation, realizing that it was a complete collapse. It wasn't the same Hyom he had known before. In his eyes, Yom now seemed something completely different, almost superhuman. A ruthless monster that does not hesitate to destroy everything in its path. His sinister smile was terrifying. The speed and precision with which he acted amazed even experienced fighters. The man in the black hood realized that it was his time to defend himself. But even he knew, if Hyom had wanted to, there would have been no trace of him a long time ago. "I am pleasantly surprised. Didn't think you were hiding such fighting skills," the Black Hood said. He added that these movements and skill with weapons resembled his late brother's style. But in response, Hyom only coldly said that it was insulting. "I am Hyom, your own nephew, whom you poisoned, you scoundrel," he replied angrily.
"Yes, you! It's as if he's been hiding behind that black hood all his life, traitor!"
Guillaume was not going to kill quickly. Instead, he pushed him away disdainfully, like a rat. After that, he began to wind up the power for the next attack with his weapon. But the hood turned out to be quite agile and successfully deflected blows with his sword. Can he sustain this pace for long? It seems not. One of the subsequent blows left a deep scar that ran right across his face. The atmosphere around became thicker and more intense, as if before a storm. Hyam pushed the man down the high stairs so that he would come to his senses a little. It was a clear sign. Hume was trying to let him know where he belonged. Going down the stairs, he coldly explained that this scumbag had poured poison on him, which turned his organs into bloody pulp, and now he was rehearsing because of the scratch. The man covered his face with his hand, which was dripping with blood, trying to control its flow. Guillaume had not a single drop of respect for this scum. He crawled on the ground, muttering something under his breath and clutching his sword. A few minutes passed before Golem heard the following. "You pathetic fool! Your blood is the Iron Lion's trail to Guan. That's why I tried to destroy you, fearing your hidden abilities. But if I knew you were crazy, I wouldn't be in a hurry. Those abilities I feared only manifest in the days of the madness of the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust." The Hood continued to mutter, but these words didn't mean anything to Guillaume. He was only interested in one thing. Was it true or not? He had waited a whole 10 years to take revenge, and now he demanded more effort from his uncle. The Black Hood, not holding back, called him a crazy bastard. But in the end, he himself begged to be killed, admitting his betrayal of the family. Hom raised his spear above the Hood's head, ready to deliver the final blow. But he was stopped by a loud voice shouting in their direction. The little boy was standing on the roof and clearly heard the word, "Stop!" He turned at the sound and saw 2 people standing over a third person who was kneeling. At that moment, Guillaume's face lit up with a joyful smile. He found what he was looking for. Meanwhile, the atmosphere near the exit of the cave only heated up. Hyom stopped his attack when he heard a woman's voice. It was the same girl with frightened eyes who said, "Stop." She looked as if she had never hurt anyone in her life. Gathering her courage, she decided to approach the guy with the gun. Her steps were careful but firmly aimed at Golem. But Guillaume did not hold back and tried to attack his uncle again. However, a girl appeared again on his path, holding out her hand in front of her. She asked him to stop again and asked, "Why do you want to kill someone who doesn't even want to fight?" From the words of this scumbag, she understood that he was her own uncle. "Die, village monster!" he sharply threw at her with hatred. But she could already see the blade steadily approaching her, getting closer and closer. The girl had no choice but to call this boy a pathetic creature. Hyom still did not understand how to perceive her words, considering them nonsense. But at the same moment, one of her eyes began to change, taking on a strange pattern. The blade of the sword swept straight across her neck. Blood splattered at the point of impact, flying in different directions. Blood dripped from her neck, soaking her clothes in dark red marks. But the boy saw not at all what he expected. Her neck began to regenerate, and what looked like tentacles sprouted from it. They resembled long hair, but were made of human flesh. With these tentacles, she grabbed one of the enemies. Splashing the liquid around, it swept away everything in its path. The same thing happened to the boy who began to immerse himself in this endless stream of liquid. The liquid became more and more, and he sank lower and lower. When he regained consciousness, he opened his eyes sharply and tried to breathe. But there was no air. What the hell? Where am I now? He had no idea what was happening. At that moment, a girl intervened in this situation, slowly descending into the liquid. She was also completely submerged in the liquid, but seemed calm. Her eyes began to change, taking on a completely different look. By appearance, she recognized the boy as someone she had seen during the day, but did not find anything special. But now he looked completely different, and she began to think that he might have been possessed by a spirit. It was her attempt to seal away the spirit that seemed to have taken over the boy's body. At that moment, she turned her head back, feeling something unusual. There she saw a boy standing on the roof of a building waving to her. He ran to her with a joyful smile, energetically waving his arms. When he came a little closer, she recognized him, but not immediately. Meanwhile, Goem was still in the mysterious liquid. The girl decided to stop controlling this liquid for now. The liquid flew in different directions, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. The boy fell to his knees, finally managing to clear his throat, gasping for air. Unusual, strange sensations permeated him to the very bones. His neck ached excruciatingly, and he realized it was an illusion technique. When did she manage to use such a technique? He thought furiously. The very fact that the girl dared to mess with his head drove him mad. Meanwhile, the little boy, waving his hands, continued to run to the girl. But suddenly he stopped, his eyes strange and wary. He saw something on the roof where he was running from jump down quickly. So fast that it was almost imperceptible. He shouted to the girl, warning, "Be careful!" The girl just had time to turn back and notice movement out of the corner of her eye. Her chin was slightly caught by something that flew by with incredible speed. And the next moment, she felt a cold blade on her neck. A strong hand held a spear, and not one, but two. One belonged to Doc, the other to the little one who rushed to save the girl. Together, they parried the attack, preventing the blade from touching her throat. Their intervention was timely, otherwise the girl could have died. She did not expect such a development of events. Her gaze darted, first in one direction, then in another. She looked from the baby to Doc in disbelief. Assessing the situation, the boy abruptly threw the spear aside, away from the girl. However, he remained at her defense, standing confidently in front of her. The black-haired man froze, hesitating whether to continue his attack. The little one did not wait for him to decide, and was the first to rush into the offensive. His left hand struck directly into the enemy's solar plexus. The girl, full of fear, continued to scream, begging them to stop. The black-haired man felt the full force of the blow, which literally knocked the air out of him. "Well, good luck to you today," said the little one sarcastically. The black-haired man was thrown back with such force that he first hit the stairs, breaking them, and then flew away. The speed of the impact was so great that his body seemed to flatten the stone surface with his back. Fragments of stones flew in different directions as he rolled even further. The little one's hair was blowing from the fast movement and energy that was raging around. But at the same moment, a thick fog began to descend on the scene. The boy did not hear the last words that the girl said before that. The girl clearly understood that Hyom was beginning to change, and this alarmed her. She decided to check it out herself, asking him to step back a bit. "It's okay, you don't have to. Just trust me," he replied, trying to calm her down. After his words, she agreed, admitting that he was right. But hearing an unfamiliar sound, the boy sharply focused his attention on it. He turned his head back, trying to figure out where the noise was coming from. And of course, the martial arts master Du reappeared on the battlefield. Swinging his weapon with all his might, he charged at them. The impact was so powerful that it easily destroyed the rock they were standing on. It is said that after this attack, the mountain changed its appearance forever. The little boy barely managed to pick up the girl and start running away. Du made more and more efforts, trying to destroy them. Ryan held the girl in his arms, saving her from inevitable death. He managed to get far enough away to avoid this terrifying attack. He stepped on the ground in front of him, trying to find his footing. But the land turned out to be one of the fragments that began to collapse. The stones could not support the weight and began to fall, splitting just under their feet. It was a real trap, where stone fragments flew instead of knives. Along with these fragments, Ryan and the girl in his arms flew down. Meanwhile, Du remained standing at the top, watching what was happening. The huge rock on which they had recently stood was now completely destroyed. At the scene of the battle, only clouds of dust remained, which gradually descended to the bottom. Du was satisfied with his technique that belonged to his family, the special technique of the shattering hurricane spear. He was sure that there was no way they could avoid this attack, especially from a frontal blow. Just to think, he used crushing hurricane against two. But suddenly, a passage caught his attention. He turned sharply in his direction. It was an entrance through a gate under which a small river flowed. Behind the gates lay many corpses like a field after a battle. The street was literally littered with the bodies of the dead. A moment later, Du was already walking down this street, surrounded by destroyed houses. Another man also happened to be in the same place, attracting his attention. Seeing him, Du smiled sincerely, as if he recognized an old acquaintance. He thought about the chances he once gave this man. But now everything had changed. Suddenly, something flew past Do's head, causing him to freeze. He did not take a single step to the side, only directed his gaze downwards. There he saw the stones begin to crack under his feet. A large boulder that seemed immovable began to shift. And Ryan appeared from under this boulder. And a woman's moan could be heard from the other side. A dialogue started from the girl's side. "I think I hurt my ankle." To this, Ryan replied, "Then just sit here and wait. I'm fast." The girl then asked him not to kill Doe. Ryan now had one task, not to kill Doe. He set out to meet his enemy. The kid slowly descended the mountain, holding his weapon tightly and not having any intention of joking. His enemy stood opposite, also ready to engage, waiting for his next move. At that moment, something made him laugh. It was funny that the little one got out of the situation without a single scratch. I didn't understand how he managed such tricks, but I thought it was quite strange. Suddenly, the boy began to change. His body took on a white hue. Doe perfectly understood that the situation was taking a new turn. A loud crash was heard in front of him. It was a child's hand that hit the ground with incredible force. The impact was so strong that the stones underfoot flew into pieces. The blast wave pushed the enemy far back, about 20 steps to departures. The girl next to her continued to remind. She begged the little one not to kill Doe, stressing that. The kid just shrugged his shoulders, answering that he just decided to scare him a little. However, Doe also displayed impressive skill with the spear. But the speed of the little one was much greater. He moved like lightning. The girl watching this sighed, realizing the obvious. She guessed that the little one wasn't going to joke anymore. His speed exceeded all limits. He jumped up and attacked Doe from behind. Small, confident in his actions, pressed the point on the opponent's neck. But he did not feel anything, remaining motionless and firmly holding the weapon in his hands. Then the little boy decided to make a U-turn and kick the turntable. But even here, his plan failed. Doe put the handle of his spear, blocking the blow. From the collision, both jumped in different directions, separated for a moment. They found themselves on the steep ledges of rocks protruding from the mountain, balancing on them. At that moment, Doe suddenly disappeared from view. The girl, watching them, looked already exhausted from this confrontation. Doe appeared on the ledge where the little one was standing, moving with lightning speed. His serious look spoke for itself. He intended to act decisively. He gripped the top of the spear with one hand, the bottom with the other, preparing for the next attack. Spiral dance of wind and dust? That's why he grabbed his weapon. He began swinging his spear, creating waves that prevented even movement. The flow of energy was directed only in one direction, to where the little one was standing. It seemed that this flow could destroy everything in its path, if viewed from the side. But this time it was different. Ryan grabbed the blade of his spear directly. With a powerful movement, he pulled the weapon towards him, directing his body straight at the enemy. It flew straight to Doe's face, which was showing fierce confidence, and using all his speed, struck a powerful blow. The blow was so strong that the opponent turned several times in the air. After such a blow, Doe had to count his teeth, because several of them fell out while he was flying in the air. The blow was so strong that it broke his confidence, along with his teeth. The little one looked carefully at him, until he fell into a mountain of corpses. But looking at this mountain, he realized how many bodies there were. Did I beat them all? A thought flashed through his head. It was not possible to think for a long time. Suddenly a cough was heard. It was Doe who not only survived, but rose, holding his weapon tightly. The little boy was genuinely surprised. How was he even able to get up after such a blow? After all, this blow was supposed to disable him for at least half a day. Doe put his palm to the wound, his eyes shooting with anger, and yet he remained on his feet. "I was taken by surprise, but I haven't laid down my weapon yet," he said through gritted teeth. He asked himself if he was a fool to let Guillaume go this far. Meanwhile, the uncle apparently had already run away, leaving him alone with the child. Doe glanced at the boy, debating whether or not to waste his time on him. Is it better to leave it for later and focus on Uncle? He thought. The little one was silent, only looking intently at his opponent, as if waiting for the next move. "Are you the same worthy enemy I've been waiting to meet all my life?" asked Doe. The little one just scratched behind his ear, not understanding what kind of nonsense he was talking about. But in the next moment, he came sharply closer to Doe, reducing the distance to a minimum. His intentions were serious. This time he was going to cut down the enemy precisely. Did Kay expect such a development? And when the little one hit him with his hand, was he ready for it? The bottom line is that it wasn't Doe who flew into the rock, but the little guy himself. It happened at the moment of impact, when the situation suddenly changed. The little one saw above him how Doe, turning over, evaded the attack. The boy's blow went straight into the air. Doe rotated on its axis like a spinning top, deftly avoiding the attack. And at the same moment, he launched a counterattack with lightning speed. His blows left deep cuts right in the ground. But the little one quickly repeated the same trick, rising into the air. While flying, he even gave a compliment. "You move well." Du turned sharply to keep the boy in sight. However, the little one was so fast that he dodged the blow again. Du began to spin his spear around himself, creating a powerful protective barrier. He hoped that these spins would help repel the attack of the little one. But when the boy flew away a little further, Du decided to go on the offensive. He made 4 quick slashes with his blade forward. The little one, like jelly, dissolved in the stream, avoiding every blow. He managed to find a safe distance, dodging all the attacks. This allowed him to breathe and prepare for the next step. Taking a full chest of air, the little boy tried to keep his balance, although the enemy relentlessly attacked, giving no time to rest. Avoiding hits was important, but it wasn't enough. It was even more important to maintain balance by combining deflections and counterattacks. At some point, blood splattered in the air. Du managed to catch the little one during his swings, showing skill. The little one was right under the opponent's feet. What will happen next? A powerful knee strike that Du put all his strength into. But the little man managed to put his hand up, blocking the attack. Moreover, he managed to throw Du to the ground and grab his leg. After that, the boy gathered all his strength, spinning for a counterattack. His blow was aimed straight at the heart of the opponent, accurate and merciless. The force of the impact was so great that the bones of his ribs cracked, and the rock behind Du cracked. Stones from the rock, which stood unchanged for many years, were scattered to pieces. The culprit of this destruction was a small one. After the powerful blow, it seemed that he had gone a little overboard, but he still controlled his powers and inflicted only non-fatal wounds. The little one wished the opponent sweet dreams and was going to say goodbye to him. No longer feeling threatened, he decided to just leave, but unfortunately he heard strange noises behind him. Could he get up? This thought flashed through his head instantly. Turning around, he saw a razor-sharp blade flying straight at him. Du struck with such speed that it even cut the ground. He was sure that this time everything was over, and the little one had died. But the little one, not understanding how Du came to his senses, already flew behind him. Du, turning around, saw only a leg that was flying straight at him. Only a quick reaction saved Du from complete collapse, but he was unable to complete his attack. The boy went on the offensive and began to strike hard. He used various techniques, breaking Du's stance and holding him in his grip. Grabbing him better, the little boy hit his head against the rock several times. Maybe these stones will help him breathe better, thought the little one sarcastically. And after that, he delivered a powerful blow with his hand, which completed the combination. This blow was so strong that it could literally turn the insides of the opponent. Is this enough? Du was lying face down in the stones, his spear lying next to him. It seemed that this time he was completely cut down, with no chance of continuation. The little one was sure that everything was over, and decided that it was time to move on. But as soon as he took a few steps forward, he heard the crunch of a tree on the ground. At the same moment, he realized that it was the enemy's weapon that had been activated again. Like lightning, the little one ducked, avoiding the attack as if making a bow. "That's it again, what the hell?" he thought with irritation. Du's silhouette reappeared from the cloud of dust like an inescapable curse. And again he attacked so fast that the little one had to dodge and jump back. The little one still could not understand exactly how this opponent moves. Du explained coldly, "The world is definitely an interesting place." He added that he had been desperately searching for a worthy opponent all his life. But before I've only met pathetic weaklings with undeserved fame. Du could not even imagine that a master of this level would be found in this forgotten hole. He pointed the spear at the boy and warned seriously, "You better take me seriously. If not, you will regret it." Concluding his speech, Du asked not to think about fighting at half strength. "I've been waiting 10 damn years for this," he exclaimed passionately. His main goal was to kill everyone and give them a taste of the hell he himself went through. "Give me more inspiration, baby," he said, channeling his energy with insane confidence. When Du tried to stop him, the boy didn't even pay attention to his words. He clearly showed that he does not care who is in front of him. "If you want to remain a martial artist, I simply advise you not to move for a while," the little one said coldly. Du did not understand the meaning of these words and considered them only mockery. All that remained in his power was to call the child a fool. But even with his taunts, Du began to take steps forward, slowly, one step at a time. But the pain that hit his body was not slow at all. A sharp pain shot through his legs, and he fell to his knees, losing his balance. He lowered his head, not understanding what was happening to him. Drops of blood began to fall right between his knees. Blood was pouring from his nose, adding even more anxiety. The little one, looking at him, only said sarcastically, "Fool!" The boomerang effect worked. The reason for this was that the little one had unbalanced the key points in the opponent's body with his blow. If you continue the fight in this state, all the broken life points could literally explode. Your full recovery will take time, and when you do it, it's better to run away in all directions," added the little one, who could not come to terms with his defeat. With bloody hands, he began to rake the ground under him, as if trying to find strength. But suddenly the boy heard a familiar sound behind him, which made him wary. This time the attack was directed directly in front of him. Swinging his spear, Du tried to strike again, full of rage and desperation. The shot went a few meters to the right of the little one, completely missing the target. Although Do was shaking, his arm was completely broken, and protruding veins pierced his body, but he was still plotting something. However, it was clear that his attempts to move only resulted in chaotic movements. It seems that no matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to climb it. But Du, in spite of everything, decided to go ahead, against all the rules. Somehow, he found the strength to launch another attack. Rushing like lightning, he hit all the points of the little one's body. However, after flying a little further, Du was overcome with surprise. The little one stood completely intact and unharmed. It was just an illusion. He thought he was attacking the little one's body. But in reality, he just left marks on the ground around him. What to do now? Flashed through his mind as he realized that he was in a complete mess. His arms and legs swung powerlessly in different directions, and he simply fell to the ground. In this state, there was nothing to talk about. The little one exhaled, once again looking at the defeated opponent. But Do was still trying to scramble to get off the ground. Even after everything, he continued to move, as if invincible. It became clear to the boy. In front of him is an opponent with an insane damage zone and an unusual way of moving. His muscle structure and joint function were not like those of ordinary people, which was why the 5-ring punch did not work. No matter what, Du kept trying to get up. He even declared that the little one should not think of running away because, "I will still get you from under the ground." Before dealing with the boy, Du decided to finish off the girl first. He ominously stated that he would do it slowly and painfully. The little one did not expect to hear such words at this moment. Before his eyes, Du gradually rose, and his legs no longer looked injured. Standing up, Du charged forward again with his spear, aiming to attack. The spear went right under the boy's left arm. Either Du missed, or the little one dodged in time. However, the little one remained completely whole and unharmed. Du could not understand why the little one would risk his life so much for such a senseless cause. In his opinion, it was obvious how this attack would end. Mei Li, meanwhile, decided to deprive Du of the opportunity to master martial arts for the rest of his life. All he had to do was complete this blow. The impact was so strong that Do's head was noticeably rocked back, and the little one remained standing in place, motionless in his fighting stance. The impact was so strong that it transported Du to a memory of his childhood, when he, still a young boy, was found badly injured. Then he was brought to the doctor to somehow stabilize his condition because his body was extremely weakened. It was at that moment that the doctor first detected a shift in his Kai. This rare physiological feature is that the flow of Ki, which connects different points of the body, moves in the opposite direction, unlike in ordinary people. However, a high-ranking man present at the time impatiently asked the doctor to speak more clearly. The doctor explained that Do's body was unable to perform techniques based on internal Ki energy. It was a clear diagnosis, and the situation looked just like that. But what happens if he does try to use these techniques? The doctor noted that with a certain zeal in training, he can master some techniques. But the more often he will turn to them, the more the resistance to the flow of Ki will increase. Eventually, the backflow of Ki can become entangled and cause serious internal damage. Simply put, his worst enemy is himself. The doctor added that there would be no problems with weaker opponents. But what if the young master meets an equal or even stronger opponent? What happens if this enemy overwhelms him with both internal and external Ki energy? That's exactly what happened. He faced a worthy opponent on the battlefield. The opponent made his back crash into the stones. Blood flowed from Do's mouth, and his body was experiencing a frenzied energy overload. In the worst case, this could lead to a serious energy crisis. But the worst thing that can happen is his own death. The guy continued to impress with his powerful punches. These blows not only cut the ground, but also plunged the opponent's body deep into the rocks. Each attack seemed final, forcing the enemy to surrender. The kid was sure that he managed to reverse the flow of his opponent's Kai. However, he was careful not to touch the vital organs, leaving him a chance for a normal life if he was careful. Before that, he warned, "I probably shouldn't have touched me." Du remained lying under a pile of stones, almost motionless. His gaze was lost in the fog, unsuccessfully searching for a solution. In his past memories, there was a tall lord asking the doctor, "What now?" "Is there a cure? Is there any way to get his body back to normal?" Pan asked anxiously. The doctor replied that as far as he knew, This ailment was incurable. However, he remembered a story he had heard a long time ago. It was about a person with similar symptoms who managed to become normal. But that method was pure improvisation and required tremendous luck. The doctor warned that it is almost impossible to repeat it. Despite the skeptical warning, Pan shouted, ordering to tell everything to the smallest detail. The doctor began to explain. Kai needs to be brought to a state of overload. This was the first thing he reported, emphasizing the risks. Pan heard this and immediately called the method absurd. The doctor replied that it was because of this that he advised taking this idea with caution. However, Pan decided to listen to him to the end. First, all the tangled key points in his body had to be destroyed. However, 9 vital points were to remain intact. After that, the flow of ki connecting the 12 Wen ki and the 8 stray channels was supposed to reverse, causing an explosion of overloaded energy. And at that moment, lying in the rocks, Do's body began to explode from the inside. He opened his eyes sharply, wide feeling the wave of pain that overwhelmed him. His bloody teeth gnashed, revealing all his inner pain and anger. The flow of wind around him grew stronger and stronger, creating a dangerous atmosphere. The kid heard a crunch and a crack right behind him, which was getting louder. The sound made him turn his head back to see what was going on. But looking back, he saw almost nothing. Only the shadow of a body that began to squirm. Do squirmed in unnatural movements, as if competing with himself. I'll watch a little more, thought the little one, keeping his distance. He watched this terrible scene with an unpleasant feeling. What was happening to Do caused horror and disgust. It was really creepy to watch, because his body was changing before our eyes. The veins began to swell, became larger and spread over the entire face. They gradually took over the whole body, causing him excruciating pain. You could feel that pain as he squeezed the stones so hard that they crumbled into dust. Won't it kill him? What will happen to him next? Thought the little one, watching. From the outside, it looked like imminent death. But there is one but. Even in the midst of all this blood and destruction, only 1 in 10,000 can be blessed by heaven and come back to life. The boy did not know this, so he decided to go in the other direction. But suddenly, a huge cliff appeared in front of him. This cliff was formed because of their battle when they crushed all the rocks here. But it seemed that this was not the end. The stones began to rise up. It flew higher and higher, gradually surrounding the child from all sides. Turning forward, he immediately understood who was behind it. Do stood in the middle of the flying stones that rose up in his wake. The kid looked at him carefully, perceiving the opponent in a completely different way. Before him stood someone who had chosen a path that was like a double-edged sword that had already destroyed countless martial artists who sought absolute power through self-destruction. But now the little one began to feel anger, and he is unlikely to restrain himself further. At that moment, the protagonist saw a familiar figure in front of him. But it was no longer the former Do. He had changed, finding himself in a new body. The little one even doubted whether it was a dream or whether it was all real. Standing before him was a white-haired man with long hair who looked majestic and menacing. His weapon lay on the ground next to him. He put his foot on the handle and in one movement lifted it into the air. It looked incredible. Without even making an effort, he began to spin the weapon in the air. And in an instant, like a swift wind, the weapon stopped as he grasped it in his hand. Lightning fast. The little one barely managed to track this movement with his eye. The white-haired man stood silently, as if studying his opponent's every step. But his silence concealed his intention to strike, this time from behind. Everything was decided by a second. The little one had to look around to see a bright flash. That flash instantly cut the rock in half with incredible precision. One move by Do looked like it was cutting through butter, not super hard rock. And this was no ordinary rock. Its rock was incredibly hard. The little one barely managed to jump in time, avoiding falling with the broken stones. He was lucky enough to bounce back so hard that he ended up behind Do. But Do felt every movement of the opponent as if he saw it with his own eyes. Another attempt to attack from behind failed again. Do dodged easily, and at the same second, he made a lightning counterattack. Fortunately, the flexibility of the little one was at a height which allowed him to successfully maneuver. If he hadn't maneuvered, everything would have ended the same as with that rock. Complete destruction. The giant hole from one blow to Ko looked incredible. The speed of his movements, similar to light, was the opponent's next trump card. He flew like an arrow along a well-honed trajectory, leaving no room for error. The little one dodged with the same precision as he readied his counterattack. But in order to strike, it was necessary to break through these lightning-fast movements of the spear. And this spear, by the way, had a point as sharp as a blade at the end. The main character almost found himself on the verge of being caught by it. The damage zone from Ko's blows was huge. They cut through even giant stones. The stones were left with deep holes from every movement. Taking a look at it, the boy understood the scale of the enemy's strength. Du, for his part, began to think that Kangryong was running around like a frightened mouse. He launched another attack, prompting the hero to dodge once more. This time it was a spiral dance of the wind. Du twirled the spear with incredible speed in different directions. These rotations created a huge tunnel in the stone, which the boy saw with wide eyes. Surprise overwhelmed him, but he did not stop preparing for a new maneuver. Gaining energy, the little one remained ready for any turn of events. A bright glow suddenly appeared in front of him, as if a harbinger of a new attack. Meanwhile, the whirlwind from the spear rose upward, shattering everything in its path in spiraling motions. A loud roar echoed around, and the lines of air created by the spear swept past the rocks. They crushed the stones as if a bird had flown through cotton wool. Under this powerful wind that he himself created, Du stood calmly and confidently. He was satisfied with his spiral dance, thinking that everything had turned out perfectly. At some distance from him, on his lap, sat the main character. That he managed to survive was a real miracle. To save himself, he had to create an energy barrier, because it was impossible to block such a blow with his bare hands. Even the bones of the little one hurt, and every movement was given with great difficulty. There was a distance of about 100 meters between them due to a huge chasm formed after the battle. On one side stood Do, with an incredibly strong body and long white hair that gave him confidence. However, even in this situation, he did not lose interest in watching the little one. He was curious to see how much longer this boy, who had proven so persistent, could last. Du carefully followed his every move, even remotely admiring his endurance. But at the same time, a slight feeling of regret began to appear in him. He thought, if I had known how things would turn out, I would have listened to the words of the master. Meanwhile, the little girl's little feet scraped slowly over the stones. She limped over an injured leg and walked, leaning on a rock for support. It was extremely uncomfortable and difficult for her to walk. At one point she stopped and turned her head back. Something large was rolling from there, and the sound of a vibrating rock made her wary. At some point, the girl was overcome by strange sounds that seemed to surround and absorb her. She couldn't help but be offended by the main character who didn't come back as soon as he promised. Deep down, she began to realize that this young master was much stronger than she had imagined. Gathering her strength, she moved on through an incredibly difficult and dangerous road. There were so many holes in the walls around that it was hard to even count them. The mountains were cut open by the powerful attacks that took place here, leaving chaos behind. This place looked as if giant alien creatures had landed here, destroying everything in their path. Even houses built of strong materials were blown apart by the impact. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out behind one of these buildings. The two fighters stood facing each other, ready for another attack. It was they who caused all this chaos, leaving behind ruins. The main character competed with Do, and their fight reached incredible proportions. Their backlanding alone destroyed everything in its path. They smashed houses with their bodies, leaving new scars from each blow. Du even found time to mock the hero, demonstrating his superiority. Du even applauded, admiring how long the main character lasted. He began to ask about which brotherhood the little one belonged to. "How many warriors do you have that are superior to you?" asked Do. He promised that he would let the boy go if he would just tell the truth, but the hero remained silent, trembling a little. Du repeated his question, as if trying to provoke some kind of reaction. He didn't expect to hear anything special or even see any movement in response. But the main character began to stand up, scattering fragments of stones and rubble around him. He calmly explained, "The more powerful the opponent, the more difficult it is to fight him without killing. Especially if he's grown in strength so suddenly," he added. Biting his finger to the point of blood, the hero coldly suggested, "Let's start. This time I will show you my true power." Du grimaced, completely not expecting to hear such words and see such a challenge. Du wanted to ask the little one a question, but he himself did not fully understand how to formulate it. He was also going to admit that he wasn't fighting at full strength. "You held back from killing me because you wanted to know what fraternity I was in, right?" asked the main character. But this time he asked Do, "Show what you're really capable of." And hinting, he added, "Fight with all your might, don't hide anything." Du seemed to see something humiliating in this challenge, as if the kid was looking down on him. Du realized that he had just missed his last chance for salvation. "If you so desire death, I will grant your wish," he declared with rage. The little one just stood, calmly waiting for what the opponent would show. Around the white-haired man, the wind began to swirl like a hurricane. Forming a dense layer of air, Du was ready to pulverize the little one. The wind was so strong that even standing nearby became difficult. Despite the powerful current, the main character did not move. Although the wind destroyed even the tree behind him, which was part of the roof, the flow of wind only increased, blowing and raising Du's long hair. He swirled the air into one point, concentrating all his power around the layer. The hurricane grew larger and more powerful, displaying all of Du's power. Sharp spikes began to appear on the surface of the air layer. These spikes were ready to destroy everything in their path. And their first target was the main character. The little one raised his hand up, then brought it down sharply, clenching his fist in readiness for action. The little one put his left hand forward with an open palm, and pulled his right far back, preparing for a powerful blow. His fist, strong as steel, hit the hard surface with a loud crack. The force of the impact was so great that everything around began to fly to pieces. Nothing could withstand this destructive wave. It looked like a lightning bolt that attacked, slicing through everything in its path. After the impact, large holes remained, from where light air blew. The ease of this destruction seemed almost unreal, considering the hardness of the rock. It is difficult to even imagine what power is hidden behind these blows. The flash gradually began to fade, enveloping everything around in darkness. The outlines became more and more clear, and the space was filled with an oppressive silence. Soon everything remained immersed in thick darkness. The white-haired man, concentrating, continued to observe only broken mountains and ruins in front of him. Mal managed to parry his devastating attack, almost inhuman in strength. It seemed incredible, but it was a reality. The blonde looked at what was left, the center where the vacuum had begun to form. The powerful force was pulling everything towards it. Even his legs began to lose their stability. It was extremely difficult to stand on this shaky surface. Eventually, the white-haired man began to be sucked into the center of this vacuum. It was beginning to resemble a real black hole that was sucking in everything around it. The vacuum controlled by the main character was created by his power, the power of the small, which now captured the entire space. The kid was ready to launch an attack he called Heavenly Destruction. Dark Maelstrom Strike, this technique held an incredible threat capable of destroying everything. The white-haired man understood that he had to be careful when he was in the damage radius. Looking carefully at the hero, he realized that in front of him was the technique of Heavenly Destruction. "Damn it, you're using the Heaven Breaker martial art," he exclaimed, hurt. His body was already beginning to be drawn into the dark vortex created by the little one. But even at this moment, he continued to consider the hero only rejected from his era. Annoyed, the white-haired man gathered his strength to strike back. He applied his wind and dust cross-carving technique. Their two attacks collided, creating a shockwave that shook the ground. If even one of the attacks went out of control, it would destroy several mountains in its path. Their power was so incredible that the surrounding landscape continued to crumble. It looked like an incredible art. The art of mastering destructive technology. This art required complete fusion with technology and its absolute control. Feeling it on himself, the white-haired man froze for a moment in delight. But this pause did not last long. He immediately began to act, trying to pierce the child with his spear. However, his attempt proved futile. The spear began to distort as it entered the dark circle that surrounded the hero. The dark energy absorbed the weapon, destroying its structure. At this moment, the white-haired man just stared wide-eyed in shock. And then he felt incredible power when the protagonist's hands appeared right next to his head. The hero's hand, capable of tearing apart space, struck with incredible force. The impact made the white-haired man's head ring as if an explosion had gone off inside his skull. At the same moment, he saw the world in thousands of blurry pictures. The surrounding mountains seemed endless, absorbing his gaze, and the black hole created by their battle continued to suck everything around. She tore to shreds anything that came within her range of influence. Its destructive power only grew, absorbing more and more space. Solid wooden structures were scattered into small pieces, as if they were paper. These were only the initial stages of her strength. Soon she began to climb high into the mountains. Everything that happened in her path was swept away without pity, even the smallest details. Hundreds of meters above the ground, the air began to swirl into a powerful vortex. The limping girl walked some distance and raised her head, observing this phenomenon. She tried to understand what was happening there, but was shocked by what she saw. "Looks like they're having fun in there," she thought as she turned back to the entrance in front of her. The entrance was covered with dust. The consequences of the battle were colossal. In the deepest point of the hole dug by their struggle lay a blonde, buried in the earth, and above him stood the main character. Words did not appear, thoughts did not come to the white-haired man. He just lay there, exhausted and powerless. His white face barely moved, and his breathing was almost imperceptible. But suddenly he opened his eyes wide, as if trying to gather the remaining strength. His gaze seemed to float into the distance, moving further and further. A bright blue sky spread out before him, cloudless and endless. This man was once his hero, a genius, who already surpassed his father in skill by the age of 15. But despite all his power, he was not arrogant, but on the contrary, he was kind and sensitive to everyone. He could joke and keep the atmosphere cheerful, even in tense moments. In those days, he was his father's pride and hope, a symbol of the brotherhood of wind and dust. Constant training honed his shots, bringing them to perfection. Walking hand in hand with the family gave peace and harmony. But everything changed when Hyun went crazy. The beginning was the murder of the mother during a bandit attack, although this could only be one of the reasons. It was after this incident that he turned into a mad and bloodthirsty killer. At first, his rage fell on a band of robbers who terrorized the district. However, he gradually moved away from home, destroying even virtuous martial arts masters and Murim warriors. He often shed blood, leaving behind a bloody trail. The ground was covered with the bodies of those who stood in his way. A serial killer appeared who attacked everyone indiscriminately, causing terror among the Murim residents. The killing spree only stopped when the killer's identity was revealed. At that moment, a hooded man appeared, landing next to the milord. Their eyes met and tension hung in the air. A moment later, blood was already running down the sword, testifying to the ruthlessness of this moment. Hyun's hands were covered in blood, and his appearance was horrible. His entire head, face, and even his hood were smeared with blood. At that moment, his father caught him at the scene of the crime, and without hesitation subjected him to the death sentence. Milord had no regrets because for him it was betrayal. He threw Hyun into the dungeon, where he stayed for a long time. After years in prison, he became thin and emaciated, almost lifeless. Later, the young man found himself in front of the milord sitting across from him. Milord looked down on him, displaying his power. Hyun would kneel, bow, rise, and bow before him again. After his imprisonment, he changed, leaving his old self behind. At that moment, the older brother turned to him, urging him to be strong. He revealed the truth to him. Charity and justice are just empty words. You must do everything you can, use any means to become strong for the good of what you protect. Despite his young age, Hyun remembered those words forever. That night he stayed with his older brother. One of them was sitting at the table, and the other was already lying in bed, resting. The little fell asleep, but a soft muttering began to disturb him. These incomprehensible sounds made him open his eyes. The words sounded strange. Why do you hesitate? Kill him, shut up, I can't. Shut up, the black-haired man said loudly, as if talking to himself. And under these sounds, the little one started to get out of bed. He saw his brother in the room arguing with himself, saying that he had tied the knot and would kill no more. The black-haired man continued, as if addressing someone. Go to hell! But almost immediately his voice changes, and he strangely asks, What are you talking about? He was your target from the very beginning. He was the one who left his mother to die because he was busy with nonsense like charity or thinking about what people would say. As long as he is alive, we will not see freedom. Kill him, my friend, and we'll go back to the exciting life we once had. The good old days, the black-haired man said, but he suddenly speaks quietly, as if in a difficult conversation with himself. Quiet. The little boy, having witnessed this, was very frightened by what he saw. In his fright, he accidentally made a sound as he pressed his hand to his face, causing the black-haired man to turn sharply. But as soon as he turned his head, the little boy quickly went back to bed, pretending that nothing had happened. It turned out that they were all wrong in their expectations. After prison, the brother became even more crazy. His madness was aimed at confronting everyone, even himself. He craved permission to learn the basics of the family's spearmanship, and he personally addressed this request to his father, bowing before him. With this, he showed his respect and loyalty, but his gaze remained heavy and worried. The father listened to his request, looking thoughtfully at his son. In response, he only asked to be informed when a day would be chosen for the start of training. At that moment, the black-haired man tilted his head with a sly smile, as if he had been waiting for these words. The little one who was next to him felt something disturbing, but he couldn't explain it. The kid couldn't think about anything else, except that his brother had finally lost his mind. But he also reflected that perhaps he needed to become stronger himself. There was a sound in the room as a cup with a drink fell to the floor and broke, spilling its contents outside. Hyun died on the eve of a practice fight, poisoned by a deadly poison. This poisonous drink was prepared by the uncle, knowing that his victim would die of massive bleeding. It was then that they discussed their insidious plan. Uncle took a small bottle of poison in his hands and carefully carried it. Little, hiding behind the window, watched it. The uncle poisoned his brother, whom he considered an obstacle on his way, and the only one who knew about it was the little one. The same bottle stood for a long time among the others as if nothing had happened. But one day someone came up to him and took him away. Soon the poison was already mixed into the drink. The boy saw it with his own eyes. But he was told that it was just a memory that did not belong to him. The white-haired boy he saw now held out a cup of drink. Holding it tightly, he raised the cup to his lips and drank the contents. He took several large gulps without looking away. The drink seemed so pleasant to him that he even smiled. "Everything is fine. I was waiting for this." "You tried your best to stop me," said the white-haired man. "Don't beat yourself up," he added as blood appeared on his smiling face. It flowed from the nose, flowing to the lips, and fell in drops on the chin. The cup with the drink fell out of his hands and broke, spilling its contents on the ground. In front of the child's eyes lay his brother, motionless and cold. This caused bitter tears to flow down his childish cheeks. When the father found him, many people gathered around the body, all looking at the broken cup and the dead young man.
That's not true!
The father repeated to himself, trying not to believe what he saw. He wanted to erase these thoughts, convincing himself that it was just a figment. Meanwhile, in Do's mind, the picture began to unravel, revealing the true story. It was clear his uncle killed his brother, perceiving him as an obstacle. The poison became his tool to get rid of the young man. These memories brought not only pain, but also an understanding of the true picture of events. Suddenly, a bright flash flashed before Do's eyes. The white-haired boy began to breathe heavily, chest, as if trying to come back to life. His eye opened wider, his gaze became sharper. A slight vibration went through his hands, causing his body to come alive again. "You always knew you killed your older brother," said the voice in his head. "You just couldn't accept it," continued the same voice embodied in the figure before him. This figure was over the body of the white-haired boy, as if extracting the true essence from him. It turned out that he was the white-haired one, his true self sitting inside that body. The figure took on the form of his brother because that was what he himself wanted. Everything that was hidden inside, along with his upbringing and memories, merged into this essence, revealing his true nature. Whether he accepts it or not, this truth will always be with him. He remained lying in this place, as if devastated by everything that had happened. His body was covered with a slight tremor, as if from an internal cold. The only thing he could do was clutch the mud mixed with stone fragments in his hands. Tears appeared in his eyes and slowly ran down his face. The ruins left after the battle stretched around like silent witnesses. Meanwhile, the main character turned around and began to move on. He looked back only once at what he left behind, but suddenly he heard loud screams coming from where he came from. "Hear nothing, know nothing," he whispered to himself. Grabbing Aaron's hand, he said, "Let's just go home," and ran forward, leaving everything behind. The girl calmly burned the seal, holding it in her hands. As soon as she turned to ashes, the dust scattered in all directions, but suddenly a strong wind arose in that place. The energy spread, covering all the surrounding streets. The eyes of the dead began to glow dimly again, but in a moment they faded, returning to their pale state. However, the number of corpses did not decrease at all. Broken swords and weapons were lying around, and in the center of the chaos stood a girl. The strange and crazy aura around her disappeared. The protagonist, noticing this, approached her from behind. The girl asked if he had any other business here. She pointed out to him the dead people lying around. For some reason, she considered it her fault. The hero understandingly offered her some time to recover, but agreeing with him, she said that it was better to just move on. The bald man looked weak. His whole body was shaking. He struggled to his feet and took a few steps among the corpses. The man could not understand whether the world had gone mad. He was confused as to how and why everything had gone awry here. Hearing a strange sound, he immediately rushed to finish. Not a single living soul was supposed to remain in this place. At that time, the white-haired boy began to stand up. He barely had enough strength to even sit still. There was not enough strength and restraint. He could not hold back tears. The sun broke through the sharp peaks of the mountains. His beam illuminated everything that had remained in the shadows until now. In a narrow gorge, under thick trees, there was a small courtyard with several buildings. The girl looked in front of her with tears in her eyes. A white-haired young man stood in front of her. While she was gone, a lot had changed in the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust. The changes did not escape her. The young man knelt before his father. The brother's words about the decline of the Brotherhood, unfortunately, turned out to be true. But he still hasn't found out if the Roman alliance is really behind it. What was true and what was just fiction? Only one thing was known for sure, and this is what my uncle had a hand in. Then the boy approached one of the figurines and felt that the seal had disappeared. Together with the girl, he went down the stairs. They entered a luxurious room where everything was tossed and strewn about. They moved slowly forward through this battered room. All the dishes that were here lay broken on the floor. The cabinets were turned upside down. The boy silently surveyed the consequences of this chaos, deep in thought. Suddenly, a young man appeared behind him and shouted, "You fool, I warned you!" He recalled how many times he had told him not to tell him about it and what he was. But the white-haired man insisted. He had to find out what he needed to know and go for it. His brother thought it was a mistake, but the boy was convinced that he had misjudged. He charged that the ancestral wealth accumulated over the ages was lost to curiosity. However, at this moment, the boy firmly declared, whether to restore the Brotherhood or destroy it is his choice. He warned him not to mess around with him, a young black man, again. He disappeared as quickly as he appeared, and a girl came out behind the boy. She turned to him, but heard only silence in response. Then, as if he had just noticed her, he finally turned his attention to her. What does he think? He stands for so long as if deep in thought. The boy only pretended to be uncomfortable. After making sure that everything was inspected here, he offered to go further. She didn't understand what this place was, but he promised to explain later. Meanwhile, the mountains shuddered and dust flew down in clumps. Together with the dust, the trees were crushed by the force of this chaos. A spear was firmly held in his hands. Behind him stood dozens of people ready for battle. They gripped their swords so hard that their fingers almost turned white. But this fear was the cause of their tension. The little girl was smiling widely, as if she had forgotten about the danger. The boy with the scars carefully examined his hand. He looked down, thinking that his strength was now a mere shadow of its former power. But with each step, his recovery became faster, forcing him to clench his fist. But suddenly everything around began to plunge into darkness. His brother appeared again, saying, "Just think, the guy with the heavenly destruction technique has become your savior." Although he was rude, it was thanks to him that he managed to overcome the cursed physiology. The white-haired man once again imagined this boy and that girl. He thought that the word savior here takes on a completely new meaning. Then the brother explained that you have to pay for any service. Biting his lip, the white-haired man reluctantly agreed. He always paid for good or evil, regardless of the circumstances. But there was one but. When he returned to this house, he came back with the intention of telling something important. In the dining room, a grandmother was sitting at the table, and a little girl was standing in front of her. They had a conversation that was interrupted by a long pause. It was raining heavily in the mountains, through which a man was walking. The downpour was so powerful that it was impossible to see anything further than a few meters away. After taking a few steps forward, he noticed the man's body lying on the ground. Out of surprise, he jumped up, almost stepping on him. Frightened, the man even fell to the ground. Gray hair was visible from under the hat that protected him from the rain. The stranger's body was twisted and mutilated. Numerous cuts, bruises, and blood were visible on him. The man approached cautiously to get a better look. Out of curiosity, he decided to check the pulse. Is he alive? Surprisingly, the stranger turned out to be alive, albeit in a terrible condition. He picked it up, putting it on his shoulder, and moved forward. Meanwhile, in the forest, among the trees wet from the rain, a group of people was hiding. They were all armed to the teeth. Their clothing consisted of a black cloak and an equally dark uniform. One of them pointed a finger in a certain direction. Despite the poor visibility, he saw a small fire in the distance. The man they were looking for didn't stay in the same place anymore, even though he was asked to. It was another adventure for him. Suddenly, at the entrance to the rock, the man heard strange sounds. It was the same group of people. One of them raised his hand to stop. Because the man by the fire looked like an old man, he made them suspicious. One of them decided to strike up a conversation to find out who he was. They introduced themselves as members of the Sun and Moon Gang. They said that they were infiltrated by well-trained spies of a secret organization called Rice Valley. Suddenly, one of the soldiers noticed a boy lying next to him. It seemed to him that it was one of the same spies. "You are their accomplice, old man," said one of them. To this, the old man replied that he did not, and assured that they would deal with the persecuted themselves. He asked his men to solve the matter themselves. However, the old man who was sitting next to the boy asked them to wait. He admitted that he had nothing to do with what was happening, but he also expressed doubts that this young man was not related to the situation. His scarred face gave a faint smile as he added, "My granddaughter is now in Rice Valley." These words shocked many fighters who heard it, but they were even more impressed by the maddened Kai radiating from the old man and his confidence. Because of this, they suspected that the old man was collaborating with Muramu elders. When the old man tried to explain that this was not true, he was told to shut up. The fighters decided that he had split and gave him two options. Either go with them voluntarily, or they will take him away by force. The old man was faced with a choice of what to do next. From under his mustache came the words, "You don't have enough respect for your elders if you don't even let them speak." His trained hands rested on his knees and he began to rise. He perfectly understood that it would not be easy to settle the matter with words. Therefore, the old man carefully stretched his back, warming up before the action. When he reached his full height, everyone was stunned by his height. He seemed much smaller when sitting. He thought the best course of action was to pretend they had never met and part peacefully. But if he had to choose between the proposed options, he decided to fight. The commander of the group was looking carefully at the shoulder of the old man, who had a snake tattoo on him. When he gave the order to grab him, it flashed through his mind. Somewhere he had already seen this mark. They believed that the old man was spying on them and decided to take him alive. But in front of them stood not just an old man, but a stocky man in all his majesty. His gray mustache added brutality and unshakable confidence. Now that things had gotten this far, he wasn't going to hold back. The old man assumed a fighting stance right in front of the group of attackers. At the same moment, they felt a strong pressure that piled up on their bodies. The commander, standing behind, opened his eyes wide in surprise. Scar was only interested in one thing at that moment: how good the new spawn was. Before, only a small fire had been smoldering in this cave. But now, a bright glow came from the passage. The entrance to the cave expanded significantly after the powerful explosion. The next day, people gathered again in the same dining room. They discussed what happened overnight with the Sun and Moon Gang. Wiping the bowls clean, they lively shared rumors. Only minor members of the gang and Dan Gui, who had now become their leader, survived. But they made many enemies. Who knows how much longer it will take? Most believed that they deserved such a punishment for the atrocities they had committed all these years. At this time, their conversations were silently observed by the main character. Grandma looked out the window trying to check something. But by the time people finished debating, it was too late. The little one agreed to clean up after everyone, allowing the grandmother to go first. After some time, when he went outside, he saw an old gazebo in front of him. She piqued his curiosity, and he began to approach her. Suddenly, everything around began to plunge into darkness. A strange feeling filled his body, like a wave of inexplicable energy. All this seemed to be coming from behind the fence in front of him. The energy spiraled, gaining strength. What was happening looked incomprehensible and chaotic. Suddenly a voice was heard asking, "Remember this, their key and yours have a common source," said the grandfather, sitting in front of the young man. "When you meet them, your body recognizes them faster than your mind." This picture flashed through his mind, and the fence in front of him began to crumble. The flash of energy was so powerful that everything around crumbled to pieces. The little one remained focused, realizing that all this was not just like that. He prepared to see the enemy, and he really appeared. Two hands clashed in the air with a loud splash. In this clash, the victory remained with the main character. He threw back the enemy, who flew back, destroying everything in his path. However, after combing the ground, the enemy raised his hand. He asked the hero to wait. The guy looked safe. He just sat and coughed, not showing aggression. As he got closer, he recognized that this was exactly what he had expected from the Skybreaker's disciple. The main character immediately recognized the boy. It was Woo Bok-hyun, but he did not understand how he ended up here, and decided to ask. Meanwhile, Woo Bok wondered where the hero had such powerful kai. They went to a quiet place to discuss it. In a dark room, the body of a beaten boy, chained, hung on the wall. Soon, 3 men entered the dungeon. "Is that him?" the chief among them asked his wards. The one hiding under the hood turned out to be my lord. He was warned that this guy might lie to save his own skin. They even asked for permission to deal with him on their own, but the lord ordered to release the boy. Chains with a bell fell to the ground. Along with them, an exhausted boy fell to the floor. My lord, without showing his face, remained with him. The boy, barely breathing, began to say the words, "Heavenly Crusher." My lord crouched across from him, lifted his chin with 2 fingers, and asked him what he had just said. The boy, gathering his remaining strength, grabbed the lord's hand. Then he repeated, "I said, the disciple of the Skybreaker is looking for you." He squeezed my lord's hand so hard that the veins bulged out with all their might. But my lord did not feel pain. He was stunned by the received news. But when the boy's arm snapped, he was thrown back with a furious force. My lord wasn't kidding. He hit him mercilessly. The blow was so powerful that the boy punched the wall with his body. Now his mutilated body looked even worse. It was hard to watch, so terrible was his condition. However, my lord's hand did not remain without traces of impact. He ordered his men to hang the boy back. "He is needed for questioning until we find out what he needs," said my lord. After Bok told his story, everything became clearer. The boy realized that the leader of the Sun and Moon Gang was also involved in this. but he still doubted if that boy was really one of them. "Have you seen him before?" asked the main character. Bach explained that he had seen him several times as a child, but the memories remained blurry. Besides, it was difficult to see him this time, because he was hiding under the hood. Bach only managed to feel the faint echo of his inner key. The little one expected that if he could feel her key now, he would be able to tell who she belonged to. But at the same time, he assumed that he already knew the owner of this energy. His facial expression spoke volumes for itself. Finishing the conversation, he returned to the dining room, and then he went to his house, which was on another floor. The girl saw him approaching and asked where he was. "Settled some things. How about you?" "I'll go back to work in the kitchen tomorrow," she replied, peering out the door. But when the boy was about to go on, she suddenly wanted to say something else. He stopped, looking up in surprise. "Are you hiding something from me?" she asked directly. "It's a mess. What should I say?" flashed through his head. Without waiting for an answer, she herself decided that he was hiding something, and immediately asked to tell the truth without delay. After a while, the light came on the first floor. The boy was sitting opposite the girl, holding a letter in his hands. He had a travel ticket and a map with him. This was enough, and he did not demand anything more from the girl. He held a tablet in his hands and looked at it carefully. Besides, she told him one more thing. His payment turned out to be even more than he expected. "I'll put it in the account. You'll pay when you get back," she said. But he thought, if he doesn't return, then he won't have to pay. And he set off. A voice was heard behind him addressing him. From above, from the roof, a young man called out to him, calling him a Pole. It was a guy with a sword under his shoulder who asked to bring him dumplings. The little one advised him to sleep better than to wander from idleness. "The more you sleep, the faster you grow," he added. However, after taking a few steps, the boy warned, "If I were you, I wouldn't walk this way. The guys you beat up last time seem to have sensed your presence and are now waiting in ambush under every bush." The little boy looked down at the long stairs carved into the mountainside. Soon, he was making his way through thick fog and tall grass. An unexpected sound made him stop suddenly. Somewhere nearby, something jumped and flew so fast that he barely had time to notice it. One person was already waiting for him in an ambush. The little boy barely had time to look up when it flew over his head. The jump was so high that it was almost impossible to catch it among the trees. "I had to jump to the side to avoid being hit. Sometimes it is better to leave a place where danger is waiting for you." He approached the giant stone, staring intently ahead. His eyes were focused but alert at the same time. After a while, he relaxed a bit. He looked away from the stone and began to look around. Nothing seemed to be there, and he decided to just keep going. However, someone was carefully watching him from one of the caves. It was an old man with a scar on his face who could hardly be called old. Just one look at the little one allowed him to appreciate the level of his skill. At such a young age, he was already a master. I wonder what his mentor, the Heavenly Crusher, was like. At that moment, an unconscious body began to move behind him. The big man got up. As a child, he probably would have made him punish himself for dishonoring the Black Snake's name, regardless of who his opponent was. But considering his daughter's merits, he decided to make an exception and let this young man escape. He ordered his rabbit to return to him if the opportunity arose. After a while, Scar collected his things. The woman begged him not to go because he had only just arrived. Patting her on the head, he calmed the girl down a little. He explained that he was going on a journey to collect rare healing herbs for his old and sick friends. He added that he should have returned a long time ago, but delayed because he wanted to be with her and her mother. Yesterday he received news that one of his friends had become worse. Even she had nothing to object to these words. The plan sounded convincing. Oddly enough, it worked, and she hugged him tightly. He pressed her to him with his strong hands that knew what battles are. After a while, they led him to a path in the forest. The granddaughter shouted after him, saying goodbye. She begged him to come again. Even the big guys couldn't hold back tears while seeing him off. Soon he disappeared into the distance, walking further and further. Meanwhile, in the main character's house, there was a light on in one of the windows on the 3rd floor. The main character was sitting in the room, who had not yet had time to clean up. Suddenly, a voice rang out from nowhere. "Well, why are you hesitating? Are you afraid of losing?" came the next question. "Or is it because of that little promise you made to the girl?" "Of course not, I will go," the hero answered firmly. Pulling out a box from under the sofa, he asked this stranger not to worry. Opening it, he saw several things and took them in his hands. He mentioned that he had sold all his weapons to pay off the valley. Grandma turned her head back after hearing the news. At that moment, the girl was looking at her, also being in the room. Today, the little one brought unexpected news that caused some discomfort. The grandmother was so surprised that she cried out loudly when she learned that he was going to leave. They sat down at the table to discuss it, and the kid explained that he wasn't quitting. He was just asking for a long unpaid leave of absence. He emphasized that this vacation is necessary because he needs to go on an important business. In response, he heard only silence from his grandmother. Then she asked more deeply, "And where are you actually going?" "Honestly, I've never been there," he replied. "And how long will it take?" The grandmother did not stop. Scratching his eye, he could not give an exact answer, only saying that he would know when he got there. "Are you going to come back at all, or not?" asked the grandmother in a hoarse voice. The little one immediately answered a clear, "Yes," but then his confidence wavered, and he explained that he planned to return, but couldn't guarantee it until he got there. His insecurity made his grandmother so angry that she slammed her hand on the table. "What the hell did you do on vacation? We have so much work to do, and you don't even know if you'll be back!" She was indignant. Grandma set him simple conditions, either work or quit. Her gaze shifted to the girl, and she asked if she knew about his plans to leave. At first, the girl could not gather her thoughts and began to mumble something. But her insecurity betrayed her, and her grandmother became angry with her as well. However, the boy suddenly announced that he was going to quit. This stunned the girl, who could not believe her ears. His serious tone added even more tension to the situation. Grandma's eyes nearly popped out of surprise. She began to examine the child from all sides, questioning what he had just said. She asked to repeat, looking directly into her eyes. It got to the point where she climbed onto the table to look him up and down. "Forgive me, mistress. I will never forget your kindness," he said, explaining his decision. That was all he wanted to say without further explanation. But the grandmother, bursting into flames, ordered the girl to bring her a club. Meanwhile, the mountains were covered in thick darkness. Several people walked up to the giant barn door and began to enter. A few more fighters were waiting for them inside, and they joined them. One of them sat in the center and asked the guests, "My lord still in the training hall?" "Yes, master, everything as usual," two of them answered. However, he himself began to doubt whether he had made a mistake in this situation. What if the series of recent incidents was just a misunderstanding, he thought. But he decided that it was not important now, and ordered to gather wild dogs. They were ordered to be on the alert until the risk had passed. A figure in a white cloak sat by a luxurious fireplace, silently gazing into the flames. Under the hood, through which only darkness could be seen, the soft words echoed. "Come, disciple of the heavenly crusher." The main character thought it was a dream, but even here he instinctively looked back to look back. But apart from empty tables and benches, I didn't see anything unusual. After saying goodbye to this place, he went outside, but heard a shout overhead. "Take it, Fai!" and received a bag on the head. The girl threw him a gift, but that was only the beginning. "It's some travel money from Mom," she added. They worried that he would not starve on the way. The little boy gratefully accepted their gifts and asked to convey his thanks to the landlady. He was about to leave, but the girl called him, asking him to stop. She questioned whether he was really lying when he said he wasn't sure about his return. The hero honestly answered that he would not be able to say for sure until he got to the place. "Then don't go," she asked, looking down at him from the second floor. And hesitating, she added, "If I ask, will you stay?" But she immediately smiled and joked that it was just a humorous attempt. The hero once again thanked her for the gifts and set off on his way. She looked over at him as she thought to herself, "It's useless. He wouldn't believe it even if I told him." The little boy was already walking between the huge trees, lost in his thoughts. A bag of food given the day before hung on a stick behind his back. Before his eyes stood images of people with whom he sought to deal with. He set off to meet the sunset and the incredible adventures that lay ahead. Wild Dogs. Part 1. A group of people was getting out of a boat, standing near the pier. Among them was the main character, Kang Ryong. He was greeted by an incredibly beautiful landscape, mountains over which a flock of birds flew. The day quickly ended, giving way to dark night. He sat down under one of the rocks to get a little warm. Hanging his head, Kang Ryong instantly fell asleep. On the second day, a man carrying hay on a bull brought him up the road. However, the path suddenly diverged in two directions. The main character had to get off the wagon with hay. He chose the right path and confidently moved on. The rain left behind wet leaves, from which drops dripped onto the ground. Standing on the mountainside, he took a look at this place from a height. The hero followed the map, holding it in his hands and constantly checking the direction. He looked around every now and then to make sure he was where he needed to be. Finally reaching a welcoming place, he sat down to deal with the problem. A pair of shoes were torn. I had to get a spare. He woke so much that even his shoes could not hold. Suddenly there was a dull sound of a fist hitting the board. A crowd gathered around, and in the center stood a man who was trying to break a board with his hand. This man offered volunteers to break the board, promising 10 coins to whoever could do it. Those present have already lost all faith, claiming that this is impossible. Seeing that there were no takers, the man looked disappointed. Then he turned to a little girl named Sul who was standing behind him. This girl was from a ruined village, and when he found her, she was barely standing on her feet from exhaustion. He began promoting his pills, assuring that thanks to them she was able not only to walk, but also to hunt a bear. But these words seemed to people to be pure lies. To prove the truth of his words, he offered the girl to break the board. With one quick stroke, her hand came close to the board. Small splinters exploded and the board split in two. The crowd was shocked. Their chins were literally hanging when they saw this. The man threw away the broken board, but held another one in his hand. The man asked the girl to repeat the trick again, and she began to swing. This time, the board was slightly thicker than the previous one. Her hand approached the board again, and everyone froze in anticipation. And so, the board again broke into 2 pieces. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes this time either. Their expressions were the same: shock and surprise. The man took out another, the last board, and suggested that she try again. These events attracted the attention of the main character, who watched everything from the side. Suddenly, the man began to shake, and Sul did not understand what was happening to him, but the situation quickly normalized. People watching the action began to disperse. One of the young men approached the man to buy some pills. At this time, the main character was sitting and carefully studying his map. A quarrel suddenly arose between the buyer and the seller. Something went wrong. Sul was indignant at the words of the boy who expressed his opinion and decided to throw a few stones at him. In the end, they left, deciding that there was nothing for them to catch here, and at that moment, a man approached the main character. He brought things that the main character ordered, for which he paid him. After leaving this place, he went on a journey, and again he had to go up and then down the mountain paths. At one point, a man appeared on his path and begged him not to beat him. 20 meters in front of him stood a group of people. What were they doing? It was the same pill dealer, and Sul was sitting next to him, guarded by armed men. They were ready to take everything from him, even the last coin. But even for the fact that they just let him go, the man was already thanking him as much as he could. These people only laughed at him, mocking his impotence. Suddenly, the merchant's face changed and he became serious. This happened due to the fact that he saw anger in the eyes of one of the fighters, who began to swing his sword. The merchant covered the girl with his body, preparing for possible death. But death did not come to him at all. When he opened his eyes, at first he couldn't tell if it was heaven or if he was still on earth. He looked around and saw his abuser dead. But who was it? And 3 more people stood in confusion, not understanding what happened, because everything happened so quickly. And behind all this was the main character. They started calling him a bastard, telling them who he really contacted. But they didn't even have time to blink an eye when they all ended up on the ground. The main character decided to go further, but he was stopped by one of the men. He had just saved their lives, and now he wanted to say thank you, if only somehow. Therefore, he decided to at least feed the hero. But the main character explained that he needs to go further because there are important things to do. But it's a pity you're leaving in such a shock, not yet recovered from these events, the young man asked. I'm going to a place called Nesohyun. I've never been there, and it's very difficult to navigate on the map, answered the hero. Then the young man, without letting go of his hands, continued. The protagonist looked down to see that his hands suddenly began to shake violently. It was fantastic. The merchant's house was right on the road leading to Nesohyun. In addition, this man knew the place very well and could personally guide the hero there. And because he was grateful for the saved life, he was ready to do anything to help. After some time, they almost reached his house. When they arrived, they were warmly greeted by other children who started hugging and playing with them. In this house, there was an incredible coziness, although there was no luxury here. But the food cooked in the cauldron was incredibly tasty. After they had eaten their fill, everyone just collapsed, scattered around the house, and fell asleep. And not so long ago, these children were vagrants. The man began to take the children to their rooms, and the main character helped him. After a while, they put all the children to sleep, covering them with warm blankets. This man was incredibly worried about raising children. The main character thanked for the delicious food. In return, the man had nothing to offer except a modest overnight stay as thanks. He said, "This is a wine that is called Kutil Mrak. It is not a wine that changes its bouquet 7 times from the moment it touches the lips to the first sip." He poured this drink and offered it to the main character, and they began to taste it together, getting to know each other. The main character gave his name as Kong Ryong. The man repeated the name once more and pondered its meaning. All in all, he was grateful to the heavens that their paths had crossed. And for that, it was worth drinking to the bottom. They both went out for this drink, tipping their glasses so that not a drop was lost. The man spoke about the fact that these children are not his relatives. He picked them up here and there during his travels. He found one as a baby who, from birth, struggled for survival, wandering from one village to another, not even knowing his age and name. He found the second as a baby, when he was sucking the breast of a dead mother who had died of the plague in one of the villages, and he took the third, after her parents sold her to wandering acrobats to pay off debts. He paid for her and took her home. At this moment, the protagonist smiled. It so happened that in his native village there were people like this man, and he remembered both them and these children. He considered this way of life commendable, because he recognized that he himself would not have been able to live like that. The children were already asleep, seeing pleasant dreams. However, the man himself continued his story, explaining that he did not come to this on his own. He said that his childhood was not much different from theirs, and that is why he cannot pass by those who need help. However, his upbringing was somewhat different. A problem child, no one needed, who lived in constant fear of being killed at any moment, the man began. He had to do everything possible and impossible to survive because he was forced to become stronger. Theft, robbery, kidnapping, assault, even murder, things no human should do, were part of his daily life. Those days, I was more of a wild beast than a man, he added. The boy felt something familiar in his story, like a call from the past. He continued to listen to the crackling of burning wood. The man remembered that if he had not met Biko, he would have continued to live like this. But at this moment he suddenly fell silent, quietly pouring the drink into the glasses. "And who is this Biko?" asked the main character. In response, the man remembered his savior, the one who saved his soul, with deep respect. He said that it was Biko who taught him that even trash like me can change his life. He also mentioned the rumor that someone from his past was heading straight here. Then he asked the guy across from him, "Why are you going to Nisokyan?" The little one answered simply and honestly, "To make sure that the head of this place is exactly the person I'm looking for." An awkward silence fell between them. Each thought about his own. The merchant admitted that he had said too much and asked, "When did you begin to suspect me?" The protagonist began to take his hand out from under his sleeve. "Such a strong man, and you asked some scum to save your life? It would be strange not to suspect anything," he explained, pointing to the marks left on his arm. The merchant just smiled, realizing his mistake. When he heard that the hero was leaving for Nesoyan, he unconsciously clenched his hand tighter. However, the main character did not consider him an incomprehensible person, and did not understand that the merchant aimed at him until he drank the poisoned wine. What the merchant didn't expect was that the little one was training to counter martial arts that use poison, including enhanced countermeasures. But the merchant believed that he had every reason not to allow him to enter Nesoyan. He decided that he should prevent this. But the boy clearly explained that it was not his decision. After a while, they were standing on the street, far from the merchant's house. Faced with each other, the main character thought that it would be better not to fight, but he understood that nothing could be done. Otherwise, there will be no passage on his way. This merchant will not let him through. I had to rush into battle like lightning. And at this moment, the main character Kang felt the power of his opponent. Somewhere far away, cold, silent mountains rise, lost in the eternal fog. The boy is breathing hard, struggling on a steep rock. Every movement is a struggle, and every breath is a fire in the chest. His palms are torn to the point of blood, but he grips the stones even tighter, as if leaning on fate itself. He balances on the edge of his strength, clenching his teeth in pain. Continues to climb up with trembling hands. A spark of determination burns in his eyes. Not a drop of doubt, only a burning goal. A single thought pulsates continuously in my head. 1,000 gold. It was then that he was offered this sum. Gold that ignites both hope and greed. He had no idea that such a valuable person could be found in this abandoned place. The intermediary passed the task, but the customer wanted this person at any price. The young mercenary looks up and accepts the challenge without a moment's hesitation. He agreed to it, but he had no idea what he would have to face. Climbing up, he grabs a fragile stone. The stone crunches and suddenly collapses. The hero understands. If he does not grab at least something, he will fly down. But there is nothing to lean on, and he falls off the cliff. Having flown all this difficult way, he falls to the ground with a thud. His body rolls down the steep slopes. Dust rises into the air as he falls, weakened and shattered. The master feels pain rip through his body. He coughs up blood from the blows he received. His body is completely exhausted and mutilated. At some point he realizes death is very close. But a silhouette appears on the horizon. It seems to him that this is already a hallucination. Death itself has come for him. His pupils open wide, catching the image of a stranger. A figure stands right next to his mutilated body. At this moment, his eyes close. He thinks he is dead, but suddenly he wakes up, bandaged and in bed. Little by little, he comes to his senses, realizing what happened. He wakes up abruptly, not understanding why he's not in bed. Did someone help him and carry him here? He looks around. He sees that it is some kind of house. Old furniture, wooden chairs, everything looks gloomy and outdated. This place seems strange and unfamiliar to him. Pain from sudden movement pierces the body. He looks at himself and sees bruises covering his entire body. The arm is broken, but someone has already put a splint on it. His leg is also in bandages. Boards are attached to it for fixation. The chest is tied with tight bandages. Even the head is twisted. He is completely exhausted and crippled. The door creaks. A mysterious figure enters the room. In her hands, she holds something that looks like clothes. The young mercenary is in shock, not knowing how to react. From under the hood comes a voice. "Finally woke up!" She praises him for his endurance. She asks to put on clean clothes. The old ones had to be torn because of the blood that had dried on the body. The warrior is probably hungry, and she promises to cook him porridge. What kind of inexplicable kindness is this? The question gnaws at him from the inside. Everything around is neatly cleaned. Everything is in its place. He decides to stop the mysterious girl. If she's seen his stuff, she might know his purpose. She calmly replies that she knows everything about his task. Even the smallest creature feels gratitude for salvation. Moreover, a person will never forget it. After these words, she leaves, leaving him alone. The broken face of the young man is full of confusion. However, he understands that it is necessary to act. Someone is digging the ground nearby. Strong hands break the stony soil with a hoof. It's like they're mining building materials. After hard work, they sit down to have a snack, wiping their sweaty faces. A young mercenary leaves the room to see what is going on. With a bandaged head, he watches all this from afar. Wooden beams are stacked on top of each other, forming a frame. The silhouette of the bridge begins to emerge amid the chaos of the work. This bridge is supposed to connect two banks of a raging river. A mysterious figure carefully studies the construction plan. The village was unusual, full of life and secrets. This man helped the sick and the old like a local doctor. She was a real protector for all residents. A young mercenary watches her, trying to understand her motives and logic. After a while, his hand heals and he removes the bandages. He has not yet fully recovered, but he can already walk confidently. There's a hint of determination in his eyes. But when he meets this mysterious figure, he receives a blow. He is again tossed aside like a doll. The power of this man seems incredible. In her mind, she understands that the boy she saved is a scoundrel. She walks over and looks him up and down, full of contempt. She is disappointed that this worthless animal chose the path of a bastard. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the boy does not understand her words. He decides that it is better to die than to suffer humiliation. He does not need help and pity. He asks her to finish him off. The mysterious figure looks at him for a long time, maintaining intrigue. Steaming out of her mouth, she says, "Is life a small thing to be taken away? Everyone makes mistakes and does it wrong." She doesn't know what this guy's life was like before. But the main thing is not what was, but what will be. If he has nothing to lose, it is better to try to live than to die a failure. To realize the meaning of these words, he must survive even longer. But the master decided to destroy this bastard. His powerful blow tears through air and rocks. This cannot be allowed. It's not time for the end yet. But he still did not fully understand the meaning of this moment. The ground beneath his feet cracks and splits with the master's impact. Explosive chaos erupts from underfoot, throwing up rocks and dust. If the master wants to punish him for his past sins, then he needs to make even more efforts. The moment when he fought back from devastating blows comes to mind. He continued to fight despite neither pain nor fear. And when he met this bastard again, his eyes burned like those of a cornered beast. The boy flies away from a powerful blow. In the air, he makes a sharp maneuver, trying to land on his feet. Using his technique, he stops without crashing into the rock. But when he loses his vigilance, an opponent's fist whizzes past his head. He skillfully dodges, forcing his opponent to leave a deep dent in the rock. Standing up, the boy looks intently at his target. He is about to deliver the fatal blow. However, the young mercenary is closely monitoring the situation. It hits the rock, leaving 4 deep gashes in it. The boy dodges this blow as well. He rushes to run, trying to break away from the opponent. Gang Ren, seeing the prey, rushes after it, not wanting to let it go. The boy turns around. It seems that Gang Ren's hands are about to tear him to pieces. He catches the blow and directs it in the other direction. He blocks Gang Ren's attack, causing him to go berserk with rage. When Gang Ren's foot misses and hits the tree, it cracks and falls. The boy rushes on, trying to escape from the angry beast. Gangren is angry. How long can the prey evade? But the boy firmly sticks to his plan. When another blow flies in his direction, he flicks it away with his hands. He also dodges the next blow, deftly maneuvering in battle. He grabs the opponent by the wrist, throws it over him, and throws it on the ground. Gangren's body crashed into the tree with a thud. The tree cracks and breaks from the impact. A crackle of chaos echoes across the battlefield. But the enemy does not give up. He looks at the boy like a wild animal at its prey. An incredible burst of energy instantly spread around. Everything around froze. Hair stood on end from this force. The energy cut through the trees behind him like a sharp sword. This sight was etched in the boy's memory forever. Standing before him was the young mercenary whose strike had created such devastating chaos. Steam rose from his hands like a powerful aura. The fist-fighting master released his external energy and struck him. Strength is impressive, the boy admitted, but it's not enough to defeat me. The enemy's face is tense. Every muscle is preparing for a new blow. The boy tells him that the head is not at all the person he is looking for. If it's not him, then is he worth protecting? The boy asks. He offers to stop this senseless fight. At this moment, his opponent suddenly smiles. He laughs as if something amused him. On what basis did you decide that you were worth protecting or not? Gangren doesn't know his past, but he knows his present. The person he protects may have been terrible and committed many sins. But now he is surrounded by those whom he gave hope and protected from a cruel world. Why then should his past matter? After hearing these words, the boy thinks. If they cannot come to an agreement, a fight is inevitable. But before that, he asks to think about the children. What will happen to them if he dies? Gangren laughs after hearing this. It's no use worrying about them. If I hadn't sheltered them, they would have been dead a long time ago. The guy doesn't understand what he means. The warrior explains, I'm glad that they lived at least a little thanks to me. But even if they die soon, I will not regret it. These words angered the boy. These were difficult words. Does he really think so? Gangren rushes into battle, shouting, Forget them! Better think about yourself! A powerful blow flies straight into him. But for the master, this blow is nothing. He delivers a devastating punch in return. Grabbing the opponent by the neck, he hits him with all his might. Despite the pain, he punches him in the stomach. The opponent's body bites into the ground, breaking trees. The boy's silhouette can be seen amid the chaos and dust. If this bastard really thinks so. If everyone is doomed without him, then he will not regret his death. Lying on the ground, Gangren muttered through his teeth, Shut up! But his emotions burst out. Why did he choose those children at all? For him, their lives were just a way to atone for phantom sins. The boy tries to get up, but pain pierces every muscle. Our hero looks at him with contempt. Looking around, he sees something engulfed in fire smoking in the distance. It is their houses that are burning. He is distracted only for a moment. At this moment, the opponent is preparing to strike a new blow. But the boy gathers all his energy and blocks his attack. The force of the blow is so great that the boy is forced to jump to the side. He flies away, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. His opponent turned out to be surprisingly strong. A young mercenary wants to stop him. Something catches his eye. This is definitely not the time for a battle. His house is on fire, and his children are in danger. But this bastard doesn't stop. He delivers blow after blow, not allowing to rest. Forget about them! These are not your children! He shouts. How can he ignore it? The guy doesn't understand. After receiving a devastating blow, he crashes into a stone. He feels cornered. A lightning strike hits the opponent directly in the stomach. His body pierces the rock, leaving a deep dent in it. The boy feels that this blow almost took his life. But the adversary, without a shadow of a doubt, is preparing to strike the final blow to kill his savior. A powerful blow almost changed the course of the entire fight. The young mercenary spits out blood, breathing heavily. But the enemy quickly launches a new attack! To finish off the boy, Gangren puts all his strength into it. With its energy, it cuts the rock into small fragments. Debris falls down in an instant, bearing down on the boy who is under their weight. Gangren looks at what happened. He believes that he has finally achieved his goal. Chaos and falling pieces of rock completely covered the boy. Gangren rejoices, convinced of his victory. But after a while, he hears a sound. Someone breaking through the stones. Crackling and the movement of stones are heard from under the rubble. The guy survived, gets out from under the debris, and throws them aside. Gangren can't understand how this slut is still alive. The boy coughs from the dust that has filled everything around him. Wiping the blood from his lips, he calmly inhales the air, filling it with energy. He turns to Gangren. If you want to battle, then go ahead, but I'll give you the heat. Gangren had been waiting for this moment for a long time. But the boy's words seem to have become incomprehensible to him. I can't be defeated by your art, the boy confidently adds. His power is activated. Small stones begin to rise into the air. Gangren watches this scene in disbelief. When he looked at the boy, he was already surrounded by a swirl of stones, swirling like a hurricane. This power confused him. He understands that it is not simple. A huge stream of stones rushes in his direction. Stones surround him on all sides, forming a stone trap around him, like a grave. With the power of his energy, Gangren breaks the stone trap. But a hurricane of stones flies at him like a devastating tornado. The boy grabs Gangren's chest and puts all his strength into the punch. Gangren begins to choke on blood. He feels how a destructive force that destroys space passed through him. Everything around turns into uncontrolled chaos. A huge explosion destroys everything in the impact radius. Trees are blown to pieces, scattered throughout the forest. The impact causes incredible large-scale destruction. Everything is colored in the traces of chaos, which left no chance for salvation. In the middle of a huge funnel lies a lifeless opponent. Gangren is choking on blood from his fatal wounds. Looking at the moon, he realizes that this is his last breath. The boy approaches him, looking at this bastard with the realization that the line has already been crossed. He knows that the opponent will be paralyzed, but the internal damage is not fatal. If you get in my way again, I won't spare you, he warns coldly. He is sorry that children trust such a vile creature, but it is no longer his business. Let him remember this warning forever. Gangren lies on the ground, trembling and exhausted. He tries to say something, but his blood-stained lips do not obey. He can't move. His eyes stare at the sky. He smells smoke. Something is burning somewhere nearby. The robbers burned his house to force him to appear. Gangren lies motionless, powerlessness binding him. His eyes roll. He plunges into darkness. After some time, he regains consciousness and crawls to his house. He coughs up clots of blood that burst from his chest. His body is exhausted and almost disobeys. He does not understand how much time has passed, where he is, and how long he has been unconscious. In a direct confrontation, he had no chance against a master of this level. An ambush when the enemy is off guard is the best he could do. Probably, the boy has already gone there. If Gangren hurries up, he can cut a path and get there before him. But the crackle of fire makes him stop and turn around. He feels that this sound portends trouble. Only charred logs and smoldering embers remained on the site of his house. He couldn't believe it, but that was his reality. The shock pinned him to the spot, forcing him to go to the ruins. He sees that the house cannot be restored. All that remained of him was a pile of coal and ashes. He falls to his knees, realizing all the horror and hopelessness of the situation. Everything that was most valuable to him was in this house. He notices a flag nearby. Looking carefully at him, he understands who did it. It was a message. If he wants to save the children, let him go to the bandit fortress on Mount Gimu. They will kill every child once every 2 hours. This information shocked him. Fear grips his soul as he reads this. Memories of children flashed through my head. His hands were shaking, but he only whispered, "Well, that's great." In imagination, the children look at him in disbelief, not believing his words. But Gangren thinks it's even better. If they kill him, they'll have to go back to the life he hated. He contemptuously calls the children spinagrites, tears up the message angrily, and shouts that these children are happier than he was. An incredible cold envelops the air. His energy sharpens to the limit. If he manages to kill whoever is behind this and survive, he will find children who have had it worse than him and take care of them to atone for his sins. "Get these scumbags out of my life!" The last cry breaks out. Our hero slowly walks through the forest, overcoming fatigue step by step. Everything necessary for the trip hangs on the travel stick. After fighting that bastard, he feels that he has crossed all limits and is deeply impressed. While driving, he decides to look around. Is there anyone following? The boy concentrates his gaze into the distance. He hears a faint rustling in the trees. Some traces are visible on strange branches. An icy wind blows past him. He becomes creepy and cold. He feels that everything around him is out of place. The feeling that someone is watching him does not leave him. Something terrible is happening in these mountains of the Murim world. In one of the villages, all the inhabitants were destroyed. It was as if a monster came and wiped everyone off the face of the earth. The fire burns out against the background of dead bodies. Everything is destroyed. People are lying everywhere like dolls. The number of victims is staggering. Against this terrible background, someone is crouching next to a sword. This bandit got to the leader. Gangren came here to save his children. The leader lies with a severe wound, clenching his teeth in pain. He says through his teeth that he does not need children and orders them to be killed and everything burned. He advises the bandit to dig in the ashes. Perhaps he will find something valuable. Gangren couldn't stand it. His jaws clenched in fury. He destroys this bastard without any pity, leaving the main building. He feels how hard his soul is. Pain from the realization of what happened pierces through him. But he does not regret anything, even if he had to go through hell. He returns to where his home once stood. He begins to rake the charred beams. In front of him is a real fire, and he digs in the ashes with his hands. He scratches the ground as if with claws, looking for something important. And now, when he sees it, he understands. He found what he was looking for. The cold penetrates his soul, and ants run over his body. He remembers the man's words that his reflection is the same as his own. Go to the outside world where there are many like you, people who need his help. He must support them and gather them around him. Together with them, he will feel the true spirit and rise to new heights. Gang Ren lifts the huge block, realizing that it is a lie. He scolds her, realizing the absurdity of this idea. The people who supposedly needed it only brought headaches. How could they help him up? As if his life could erase all the sins he had committed. It's just a redemption game. But everything that happens is a real curse. Wretched creatures who couldn't even stand up for themselves when they were thrown out into the street. If he hadn't picked them up, things could have been different. Realizing this, he looks up at the moon. He promises himself that he will never do that again. A tear appears on the warrior's face. He will deal with everyone. He will be killed anyway, or he will die as a robber. Trying to get up, he gathers all his strength. It's time to act. He is ready to spend everything to intercept the enemy. The next morning, as the sun rises above the horizon, Ajosi fell asleep in the burning of his house. The children were freezing all night in the cold cave. But this boy slept in the warmth. They wanted to find something that survived, because their uncle likes to sleep. Ajosi opens his eyes and cannot believe what he sees. In front of him are children whom he thought were lost forever. He addresses them, and the children notice that he is woken up. He gestures for them to come to him. They gather around him, and he asks the most ridiculous question. Are you alive or what? He still can't believe his eyes. The children were whole and unharmed. He wiped away his tears and blew his nose after a long night of sobbing, checked that none of them were burned or injured. Everything was fine. Some thought it was over when the thugs came, but then a boy named Hyun appeared. He saved them. Hyun was incredibly strong, probably even stronger than their father. He also gave the children some silver and looked wealthy and confident. Ajosi finally realized what had happened. Then one little girl hesitantly asked her so-called father, how soon is he going to leave? Ajosi didn't understand why she was asking this, but the girl knew that he, as usual, would have to go. He looked into her eyes, full of pain. She declared that they would not disappear without him. Go and don't worry about us, everything will be fine, she said. Ajosi exhaled heavy air from his lungs. But where should he go if their house is now in ruins? He turned to the children and said that this time he would not go anywhere. He offered everyone a hug. The children noticed how he grunted and didn't even wipe his snot. Information spread somewhere in the mountains.
It was said that that person was defeated.
Moreover, one of the members of the group claimed that the boy washes his hands, cutting off all ties with them. He was only a tool that gave them time, and now he is no longer needed. But what exactly their leader meant, no one understood. The leader, with a scar on his face, assured that the boy would deal with everything. He did not explain his plans to the people. It is still unknown if this boy was really a disciple of the Supreme Crusher and why they are looking for their lord. Once so, the demon decided to take everything under his control. This boy will die without a chance as soon as he sets foot on Nensohini territory. Our hero walked along a narrow path, but suddenly he was distracted by a shout. Hey, fat man, wait! Nearby was a carriage with a donkey, and behind it was a wagon with a cage. A man was sitting inside the cage. His face was hidden in the shadows, but he begged to come closer. The young mercenary approached with suspicion, carefully looking at the silhouette. The prisoner noticed that the boy had a special gait, characteristic of those who are familiar with martial arts. He asked to share a drop of Qing's inner energy, promising that after his release, he would lay the whole world at the feet of his savior. The man begged to break the cage as soon as possible because time was running out. The guy thought, but in the end he decided to go further. The prisoner realized with horror that his last hope had just disappeared. Soon the guards came, and the boy did not even react to their words. The guards wondered where the old man who was supposed to guard the prisoner had disappeared to. Some of the warriors were worried, but the old man caught on, and he ran into the bushes as needed. Our hero went on without stopping. The wagon followed, going around him. As they passed, the soldiers talked about the fact that the prisoner should be watched closely and not take a single step away. But they were supposed to meet someone important. They mentioned that another would be joining them soon. The wagon stopped, unable to pass on the bad road. Our hero followed and heard their conversations. watching them try to push the carriage, because the donkey refused to pull. In the end, it came to the point that they tried to pull the donkey up. The donkey resisted and did not want to strain at all. Unexpectedly, everything worked out, and some soldiers even fell from overexertion. The boy helped them lift the cart to the top. The people thanked him and offered to give him a ride if he wanted. They did not know where he was going, but they were happy to give him a ride by any road that suited them. They assured him not to hesitate and get into the wagon. The young mercenary was happy, but the donkey did not seem to share his enthusiasm at all. Soon they reached a picturesque lake. An old creaking boat was already sailing towards them. After some time, the fisherman moored to the shore. He took the wagon with the passengers. Everyone gathered in place, checking readiness for any situations. The prisoner looked intently at the one who refused to save him. He turned to the boy. Our hero looked away, but the prisoner remembered his face forever. He swore that when he was free, he would turn the world upside down and find him. He threatened that he would give his skull to the dogs and feed his entrails. At this moment, the boy turns to the old man. He reports that the prisoner is trying to persuade him to release him. The elders were immediately alert. The voice of this scoundrel was a real danger. It is absolutely impossible to release him. "This scum won't change. It needs an eye and an eye," said one of the old men. "If we could, we would have finished with him here, but he must be delivered alive. It would be nice to just dump him in the water and be done with this lunatic," added another. Soon they arrived on the other side and lowered the wagon. People offered the hero to have dinner with them. They joked that young guys need a beastly appetite, and it's better to stay hydrated before the road. Once again, thanking him for his help, they invited him to the table. Meanwhile, a wagon with the prisoner appeared near the dilapidated house. He was waited for a long time and welcomed with joy. They wanted the boy to come to them as a new friend and eat together. At that moment, the murderer was lying, chained in the wagon. He was well taught, but our hero did not even look in his direction. However, this scoundrel was up to something. When the door of the house closed, he was left outside. The soldiers went to dinner, gathered in the very center of the hall. There were many old people sitting there, talking and eating animatedly. They could finally rest after their tiring days. The first thing the old men did was ask if there was any food left. "And who is this guy you brought with you?" The old men replied that he was their guest and invited him to sit at the table. Everyone was exhausted from the road and literally dying of hunger. The young hero sat down and silently listened to local conversations. Someone's silhouette appears on the horizon. The figure approaches the wagon and looks at it carefully. He notices a soulmouth chained inside a cage. The legendary old man assesses him with a cold look. After a look, he ignores it. The soldiers greet the old man with respect. He also came here to eat. Our hero ate while listening to their chatter. Old people talked about everything in the world, discussing why they were forced to accompany the soulmouth and who gave the order. The young hero had finally had his fill, but he had to go. In a hurry, he refused the supplement. The old men did not stop him. "Let him go, he is in a hurry." One of them even wanted to see him. But suddenly an alarming creak was heard from the yard. Everyone turned their eyes to the person who had come inside. The watchful eyes of the old men looked at the stranger. An incredible aura emanated from him. His red eyes and gray hair radiated menace. Before the boy noticed him, the stranger had already managed to assess the situation. The old man looked at him with a mysterious smile. His eyes lit up with excitement. This was the very goal he was looking for. The hero understands that things have reached a dead end. At this point, the old man orders everyone to get up and kill the boy. He didn't have time to realize what was happening. Everything seemed out of bounds of reality. In a moment, the old men drew their swords and charged at him. And in one moment, a calm, quiet place exploded with an incredible aura that swirled around like a tornado. The entire area was filled with chaos from the power that escaped from our hero. In a second, everything around turned to ashes. An incredible wind blew through the forest. Our hero raced at breakneck speed, trying to escape. He realized how hopeless this situation was. Not even suspecting that he could find himself in such a position, he ran away. He needed to run as fast as he could. After all, the demon could overtake him at any moment. But as he ran forward, a new threat appeared before him. A gang of thugs blocked the way. He decided to take a fighting stance. Suddenly, a blow falls on him. From all sides, the bastards hit his acupuncture points. He counterattacks, knocking out the thugs and old men who surrounded him. Their worthless bodies fly in different directions. They fall, lifting their legs up. The young mercenary holds his sword at the ready. But there were too many old attackers. The cold-blooded look of the hero shows that the situation is critical. They climb from all bushes, trees, and from all sides. Just a moment ago, these old men were smiling and treating him. Now they attack him because of some bastard. Their chains fly around the entire perimeter. The attacks are getting stronger and more brutal. A blow to the knee of one of the old men takes him out of the fight. The sticks of these attackers now act differently, mercilessly and precisely. One of them tries to strangle the boy with chains tied to a stick. He knocks enemies down one by one, striking their bones. Chaos unfolds on the battlefield, never abating for a moment. The attackers fly away in different corners, falling from the blows. And the same old demon is approaching from afar. The old man watched what was happening with a cold spark in his eyes. His face reflected only indifference and cruelty. He assessed the strength of his opponent from afar. Meanwhile, the young mercenary methodically destroyed the old warriors on his way. The old man looked with reluctant recognition at the talent of the boy, whom he could not help but respect. The boy looked around, assessing the crowd of attackers that were thrusting at him. The old man realized that his enemy is unstoppable and intends to kill everyone to the last. It was unbelievable that this guy could be the Supreme Crusher, but it was a fact. There was no choice. He decided to come up with another plan and asked his subordinates what they thought. After all, their last hope was the imprisoned murderer who was kept in chains. Dushagub was looking at the ground and breathing heavily. The old man promised him freedom if he caught the boy. Dushalub was silent, dripping with sweat. He was waiting for the decision of the old man, who was carefully analyzing him. The old man rejected this idea. Releasing the viper meant catching rats, too. They still bite, he smiled. Soulmouth looked at him with a hint of hatred. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the young mercenary fended off the endless attacks of the old men. He could not escape from this circle. Blows poured in from all sides. Bloodstains soon appeared on the sand. This trail of blood caught the boy's attention. He sensed a threatening force ahead. Looking around, he realized that someone could attack at any moment. A predatory gaze followed him from the bushes. The wind blew sharply through the forest, as if warning of danger. The young mercenary felt the presence of incredible power. A group of old warriors surrounded him without asking any questions. All he had to do was run, but at this pace it was impossible. Some of the scouts in the trees did not understand his words, but they sensed a threat. The warriors began to ask each other whether they had heard. The old men behind confirmed. Yes, he is pathetic. They joked that they were stronger when they were young, but if the boy fought them seriously, they wouldn't be able to pick bones. One of the old men decided to make direct contact with the boy. He appeared on the horizon, sneaking up from behind. It was the same old man who had once invited him to eat by the wagon. But now the young mercenary did not believe him. The old man explained that he did not want to fight, but it was not his choice. These words made the boy think. The young mercenary said he didn't want to battle either. But even if the old man lets him go, their leader will still find him. The old man offered to surrender. Perhaps then he would be left alive. When they see that he is not capable of resisting an entire army, the boy refused. He has important things to do. These words angered the old man. The guy calmly explained that he had a lot to do and didn't have time to be a prisoner. The old man realized that there were no other options. He wanted to suggest a shortcut around their boss. But suddenly there was a sharp whistle. A strong blow knocked the old man off his feet. A cry rang out throughout the forest. "What are you doing, you bastards? These are not children!" Their betrayal cost the traitor his life. Their tactics were primitive. Continuous attacks to wear down the enemy. Hearing this, the boy tensed up a lot. Some incredible force was approaching him, which could be felt from afar. She charged through the forest, forcing him to dodge to the side. The young mercenary jumped forward, trying to escape from the endless crowd of old warriors. They, holding their sticks, rushed after him as if obsessed. He came down from a high mountain, but saw a great number of old men jump after him, even into the abyss. At that moment, he understood. He would have to accept this battle no matter how bloody it was. The old men rushed at him like wild beasts, their eyes blazing with unbridled fury. It seemed that he was already used to such a schedule. What else can be said? Every day he had to dodge such dangers. He survived incredible situations time after time. When he found himself in a spacious field, he was surrounded by a crowd of old men. They suddenly tried to lock him in a ring, like grains, scattered in different directions to attack from all directions. The young mercenary stood knee-deep in the swamp. He felt enemies approaching from all sides. When the old men decided to chain him, it was no longer a joke. They were located all over the field. The chains flew from one side to the other, trying to bind our hero. He seemed trapped. The commander of the old men gave the order to attack. The chains tightened on the young mercenary, and they thought that victory was near. But the old man felt a sudden resistance. In a second, the voltage reached the limit. The boy's blow scattered the old men in all directions. Their ploy failed, forcing all attackers to retreat. This was watched by their leader, a monster with eyes full of hatred. He watched as his army charged at this boy. But after a moment of waiting, there was an incredible energy explosion. A wave of power caused his army to scatter in panic. They literally burned on the spot from this energy. A powerful wave made even the ground tremble. The chains broke like threads under the pressure of this force. The souls of the old men flew in all directions, as if they had been swept away by the wind. Chaos spread in waves across the battlefield. Wide groves were destroyed and covered in blood from the power of our hero. Unbelievable chaos prevailed, as if the elements had flooded the place. A chasm opened up beneath the boy's feet as he used his destructive technique, cracking the ground. Together with the displaced banks, he rejected all his opponents. They lay breathless, scattered in different directions. In the center of the chaos, a single piece of land remained where the hero stood. His chains burned, filled with his incredible power. The leader of the old men watched and felt this was exactly what he was looking for. It was the sight he so longed for. But looking at the boy, he could not understand one thing. Why doesn't he continue the attack that drove him crazy? The young mercenary stood motionless, not finishing off the old men. The leader of the old men knew that he had the right to end the battle in any way he wanted, but the boy only watched the old men crawl, coughing and staggering. They rose to their feet, and the boy did nothing. The old men wiped the blood from their lips, trembling with weakness. They understood. Even if they trained for another 10 years, there was no chance of winning. Now they couldn't even get close to him. Their capabilities were pitiful compared to his power. At this level, he could even step on the shadow of their head. The young mercenary offered, "Perhaps we will end there?" He warned that if they attacked again, they would suffer the same fate. But the old man had his own convictions. It is better to die at the hands of a boy than to become the toy of the demon that controls them. There was no point in waiting for mercy here. Pointing his hand forward, the old man began to do something. The chains entangling the battlefield began to drain the hero's strength. The old men rose as if from the ashes and entangled him with chains. They picked him up and threw him into the water, trying to drown him. He dives deep into the water, not understanding what is happening. At this moment, a crowd of old men dives after him. They grab him with their hands and feet, trying to hold him from all sides. A whole army of old men dives behind them to finally immobilize him. Demon, their leader, watches all this with cold satisfaction. He is convinced that this time they will definitely catch him. In his opinion, the boy showed himself to be a hopeless idiot. In a real battle where anything could happen, he let his guard down before the hardened veterans. And for that, he will die now because of his stupid sympathy and naivety. The demon perceived him as a threat in vain after hearing the name of the great crusher. Looking at the imprisoned murderer, he orders to turn back. Somewhere deep under the water, life is decided. An army of old men risk everything to destroy this bastard. They deprive him of air, and the light gradually fades in his eyes. The last spark of life fades, his eyes close. Suddenly, an incredible whirlpool begins in the water. It was as if the elements themselves rebelled and the water swirled in a vortex. The demon notices this and is alarmed. This underwater earthquake cannot be ignored. Even the Slayer felt a power he had never known before. All the old men standing on land held their breath. When the demon looked around, he saw an incredible explosion on the water, exactly where the young master's body had sunk. It was hard to comprehend. A huge ball of explosion rose high into the sky. They have not seen such power for a long time. Even the experienced old warrior was amazed by this sight. A huge sphere of water rose up, resembling a nuclear explosion. The explosion blew everything around, plunging the world into chaos and destruction. An explosion of water burst out. The stream covered everything around. As if an angry sea left the shores, the destructive waves spread in all directions, causing the demonic bastard to watch the boy's power in horror. With a wave of his hand, he used his energy to protect yourself and your wards from the impact of the wave. But the flow of water was so powerful that it washed them off the surface. Even forests and fields were underwater. Trees were uprooted, and the bodies of old men lay among the debris. The wave rolled up to the edge of the mountains. Where the young master stood, a huge funnel remained. Water flowed down from the mountains, flooding mountain paths and gorges. A demonic bastard stood on the slope looking around. The impact swept away everything in its path. Somewhere in the distance, the silhouettes of people froze, who watched his actions and the boy's actions with fear. They could not believe their eyes. The boy's strength was incredible. They doubted the old men, but they definitely did not expect this. But it was something incredible even for experienced elders. Each of them once commanded a unit of his own army. Their joint attack, carried out by the highest level masters, proved ineffective. This only emphasized the boy's incredible strength. Perhaps the rumors about him being a disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer were true. This thought struck fear into people's hearts. The demonic old man carefully watched everything that happened on the battlefield. An incredibly strong aura and invisible connection was felt between them. The counselors glanced furtively at the old man. Even if it was the Sky Destroyer himself, the old man would not let him leave here alive. He was looking at the huge chasm created by the boy's punch. Before him lay his army, soldiers who had given their lives. Their bodies were strewn around, struck by a terrible force. The strength that came from one young fighter. Hyolbi pondered how to react to this. He understood that he would have to personally intervene in the battle. The boy's silhouette was not visible for a long time, but suddenly he appeared like a phoenix reborn from the flames. Hyolbi watched him in all his majesty. Not only did the guy do incredible damage, but he also saved some of his men by pulling them out of the water. That is, he spared even those who wanted to kill him. Hyolbi smiled, and that smile was full of sinister pleasure. He could see that the boy's martial arts were superior to anything that had ever existed. But the young man calmly walked straight to him. He was walking through the chaos he had created. Approaching, the boy raised his stick. He was already tired of these protracted battles. Looking around, he heard a cough. One of the elders begged him to stop, asked not to go there but to run away as soon as possible. The young master waved his stick, asking if the old man wanted to continue. But he saw that he had received internal injuries and could barely stand on his feet. The old man waved his hand, making it clear that the battle was over for him. He praised his skills, noting that hardly anyone in Murima could match him. The boy was even a little embarrassed by these words. However, the old man continued to insist, "Run away as soon as possible." But the hero did not understand why he had to run. The old man explained, "Once upon a time, there was a man who inspired hope. If the guy gains experience, maybe he will become that person. But now there is no time. You need to run away from the demon." The old man begged him to hurry and run with all his might. Because if this young man becomes the supreme ruler of the Sky Destroyers, he is destined to change everything. If they came after their lord, no one doubted that there would be no power in the lower levels to stop him. The warriors were sure of it without any doubt. They remembered the glory days of the old Roman alliance. They realized how terrible their power was then. Legendary masters lived in those days, whose power equaled that of the heavenly destroyer himself. But now the situation on the battlefield was completely different. Their boss hinted that one of the 12 grandmasters who survived the fall of the alliance could lose to this young guy. The thought was devastating and overwhelming. Suddenly, next to our hero, the old man felt a sharp pain. The boy did not understand where this energy was coming from. But looking back, he felt real fear. His gaze met the eyes of the one who had been watching him all this time. It was a legendary demonic old man. At this moment, fear flashed in the hero's eyes for the first time. The old man who advised to flee understands that it is useless now. The demonic bastard that appeared on the battlefield was enjoying the situation. This demonic bastard was the head of the House of Polam, a secret organization shrouded in mystery and fear. He was one of the 3 cardinals who divided Murim among themselves. The main villain who started games in the world of martial arts, changing the fates of other cardinals. Sapai Cheong was known as the Phantom Cardinal and the Devil with Poisonous Hands. With excitement, he looked at his new goal. Impressed, analyzing the boy's strength and fighting prowess. With a wave of his hand, he directed an incredible stream of energy at him. The guy barely managed to block her. Looking back, he realized the magnitude of the force bearing down on him. But he defended himself. However, the old man who survived could not stand it and died from numerous wounds. He leaned back in a moment, not realizing what had happened. The young master understood how great this threat was. But the moment he lost his vigilance, the demonic bastard approached him. Sapai Cheon mockingly asked where he was looking, because the enemy was in front of him. The guy suddenly blocks the shot. However, his staff cracks and breaks in half. The situation becomes hopeless. The old man's eyes glow with a terrifying energy. The staff is broken, and Safe Cheon's palm pierces the young master's body. He is seized by an incredible thirst for the old man's power, which leaves no one alive behind. The old man struck an incredible blow. From the force of the blow, the hero choked on the blood that came out of his chest. This was the first power of this level he had to deal with. The boy flew far to the side, hitting the ground and barely breathing. Sabaek Cheong looked at his victim with cold indifference. The warriors who watched the battle and wished the boy dead were amazed by the force of this old man's blow. The Phantom Cardinal was legendary, but how they managed to get him on their side remained a mystery to many. The man with the scar recognized Sabekchon, known as the Devil with the Poison Hands. At the dawn of the Murim Alliance, he was predicted a place in the volunteer detachment, but his true nature has always been questionable. The atrocities he committed in pursuit of power did not correspond to the righteous ideals of the Alliance. The war against the demonic cult gave him the opportunity to release all the anger he had accumulated. At the beginning of the war, he raised the fighting spirit of the Alliance by destroying one of the leaders of the demonic cult. But in the bloody battles that followed, he killed 2 of the 12 Grandmasters. This information was terrifying. Everyone perfectly understood the consequences of this act. He drew the wrath of martial arts masters. How that incident ended, no one knows, because after the war, the Phantom Cardinal disappeared. Only occasional rumors from the border regions hinted at where he was and what he was doing. One person constantly piqued his interest. Heavenly Crusher, supreme ruler of martial arts. They spent a lot of time looking for him. But when they found it, it didn't take long to convince him. Sabaekcheong kept his strength for a long time, preparing it for the main purpose, to destroy the Crusher and everything connected with it. Sabaekcheong looked down at his hand after being hit. He realized that his power had been neutralized by the boy's reflective energy. How the boy managed to do this, the old man could not understand. Gangren, flying away from the impact, left behind a funnel in the ground. He could barely stay on his feet, spitting blood and trying not to fall, wiping the blood from my lips. For the first time in his life, Kanran encountered such a powerful force. He looked at his opponent with a hint of fear. Sabaekcheong was smiling as he saw his opponent looking dazed. He turned to the boy. "Attack, I want to assess your skills." Kanran stared at the silhouette of this madman, his manner of speaking and chi energy that radiated around him. He saw something mad and dark in him. This master's level surpassed even his own. The old man's fighting aura was so eerie that chills ran through his skin. What does he want from him? The guy didn't understand. The old man could not understand why his opponent hesitated. Enraged, he decided that the boy probably wanted him to attack first. Waving his poisonous hand, he released a wave of chi energy. The flow surrounded the hero from all sides. A bright flash from the explosion of energy pierced everything around. The young hero could barely hold on, but it was incredibly difficult for him. It was the first time such a force had stood in his way. Tremblingly, he tried to cope with her. He didn't even blink an eye, as Sabaekcheong was already behind and preparing for a sidekick. The old man had one goal: destroy Kanran at all costs. But the boy caught his hand in time, and threw the old man aside with a counterattack. For a moment he thought about how to proceed. The enemy's movements were incredibly skillful. Sabaekcheong was already above him, preparing for the next strike. Suddenly, the hero blocked his attack, their palms clashing with force. The crunch of broken bones echoed throughout the boy's arm. But the old man continued to attack without stopping. A little more, and life will slip out of his body. But the boy tried with all his might to block the blows. The old man's next crushing blow sent him flying to the side. It was brutal and incredibly painful. The boy, tired to the limit, released the energy of the Crusher. This alarmed the old man, who was closely watching him. The boy's silhouette began to radiate immense power. His aura was felt even by this cruel old man. Our hero met the gaze of his opponent. The old man was also looking at him, trying to read his intentions. In a moment he realized that something had not gone according to his plan. Sabaekcheong saw that the boy was holding back his strength to let the unconscious people escape. The young master was aware that his actions were being carefully analyzed. The old men lying nearby began to rise to their feet. With surprise in their eyes, they did not know how to proceed. But the demon understood. He was underestimated if he behaved so confidently. Sabaekcheong personally decided to put an end to this self-confidence. He took it upon himself to destroy the boy once and for all. Suddenly, an incredible burst of energy explodes between them. He flies not only in the direction of our hero, but also at his people. Unprepared bodies, touching this energy, instantly burn to ashes. The old man's own warriors look on in horror. They see how their master created a wall of fire. It meant that he was going to destroy everyone around him, including his own people. The wall was massive in scale, with incredible power that incinerated everything in its range. After thinking for a while, the hero realizes that he cannot fall into this trap. He looks at it with palpable fear in his eyes. The old man turned into a giant ball of fire. Seeing how he mercilessly destroys even his own soldiers, the boy became angry. It was the last straw for him. It revolves around a wall of fire. Filling his palm with chi energy, he prepares to use a space-slicing technique, ready to face death face to face. After his impact, the huge wall begins to split. The old man in the center sees that his power is met with insurmountable resistance. The guy understands. This person does not deserve to live. This is a real monster that does not spare either its own or others. Suddenly, the space was torn apart. It was as if the spirit had burst out after this blow. Chaos swept across the land, sweeping away everything in its path. The old men closed their eyes from the bright light. Some of them did not believe that the masterstroke had been destroyed. Sabaekcheong stood looking at his opponent in disbelief. No one could believe that they saw their master, Sabaekchon, in a predicament. A wall of fire of incredible power was destroyed. At this moment, the boy seized the initiative, raising his hand to strike. The demonic old man realized that everything was not as simple as he thought. The next blow was now on the side of our hero. The boy's palm hit the old man's body, causing his bones to crumble. But the old man's counterattack was incredible. A few more seconds and the old man would have cut him to pieces. Just a few seconds, and the young master would have destroyed the old one. An incredible dance of deadly combat began between them. They swirled in the currents of this battle, radiating destructive energy. The old men rushed to their wounded comrades, trying to help, but everything was too complicated. At this moment, as they watched their master's battle, they saw that the fighters were moving in their direction. They had to run as fast as they could to avoid being in the middle of the battle. It didn't matter who couldn't run, the main thing was to save those who still could. An incredible force was moving in their direction. The deadly energy cut bodies to pieces. Powerful chi tore off their clothes and set them on fire right on top of them. Dirt covered their bodies as they stared ahead in horror. A little more, and they would have been torn apart like the ground in front of them. Lying in the mud, they tried to understand what was happening. And suddenly something incredibly powerful exploded next to them. The young hero rushes forward with incredible speed. The old men look at him with the hope that maybe this time their master will die. They watch the battle, trying to analyze every move. Explosions are taking place in various parts of the large field. Huge funnels are formed at the places of explosions. A wave of power comes straight at them. The old people don't know what to do next. They cannot believe their eyes. Before them appeared a person who fights on an equal footing with their master. It was unthinkable. Such people had never existed before. No one had ever been able to stand up to their master with such strength. The boy does not give up and does not retreat before the head. Who is this young man? He doesn't even look 20 years old. A master with poisonous hands prepares a new technique. A 5-fold heavenly blow sweeps towards the hero. The guy is trying to block the attack, keeping the defense with his last strength. He strikes back, slicing through the air with his deadly claws. A sphere of explosive force sweeps through the forest, blinding everyone who witnessed this breakdown. Those who were at the scene of the explosion simply disappear. It's no longer a joke, it's a life and death battle. The Soul Mouth, bound in chains, watches the boy's strength in amazement. Overseers from the Murim Alliance understand the scale of what they saw. It's incredible. The old men open their mouths in shock when they see this blow. It was clear. After this fight, only one would remain. The old man slowly regains consciousness, feeling that he has survived. But when he looks down at his feet, he sees that the incredible power miraculously did not harm him. He looks at the hero and asks only one thing. Why? The boy holds his head, gasping for breath and coughing up blood. Kanran asked the old poisoner not to go that far, but he had already sacrificed his comrades and used a deadly technique not only against the enemy, but against them as well. Hearing these words, the old man laughed. You call them comrades? Will a tiger consider dogs his companions just because they run after him? Our hero saw in this bastard only a high-minded scoundrel. The old men who had just been insulted silently accepted the insult. Kanran looked at him like he was trash that didn't deserve respect. Sabaekchon did not understand why the boy was attacking him so fiercely. Perhaps you are facing your master's mortal enemy, the old man said ominously. Kanran didn't understand what his master's mortal enemy meant. The old man decided to explain. If your master was the Sky Crusher, then you know that he couldn't use his legs. Who do you think did it? Smiling, he shouted, It was I who inflicted that mutilation on him. His defeat caused his followers to betray him. Before you stands the devil with poisonous hands? Fear flashed in the boy's eyes. He remembered his master, realizing that this might be true. But he refused to believe this, because he could not accept betrayal. His master's injury was the result of betrayal. But the old man never spoke of that. Sabaekchon laughed. Your master just didn't want to share his shame with a student. Was the Skybreaker as pathetic as you? The past no longer matters, the old man said, his hand glowing with poisonous energy. The old men froze, realizing that something terrible was happening. They anxiously awaited the inevitable blow. In front of them stood a disciple of the Heavenly Crusher. They could not believe that they had actually met this young man. Sabaekchon released his power, ready to continue the fight. Waving his poisonous hand, he aimed a blow at the boy. Kanran tried to dodge, but was trapped by its energy. The boy's hand twisted in a stream of poisonous power that gripped it like a vice. After the chaotic explosion, it became clear that the old man had grabbed him. He held the boy's hand tightly. Sabaekchon whispered, This is for your master who has forgotten my existence. Today this boy will meet his doom. With a swing of his poisonous hand, the old man decides his fate. Our hero sees an incredible energy whip flying in his direction. Another moment, and he would tear him to pieces, ending his existence right on this battlefield. Kanran flies aside from the old man's crushing blow. Blood sprays from his mouth, flying in the air. He feels his arm broken in several places. The old man swings his energy whip with incredible force. A metal cane spins in the air, wrapping around Kanran's arm. But at that moment, his body was bursting with energy. Chaos erupts around him, causing the old man's weapon to bounce back. As if possessed, Kanran rushes straight at the old man. Sabaek-cheon sees that the boy is in terrible condition, but he returns to the fight. The old man unleashes another crushing blow. Thousands of blows fly towards Kanran. Bloody cuts appear on his body, but he continues to dodge the attacks without giving up. Sabaek-cheon releases a colossal charge of energy in the hero's direction. He is convinced that no one can survive this blow. It's hard to avoid his poisonous steel blades hovering in the air. But Kanran stands squatting and rises to his feet. Sabaek-cheon can't believe his eyes, but it's true. He understands that his opponent has become much stronger. And he even likes this thought. In his hands, the boy forms a glowing sphere. It was the heavenly destruction, radiant whirlwind strike technique. He prepared it for his abuser. Anyone caught in this vortex will die instantly. Sabaek-cheon had not seen such a blow for a long time and recognized it immediately. He understands that it is necessary to counterattack. Using the heavenly light demonic ring technique, the old man builds a defense in preparation for the final confrontation. The explosion from their collision reverberated for many kilometers. The old men stood spellbound, unable to utter a word. They did not believe that such a power existed at all. At the place of battle, where two elements collided, two huge hurricanes arose. Sabaek-cheon still had a few tricks up his sleeve. In the light of the explosion, he saw the boy. Looking at him, the old man realized that this was the one he had been looking for so long. Kanran generated a tremendous amount of energy. It was incredibly difficult, but he did not want to lose. Metal rods flew straight at him. In a second, the boy felt a bloody shock in his body. The pain was unbearable. Looking down, he saw two metal whips lodged in his ribs, clenched teeth. He grabbed hold of those whips and began to pull them off him. They punched him through, but he tried to do something. Chaos swirled around him. In this storm of power, it was difficult to understand what was happening. The ground began to disappear under his feet. His silhouette appeared in the dust and energy. The old man managed to reach Kanran's body with his metal whips. The boy felt the coldness of the metal piercing his body. He tore the rods from his body, realizing that the wound is now too deep. Despite everything, Sabaek-cheon saw his opponent still standing. The old man waved his poisonous hand, directing the metal bars back at the boy. The impact sends Kanran flying backwards, trying to dodge them. Metal whips fly after Kanran like pursuers. One of them hits and he falls to the ground with a thud. Sabaek-cheon stood like a real devil. Any other master would have died from such blows. But even the old man understood with fear. The boy is getting up. He rises to his feet, leaning on one or the other. It was amazing. Kanran had the strength to get up again. There was not a single living spot left on his body. Sabaek-cheon felt an incredible energy begin to emanate from the boy. This chi energy rose in steam above his body. She seemed to be the spirit of the heavenly crusher himself. Sabaek-cheon couldn't help but notice this. He clearly saw this silhouette, and his rage fueled him even more. It freaked him out that a ghostly spirit had appeared here. He directed an incredible force at the boy. It was the heavenly world of the bloody palm of death, a technique designed to destroy everything and everyone in front of it. Kanran sees the death blow fly right at him. He raises his palm, channeling the remnants of his power. A vortex of energy swirls, rushing toward death. The heavenly light of the crusher begins to dissipate. It fills every cell and every corner of his body. The light completely absorbs it. In an instant, everything turns into a chaotic, destructive flash. Observers understand that nothing will remain of this field and land. Sabaek-cheon feels his whips pierce the boy's body. He lifts Kanran above him, mockingly enjoying the moment. The old men look at this, realizing that their master is incredible. Kanran's body was covered in brutal, bloody wounds. Blood flowed from his mouth, dripping onto the ground. Sabaek-cheon was preparing to complete his mission and destroy this taint that was causing him to live in chaos. From the outside, it looked impressive and terrifying at the same time. The elders had hoped that Sabaek-cheon would be destroyed by this guy, but fate decided otherwise. It ends as it always does, with their demonic leader victorious, even using devil claws, which he hasn't used since the battle with the Skybreaker. Another old man enters the crowd, urging everyone to disperse. He assesses the battlefield and realizes that this was a battle where the difference in experience played a decisive role. If the boy had gained more experience, the result would have been different. The old man leisurely walks to the center of the battle, Sabaekcheong clicks the metal bars that ring next to Kangren. He looks into the boy's eyes and laughs sinisterly. "This is the demonic withering, the poison that covers my steel whips," says Sabaekcheong. "It slowly eats away at muscles and internal organs. I did the same with your master." Having reached Kangren's eyes with a metal hook, he wants to take them as a trophy. "This is the price for your arrogance. You dared to hold back your strength in battle with me." But suddenly a red silhouette appears in front of him, blocking the blow. Sabaekcheong doesn't understand what it is. Another old man appears on the horizon, and his rod suddenly impales Sabaekcheong from behind. He feels the wooden rod digging into his body. The smell of blood spreads throughout the territory. The army of old men look at their leader in horror. Sabaekcheong realizes that his subordinates set everything up. They chose this boy, betraying their leader. The old man, without a shadow of regret, tells his leader that he can think what he wants. Sabaekcheong, furious to the brim, unleashes his power. The old man who attacked him missed and was hit back. The force of the blow sends the old man flying to the side. He dies instantly. There was nothing left of his body after being hit by Sabaekcheong. The old men, observing this, understand that everything is going as they predicted. Sabaekcheong turns to them with disdain. "What pathetic idiots you are. Well, if that was your plan, then I respect your choice. Attack!" The old men look at their leader. Not understanding how they can win, they will all perish. They do not understand the actions of the comrade who condemned them to death. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of their brothers. They all died because of this bastard. It was Sabaekcheong, their own leader, who killed the most old men. Many bald old men with whom they swore to die on the same day have already died. One of the old men understands that his turn has come. They do not know what they saw in this boy, but every day their strength is weakening. A master capable of defeating the demon never appeared. They will die of old age without ever seeing their loved ones. Clutching his stick, one of the old men decides to fight. He remembered the promise given to his fallen comrades. If any of them wants to live such a miserable life, let them continue. They look at this bald veteran and realize they can't take it anymore. There is nowhere to retreat. They march towards their leader with spears in hand. Sabaekcheong sees their fighting spirit. He weakens the technique that was aimed at Kangren and throws the boy to the ground, preparing to battle the old men. When the old men see the boss coming towards them, one of them orders to disperse. They are not afraid of death and go for it. But Sabaekcheong's strikes destroy entire groups of warriors. Some old men survive, covering their faces with their hands. The power of their leader was incredibly great. They decide to attack from 8 directions simultaneously to finish the battle. They raise their spears and rush forward. Sabaekcheong sees their determination. It was clear that they did not waste these years. Somewhere on the mountain, warriors holding soul lips are watching the battle. They realize that obeying Sabaekcheong is no longer an option. Their organization is crumbling before their eyes. But one question remains. Why didn't their comrades tell them about it earlier? If this young man is the same Mythish, then the Alliance does not understand why the old men suddenly turned against their leader. Many situations can be described in an instant. The members of the Palama House were the heads of the factions destroyed by Sabaekcheong, the devil with poisonous hands. These old men lived only to avenge him. It turns out that their leader had no idea who they really were. Sabaekcheong knew this very well and deliberately incited them. This demon liked to live among vipers. According to the old rules of the Palima House, many of its members tried to kill Sabaekcheong, but each attempt ended in a brutal death. The rest of the soldiers realized that there was no point in attacking now and decided to change their tactics. The warriors of the House of Palama served their sworn enemy, waiting for the right moment to take revenge. Sabaekcheong knew this and allowed them to follow him, openly disdaining them. It was a strange alliance between the monster and the wild dogs that roamed around him, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. This is the truth that was hidden behind the Palima House. Until today, only once did their burning desire almost come true. How that battle ended is unknown. There were only rumors. These rumors said one thing. Then the old people had hope. But now that hope died, and they put everything on the line. The man with the scar understood that the only way out was to act. This was the mission of their entire lives. But why, after so many years of waiting, do they act so recklessly? One by one, the old men go to their deaths. Meanwhile, Kangren is lying behind on the ground. He's bleeding. Feeling everything begin to change, he collects the last crumbs of his strength. His mentor's voice echoes in his head. The voice forbids him to lie down and do nothing. The mentor's ghost calls Kangren to get up. "Get up, silly boy," echoes in his mind. Kangren slowly stands up. His hands, numb from blood loss, begin to tremble. Kanren seemed to be unconscious in another dimension. Beside him stood the silhouette of his mentor's ghost. The master tried to talk to him all this time. He shouted that Kanren was deaf and demanded that he get up immediately. Kanren whispered that he didn't want to. The master's ghost did not understand why the disciple said that. The boy replied that the enemy was too strong. Master, if he were alive, would have already hit him for such words. He reminds Kanren that he is his student and orders him to get up. But Kanren scolds his master, reminding him that he too once lost to this bastard. These words angered the ghost. Kanren continued to argue, claiming he didn't know how to fight any further. He is on the edge and wants to leave everything. The tension between them grew. The master's ghost stopped in front of him, saying that he had never lost in his life.
Do you really think I would hide defeat from you? Stop believing this lie!
Put your doubts aside and rise. Now others are dying because of you. A realization dawned on Kanren. He woke up abruptly and looked up, as if the world had turned upside down. He saw a terrible picture in front of him. Old men sacrificed their lives, desperately fighting this monster. One by one they fell, leaving this world. The shockwave sent Kanren flying to the side. The old men realized that they were in the affected area. They noticed that Kanren had finally come to his senses. The boy inhaled the air greedily. One of the old men asked if he could get up. The situation demanded immediate action. The explosion was already approaching them. The young master looked ahead. Ahead, thousands of old men surrounded the demon. He, using his poisonous hands, did terrible things, destroying old men in whole groups. It was clear who the real fucking bastard was. But how will they stop him after starting such a desperate battle? The young master, gasping for breath, looked at all this. He was tormented by the question, why did the old men do this? Why did these people decide to betray their leader and fight for him? One of the old men replied that they had an old score with this demon. Don't worry. They're going to get the guy out of here so he's not in the way, and then they're going to take him up the hill and let him go. The young master watched in horror as the battle unfolded. This demonic bastard was destroying everyone with his metal whips. Many bodies of old men lay on the ground. The dead appeared every minute. Kanren saw only chaos and death. The demon smirked, as he declared that no technique would work against him. No one will be able to stop him. He will simply destroy them all. But something confused this old man. He felt an incredible force behind him. The old man turned sharply. He saw the boy he wanted to kill, whom the old men tried to save. One of the old men realized that the demon was looking at them. The demon rejected everything else. The old men shouted to stop him and prevent him from leaving. Crossing their swords and weapons, they wove energy to repel the demon's attack. All their efforts were in vain. The old man with the poisonous hands had already caught up with them. He was approaching with terrifying speed. Although the old men tried to protect the boy, they simply did not have the strength to repel his attack. The young master could not stand on his feet and fell. The demonic bastard charged at him with devastating force. Looking up, Kanren understood it couldn't end like this. Straining his energy, he focused on the enemy. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and delivered an energy strike. A wave of chaotic power knocked them both aside. Kanren flew forward and crashed into the ground. His body crashed into the soil, creating a furrow. The old man shouted that he was his victim. He stated that without his permission, Kanren could not even die. But suddenly danger crept into his back. The old men, sacrificing themselves, ran to help from all sides. Their bravery only irritated the demon. They distracted him from the main goal. His sharp whips quickly swept into the air, piercing the old men with his devastating blows. In a moment, they left for the afterlife. Sepicheon made the fatal mistake of turning his back. Kanren was spitting blood while breathing heavily. No matter how sick he was, he tried to get up. With each breath, he was filled with the last bits of strength. His goal was only, stop this monster at any cost. The suffering of others fueled his thirst for revenge. Looking at the old men who were fighting to the last, he could not retreat. The boy was aware that his opponent was incredibly strong. He was already saying goodbye to his life and his master. But if this is the end of him, he will take this bastard with him to stop his evil once and for all. A breeze of blood stained the battlefield. But this time it was not the blood of our hero. The old demon's shoulder was sliced open by another warrior. Seeing the wound on his body, he froze in surprise. The old men laughed in his face, mockingly. Well, did Our Lady feel the pain? How do you feel? Even a simple desperado managed to injure him. The old man with the poisonous hands hissed, Nickemi! His body erupted with incredible ki energy. He promised to destroy them all and wipe them off the face of the earth. The old men, feeling this horror, could barely stay on their feet. They understood that this was the end. However, even the wound on this monster's shoulder was an achievement for them. It was a small but significant triumph. Their desperate courage became a symbol of resistance. After a few minutes, they noticed that the demon was not moving. He stopped as if preparing a hellish massacre. His eyes narrowed. He felt an incredible force behind him. Turning around, he saw Kang Ren. The guy glowed with powerful energy. He touched on his vital points, pressed on the acupuncture points, filled with determination to fight to the end. The demonic old man saw that this bastard did not give up. Kang Ren prepared his secret technique for him. A sphere of pure energy flashed in his hands. She filled his body with incredible power. The old man with the poisonous hands could not understand what kind of technique it was, but he saw how the boy's body had changed. Kang Ren's muscles filled to the limit, pulsing with life force. Kang Ren's body felt like it was about to burst from this force. His veins pulse, and his face fills with hot energy. Muscles crackle and groan under the onslaught of incredible force. The ground beneath him splits apart, as if nature itself felt his fury. The old demon understands that this is no longer just a battle. It is a battle for survival. What this guy has done is truly amazing. He gathers all his strength together, for his adversary had acquired a terrible battle formation. Doubt crept into his heart. Would he be able to handle it? Kang Ren's skill level and aura resembled a destructive element. Where did such power come from? She was incredible and deadly. The Heavenly Destroyer's secret techniques awakened the energy sealed within him. For the first time, the old man sees such a furious and violent battle aura. He seems to be standing in front of the Heavenly Destroyer himself again. Kang Ren looks at his hands. For the first time, he opened all 8 additional meridians. This happened not thanks to his enemy, but in spite of him. The old man with the poisonous hands says contemptuously, "Insolent rat, did you decide not to die, but to fight to the end?" He sneers. He rejects all secondary goals. And, gathering all his strength, rushes forward. His fist flies, but both vanish into thin air. The watchers look around, but no one is there. 2 silhouettes appear somewhere near the mountain. A burst of power tears off the top, and pieces of rock fall to the ground. Devastation covers the entire landscape. The old man whirls his whips around, smashing the rocks around. He breaks everything in his path, looking for a goal. But the boy slips away, only a silhouette flashed in the dust. Kang Ren flashed by, and the old man could only see the destruction that followed him. He tries to direct all his strength to the boy. Concentrating the blows of the whips, he aims at his body. He thinks that if he hits, the victory will be his. But Kang Ren maneuvers skillfully. His movements are lightning fast. He moves relentlessly forward, never stopping for a moment. He aims his palm straight at the demon. Again, they face each other in a frantic duel. The old man feels his strength begin to weaken. He loses his balance from the pain and falls to the side. Kang Ren stands silently, full of determination. Without wasting time, he immediately counterattacks. It was truly an incredible sight.
Damn puppy!
Shouts the old man, not having time to catch his breath. He spins, trying to deflect blows with whips. Suddenly, whips wrap around the boy's legs and arms. He finds himself trapped, as if caught by a spider. The old man delivers a bloody blow to the back. His sneaky tricks work again. The poisonous demon whispers maliciously that he won't escape this time. He is already penetrating the boy's skin with his palm. Kang Ren grits his teeth, trying to focus through the pain. The old man advises him to strain even more to provoke an overload. But despite the trap, the boy grabs his hand. He finds a weak spot and delivers an elbow. With a crunch, the old man feels his elbow break. Pain rips through the old man, his face contorted in agony. The shockwave pushes him back. The boy falls but does not give up. The old man jumps back, trying to throw away his whips for another blow. The old man encounters such an incredible power for the first time. He freezes as he watches Kang Ren standing before him like a menacing demon. The boy seized the initiative, crossing all possible limits. The old man hopes that he will be given at least a second to rest. But in the chaos and fog, he sees the hero approaching again. Kang Ren abruptly grabs the old man's other hand, and with one jerk he rips it out, tearing the flesh to the very shoulder. The old man screams in terrible pain, losing his last advantage. Pain pierces him, and his eyes burn with hatred and despair. Kang Ren indifferently throws the severed hand away. The old man will no longer need it. The battle area expands. Chaos fills every corner of the forest. Kang Ren leads the old man deeper into the trees, away from the battlefield. The old man, having lost one arm, can barely hold on. His movements become slower. The young master firmly holds the initiative. His eyes shine with determination. He rushes forward like a predator going for the final blow. The old man realizes with horror how this little one has changed and become a real threat. His iron whips thump against the ground, but to no avail each time. He tries to catch the boy, putting all his rage into the blows. Kang Ren deftly evades each attack, as if dancing on the edge of life and death. He makes the old man's poisonous hands beat into the void, even entangling his own whips. The old man's metal whip strikes the leg in a flash, cutting it off. The master is horrified to try to stop the bleeding, wrapping the wound with his own whips. He clenches their teeth in pain, holding on to the last hand. Looking into the face of death, the old man realizes that one moment of error cost him everything. Kang Ren, breathing in the dust, laughs mockingly. Finally, those whips got you, old man. The poisonous old man rages with rage, his cry full of hatred. Even with a severed hand, I won't give you a chance, he bellows, and rushes into the attack. The iron whips whirl around the space again, cutting the air with a hiss. The old man puts the remnants of his strength into this blow, hoping for victory. But Kang Ren already knows how to dodge this deadly weapon. For him, these are no longer dangerous whips, but only rusty chains of the past. Metal whips now seem like petty toys to him. They whistle, cutting through the air, but miss the mark. The old man resembles a fisherman trying in vain to catch prey. He is sure that he has already caught the boy, and begins to wind the whips. But when the dust and fog clears, he sees the terrible truth. Kang Ren holds the whips tightly in his hands, smiling like a madman. The initiative completely passed to him. The old man looks with horror and incomprehension. How did this scoundrel dare to humiliate him like that? The old man tries to pull his whips back, but Kang Ren makes an incredible spinning kick. A metal whip flies towards its owner, twisting and warping in a chaotic vortex. The sound is like chains groaning in pain, and the whips collide with each other, shattering into pieces. Before the eyes of the legendary master, his poisonous weapon is destroyed. Fear runs through the old man as he sees the wreckage of his pride. At this moment, Kang Ren is already standing next to him. A sharp kick sends the old man to the ground. The guy swings in for the final blow to finish him off. But the old man, without losing his will to live, tries to evade. However, Kang Ren's strength was beyond anything he had seen so far. The boy's punch cuts through the air and ground around them. The old man tries to counter by striking with his single arm. Their attacks collide, creating an incredible explosion. Kang Ren flies backwards, slamming his back into a rock. The place where the old man stood should be destroyed by the impact. Through the mist, Kang Ren could see that his opponent was barely holding on. The boy chokes and coughs up blood. His body writhes in excruciating pain. All his skin and muscles are covered with wounds from numerous cuts. Blood continuously flows to the ground. The old man laughs from the side, his eyes burning with cruelty. "You surprised me, kid," he rasps, "but you will die anyway." The old man knows that his whips pierced Kang Ren. And with them, a poisonous demonic virus entered the boy's body. Kang Ren understands the horror of the whole situation. This poison is slowly eating away at his muscles and internal organs just like his master once did. He could try to slow down the effect of the poison with his chi energy, but the old man wouldn't give him that luxury. The old man, crippled but not broken, looked at Kang Ren. "These bloody blades are my gift to you in the afterlife," he hissed. Kang Ren understood that this battle would not end until one of them died. The demonic poison virus was just what his master had always warned him about. Once, during one of the training sessions, the mentor told him in detail about this threat. The boy never thought that he would face such a poison in real combat. The old man saw understanding in his eyes and was filled with rage. His eyes became bloodshot, and his aura became even more malevolent. Kang Ren remembered his master's story about that fatal inattention. That day was not a battle. It was a chance that cost dearly. Only absolute immunity to poisons will allow to avoid such a thing, said the master. These words pierced the old man, making him hold his breath. Kang Ren gritted his teeth, realizing that he had to end this now. A strong aura filled the space, as if nature itself had held its breath. The old man glowed with poisonous power, radiating all his hatred and anger. "If these are my last words, then let it be your destruction," he roared. It was an unfortunate accident, not a battle, Kang Ren threw in, inflaming the old man's anger even more. The old man trembled with rage, stunned by the answer that reminded him of his defeat. Now, Pyeongcheon, the devil with poisonous hands, has reached the peak of his power. His true nature, full of venomous hatred, was fully revealed. Stones began to fly into the air, the ground cracked underfoot. Cracks spread across the battlefield like webs. Kang Ren clenched his fist, bracing himself for a decisive blow. If he had known from the beginning who his opponent was. But the old man no longer listened, shouting, filled with destructive energy. "Heavenly light of the demonic ring." The old man's voice cut through the air. A blinding light flashed, piercing the atmosphere to the bone. Kang Ren did not retreat. He activated the Heavenly Destroyer technique. 2 vortices of destructive energy swirled in his hands. He threw them at the enemy, channeling the last of his strength. The mountains shuddered from the collision of 2 titanic forces, and their slopes cracked under the incredible onslaught. The earth trembles from the colossal force, as if preparing to split in half. A ring suddenly appears in the air, which is formed simply from the void, as if reality itself is bursting at the seams. As soon as the ring finally takes shape, it pulses with hidden menace. The old mage directs this destructive force at his opponent, but he instantly understands that something is wrong again. A whirlwind glowing strike stops his attack. "If that's his best shot, someone's over," muttered the old man with cold calmness. The young lord, full of determination, directs his devastating blow back. Two colossal forces collide, their power intertwined in an explosive confrontation. Kenrin feels his tension reaching its limit, his muscles straining to the point of pain. Despite this pressure, he holds on, not going to back down even a step. Suddenly, this power begins to outweigh his own, pressing in an unstoppable wave. The blast rings out like a thunderclap, slicing through his body and ripping the air in shreds. In the forest near the mountains, there is a tremendous explosion that shakes the ground. The old watchers look at this monstrosity with wide eyes. A fiery flame roars, and fear seizes their hearts. The flame grows, absorbing everything around, as if devouring space itself. The explosion destroys everything, leaving a huge chasm in place. The cold stones scatter into fine dust, as if the very heart of the mountain has been torn apart. The poisonous monster looks at the scene of the battle, realizing that its opponent is no longer there. He is confident in his strength, and greedily inhales the air of victory. His eyes blaze as he watches the black ash where it hit. The silhouette of the hero is engraved in the rock, like a silent imprint of despair. The body is almost imperceptible. It has merged with the rock, as if it has become a part of it. When everyone thought he was dead, Kenrin suddenly opened his eyes. The old man understands. This is the limit of possibilities. The image of the heavenly destroyer appears in his thoughts. He barely remembers this silhouette, but feels its destructive power. At this moment, he is crushed by a rock, but full of determination. Blood flows from his mouth, but he does not give up. The poison warrior looks at him with hatred burning from within. But the heavenly destroyer responds with every blow that becomes even more powerful. It accumulates new power with each subsequent burst. Despite everything, he attacks his enemy again and again. At this moment, the old man feels that defeat is inevitable. The power of the heavenly destroyer only grows, becoming uncontrollable. She absorbs experience and adapts to new challenges. After receiving a powerful blow, the old man chokes in pain. His eyes meet the gaze of the bringer of death. The sky destroyer stares coldly at his opponent. He admits that the old man, despite being wounded, managed to resist. He says, "The rumor that you are old Muram's strongest warrior is true. I'd like to meet you when I'm in better shape." Sky Destroyer postpones the battle. He spares his opponent, giving time to heal his wounds. At this point, he leaves the battlefield, but suddenly blood splatters fly in the air. Red liquid runs down his leg. The Sky Destroyer looks down to see a metal rod piercing him through. The old man can't stand it. How dare he pity me? His name is Safe Cheon. He will take revenge for the insult. The Sky Destroyer realizes that turning his back was a terrible mistake. Despite being wounded, he recognizes Safi Cheon as a worthy opponent. He turns sharply, charging his attack with devastating force. The blow rushes at the enemy with the speed of lightning. Sapai Cheong can't handle this kind of pressure. His body begins to dissolve into the air. Looking his opponent in the eye, he realizes his mistake. Sapai Cheong had trained for years to build up immunity to devastating attacks. But this time, it wasn't enough. He does not understand how his pride will lead to the death of the student. He moves forward, ever closer to his enemy. An incredible power begins to form around him. When consciousness is clouded, a powerful aura surrounds him. He looks to where the young master should have been, but he is not there. He rises from the destroyed place and explodes with powerful energy. Sapai Cheon doesn't understand where the boy gets this strength. Karen mutters softly. The problem is that it's too risky. The dark vortex requires too much key energy, and if it doesn't work instantly, it will lose. Sapai Cheon doesn't understand how this guy survived the hellfire. The old man thinks he wouldn't be a disciple of the Sky Destroyer if he died so quickly. Sapai Cheon suggests Kenrin admit defeat and kneel down to avoid further suffering. But Kenrin doesn't pay attention to his words. He just smiles, and a challenge shines in his eyes. This infuriated Safi Cheon to the brim. He looks at his opponent and the pain disappears from his eyes. The smile on the boy's face drives him crazy. That's how the Heavenly Destroyer once looked at him, considering him as worthless as his master. But Sapai Cheong is not an old fool like his teacher. Do not expect mercy from him. He sends out a devastating wave of energy again. However, the boy did not bat an eye. He blocks the attack with his own energy. The battlefield shakes with explosions and chaos that can be seen from afar. Old men do not understand how they are still standing. Chaos rages and sweeps around them, destroying everything. When the energy dissipates, the old man sees that the opponent is still alive. An incredible aura emanates from him. It had been a long time since Sapai Cheong had encountered such strength. The vortex spins, absorbing everything in its path. Everything is being prepared for the final blow. The flame dissipates without a trace. The boy collects energy in his hands. A black hole flares up in his palms. It devours space and time. At this moment, the old man remembers the technique of the Heavenly Destroyer. Kenrin prepares to use it against him. He addresses the old man, quoting his words. "If you don't wield the flame better than me, the battle is over." The power takes on an incredible, almost tangible form. She rushes towards Sapai-chon. He does not believe that a young man in his early 20s has such a technique. This means that the Heavenly Destroyer shortened his own life in order to transfer all the accumulated Kai energy to the disciple. The strength he had been gathering for years. Now this colossal power is bearing down on him. Sapai-cheon realizes that the Heavenly Destroyer was crazy. He created a real monster that could not even be imagined. Sapai-cheon does not want to believe that he will die at the hands of such a young man, but he vows to destroy it with the most powerful technique. He decides to show how to destroy the monster created by the Heavenly Destroyer. Uses his demonic ring celestial light technique. The power of this technique comes from the heavenly radiance itself. She counters the blow of our hero and rushes straight at him with devastating force. The hero feels the incredible pressure of this technique, but he holds on with all his might. The explosions shake the mountains one after the other. However, this explosion is different from all the others. Its scale is so huge that it surpasses anything that came before it. Elders from all sides realized that something incredible was happening. They saw two devastating technologies collide in an apocalyptic clash. The Soul Labyrinth, encased in chains, felt the approach of death. The explosion reached such a scale that the wave of destruction rolled towards their positions. They frantically tried to run away from the epicenter. The distant elders saw the flash of the heavenly technique. Struck by the incredible power, they understood. It was a suicide attack. Sapai-cheon, a true devil, stopped at nothing. Using his strongest technique, he created an explosion of incredible scale and destructive power. In the midst of the chaos of energy, Sapai-cheon stood in the center. His eyes did not take his eyes off his opponent. He hoped that when the dust settled, then he will see the enemy finally dead. But it didn't happen like that. The energy in the hero's hands has not disappeared. It swirls and begins to absorb everything around it. Sapai-cheon realizes this boy is a real bastard. He could withstand even the strongest blow of heavenly healing, no matter what the old man tried to do. The boy was generating a double vortex of power. It was the final blow of the dark vortex. It creates an absolute vacuum, which completely absorbs the opponent's technique. Soon everything turns into a raging hurricane. The energy absorbs the person against whom it is directed. Sapai-cheon feels the element flying at him. Power cuts through space like a blade. An incredible energy layer rushes straight at him. Fear freezes in his eyes. He doesn't know what to do. In a moment, he is engulfed in complete darkness. He finds himself in an empty vacuum. All around, not a single gram of light, only boundless emptiness. Only the shadowy silhouette of Kenrin flashed before him. But he does not have time to see him. He is too fast. Kenrin swings his arm to strike. Sapai-cheon tries to counter. Their hands collide in a devastating clash. The old man coughs up blood from overexertion. The boy also feels a force that almost tears him apart, but he manages to grab the old man by the wrist. Twisting around him, he pulls on his hand. Sapai-cheon realizes that he is already powerless. His eyes are full of fear as he looks at the hero. Kenrin gathers the power of the Heavenly Destroyer for the final blow. The old man's palm approaches the boy's head. Sapai-cheon puts all his remaining strength into this strike. The blow flies past, bleeding Kenrin's face. It was a crushing blow that derailed him. Sapai-cheon looks at the defeated Kenrin. He realizes that he has won. Sapai-cheon narrows his eyes in pain. He looks at the hand, disfigured by the blows. It is almost gone, but something behind him suddenly moves. When he turns, the hero's palms touch his ribs. The blow knocks him back, and the old man's body begins to break under its own weight. Sapai-cheon understands that there is no way out. He meets the eyes of the hero. Something inside is squeezed and twisted into a vortex of doom. A punch rips off part of his body. Blood floods everything around, painting a picture of defeat. Sapai-cheon collapses, realizing that he has lost. Energy flows are gradually dispersed in space. A ray of light breaks through the darkness of chaos. Onlookers watch the legendary warrior fall. The old men approach, stunned by what they see. They feel the remnants of energy fill the surrounding area. The force covers the mountains and space around. Flows of energy seem to tilt the mountains themselves. Observers do not understand what kind of horror happened that day. Where there was a mountain, a huge, deep chasm formed. A spark of life barely flickers in the black abyss. The hero stands next to his defeated enemy. He looks at Sapai Cheon, realizing that this is his final grave. The heavenly archdemon was a creature that knew no bounds. He has always been the head of the demonic cult, one of the most powerful opponents the Sky Destroyer has ever faced, pushing him to his limits. Lives were at stake. If heavenly healing had been even a little weaker, then defeat would be inevitable that day. But this did not happen. Two enemies sought to settle personal scores, and they entered the battle. This collision was of incredible force. Mistress twirled in a battle dance, but the light that obscured everything made her stop. The young master held on to his memories, using them to achieve new levels of power. This new level filled him to the brim. When he used this technique, the blood of his opponent spread on the ground. The opponent, like a ghost, looked at himself from the side, not understanding what is happening. Silhouette opposed to silhouette, and from the darkness came flickering streams of energy. The demon used incredible power. The man with the scar on his face saw his true nature. Sapai Cheon's mind was flooded with memories that clouded everything. Their thoughts, like a steppe whirlwind, mixed in the whirlwind of events. If it weren't for the internal wounds inflicted in previous battles, they would have attacked him. The Heavenly Destroyer was really strong. In martial arts, he had no equal in the current Marimi. But the Heavenly Cardinal was completely different. He asked, "Is it possible to remove it permanently?" In a deadly battle, everything can change in a moment. Often it is not strength that decides, but mistake, carelessness, or unexpected circumstances. In order to win, you need to have incredible strength, flexibility, coolness, quick reactions, and intelligence. These he lacked. If he wants to become truly powerful, let him remember, those who seek only strength will lose to those who possess real martial arts. And the fate of such warriors is called Murim. At this point, he learns a cruel lesson. Sapai Cheon, in his dying throes, wishes this bastard would shut up. If he was like before the war with the demonic cult, if only half of his meridians had recovered from those injuries. But he understands. If his meridians were intact before the battle with the cult, who knows what situation he would have gotten into in this world. He was always dissatisfied and could not accept his fate. As he left, he said, "Don't make excuses until you get over your obsession. Otherwise, you can't beat me." Drops of blood froze on the hot battlefield. The old man was lying by the stone, coughing hoarsely. Sapai Cheon looked at Kenrin and snorted, "Don't give in!" If his heavenly healing had worked to its full potential, the boy would not be standing in front of him now. Crippled Kenrin stared at him silently, listening to his words. Sapai Cheon noticed that Kenrin was not looking his best. He was interested in how the boy managed to achieve such a level of martial arts. The boy was silent for a long time. Finally, he replied that the battle was just a battle, and did not concern him personally. He warned that one day he would have to face an enemy that would take his life. During the training, Master said not to worry and believed that Sapai Cheon was already dead. But if he is alive and meets him again, that will be the end of him. Sapai Cheon lay listening to these words. These were his last sighs. The young master did not feel a single drop of pity. Sapai Cheon received on merit. Without another word, Kenrin turns and walks away. The master once said that he would meet him and understand everything. Masters often speak in riddles. Having moved a little further, he begins to cough up blood. After receiving incredible injuries, he feels his body tearing apart in pain. He lacks strength, as if the energy has completely left him. He is breathing heavily, gasping and coughing. The inner strength was exhausted to the limit. Her wounds left her unstable and unmanageable. Trembling, he continues to move off the battlefield. He understands that he needs to get out of here as soon as possible. But suddenly there is a loud crack. The cave, damaged by the explosion, begins to collapse. Huge stones fall, filling the abyss. An avalanche of rocks falls on Sapai Cheon's body. The old men approach and see how everything ends. But in their eyes, one question. Who won? Alliance observers order their soldiers to descend and find out if Kenrin is dead. If so, they should take his body. The warriors quickly descend in search of information. Meanwhile, somewhere in a quiet, dark cave, something unknown lurked in the darkness. It is dressed in mysterious clothes, unfamiliar to them. As it senses a change in the air, its heart flutters with anxiety. Red eyes burning with fear and rage, clouded with blood. It was the same Soul Slayer in shackles, chained, under the guise of chaos caused by incredible changes. He managed to break free and destroy the guards. At last he can remove those hateful chains. He finally breaks out of this terrible state, tears off the mask from his neck, which prevented him from inhaling to his full chest. He gasps for air, for the first time without this mask. Now he is almost free. A little more and he will get out of here. His body stretches, filling with new strength. He was lucky that the chains broke in the chaos. Although he almost burned alive, it played into his hand. He slowly climbs out of the deep funnel. I hoped to get out easily, but after a long captivity, my muscles atrophied. Standing on the edge of the blast crater, he observes the chaos around him. This means that the effects of the battle between the two warriors have already ended. Is there a man who can fight the old bastard? What a miserable fool, he whispered. But suddenly his eyes fall on something unexpected. He sees people digging. They found the body of the head of the Palaim house, but the young man was nowhere to be found. They follow the bloody trail, realizing that he could not have gone far. Dushogub hears these words and understands. The old man has died. The seemingly invincible monster reached the limit of its strength and died. The young master remembers the words of the master who said that his way was wrong when he was the supreme ruler. The master taught, if you want to rule, don't doubt your decisions and don't back down when the job is done. The supreme ruler must go to the end, obeying his temperament. If it was true, the boy was glad for such a lesson. The old man looked into his eyes with hope, saying, leave this city, live your own life. But will this question give him peace? First, he decides to find the 4 traitors and avenge the master. The master warned that when his existence became known, perhaps the student will want to find it himself, and only he decides whether to kill them or not. Don't be the first to strike. He is the mirror and reflection of the master. This information struck the boy to the core. There was no smile on the master's face. Suddenly the young master stops hearing his voice. The master's voice fades away, leaving a void. Only a spark of light flashed at the end of the tunnel. The boy called the master for a long time. He looked for him, but only a silhouette remained before his eyes. This silhouette made it clear who was standing in front of him. Only the words, don't strain like that. He's lost a lot of blood, so it's best to just lie down. Again he sinks into a dark sleep. When he regains consciousness, he sees his master. The bed is covered in blood, like a witness to the last battle. Master asks, don't come near me, but the boy still approached, reassuring the master. Don't worry. Ren said to lie in bed until he returned. He had brought herbs and was going to make some tea. But the master no longer needed him. Too many lives were lost because of him. His words sounded categorical and harsh. The master declared that the bloodshed must end with his death. Ren remembered master asking him to punish the traitors. How many times these words changed during the day. But this time the master insisted. These were his last words, and he must listen to them. He should not kill people for revenge. The boy promised to forget about revenge and not to look for the 4 traitors. He offered to give the master some healing tea so that he could last a little longer. Master accepted the cup and took a sip. Then the boy suggested, when the ice in the valley melts, let's leave this place. We can open a restaurant with big dumplings for 2. He waited for the master's answer, but he only jokingly agreed. We'll do it anyway. However, no matter how much the boy begged to promise, the master would not do it. Suddenly the hero wakes up in bed. He stands up abruptly and wipes away his tears. Looking around, he sees that his wounds have been bandaged. He understands that someone has taken care of him. In front of him is an old wooden hut. The roof is dilapidated. Everything around resembled an old hunting lodge. He does not understand where he is and how he got here. The head hurts unbearably. Holding on to her, he tries to remember the events. Memories of the fight with that bastard seared through his mind. He doesn't know how long he's been here. Somewhere in the depths of the forest, far from civilization. Someone is watching him on the slope. This is the same something that saved him at the last moment. With wide eyes, it waited patiently for Kenrin to wake up. This village was lost somewhere high in the mountains. There were many different rural houses here. Local residents worked in the rice fields. They collected herbs and prepared their own food. The soldiers have been reporting to the leader for the past few days. They combed the neighborhood up and down, but they never found any traces or remains. Just in case security should be increased, they suggested. But the leader replied that it was enough. The rainy season is approaching, so you need to check bridges, dams, and prepare warehouses. There are many urgent matters. There aren't enough workers anyway, so you shouldn't waste resources. Everyone must return to their daily concerns. The leader looked tense, as if something was bothering him. His servants were used to obeying orders without question. When he left the building and went down the stairs, his gaze was focused and cold. On the stairs, he met 2 of his colleagues. After greeting each other, they looked at the river together, but no traces were ever found. It seemed very strange of him. What did the elders of the Tellum house do on the battlefield anyway? At their command, the bodies were collected, and they watched every step closely. After arguing about what to do with the body, they decided to cremate it with the other dead. When 2 more bodies were found on the battlefield, several people panicked. Then they called an escort and started looking for something in the area. On the third day, they suddenly stopped their search and left without explaining anything. It was very strange. The boy could not imagine that Kenrin was capable of defeating the most powerful warrior, Old Marima. But the traces on the battlefield indicated that the disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer was also seriously wounded. Now it is impossible to stop. It is necessary to complete what they have been working towards for so long. If you waste time, it will be too late. Despite the leader's words, he strove to see things through. He ordered everyone to gather. It is necessary to act quickly and without unnecessary noise. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, in a small village near an old house, Kenrin had lunch under the supervision of his grandmother. Grandparents lived in this place for many years. It seemed that they were the ones who picked him up and took him out. Kenrin wanted to ask if he could meet a person who saved him and bandaged his wounds. Grandma, not feeling it, asks if he wants more rice. Kenrin says no, but she doesn't hear him. He just wanted to thank the Savior before leaving. Finally, grandparents understood that the boy wants to meet Lord, a person who is considered a future savior in Buddhist beliefs. They replied that the Lord was very busy, but perhaps he would visit them again. Many questions remained unanswered. Meanwhile, events returned to the same village. The morning has come. One of the warriors asked if the Lord was still in his hut. He warned that he would not appear today. He had business. He did not give clear explanations to the soldiers. His silence made them think even more. His silhouette was sitting at the table in the hut. In reality, it was just an effigy. The Lord is long gone. He moved through the tunnels that ran under his house. Coming out the other side, he saw the same hut where the young master had been saved. The Lord looked at her intently, feeling the strength within. At this time, the hero cultivated energy. He directed her to restore his body. Lord understood that the boy was about to wake up, and when he went up the stairs, the door creaked open. Lord entered the room. The old man told him that the boy was already on his feet. They prepared breakfast before the road. In front of the boy stood his savior, Lord Marok. He came up and took the hero's hand. The Lord noted his incredible ability to regenerate. But a warning, don't overwork yourself. You will have to be watched, he added. Suddenly, Lord felt something strange, as if the boy was up to something. Letting go of his hand, the Lord saw determination in the hero's eyes. Kenrin realized that standing before him was Gwyn, the Bronze Red King. Yes, it was him. A man in a mask called Lord. Silently, but directly, he decided to confess, yes, it is me. What did this mean for the young warrior? Would he dare to avenge his master just now? Anger flashed in his eyes. He realized how much grief this traitor had brought to his master. The man and woman carefully coped at the table, suddenly heard some loud sound, and ran inside to check. When they came inside, they were shocked because they saw a huge hole in their stile. Meanwhile, in the forest, the boys stood opposite each other and did not look. The man in the hood is not sure that everything is well with our hero. Of course, perhaps the wounds were delayed, but it was still necessary to relax and not strain. The stranger will not behave carefully with the killer who came to kill him for what happened to the Heavenly Destroyers many years ago. Then the guy remembers the words old tires on the stone mountain inside which the volcano sleeps. It looks calm, but inside has a powerful power. This was the Kuhi Jonah. He was stronger from that not only in internal energy, but also in the skill of possession of the technique of celestial destruction. That is why betrayal from this person was the most painful for a man. The stranger says 3 others have long been killed, but it turns out that he killed them. The protagonist does not believe in these words at all. It's all lies. But the stranger is not going to prove it. The guy can decide whether or not to believe him. Ron does not understand why they betrayed his master and then killed each other. He does not want to hear a lie that when he got a powerful power he was bored. Then, the man begins the story of those 3 who have been in leadership with him in the Brotherhood. They were monsters, and each of them was considered a worthy heir to the Supreme Ruler. After that, he breaks the hood. The man managed to kill them, but he paid dearly for it. The main character is shocked from what he saw. He is definitely not pleased to look at it. Most of the residents of Murim know what happened then, and the guy probably heard about it. Their Brotherhood did not cope with this fury. It seems that the main character is painful to listen to it. Of course, this is not the life he drew in his imagination. But very soon the man changed his mind to talk about it, because he did not want to complain about his problems. A stranger suggests a guy to start a battle, because he is here to take revenge on his master. It sounded as if he knew from the very beginning who he was. It was necessary to kill him when he had the opportunity. If the enemy expected that Ron would change his intentions to gratitude for his salvation, then it was better to think. The stranger will not say not worry about it, because he also has a habit that appeared as he led such a lifestyle. The man notices that the guy is very reliable and thinks that the master told him little about him. Once he was looked at him as the second supreme ruler, So if he seriously undertake to punish a bad student, then there will be trouble. Of course, no one makes our hero believe in it. But a stranger loves his present life. When you see people respect you, even though such a terrible appearance, you feel as if you matter. And if something threatens this life, he will do everything so that it does not happen. The introduction of their battle was strongly delayed, so in a second he says to attack him. If a man has decided to go for it, then I will try to finish it as soon as possible. Already a second after their battle began in the forest, a strong explosion occurred. The explosion was so strong that it seemed to be heard. Such a strong explosion really hurt everyone in the neighborhood. Trees and shrubs at the epicenter of the explosion began to break. Fortunately, our hero was able to withstand so much, although blood came from his mouth. Lightning attacks continued to approach the guy, but Kanron quickly evaded each of them. But he also does not forget to attack. In fact, it was very difficult because his wounds were delayed recently, but the young man continued to stand bravely on his own. Suddenly, a strong flow of energy flew into it. The main character is to concentrate as much as possible to take such an attack. Everything around was destroyed and crushed. In the air, strong dust flew through which nothing was visible. From such strong, and so a huge pit was formed between them. Kanron could not believe that he had a strong attack. I did not get acquainted with such a strong blood. He seems to have spent a lot of strength. Finally, the protagonist realized that this person was considered a stronger master of inner CI. But even so, the stranger continued to attack. To do this, the man made his maximum effort. Everything around began to explode and break. The trees were just cracking. And it was all the case of the hands of this stranger. Suddenly, the man felt the presence of his enemy behind his back. He lightly turned to strike and protect himself, but it was too late. Kanron grabbed his hand and turned it over. The guy threw him aside and he hit the tree. The man lay among the fragments of trees and tried to get up, but the whole body hurt. Everything that a man could do now is just spitting his own blood. Its internal organs seemed to be badly damaged because the blood continued to be moved from the mouth. Kanron continued to watch silently at how the man was trying to come to his senses and get up. Finally, he was able to stand up. He was shocked that Kanron acts very hesitantly. It seems that the guy did not have the desire to fight an opponent who has a bad physical shape. Grandpa does not understand why the young man is restraining. Did Kanron make such a great way not to take revenge on his master? Now the protagonist is going to show how he would kill them all if he would find. And so, after a moment, the man is attacking the guy, but he is skillfully evading. Instead, his attack hit a tree behind. Suddenly, a whole crowd of people who prepared to attack our hero runs out of the forest. They all had weapons. They were going to kill our hero. Their chapter ordered the Lord urgently to take a safe place. They immediately rushed to the man, though he did not want to. The stranger wanted to continue the fight. He does not want anyone to interfere with their battle and tries to get out of here. But no one is going to listen to him. Everyone united against the main character. The harsh chapter told them to prepare to fight for death. Very soon, everyone was ready for battle. But the main character did not want to fight them. He only needed the old man in the hood. He advises them to leave, and if they do not, the young man will think that they want to die. But no one was about to go. On the contrary, they were all ready for battle. Suddenly, someone threw a stone that rolled directly under our hero's feet. But it didn't stop. The pebbles continued to fly directly under our hero's feet. At first, it was unclear who was throwing these stones. It was someone who was behind. It turns out that these were ordinary villagers who came to take revenge for the fact that he wants to harm their lord. The soldiers could not understand where the peasants came from. It was necessary to send them back. The peasants immediately rushed to Lord to help him. They were shocked when they saw so much blood. The soldiers began to shout at the peasants and said they would return back. But the people were determined. They were not going to go away. They wanted to punish the one who raised their hand to Lord. They grabbed stones and continued to throw him from the main character. The stones continue to fly from the guy, but he does absolutely nothing. He continues to look silently at how people scream, throw stones from him and wish him death. Suddenly, Lord shouted loudly and ordered people to stop. He says that this person is his guest, so they have to stop doing it. He yells at everyone and asks to leave them together. The man orders to lower the weapon and take the peasants to the village. It seems that his patience will end soon if they do not comply with his order. But the peasants do not want to do it. They strongly ask the man to go back to the village with them. Then, the man returns to his enemy and looks at him through the whole crowd of people. For himself, he sees no one but the enemy. All people disappear. The man thinks that you have to wait a little and will have enough today. Kanron tells him that he is ready to wait 3 days. But if the Lord does not come, he will come after him. And then after that, everyone goes back to the village. The locals are very pleased that now all is well with the man. So they all go away and leave the boy himself. He remembers his promise to the master that he can kill these freaks. Finally, they returned back to the village and even spent Lord home, but did not intend to disperse. The man did not like it. He told them to go and do their own things. But the peasants were not going to go anywhere because they were scared to leave the Lord himself until he was killed somewhere nearby. Lord began to say that it was not a killer, but just his guest, so it is not their business. Then, the man began to blackmail them and said that he would leave them if they would behave so terribly. These words scared the peasants. Lord, I remind you that it is here at will, so you do not have to protect it or worship it. If he feels that they are injuring each other or creating problems, he will immediately go away. And if it is what they seek, they can continue to stand here. After that, he goes home, but calls the captain with him because he has a business. Immediately afterwards, the captain goes inside. Lord asks how long the soldiers followed him, but the captain begins to justify himself and says they would not have so much courage to follow him. They just fulfilled the duties of the guards, and all this was for the sake of the safety of Lord. He says that these men, with the exception of guards, must return to their ordinary cases. It was the order of Lord. He also prohibits any provocations against his guest. On this, the order was completed and the captain went away. Finally, the man was left alone with his thoughts. It's been a few days. Children in the forest were engaged in training. The boy descended from the rock on the rope while his friends supported him. After that, they began to check their weapons. One of them even made a bow. And then, after that, they went in search. But unfortunately, they could not find anyone. But suddenly the other boy told them to behave quieter. Finally, they found the one they were looking for. They hid in the bushes and watched as a young man was sitting under the tree. It was the same guy who was fighting with Lord yesterday. The children came up with a plan how to kill him. First, the boy wants to shoot him. And then, in a second, the arrow got straight into the target. Immediately after, the children rushed. They began to swing their weapons to kill their enemy, but suddenly stopped. They saw that the arrow was just lying on a stone, though everyone clearly saw that the arrow hit the target. Someone thought it could be private, but they immediately rejected this opinion. Then, the children remember the legend that you can become the following if you will be fascinated by a fox in the light of the day. There was nothing to do, so they suggest a snack and go home. One of the guys was very dissatisfied that they so easily quit this business. Do they not want to protect the Lord? But no one was about to listen to him. Friends threw him himself. The boy was not afraid at all, and decided that he could grab the killer. In fact, he was very scary because he remained completely in the middle of the whole forest. He began to hear some sounds that greatly scared him. At this point, someone was watching him sitting on a tree. After a moment, the boy could not stand and ran back to his friends. It turns out that it was the main character. He silently watched him. After a few hours, it came deep. Kankanron continued to sit under a tree and seems to even dozed. Just at this time, the soldiers were picking up with silence. But fortunately, the guy did not sleep. He remembered his warning to them that he would kill if they try to attack. He again repeats that if they intervene, they will die from his hand. They know who the young man is, but sometimes we need to protect something even at the cost of their own life. Now, the guy will be able to get to their lord only through their corpses. After that, they direct their weapons to the side without an armed guy. Now, our hero becomes interesting with what Face Lord will meet the news about the death of a soldier. Very soon, the enemies surrounded our hero. All the ways to escape were blocked, but the guy seems to be not going to run. The young man does not understand why these people are so determined. The protagonist says that Lord does not cost their lives, so if they retreat now, he will release them quietly. But the warriors are determined. They know better what to do, and the guy has no right to judge it. Now the boy was sure that he would not be able to negotiate with these soldiers. But if this sacrifice is designed to cause a guy a sense of guilt, then it is in vain. He is undoubtedly ready to kill everyone who will stand in his way. But even after such words, the soldiers remained adamant to stand still. The captain is convinced that in the event of which the peasants are also happy to sacrifice for the sake of Lord. After a moment, the captain shouts and orders the soldiers to attack. After these words, they immediately rush to the enemy. Kenron thinks that at this time, while they distract him, Lord will run away. The battle began. Immediately afterwards, there was a strong explosion in the forest. Even Lord woke up from such a strong explosion. 3 men sat near his bed. On the face of the man could immediately read the excitement. The grandfather blew up immediately, but men try to reassure him. Warriors say that Lord should leave this place faster until the captain with the detachment holds him. Lord was very angry. He did not know how many times he would have to repeat them, that this is not their business at all.
Lord orders them to call the detachment back.
But the warriors are not going to listen to him. If the Lord refuses to help, they will bring it out of here. The man threw himself a cloak and quickly scattered these soldiers, then ran out of the house. He quickly rushed away from here. Lord quickly rushed through the entire forest to the place where the main events were now. But unfortunately, it was late. Everything in this place was destroyed. The soldiers were lying on the ground. No one even presented signs of life. It seems that absolutely no one is alive. Lord was shocked by what he had just seen. It was really a very horrible picture. And among all this mess was the main character who did all this horror. Ron is shocked that Lord was still here, although the soldiers told him that he had not been here for a long time and he fled. But Ron does not consider himself guilty of what happened, because these people themselves ignored his request. But the man is not going to blame this guy, because he is well aware that they have climbed into it. Our hero reminds the man who gave him 3 days, but the man said he was ready for their battle. If the cans do not mind, then it makes no sense to take the time. But before that, he says that there are no people in the village who are somehow involved in this situation. It doesn't matter who of them will be the winner of this battle. That's all over. But Ron does not agree that it all over. This freak threw a knife in the back of his master, so he does not want to regret his descendants. Lord went to a cry and repeated that these people were not involved in this. But the protagonist swore to erase from the face of the land of everyone who is somehow connected with the Lord, and he adheres to the word. And the only way to save these people is to kill Rin. After that, the boy accumulates boundless power. Even the stones around began to fly. Lord began to tremble with incredible force that filled the air. After a second, the man rushed to our hero to start the fight. The man gathered all the strength for the sake of this attack. A moment, he struck, but our hero blocked him. From such power, the land under them began to crack. The old man continued to put into this attack all his power, which in his hands appeared large veins. But suddenly, Ron grabbed him for the chest, scrolled, and pushed away. From such an attack from the mouth went blood. The blow was incredibly strong. The man had a lifetime before his eyes. From such a blow, he fell to the ground and crushed everything in his way. Trunks of trees and branches of shrubs were destroyed. The protagonist did it without feeling pity and guilt. His view, on the contrary, was filled with determination and cruelty. He had the words of his master again in his head, and the promise that he would kill those who offended him. The master in his head again asks if he will kill his enemies, but the guy is silent. When the master's voice does not stop, the young man screams loudly about what he can do. He swore about this master hundreds and thousands of times. Let him even say that he is ashamed of his actions, and now he behaves as a normal person. The guy will never forgive him for doing what he has done. The grandfather hears all his words and says that the young man does not delay, but did what he wants. He reminds him that he was about to show how cruel ways he was about to kill him. The wrapped enemy of our hero's master now stands right in front of him. Then why does he do nothing? In a second, the guy felt a sense of revenge again. After a moment, he jumped, going to approach his enemy. The power of the main character was so powerful that it was felt just in the air. It seemed that he would be crushed now. The man screams loudly and tells the guy that he is now a deceased. The atmosphere around was really very powerful, and the man could not resist on his feet. He just fell to his knees. But suddenly, a man saw many children around this unhappy lord. Suddenly, some girl looked around and looked at him. He saw all the children closing the man. Though he thought it was all vision, it looked too realistic. The guy tried to come to his senses and remove these visions. And when Ron ran straight to his enemy, he began to seem as if on all sides he was grabbing human hands and not allowing him to take a step. And it was not easy for hands, and the hands of unhappy innocent peasants. They held him firmly, though the guy was truthful not to stand in his way. He continues to shout and tries to overcome himself. The guy tries to escape from their hand, but the peasants continue to hold it firmly. The protagonist broke through their hands and headed directly to his enemy. Suddenly there was an incredibly strong explosion that hit the entire forest. This white bright flash began to destroy everything in its path. Smoke and dust came up, but our hero still continued to stand on his feet. Only now does he understand that things are bad. Ron can't kill his master's enemy. The guy should not worry about what happens to these people, and besides, he did badly with the master. But the young man was confused. He simply does not know how to do in this situation. Suddenly, tears begin to flow through the guy's cheeks. He stood completely alone among the destroyed area of the forest. There was strong dust around. Lord lies among all these debris and suddenly hears familiar voices. When he opens his eyes, he sees the silhouettes of peasants whose face is very frightened. They rush to him and try to help. The Lord is strongly beaten and very tired. The man is shocked that the captain of the Wu and the soldiers are still alive. It turns out that none of the soldiers died. Most were injured, but everyone was alive. Lord did not understand why the guy didn't kill him, though he could do it at any time. Soldiers think you need to hurry up to give everyone help. When he woke up, he disappeared without a trace. His story was very good except this limb. The man says he will definitely not believe it, whether a man believes or not, but Lord promises that he knows nothing more. Of course, a man is unlikely to have other thoughts, after all the pain he felt. But even if Macken believes in these words, it is strongly doubt that the Snout saw and the first brother will also believe him so easily. Lord promises that he does not know where Conron went, because he disappeared immediately after the man woke up. And then finally a man with long hair agrees to believe it. Does he ask if the man has no information yet? Maybe some details of information or something. The man repeats again that he already told everything he knew. Lord did everything that these freaks asked, and Conron does not even know that they are still alive. And now he is waiting for these abominations to fulfill their part of the contract. They went forever and never returned to Nesohayan. The man begins to mention their transactions, but he still seems that in the history of his second brother there is a feeling that something is missing. For example, not far from here, the student of the Heavenly Destroyer fought in a cruel battle with the old monster. Or the fact that after the battle he lost consciousness from the wounds received. But someone saved him. Lord was shocked when he realized that he had been abducted. In fact, it was very difficult to find out this information because peasant bonds are too faithful to their lord. From these words, the man was very angry. The cry was heard. The freak pushed the man so much that he pierced the wall and flew outside. The whole body of a man was painful with pain. He trembled and could not rise. As soon as he lifted his head, he saw many peasants and soldiers who were already dead. The horror was frozen on their faces. They were all brutally killed. The world of Lord was destroyed. Everything went from under his feet. Then the crushed man looked at the village and saw that everything was on fire. It seems that nothing could be saved. The thick smoke climbed into the sky. The peasants were also brutally killed. These freaks did not pity anyone. The man just couldn't believe what had happened. There was a feeling that he died. All he could do is just cry and shout. He did not understand why these freaks began to touch these people. He does not understand why they killed these people because they were not involved in their past at all. The abomination calmly replies that they postponed it, or learned about the existence of our hero. As the brother appreciated this place, they tried to make sure that none of the people stayed alive. He did it as a sign that he once served him as an older. Hate has seized the second brother. In every cell of his body a fierce was buried. He immediately rushed to this freak to strike revenge. But as soon as he did it, their swords and spears pierced his whole body and shed blood. The man did not even have time to move how their weapons were already inside him. The eyes of the unfortunate were blood and pain. He begins to think that it would be better if the guy then killed him. After a second, it falls on the ground. But the man does not feel any pity to him, although his dead brother lies in front of him. Let this old dog take and heal it. But how could he just take and leave? Did the guy really change his intentions only because he was helped? The guy who grew up to kill them could not do it. But, in any case, it was no longer important. This freak is sure that they will soon find out about it. They will find out if the Supreme Ruler was able to create the fifth monster. Meanwhile, the main character for the last lake is all to look at the mountains. He remembered the words of the master that as soon as it becomes known about his existence, these freaks will come to his soul. On a narrow track on the mountain horses with riders. There were many people. But where did they go? But they seemed to be aggressive. The village was always paid in time, so the man suggests to give them a chance because the peasants could not gather them with the MZDU because of drought. The man proposes to leave able-bodied youth and kill only a few old ones. But the head said that everything has already been decided. They had to pay them 1,000,000 zlotys in any way, even if it would be necessary to sell children. If they give them chances, then everything will come out of control. What they will do today will be a serious warning to all other villages in their territory. Suddenly, they notice in their way a stranger in the cloak. They did not expect to see a person here in the middle of the night, so they were very surprised. But robbers are not going to break. If this stranger wants to die so, they will help him. But it seems that this stranger was unusual. After a second, he began to slowly get his sword. The young man made one clear blow to this crowd that was carried right to him. With this one blow, he killed several riders who went one of the first. Their head was killed, but it was not the end. The guy was going to continue to attack. It became clear that this guy is a real master, so you need to be careful. The young man was skillfully waving his sword, and his every blow hit the target. The robbers did not even have time to move how their bodies were already cut into pieces. Blood and pieces of meat were absolutely everywhere. Finally, the mysterious guy finished this differential and calmly put his sword back in the vagina. He remained alone among the whole area of dead people and horses. It was all his hands. But the young man looked at all this cruelty without pity. And so, when he was about to go, he heard a voice that commented on this situation. Some people were behind him. Now they realized why their lady was delighted with his skills. The old man invites the young man to stay here for a short time, because the village is very close to the village. The old man heard that a young man has some memories. After these words, the guy just remembers the same warm memories. The guy lacked the words, and the eyes were again filled with sadness. The stranger was not even going to respond to these people and goes silently. They were involved in this case because she took the young man. They agreed to it for a penny. When the news spreads about it, everyone will put them on pity, trying to take for little money. Their lady approved this work, so the old man orders to stop chatting and start working. It was necessary to clear the road to dawn, what they were going to do now. And so, everyone started doing their own business. Someone regretted that they had few people, and someone was engaged in horses. Morning came. The mysterious guy went on his business, and suddenly the lady who was behind wanted to ask a question. The stranger was looking for a tavern near the Yellow Dragon Mountain and asked if he knew how to get there. But the guy did not answer her, but only gave a cold look from which a blush appeared on his cheeks. At first he did not answer and just went straight, but then said that the girl followed him. Finally they came to the right place. The girl wants to treat the boy at her own expense in gratitude for having spent her. The guy does not answer, but it seems not mind. Soon they come to the tavern. There were very few visitors here. As soon as they came inside, the woman kindly congratulated them at their institution. Very soon they were brought in delicious dumplings. Lady heard that they had a young guy in the tavern in Taverna. The old woman does not understand who the language is, because the only young guy here is their delivery boss. And so, just at this moment, the young man returned from the order. After a second, a guy with light white hair enters the room. He immediately recognizes John and she recognizes him. The girl came here because she had a message for a young man, and she just wanted to see him. They were very happy to meet each other. Then, he draws attention to this stranger. If he did not recognize him, it means not from the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust. He begins to think that the guy wants to stick to his sister, but she explains that this young gentleman just helped her. In this case, the guy bows and thanks to this stranger for helping her sister. The guy asks for his grandmother permission to talk to his sister a little. Suddenly, the stranger asks the old man, "Is the guy who worked here earlier?" After that, the room was completely silent. The old woman says he had passed the year from the moment the Chief Khan left here. But a girl who says the guy has gone 8.5 months. The guy tells that when he returned to find our hero, it was too late. He went to the traces of his enemy. It took 2 months and the blonde guy returned to the tavern again. The woman was shocked when she heard his request to work in their tavern. It became embarrassed from this man because he began to think that he was asking for too much. The woman was surprised, because this guy shows that he did not work for a day, then why he suddenly wanted to tavern. The girl thinks that this stranger wants to ambush for Kanran, but will not even be able to work here and for several days. But the guy continues to stand on his own and says he will definitely not run through difficulties. In this case, the girl thinks to entrust him with delivery, but the boy has topographic cretinism. The guy says he was completely transformed and asks him to give him a chance. The fact is that no delivery man who was hired after Khan left did not last 2 days, so they thought to close the delivery. The guy says that if he does worse than Kanran, they may not pay him at all. Finally, he was taken to work, and he went to execute the order. According to the map, there is no other way. The guy thinks that Kanran jumped the gorge right here, and it annoys him much. But the young man does not want to be worse than him, so he runs and tries to jump it. And so, it is strongly repelled from the edge and makes a jump. But the young man did not jump a little, and painfully hit the edge of the rock. The whole body hurt, but nevertheless, he was able to jump over this gorge and climbed up. He was pleased to do what Kanran was doing, although his whole face was in dirt and blood. But the young man just noticed how his bag fell into the abyss. When the woman found out about it, she was very angry and wanted to release the guy, but he started asking for a second chance. After a while, the guy still was able to attribute the order, although he was very late. When he goes away, he hears that clients discuss that Kanran was much better and did the job well. But the young man does not pay attention to it and goes to execute other orders. He sees the road through which he must pass. These were rotten boards embedded in the rock. But the young man is still going to walk on this track and thinks that the problem is not big. The stairs are not rotten. A moment, a dove sits on this step and it cracks under its weight. And yet, as it turned out, Kan's boss went on the water and brought orders even for bosom. The first working day ended, and the old woman asked how he went. It seems that the young man was very exhausted. When women see it, they begin to bet on when it is released. But the young man is not going to be released because he is a master of great Brotherhood of Wind and Dust. The next working day has come. The young man was busy that he was breaking the huge deep stones that he had on the way. The people who watched it were shocked, but they were also very pleased with this. Everyone began to praise to the Rao. Of course, he was not like Kanron, but nothing. The guy was able to deliver the order on time. After that, the young man learns that the Chief Khan was often engaged in this way. It turns out that Kanron was engaged in everything that ordinary peasants could not do. When something happened, people constantly ordered dumplings to come and help them. They passed hours and continued to be delivered to GOM and brought orders. The guy is indifferent when the little girl tells him that his doll fell into the well and he wants to walk by. But when he hears that Kanron would easily get it, he immediately rushes into the well behind the doll. And when he got it, he said that the girl was no longer playing near the well. The young man also tries to deliver the order when he runs on the water. And although he goes underwater, but always brings an order. The moon has not passed as he began to do the same as the river did. Each time he gets better, and now he can even jump over the gorges. Also, in addition to delivery, the guy helps ordinary people that they ask him. He asks for children of their opinion. If he with the cannon is fighting, then who will turn out the winner? The children were silent on the boy and shook their eyes. He tells them not to be afraid and answer, but they are scared that they will not get fish for the wrong answer. Soon, the young man returns to the tavern. Women still continue to bet on when the guy is free, although he has been working here for 3 months. Suddenly they came to an order from the old van, which last ordered something even when Kanron worked. It seems that she could not eat anything but porridge, so she did not order dumplings. Soon the guy goes to take her order, and so when the young man came to the right place, he heard a woman's voice. When he looked around, he saw an old grandmother who asked who he was. Then, the young man explained everything to her. Before the guy left, the grandmother asked if he was able to read. When she heard a positive answer, she asked her to read her letter. It was a letter from her son who went to work in the southern countries. The guy was surprised when he saw even the official seal here. He begins to read the letter to Gom, but does not do it aloud. So the grandmother begins to be nervous. He explains that this letter is old, so the lines are almost not visible here. It was the only letter from her son, so she opened him and stroked him every day. Grandma says he can't read, so the Chief Khan read him every time he came. She asked to read at 6 because she just likes to listen to others read aloud. The letter tells that the son opened the fabric store near the border with the southern countries. The woman was always worried about him because the boy grew up without a father. The guy begins to nod and says that the letter is really written about it. After that, the young man goes. He is shocked because he realizes that it is a letter that said that her son has thrown when he worked on the wall. He imagines how Kanron came and read this letter every time. Such actions, our hero reflected the desire to fight him. The guy begins to think what he is doing here. It is thought that he wants to go back to the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust. But he immediately rejects these thoughts because he is not going to seem. He wants to erase everything that happened today. Half of money was paid a gray man, and the rest was promised when he does work. The man agrees to such conditions and says that fast. He then goes away to do this work. After a while, men come to the tavern, and the atmosphere in the room changes immediately. These guests seem to be aggressive because they immediately show their weapons. As far as the man remembers, there will be no difference. He left these people alive or kill. After a moment, a real fight began between them. But it seems that the winners came out of her. He strongly beat him that he couldn't walk now. Women are shocked from what just happened because they have never seen these men here before. It turns out that everyone was observed by a man in the square. It seems to him that he noticed him to gone, but tries to remove these thoughts. Rumors describe this guy completely differently. He is surprised that he has white hair. It turns out that the young man really noticed this stranger. He realized that he had sent those robbers to them. The stranger was not frightened, because he did not understand at all at what point he had time to find himself with his back. The guy thinks that this stranger came to fight him. Suddenly, he hears the old one calls him. A new order seems to appear. The young man shouts and says he is here. At this point, the stranger will take advantage of it and escapes. He quickly jumps, finds herself on top of the trees. Of course, the guy wants to rush after him. But the old woman shouts and asks what he does there. The woman says he will go out of order faster. Then, the guy returned to the tavern. They tightly tied those robbers to the trees in the backyard. The guy, meanwhile, asks where the lady's dream went and thinks she went for products. It turns out that his assumption was really correct, and she went to the village for products. He admits to Gom that he just worries a little. The girl goes through the forest to get to the store, and suddenly sees someone in front of him. A mysterious girl in a hat says they have not seen themselves for a long time. Lady Sleep immediately realized that she was a girl from the Rice Valley. She also called her. The girl was very annoyed that she called her so, because they were about the same age. Lady says she can't stop and talk to her because she has no free time. Before leaving, she asked if there was no news from Kanron. Lady's dream was silent, and then in despair replied that there was nothing. After a second, Lady added a letter from the Rice Valley that the guy had sent her a letter. There he wrote that he was very sad, so she thinks that the young man will soon return. It sounds like a lie, but the girl promises that it is a true truth. Lady has nothing to answer, so she just go away. After a second, a man appeared behind her back, asking if she really told the truth. Of course, the girl lied, but she thinks that if all is well, her letter has already reached our hero. It turns out that she recently learned where he is now. Meanwhile, the letter had already reached Kanran, and he began to read it. Unfortunately, the protagonist had to leave this place, although everyone here was very much attached to him. The old man began to regret what he told the girl about his location. Kanran bow, and thank everyone again for their kindness, which he will never forget. After that, the young man goes on the road, but before leaving he bows again. It seems to the guy better if he decided to leave here. How a young man is watching a bearded man. Someone begins to think about whether this guy has paid for housing and food before going. But he is quickly stuck. Under the storm that raged on the street, he came into this abandoned barn. The old dilapidated door crashed, but he didn't even stop. He only went forward. He threateningly sent the blade forward, warning, if the door is at least moving, cut off. He expected that he had a person's certificate. Then he reached out. It was at this point that the plate with his certificate flew into his hand. Only then did he hide the sword. And then he wondered if he really was alone here, or maybe someone went. It is possible to penetrate the environment only in the area. At that time, the present revealed his identity. He appeared that he was a master's mercenary, and his mission was to re-inspire the killer who fled. The hero apologized for the sword set. When he saw someone lonely in such a place, suspected inadvertently. A little time passed, and when he opened his eyes, he saw another person in front of him. He came in, leaned to the floor, and said quietly, "Here's where he—" After these words, he lifted the object. He came closer and asked, "Didn't you leave it?" But in response, only a depressing silence came. He called it his own things and hid in the inner pocket. He approached the hope that the road did not stretch the mud collapse. It was just terrible. Suddenly, the same creaking door was heard again. Outside, incredibly heavy rain. The downpour was so powerful that it seemed as if it were about to break this hut. A little time passed, and again someone went inside. The deaf knock of the tree came. He leaned to the place where something important was found before. Then he lifted a chair from the ground and went closer. He put it carefully, and then removed his hat. After that, in a quiet but confident voice, he said, "Some things I wanted to check." He added that he would later explain in more detail. He crossed his hands and fell silent. His eyes remained closed, and then slowly opened one. After that, he mentioned the killer he was persecuted and asked if they knew what he did. Master Kavan Bo, the noble owner, together with 13 householders, was brutally killed. They picked up his wounded, saved his life, and he still cut most of them. To the question, why? It's hard to answer. He just likes it. He does not need reasons that are clear to peaceful people. In short, he is a psychopath. He has bad fame in Hanama, but has been quiet in recent years. And then it appeared again. There is no doubt. Everything became clear after examining the crime. This is exactly the same man, by the way of murder, and missing from the front teeth. He took them like a trophy. That is why this scum was called the Subadar Killer. He seems to be pleased with this horror. Sikhiv always carry their trophies with them, and he is not an exception. Now he got the bag and slowly opened it. From there he pulled the tooth and showed it as if offering to admire. It was at this point that the bright lightning shot the investigator's face, pouring it with blue light. Immediately behind this, a loud blow of thunder came. He continued to rush in the box, trying to find something important. I was looking, but everything was in vain. And then he struck himself with his hand on his forehead. He asked to be honest, once they went so far. The bottom line is that he was going to leave without even touching the one who was sitting opposite. He explained that he had no hidden intentions. Boggs were not interested in alien prey. But it was true only to a certain point, until he realized that the one who was sitting in front of him touched his dirty hands, touched these teeth. Now the investigator called him a dairy bridle and asked if he realized what he did. After all, he defiled and trampled his most valuable memories. He got up and asked how he was going to pay for it. Then he straightened his back and sat silently. Calm, almost without emotions, said, "Tell me how to kill you to comfort my wounded heart a little." Without hearing the answer, he leaned closer and repeated the question. And then, in a quiet but clear voice, he added, "He appeared with the duty." It was after these words that the answer was, "Yes." And at the same moment the sky again cut a bright lightning. The hero adds that he also has to pay for his crimes. As if according to the scenario, the thunderstorm was heard again. The investigator only looked at the small. He sat silently, not saying any unnecessary word. But for this man, everything heard seemed nonsense. He recalled that he gave him the choice, how to meet the cat. The little silently listened, watching the interlocutor's hand. Somewhere from afar, almost a destroyed building was visible, and the only sound was the noise of the rain. At the same moment, the rain may have washed away someone's tears, or the smile was draining. But, as always according to the laws of nature, after the rain, the clear sun will certainly come. This place has always met guests with fragrant food. People went to a snack, and everyone told their gossip. The main topic of conversation was one case associated with Van Akko. Judging by rumors, the old woman realized that he apparently went on the road, and the village of 9 dragons from here is not far from here. The small slowly opened his eyes, stretched and looked out the window, appeared, heard some sound there. It resembled the cry of the rooster, but not only it. Soon the dumplings were brought to the room and asked to open the window so they would not cool. It was a grandfather who had already learned that the hero had returned. After his disappearance, everything changed so much that they even decided to postpone. The little one looked at him and immediately noticed how much he lost. Grandpa explained that the year seemed difficult, but soon everything would change. The fewer people know the secret, the better. After these words, he invisibly transferred a little money to the little one. Not only small, but also a man named the Side wandered in the forests of this area. Standing on the bridge, the hero greeted him and asked where he gathered so early. Seeing Jonah, the Side was genuinely happy. Soon they went the bridge together, talking about different things. The Side explained that today his affairs far away, so I had to go. On goodbye, they agreed to meet in tavern this afternoon. And finally the hero reached the tavern. Having met the white-haired, he apologized and promised to take work in the garden. But suddenly a loud exclamation came behind his back. "Mom, where are you?" Because of this, they both went into the tavern. There, they heard the conversation. Where else can the lioness in the prime of the strength? Of course, on their hunting grounds. The white-haired looked confused. He did not understand who was talking about. John immediately grabbed his hair, forced him to stop and explained that it was a governing. The girls could not but respond to their noise. The daughter tried to calm her mother. She came to the white-haired, greeted him, calling him a cute creature, and asked if he had a minute. The daughter continued to shout to stop, but her mother did not pay attention to her words and walked forward. Walking past 2 guys, she threw them a strict order. "Follow the goods until I come back." And then she sharply turned her gaze to one, then on the other, as if it is not necessary to joke. Looking at the other, she was already starting to roll the sleeves. Seeing her confident character, white-haired suddenly stated that she wanted her to leave for him. He was already ready to accompany her to the city. Although she assured that he returned, he was not ready. He just wanted to see with his own eyes that she would get whole and intact. It was indeed rigid. The wards were in full shock. The hero wanted to turn to Miss Dream, but she just ordered to remain silent. He did not even have time to joke that she may have a new papa today, as she stuck it again. Meanwhile, 2 guys were walking in the city. They made orders on homes. In each house they were thanked for their diligent work. Only after completing everything, you could return to the tavern. He was in a hurry to keep up with dinner. In the mountains it is not always possible to get to the place so quickly. Meanwhile, near the tavern, both outside and inside were full of people. In such days, it was always enough. At this time, the boy had already delved into the forest, and suddenly he came across someone's figure among the trees. It was a person in a hood whose face was hiding in the shade. He looked intently at the stranger. I decided to go on, but the figure remained stationary. But it was necessary to turn his head away, as he noticed 2 more. And when he looked around, he understood at least 10. They were all wrapped in hoods. The guy began to understand whose paws got. He was not convinced that he had met with them before, but after all that had happened, he was no longer surprised. Having said these words, he calmly put his backpack on the ground. Since he already had his plans, he explained that it could take very little time. Without unnecessary words, he suggested that I immediately go to business. This seems to be even surprised. At the same moment, he began to release his strength. Looking at the mountains from afar, you could see a huge explosion. Time passed quickly, and the day was already ending. Near the tavern, her shadow stretched a long strip. The sun wandered to the event. The hero in sleep sat quietly and ate. At this point, they heard the manager came into the tavern. Now it was visible that she had erased makeup. She looked incredibly evil and did not even answer the question where the boss. Only annoyedly ordered everyone to go out of the road and moved forward. And what to ask here? And it is clear what happened when someone saw her without makeup. The old grandmother is unlikely to like anyone, especially young. She was upset and began to shake as if she had lost balance. Having reached the bench, she just spit on her. The hero realized that it seems that the next few days would have to make an order. But at the same moment he remembered something more. More precisely what the side promised to go to Taverna today. The dream suggested that he may have twisted in business, or was forced to solve something urgent. Maybe, the hero agreed, but he had completely different suspicions. Suspicions that could turn everything. His backpack was broken, and the wooden parts of which it were splashed. There are many bloody traces on the ground where it happened. The hero walked the road and then rushed from the bridge to look at the children and approached their house. He looked inside, but there was no one there. All things lay in their places, but it seemed that everything was extinct here. He decided to just leave the dumplings and leave. He hoped that the children would return before the food cooled. Putting food, he headed to the exit. But when turned for a moment, he noticed something that attracted his attention. His gaze stopped on the mask that hung on the wall. She seemed strange to him, even too much. However, without giving it value, he went on. What can it mean? Mask? Jan began to think more and more that something could have happened. He tried to understand what could happen to him, and at the same time, he was confidently moving the forest forward. There was not even a shadow of a smile on his face. At the same moment he heard this sound. The airflows were so powerful that even trees were cut. Everything they touched was falling down, and the silhouette appeared behind the broken trunks. It was a guy who looked incredibly strong. He leaned to evaluate the results of what he had just done. But behind, just on the branch, he sat John and indifferently asked if he had lost something. Or maybe he is looking for his stomach? He was mockingly. After these words, he calmly glued to the ground. In the wicked expression of his face, it was clear. He knows this guy well. In response, he said, "They say you went to take revenge on your master. And how, did you understand? And what about the case?" "Do you worry about me?" asked the guy with a light smile. "I would lose my face if you gave way to some old grandfather, after accidentally standing against my sword." Hearing this, John splashed to his hand, his fist squeezed threatened. But at this moment he heard from him an unexpected warning. "Beware people in masks." Everything around him slowed down. Un decided to ask. But instead of the answer, the guy only noted that he did not know how much his level grew, and immediately added, "Be alert." John did not understand anything. He stood in place. Suddenly, powerful airwaves began to fly to his body. The guy attacked without any warning, but thanks to his reaction, Joni managed to dodge. He landed without even scratching, only silently evaluated the situation. At this point he heard praise. "You are still beating just as well." But the guy was not going to continue, just turned around, threw a short goodbye and left, though John tried to stop him. "I would gladly walk on, but you need to know where to go." These were not his last words. He also added, "If it has to relate to who I am looking for, maybe I will not come back. Now even in the Rice Valley does not really want to stick, but if lucky to come back, we will take a walk again." Saying these words, he just went forward, and John only followed him. He saw how he, step by step, disappeared in the distance, and she remained still, not realizing what it was. Masked some nonsense and dumped. After that, John went to Taverna. There he was met by the management and a dream with the remark that he was too late. He briefly explained that the road had happened somewhat unforeseen, but her grandmother immediately asked him to deliver to the Temple of the Yellow Dragon. It seemed strange because yesterday he had already delivered them for 2 days. Did they eat everything? The grandmother just waved her hand and joked that probably there were simply not to eat. "They catch up with the days away," she added, and John went on the road. He stood again under the same window as 2 days ago. He waited for a long time, but no one opened, even when he knocked. So he decided to open the window himself and look inside. There was no one there. Carefully reached out through the window and put food on the table. Wandering, he decided that it was time to go. He closed the window and waited for a few seconds. Just as closed, it lasted for another minute. But in a moment, the window opened sharply. Ion remembered that he had missed something. Something I did not pay attention to. It was a mask hanging on the wall. She was exactly the same as in the small house. Immediately it became clear there is something wrong. So he took a mask with him. He knocked on the door several times and called his grandfather, but there was no answer. He went out to the yard and ran around, looking for at least some traces. His name sounded loudly in different directions, but in response, only silence. All this time he squeezed the mask in his hands, remembering the words. The words of the guy who warned him beware of people in masks, and those stories about someone in a strange mask. Without wasting time, Joni rushed back into the tavern. He got there incredibly quickly. He immediately went inside and asked the manager whether the boss was in his room. "It has recently left. He said he would come back when he gets in her hands," the grandmother replied. At the same time, the boss wandered in the woods. Feeling someone's presence, he stopped suddenly, and coldly ordered, "Why are you hiding like rats? Show immediately." In response, Only the rustle of branches and rustling of leaves was heard. A little time passed, and when he returned to this place, Joni found traces of battle. After that, he went back to Taverna. As soon as he came, he immediately asked if the boss returned too. Grandma replied that no, he was not yet. She also noted that this parcel is intended for an illiterate old woman, and it seems she already knows that John is back. Hearing this, the guy immediately took the parcel. He was glad to know something about her and hoped that she was alive and healthy. He did not know how to tell his grandmother, but had to talk about the monks in the Temple of the Yellow Dragon. To begin with, he asked if they had ever left the temple, leaving it completely unattended. Well, sometimes they come out to help the poor, but a few people are always left to oversee the temple. It is never empty, the grandmother explained. Now it became clear. This mask appeared there not just. Meanwhile, the dream, washing the dishes, listened to this conversation. Not wanting to explain anything, John just went forward. Before that, he only promised to them that he would return faster than they would have time to clip. Both, Babushka and a dream, weighed that he just carried some nonsense. But still, the dream began to suspect something. John was already approaching the house where the grandmother lived, shouting loudly, "This is me, John Can! I brought the goods, grandmother." But there was no sound from the inside. He thought that she may have left for a short time. His gaze stopped in one place. The session on the corner of her house. Something was wrong there. He looked closely at the branches that were surprisingly compiled in the place. I decided to get closer, slowly examined everything around. But he came to the same conclusion. Babusi never returned. Damn! Turning his head, he saw it again. The same disgusting mask hung right on the wall. Not thinking for a long time, he instantly realized what could have happened. He sharply dissolved the door and ran inside. He called his grandmother loudly. But in response, only silence. Ran outside to scream even louder. Panicked, Joni was looking at all sides. But nowhere did you see my grandmother. It was some kind of a strange feeling that someone was on the branch. Yes, he accurately felt the presence. This premonition has never failed him. Meanwhile, a pack of pigeons flew to the tavern. There were a lot of them, and some message was attached to everyone. They all flew inside. What about nonsense is going on here? Did not understand the dream, just like the manager. She took one of the messages to her hands and read, "Not only in the Temple of the Yellow Dragon." The following was written. Many regular buyers, too. It did not make any sense. Until the entrance was a strange sound. There were mysterious figures in dark costumes on the doorstep. Somewhere they saw them. The manager congratulated them as ordinary clients. But the dream was immediately understood. It is not visitors. These people clearly came here not to dine. She quickly realized that they were involved in the disappearance of the monks from the Temple of the Yellow Dragon, and other inhabitants. One of the strangers heard these words and understood. From the daughter of the Holy Heavenly Virgin, who possesses the vision of the dragon, nothing can be hidden. Does she also know how to talk to the birds? He flashed in his thoughts. The manager had barely held back her anger, hearing that these scums had harmful to so many innocent people. "Aren't you afraid of heavenly punishment?" In response, only a mock voice came. If they were afraid, would we do it? It was at this point that one of them suggested to go with them in a fun. Then, they say, blood no one will spill. The dream did not know what to think. One thought was in the head, but the man immediately warned her so that she would not even try to use birds to attack. It will only lead to unnecessary, and believe me, completely unnecessary casualties. Then the dream quietly asked her mother to stand behind her back. Suddenly the birds broke out of place and flew forward. The whole flock aimed directly at these men. But they did not attack. They flew through them, heading to the exit. There are no birds left in the room in a few minutes. The wise decision, the man threw. He also guessed that she was not going to go with them without a fight, but still decided to clarify. The girl's eyes were already covered with a spiral pattern. Meanwhile, in the forest, she quickly moved forward. On her belt, she hung along binoculars. Finally, she exhaled. She was almost found, but she managed to avoid it. She stared at binoculars, looking for the same dumplings. But suddenly a cold voice came behind his back. "The disappearance of your grandmother is your hands on the right?" Surprise. She almost broke out of the branch when she turned and saw behind the Cana. In time, he grabbed her by the cloak, refraining from the fall. And when he looked closer, I realized they already met somewhere. Unhappy muddy was spilled from it. But in the end, she explained that she had come to visit her boyfriend, whom she had not seen for a long time, and accidentally came across the Cana. She briefly described that she saw his gloomy look, was scared, and fled. But Can knew that there was no house in this area except Grandma Van, so he decided to find out what Guy was talking about. But the answers did not wait. New voices were heard in the air. A few more girls landed nearby. They excitedly began to talk about people in the masks, which completely spread the Rice Valley, and now they rush into a tavern at the intersection. They said that they could tell her Guy, but suddenly fell silent. They fell silent when they saw that there was a stranger behind the tree. Can turned to them and calmly asked, "What exactly did you say about the tavern at the intersection? Repeat again." After that, he stated that they had their reasons, and nothing was going to explain. He only ordered his people to take them whole and intact. And what could a girl do? She just stood in front of her mother. She protected her with her back, watching these scums approaching. But suddenly, just in the eyes of their boss, they began to get in pain. The whole thing was in her eye. But her power, the space around them began to be distorted. It was as if it had sucked into some vacuum. It was unexpected for everyone. It seemed as if the tavern was intoxicated. But the point was not only that everything around rode. These people began to turn out in abnormal directions. The pigeons that have recently flew into the air have not yet had time to throw feathers on the floor, and their enemies were already lying and crawling, unable to rise. No, they were not dead. But they could no longer move. The pain was so unbearable that they seemed ready to scratch concrete with bare hands. All this seemed simply incredible. One of them, difficult to bring up, strained through my teeth. "I was not going to interfere, but you didn't leave me a choice." The girl only opened her eye. At this point, the boss began to release its power outside. Everything around him flew in different directions. He decided to reveal his potential to the full. The girl suddenly felt that the situation she controlled a second ago, she would no longer obey her. After a while, Khan came to the room. He looked around. There was no one here. Not thinking for a long time, he sharply turned and raced the other way. When the night came, he was already sitting on one of the peaks. He didn't give him a thought. How could all his friends disappear? No traces, as if they were just evaporated. It all started with a side. It disappeared first. Following, his wife and children disappeared. Then, monks from the temple of the Yellow Dragon and grandmother. And at the end, the most expensive disappeared. He himself did not know where to go. But they predicted his next step. How did they succeed? Are people in masks related to who I think about now? Around the devastation and chaos, what the hell is taken away in the Rice Valley? All these events left only questions, the answers. He did not want to visit where so many unfinished things hang on him. But suddenly the hero understands something. Slowly rises and stands to the very edge of the top. And then, at incredible speed, jumps down. A dark night prevailed outside, but he had too many things. He had to solve this puzzle, which is why he went here. This place looked abandoned. It seemed not only to go over. Around AIs, only a destroyed building. The boat that stood under the house was thrown. And not just overturned, but also broken. Everything around had the characteristic traces of the struggle. These traces clearly testified the battle that erased everything in its path. If you look more closely at the reed, you could see the traces. Someone had been there recently. They stretched far, leading directly to the mountains. Did the Rice Valley be affected? But suddenly he turned sharply. It was necessary to do this quickly. The need was already approaching. The house was covered by a hurricane whirlwind, scattering it into small chips. The whole building began to settle, sink in the ground. It was impossible to save her. It disappeared with the cannon inside. All this was a guilty hand. The same thing recently appeared in Taverna. A person in a mask in one movement put an end to the existence of this house. Less than a second, but everything was not so easy. When the dust began to settle down, the Kana silhouette appeared in it. Did he stand? The stranger in the mask thought. But no, it was not ordinary survival. It stood without any scratch. The man in the mask calmly said that he would not find anyone here, and suggested that Kanu get closer. But Khan only stood silently, thinking about his words. The stranger in the cloak suddenly bounced back. He retreated because Khan was the first to attack. Removing, the man continued to speak, informed that he had heard about people from the Rice Valley who came out with the Kana. It was an obstacle to us. It could help you, but at the same time to create problems for us in the future. Do you really think that one of them survived? After these words, Khan thought. He thought so much that he almost asked aloud, did he kill everyone? However, the man in the mask just shrugged. To believe in it or not, thus right. But instead of worrying the dead, you should focus on saving those who are still alive. And smiling quietly, added, for example, that girl from a tavern. These words caused the cannon of uncontrolled rage. The battle was fierce, and the only thing Kanu managed is to cut off a piece of his clothes. But when he looked at him, he recognized it was a ribbon worn by Rin. The enemy disappeared directly in front of him. It seemed as if he had just dissolved in the air. But the rage was still raging in the body of the Kanan. Without thinking, he rushed forward. We wipe in the wind. Somewhere in the distance, he heard the sound, and it was there that it rushed. He managed to go to the trail, and then he caught up with him. Can wanted to ask only one thing. Why did you go so far? He explained that all these people have nothing to do with it. The stranger only sighed quietly under the mask and called it naively. There was no point in risking if there was another way to conquer you, he explained. Suddenly, the blades flew out of the bushes, but Can simply fist, destroying a blow with one accuracy of movement. However, it was not the end of the surprises this evening. The stranger got a necklace because of his sinus and said coldly, "Think of your loved ones." This was angered by the channel 10 times more. The scum began to blame him, they say. This was his war. What he put everyone under a blow. And these words only played him in his hand. He used Caniv anger to tie him. Immediately, 5 masters of martial arts threw the chains into his body. They instantly pulled the chains, preventing him from escaping. It seemed that it was impossible to move. Can was completely coated into these shackles, and the enemies, in the meantime, were getting closer. Their boss was satisfied with this, but he did not even expect that there was so much force inside this guy. Can scattered his opponents and tore the rest of the chains made of 5 strong sections. Now the scum went on blackmail. "Is you indifferent to the life of hostages?" But Khan was already approaching him at such a speed that it was difficult to fix it. And literally for a second they collided, one-on-one. But it seems that under the mask is not just someone random. It skillfully has a protection and has time to grab a fist. However, Can was not lost. His second hand instantly strikes, throwing his opponent back. Another one stood behind, and it was to him that the attacker flew. He stretched his hand sharply, catching his partner. He saved him from the inevitable death, not letting it further. And at the same moment, a deafening explosion sounded. After that, only the debris remained in the air. The wreckage of human skin scattered around. Can felt his hand shuddered. As a result of the scum grabbed him. This trembling did not subscribe, and because of the thick fog under the mask, a voice came. "What, I decided to take me to exchange hostage?" But Can did not listen. He rushed forward, and his attack was extremely successful. He struck the enemy face into the ground, buried it a few meters deep. However, as soon as he was about to retreat, as he suddenly jumped out of the ground, as if a real mole, the moving stretched out his stinking paw and grabbed the Canaan for his clothes. He was angry with the edge, but there was no time to stop. He turned sharply to look. The scum has already got out of the ground. In a trembling voice, from under the wreckage of his mask, from which only half remained, he croaked, "Let's finish what you started." And without waiting for the answer, he continued, "How do you think?" Seeing caught by the cannon, he did not expect to meet this guy. It was a real, unpleasant surprise. The side stood in front of him, and Can wanted to ask only one thing. "What kind of devil do you do here?" At this point, another mask began to slide slowly. Below was a girl who said coldly, "You protect the hostages? That's all. Once you made a choice, then do not dare to regret it." To hear her voice was even more unexpected. He turned his head back and saw her. He wanted to ask only one thing. "What here the hell is happening?" For a moment, it even seemed that it was a senseless performance. But the expression of her face made it clear. This is not a joke. 2 more began to emerge from the dust, and behind them is a crowd that quickly surrounded him. Can wanted to ask what was going on and why they do so, but a girl without the shadow of emotions explained. "After all that happened, do you really expect explanations?" She continued. "According to our rules, when we receive payment for one job from several clients, we prefer to those who paid the first. To this day, we have always adhered to this principle. But this time," she paused, "customers have made us a proposal that we just couldn't give up, that's all. That's so simple," she said, as if explaining something of course. This made the chanter silence. He decided to guess who could be this mysterious client. But the girl immediately explained that they could not disclose this information and guess. Mano. However, Khan promised, and until he fulfills it, he is not the master of his own life. It cannot and will not mix personal attachments with the oath. And that meant that no hostages would stop it. He asked her to pass it on to his people not to interfere, and demanded to take him to their client. Khan promised to forget all their misdemeanors if they no longer have in his way. But the girl replied that she could not go to it. Under the terms of the contract, they must deliver it, but with one amendment, to harm or kill. Can warned that the second ceremony would not, and advised them not to drain it. But it was here that the girl emphasized that this is their problem. Such a reckless and self-confident ascension as he can at any moment, just from a whim, to destroy the Rice Valley. This is exactly what she was afraid, so she ordered her people to be alert. and now the moment she suggested to start, realizing that this will not be solved peacefully, and once everything went so far, it was pointless to hold back. At this point, Khan felt someone's hand lying on his shoulder, but this scum quickly paid for it. Khan made a sharp roll over the back with forceful to throw the opponent to the ground. He coldly explained that he had nothing to do with it and ordered not to interfere. But this scum clung to the cannon so that it was impossible to escape. He clenched so much that the pain pierced the whole body, becoming unbearable. In his gaze, Khan saw something creepy, like a hot metal that melts. There was only one thing saved. He sharply pulled out his hand, stepping back. But the pain was unbearable, as if the torn nerves were burning with fire. The vein tension was swollen, protruding under the skin, as if they were about to flake. It was necessary to find out if the side was acting so because his family is hostage. In addition, Khan did not want to fight him. He asked not to interfere. Don't complicate. I am your enemy now, and I came for your life. The sight was cold. He warned, if Khan seizes him, he will reprint him and suck all the energy. Damn, what's going on here? Khan thought, feeling boiling inside. He did not understand why he considered a friend now attacks him. It was so painful that the teeth were raised from rage. I had to study the side. Khan struck his elbow just into the stomach. One stroke was enough to throw it back and make him spit out blood. Suddenly, another freak in the mask appears. Khan did not think for a long time and did the same thing with him. From the impact, he flew a few tens of meters, but he did not fall on the ground, stood firmly, as if he were in the ground. But when he began to remove the cloak, a giant muscular body opened beneath it. How many years have passed? How many winters? He said, looking at the Kana. And only now Khan recognized this freak under the mask. He wiped dirt out of his face. But as soon as he did it, he was seized from behind. It seems that the side did not immediately understand everything. He clung to his hand again, threatening that he would expel him. The veins began to perform, the pain became unbearable. It was incredibly difficult to reflect. The side grabbed it from the back, and with every moment he suffered energy from him. I wonder how much more can be kept. At this point, the girl appears and asks what is wrong with him. Will he be able to break through them to get to it? And this pumped freak, all in the scars, seems to start cooking something. Well, what else can these pumped scums prepare? Not another attack. One of them has already swung. But even in such a situation, Khan was able to parry the blow. However, it was still necessary to get out of the grip of Bok, which almost suffered all his energy. There was only one option left, to try to transfer it through yourself. Usually this trick works perfectly with the way and this time he worked perfectly. Now it is necessary to bring the attack to the end. Khan swung, preparing to strike. But will he be able to hit? After all, in his eyes the pity for a friend is still glowing. Although, can you now call him a friend? All you have to do is look at the side. This creature stands, looks at him. But in her eyes there is nothing more human. But it was worth a moment to be distracted by a girl, as a giant flies from above. He hit the target and Khan sharply flies away. To the hell. To all, this pain is burned by the traces of tyranny left on the hand. Before the eyes, everything floats. Focus is hard. Consciousness is more like a smeared soap dream. But suddenly, in this seemingly critical moment, he is permeated by another thought. The idea that if everything is exactly the way he suspects. Then he remembered the conversation with the old man, who once asked if someone else should be bearded except Seifen. In Murima, many soldiers who do not belong to any fraternity. Amazing, unusual, even unspeakably dangerous. And then the old man explained to him, many. He shared his disappointment in people. Once he searched for great masters, hermit of martial arts, but instead found only the weaknesses unworthy of his name. Small Khan then asked him who he sought to meet. Many, the old man replied. But most of all, I wanted to meet the master of the technique of sucking life. A special martial art that kills the enemy, absorbing it. But since this art was kept secret, and only a handful of Murinets had extraordinary physical data to master it, it was thought that it has long been lost. However, the old man wanted to tell something more. And now, in this battle, Khan understood that he may have met the true heir to this skills. Then he did not attach it to it. Who would have thought that energy suction technique really exists? But suddenly through the air with a whistle, the chain flies and tears his hand. These scums are getting more and more. They have filled everything around. All to the teeth are armed, ready to rush into battle. They confidently state that it is time to pay. But they add that their lady wants him alive. However, they warn immediately. They will not spare strength because they are not sure that they will be able to restrain it. Khan never encountered such, and he had no idea how much he would have to restrain himself, not to kill them. But after these words, this freak is aware. Khan does not joke at all. He orders, throw chains and attack it in all available ways. And so they all rush to a guy who just stands, holding his hand. Can slowly exhales. The whole flock rushes to him, and herself with scars only watches. He slowed down significantly. If you have stolen his strength, maybe I will no longer have a chance to take revenge, he says, turning to the freak behind. But suddenly cold words sound, nothing like. The side is aware that he could not even suck half of his kai, and it is just impossible. He has not met such power. It does not compare with anyone he saw before. He does not even believe that Khan could only reach this level with training. But they should look back, because the explosion that made the land shudder, and when this bright flashed, it became visible scattered everywhere. Only their cloaks were rustling on the ground, stamped with a shockwave. Can stood unwavering, right at the epicenter of the explosion, as if the storm had raged around him. The freak in the scar seems to have finally begun to be aware of who he was dealing with. The side just looked silently, watching the Kana. But he also understood. In his current state of use of techniques that require so much KI, equivalent suicide, the longer it continues in the same spirit, the faster it will be depleted, and the more the meridians will be damaged. It was a mystery that he conceived, but his following words were answered. Well, I will end up as soon as possible. At the very top of the mountain was a mysterious figure, watching the battlefield, which was visible from afar. His face was hidden by a mask, and long hair fell from under it. But when he saw what happened next, his eyes were wide open, even surprised. The blow, which still broke the space there, was called Dark Viro. It seemed like a real hurricane began in the heart of the battle. But believe me, his strength was at times greater. Looking at this, he asked himself, what was the tremendous Kai that was able to extinguish the stroke of the dark whirlwind? Watching all this, standing at height and behind your back, the presence of your people is impressive. They saw the trees rushed with roots and flew in different directions. And climbing into the air, these fragments of trees turned into small chips. All this continued until it ended in a deafening explosion. An explosion that released a glow that could not be compared to anything. Everyone who was in the masks panicked. They hid behind the rocks, convinced that it is a real curse. In thick dust, nothing was visible. What happened there remained a mystery. Only the chaotic cracking of broken trees. The death crash was spreading in the air when the trees were breaking like dry branches. There is no tree left in this place soon. Only the need for a hurricane of maximum force came here, sweeping everything in its path. But the battlefield was not empty, it stood confidently. The same woman who did not forgive the image. Can lay on the ground, completely fainted. Looking at his body, the girl said coldly, "He is guilty, you called it. If we had more time, we might have found another solution. But nevertheless, they left this place, leaving the battlefield behind. Before the main freak in the mask on his knees sat two of his subordinates. He listened silently to their story and only threw it dry. Of course, but suddenly behind their backs a strange creaking was heard. The Rice Valley arrived, the voice came. Okay, the head rose, giving permission to enter. All this happened in an incredibly majestic palace, where every detail emphasized its grand scale. Then they went out into the yard and he appeared with his people. He was brought a heavy cage inside which the body was lying. It was a can. But with its appearance, it was difficult to determine whether it was still alive. Check, the head briefly ordered, and his Pak immediately agreed. Without any hesitation, he approached the cage, looking carefully at its contents. His body looked like a dried shell, more on a breader than a person. It's not him, the man said suddenly, returning to the head. He is not at all like the one we saw before. The side which stood nearby suddenly clung to the neck of this freak. He lifted him high up, squeezing his fingers, and asked coldly, "Do you really think that we did not guess that we are watching us?" And then he struck him without hesitation. A blow that sucks energy, leaving an empty shell. "What does he do, the damn?" others whispered, watching it. In a moment, the body fell to the ground. His life was cut short at this second. When the mask slid from his face, a dried shell opened under it, like a body lying in the cage. From under the mask of the head, one or the only eye bright red, which evaluated everything around. But suddenly others came closer and felt he was still breathing. Wow, what a unexpected. However, the chapter only ordered, "Pull it back." Now it became obvious. Khan in the cage was in such a state because of him. The side suggested that if you do not believe, you can try it on your own skin. But the chapter did not answer. He looked silently in silence. However, in a few seconds he came up with a simple way to check. He hit the ground with his foot and calmly ordered, "Bring it here." But the girl who stood nearby insisted that he first fulfilled his promise. "I do not need any evidence. Just fulfill your promise. I will not believe until I see my mother with my own eyes." However, the answer she heard was completely unexpected. He said 4 words calmly. "When did I promise?" Expanding the scroll, She immediately recognized the pain of handwriting. This handwriting could not belong to anyone else except her mother. It is good that I listened to your advice and went on a journey. It went to me. Along with this letter I send you a jade, a memorable gift from your father. I promise to pass it on to you, so accept it. The person who will give you this letter. The Master Shim, the master of the place where I stopped. Now she finally realized, people of this freak in the mask took her sick mother. Not bad. As expected from the head of the Rice Valley, grabbed everything on the fly. The head nodded, agreeing. The girl barely held back anger. Her teeth creaked with tension while she looked at him. But he did not even want to talk about it. He immediately suggested going to the case. Now she clearly saw that he was not going to keep the word from the outset. He avoided this topic, constantly walking away while talking. He just said he considered it superfluous and did not even expect such a development. He only wanted to evaluate the power of the channel, but the wolves who had to become a bait eventually defeated the tiger, which himself had to be a hunter. And even now he confessed, never trusted her. But he believed that she would not dare to be careless as long as his hostage. Now he acknowledged that he felt her strength. It was striking how she was able to take the hostages as an example. At first, she knocked him out of balance, stealing loved ones and friends one by one. And when he did not have time to recover, he achieved his numerous advantage. Its ingenuity can only be admired. It acted carefully, despite the risks. Her skill could yield to the technicians of the Heavenly Destroyer. But it was because of this that he was still not ready to fulfill his promise. But she went this long way to listen to his pathetic excuses. She wanted him to prove that her mother was not threatened. That is why she said she would not act until she was proof. But her inflammation was only laughing. He decided to change the conditions. He would immediately send the news and order his people to move away from her mother. If he wants, he can send someone. But until he receives confirmation, they will remain linked under his control. In her eyes, this agreement looked one-sided, and she did not see the point of agreeing. However, he had a significant argument. There was no guarantee that she would not turn against him as soon as her mother would be safe. This is what he blackmailed it. He threatened again that if she resists, her mother would be in a deadly danger, and he stressed that in this situation, she simply has no choice. But instead of fear on her face, a smile appeared. She had already prepared what to say. One of the 4 heavenly rulers who once stood in Morma's head cannot relax until a handful of mercenaries are tied? Funny. However, only a calm voice heard in response. Dawn is not so stupid to get such a provocation. Caution is never superfluous. The moment came. He raised his hand and asked, "So we do how we agreed?" She really did not know what to answer. The situation was a lousy. I had to agree to these iron shackles that carried them. They were ordered to extend their hands voluntarily. She stood, thinking if she could grab it instantly. But it is quickly clear. It is impossible to risk thoughtlessly. It will not help here. So she stretched her hands, and shackles closed with a glow. Suddenly she lifted her head. The birds shouted at the top, circling over them. This sound made everyone involuntarily lift the views. As soon as everyone was distracted, Rin and Side were torn the shackles. At the same moment, the eagle flew right at the head of the leader in the mask. He felt bad, but tried not to pay attention. But her facial expression spoke for himself. He understood. Judging by everything, she found her mother's location. But now he doubted whether she could save her, because the people whom he left to protect the place would not seem. After a moment, everything around was flooded. Now everything depended on who was sent there. She looked directly at him and warned coldly that he would pay for dared to get involved in her mother. At the same moment, her energy began to break up, becoming more powerful. The head of the destroyers was somewhat disappointed. He was not even given fun. But once everything turned out, he was ready to play according to these rules. He clicked his fingers and called the giant. It was enough to raise your hands to sweep everything in your way. The Side tried to attack him, grabbed his neck and tried to suck his energy, but in vain. Grunge was just incredible power. He easily dropped the guy away, like an unnecessary toy. At this point, several more powerful freaks appeared, and they had a weapon in their hands. Rin quickly assessed the situation, looking around carefully. It was then that she noticed how 2 were approaching. "Rice Valley? So did you dig under us with a thread?" said the head of the destroyers, looking at them. "But despite your intentions, this is already enough for your destiny to be resolved." These freaks were strong to the hell. They swept everything in their way, and most of all, at that moment, they reached the Side. However, some miracle he managed to repel one by throwing him through himself. He flew directly into the wall behind his back, but in the next moment the Side looked at his hand. She trembled, and he could not understand why. He called the girl who was behind his back, that she could be taken care of. They have poisonous techniques, added to his warning. 2 of these killers have already hung over it. The head of the destroyers, seeing how the side attacks, realized that he had the technique of sucking life. It was impressive. It was believed that this incredible martial art was lost, because none of the students had the appropriate abilities. But the heir was still found. It was not just the absorption of the enemy's energy. Anyone who possessed this truly mysterious art was able to tune into natural elements, trees, plants, rocks, and use their energy at their own discretion. In fact, it was more enlightenment, the path of Tao, than martial arts. Once upon a time, the head of the destroyers considered it a delusional old man who survived the mind. But what happened now proved the opposite. At this point, Rin began to show her true strength. It was a truly incredible sight. The blood flew around her. She squeezed a red fabric in her hands, resembling a burning flame. Uses clothes as weapons? The leader of the destroyers flashed into his head while he watched her. She killed these 2, and coldly stated that he did not force her to waste her time. Let her beat with her personally, but he just smiled and replied that it was far from the end. These freaks do not feel pain. They regenerate and attack again, he added, watching the fight. Rin squeezed the fabric even stronger. She rushed forward, attacking all his strength, breaking their bodies into pieces. Her improvised weapon, a piece of fabric, cut their skin like a blade. She cut them into pieces, scattering. It seemed easier for her than to cook soup. The leader of the destroyers watched with delight. In the hands of the master, even ordinary clothes were not just a cloth. Putting them on the ground, she took another step forward. But looking down, she saw that these freaks, like a snake after death, were still convincing. The fingers scratched the ground, the claws gave out scraping. The crunching of the bones was heard, and they rose again. The bodies that were to remain dead were crawling again, mercilessly and relentlessly. She chopped them into pieces, and they are still moving. What is the devil? In the meantime, the side looked at his hand and understood. It is not just a poison, but some kind of unique martial art. Then he lifted his head. The freak he rejected into the wall had already lifted his. His body began to be covered with black smoke. A loud hiss was distributed in the air. From the assumptions that swarmed in the head of the side, a cold sweat flowed down his face. Suddenly, everything around began to flicker as if the world itself changed before his eyes.
It's not poison! Get away from them!
He shouted to the girl. There was a loud explosion that even had a massive wall. What to say about the wall? Then the whole building collapsed. She was distracted for a moment, concerned about whether the side survived after the explosion. But it was at this moment that the same freak was already past. The same ominous hiss came from his body. What happened next is easy to guess. Another stunning explosion. He didn't even know about goo. This is the absorber of life, a chain call. But for him, this knowledge came too late. The head of the destroyers thought, watching the side. GU are poisonous beetles that are placed in the human body. Growing on the blood of the destroyer, they only obey it. The carriers of these creatures turn into wandering puppets, whose life and death depend on one order of their master. GU poison is a secret technique that is taught only in Nastia, where it was born and raised. It was developed for treatment, but eventually it turned into deadly martial arts. The head of the destroyers confessed that he had prepared this technique for an old puppet, which forbade the use of GU because of uncontrolled self-absorption. But in the end he did not apply it to his students, but on other idiots. This is what he considered them. But he just saw him losing his gift of language. Before him was a giant abyss, and behind it, a shield behind which she hid. This shield was created from her own clothes. Its outfit turned into a powerful wall. She stopped the explosion of such a force that he could demolish the whole fortress, and made it a simple cloth. The head of the destroyers looked at her, and it did not fit in his head. But suddenly he remembered what he almost slipped out of memory. Garin is a formidable warrior, the militant empress of White Nephritis, the heir to this title from her mother, known in Old Rome. And it was now that she stood in front of him, and not just called him, but warned that she was preparing for battle. The bird carried a postcard tied to its paw. He flew directly to the top of the tree where the man stood. "As you ordered," he sounded behind his back. "Our people out of the zone of visibility. Only the heads of fraternities remained in place. But there was one nuance. Skarmd wanted to know what was going on there. At that moment, a man on whose hand was the same bird. Everyone knew that he had to release him in case of success. The arrogant freak, of course, but experienced, and he could rely on it. After that, he approached the scramble. He reached out by a postcard that the bird brought. He slowly unfolded her and began to read carefully. What he saw clearly impressed him. Suddenly, a powerful explosion came in the air. Everyone returned sharply to the other side. There was a huge pillar of fire. It was in this place that those freaks erupted, and it was even heard from afar. The explosion stunned everyone who was around. The scramble did not delay and immediately moved in the direction. He rushed out of place, even leaving any orders, and the rest just didn't know what to do now. They decided that the situation was unclear. It is better not to send many people. Meanwhile, anyone who was in the place of battle had traces. The girl cut the enemies in half or along, leaving them a chance. Her dress became a deadly weapon, but she didn't see him. Suddenly, light flashed before her eyes. A few meters behind her back, the head of the destroyers appeared and said with a smile, "It is impressive. It is really impressive. If this shaking is sharper than the dagger, then what is the cape?" He continued. Hearing this, she immediately rushed to the attack. But there was a man in his hands. Seeing this body, she froze for a moment. But this second flashed quickly, and she tried to attack again. The head of the destroyers, holding the body, rushed forward. She tried not to lose him from the field of view, but instead, she noticed something else. Another freak, from which he had to evade. There was a sword in his hand, and he cut under her, but she shattered in time, making her back. And still in the air, she turned and cut off his head with one accurate blow. The body slowly fell to the ground, and blood began to flow from the wound. But immediately after that, a familiar hissing, and everything was clear without words. Another loud explosion! Meanwhile, the head of the destroyers stood away on the roof. He watched everything, trying to think about what the devil was going on here. The explosions turned the terrain into a real meat grinder. Looking through the dust, he again noticed a fabric around the girl. She rescued her from the explosion again. The longer he watched, the more he wanted to make her a mistress for his beetles. He didn't want to kill her. But in a minute he decided, the battle is inevitable. He was wondering if he had a chance against her. But before they could come together in a duel, a dozen more freaks appeared in front of her. "Clearly with them and follow me, if, of course, you survive." He quit her call. And it is when it will deal with these freaks. It will be waiting for a real surprise. He warned her about it, and disappeared, leaving her alone. Although how to say alone? There were 1.5 dozen armed for the teeth of the killers. But suddenly she heard a familiar voice behind her back. "I will understand them." "Go for him, faster," said the side, which finally got out of the rubble. "Dlan Himera will not take so much." There was no time for reflection. In the same second, she rushed forward. Meanwhile, the side was shooting a belt that was wrapped around his belly. He broke him into pieces to get more freedom in movements. But as soon as he did it, he felt a powerful power pierced his body. So that's what, he could call it a fate. Attachment? Why did I only teach you this technique? A voice came in his head. "Listen here, Dubino." It was the following that he heard. "Be careful with the technique of sucking life, especially if you come back into the world. And even more so, destroy the spirit. Use it only at the last moment. To help you hold back, I block 2 life threads, above the navel and on your back. Don't take the seal until you face a situation where you have no other choice but to arrange a real slaughterhouse." The side knew. This moment came, and the voice in his head only confirmed it. These freaks did not even understand what was happening. But suddenly, a firm voice came after their backs. "Stand!" They stopped and looked away from Rin, which was already moving. Bok clearly warned, "You are dealing with me." He moved forward, and immediately destroyed the former with one blow. He just disappeared, without a trace. Well, almost without a trace. His body was inside the building, and he died there. There could be no doubt. But of course, others, not suspecting anything, primitively rushed inside him. There the side was already seeking his victim. When they rushed on him, he decided to show why their friend would not be resurrected. A sharp crunch came. The first flew to another dimension. Other masks stood without moving, but they were waiting for the same, no doubt. The speed that the side now owned was completely different. It is unparalleled than before. He easily grabbed them around his neck, mocked, pulled his soul out of them. It lasted until he dealt with each of them. Breathing body fell to the ground. Now he stood among these residues, as if among rotten branches in swing palaces, but the pain in his hand became unbearable. The skin got worse, as if from the inside something tore it. He grabbed the hand. The pain was just unbearable. It became more awful with every second, having a terrible look. Faithful parasites only obey the order of the owner. Cursed boo-cakes. He glowed his teeth, but he could not do anything. Parasites inside his hands have already gone to their sole purpose. The explosion was inevitable. A loud explosion came, and Rin heard him from afar. She just had time to look around. The flames broke through the door. At the same time, a scramble arrived at the place. The first thing he met was a deafening explosion. Soon his people appeared, and he explained to them. According to a leaf of the blush, these poisonous beetles are called GU. After that, He ordered everyone to go back and gather all the warriors who remained in the positions. He himself said he would look after the lady. After all, I knew perfectly what would happen if you did not prevent it. At the same moment, a few more monsters came out of the darkness. They paid attention to them, realizing the danger. They realized that it was a threat, but could not clearly determine who these freaks were. Meanwhile, Rin, moving forward, already noticed the figure on the roof. It was the head of the destroyers. He did not expect it to get to him so quickly. Did she use some trick? I took you for a cunning snake, an old bald one, and you were just a rat if you run, she said contemptibly. But once she went so far, he was ready to give her something. Behind, she felt a strong gust of wind. Powerful energy was rapidly approaching. It was a giant horizontal hurricane. A powerful blow threw it back. She barely stayed on her feet, and her clothes received considerable cuts. But it was then that through the dust, the figure began to appear. It was not just a woman for Rin, it was her native mother. To see her here, in such circumstances, Rin could not even imagine. If you can kill this opponent, I, Maxap Khan, I will be happy with you, said the head of the destroyers. He called it only a toy. Her life and death, like the fate of other objects of the experiment, were in his hands. After these words, a mocking laughter escaped from his mouth. Rin could only call him a coward. At some point she tried to attack. The building on which it stood was completely destroyed. The head of the destroyers pushed sharply and managed to evade the attack. The building flew completely. Now it was only a bunch of debris. Rin began to come out of herself, but the next moment she caught up with the blow. Fortunately, it was protected. The protection was her tissue, which reflected the sword flying directly into her. He was released by a person with whom she least would like to fight, her mother. But she stood in front of her and said, "It has been a lot of time, Rin. Half a year, right?" The daughter frozen, not knowing what to say. She couldn't understand whether her mother is in mind or not. Perhaps the poison did not completely conquer her. At that moment, Rin decided to ask, "Mom, will you recognize me?" "What strange things do you say? How can I not recognize my own daughter?" she replied. Rin asked her to leave, explaining that she should settle something with the head of the destroyers. "I would gladly fulfill the request of my daughter." But saying these words, she swayed. Blood drops fell on the ground. It was her own blood. She flowed from her nose. Rin saw that something was happening with her, and it alarmed her. At this point, the head of the destroyers decided to explain everything. People with strong ki as your mother do not completely lose consciousness after introducing poison, but that does not mean they can get rid of control. If they think of the order of the order, the poison will perceive it as the death of the owner. Well, what will happen next? No need to be explained. Rin began to notice that a couple slowly rising from her mother's body. The woman barely kept on her feet. It was difficult for her to even hold the sword, but in the next moment she still waved it. The blade cut the air, and Rin flew away from the impact. The veins on her mother's face were swollen, having a threatening appearance. It was easy to understand. She fought it all at her own will. She was now standing against her daughter. If he does not want to burn with Jiyu, she will have to obey the order and destroy the enemy that stands in front of her. She wiped blood from her face with a sleeve. There was a deep fault in the ground between them. "My stupid, greedy desire wanted to bring back the strength as in my youth," she said, and warned, "Because of this, I should not see my mother in me. Now I'm only an enemy who hunts for your life." There was a truly unusual battle to have against your daughter, daughter against her mother. But at the same moment, the scramble continued the battle with the freaks. He scattered them with his fists, killing their bodies in a wooden fence. But as soon as they fell, they immediately climbed. It seemed that they could not be destroyed at all. He was already exhausted, but now he didn't know what to do next. His people also fought with freaks, restraining them as they could. They beat these creatures once after, but they renewed again and again. But as soon as one of them was killed, he shouted sharply that it could not be done. Immediately afterwards, he commanded, "Let's make it from here, quick!" The body of the murdered monster began to hiss. Meanwhile, the head of the destroyers watched the battle of two dragons. He was curious to madness. Who will survive? How much time Rin can last, playing only in defense? And does she have a chance against such a powerful opponent? From afar, it was clear that something horrible was going on here. And the explosion was also visible. The head of the destroyers immediately understood. These were Rin people. But he thought it was unwise. If they intervene, they will just be victims. Rin has not yet understood what was going on there. She just looked at the head of the destroyers and heard him laughter. But in a second, everything became clear. She no longer hesitated. She rushed to her mother's attack. But the mother was the first in the air, swinging her sword. Rin put a fabric in front of him, using it for protection. But will it stand such a blow? When the mother pressed even harder, her daughter begged her to stop. Please. But only a cold voice came in response. I have already told you. We are only enemies now. And if you will just tolerate, then you will fall away from my hand. Already almost broken, Rin made herself gather with forces. But at that moment she screamed, Mom! Stop! Her voice sounded loudly and clearly. I'm no longer going to run. She understood it as senseless, but he would have to leave everything. And it was at this point that the head of the destroyers heard the name of Rin loudly shouted, Ken! In the same second, he turned sharply. He was in front of him, in the hands of one of these freaks. What here the hell is happening happens. The Kana's chairman was omitted and no signs of consciousness. But what happens now? The head of the destroyers did not understand. He believed that it was just a distraction and did not understand what the trick. Tashi, here, your fat ass, do not delay, Rin threw sharply. And at that moment he finally realized. He grabbed the unconscious body by his head and lifted him. He looked at him but could not understand anything. Is this really Khan? Who is the hell of the council? He did not want to hear or see the next, but he did not expect him to play so hard. Khan was not in his hands at all. Hearing the request for help, he immediately rushed to rescue the guy he held the freak. He put his hand to his chest to help, then lifted him. Then he asked, Can you move? The one barely climbing came to life a little. Khan ordered him to go further and hide if possible. After that, he quickly looked around, evaluating the situation. Khan knew well that Gu's poison was forbidden. The freak rushed into the attack, but Khan put his hand to block the blow, and as soon as his palm touched the enemy, the words were heard. The palm that breaks the space. The barrier struck with such force that the enemy has no chance of counterattack. Khan stopped the spread of Gu poison by paralyzing his muscles and nerves. It was all he could do in this situation. At this point, the head of the destroyers understood. He came across a double, but he could not understand when it happened because his people did not fit his eyes for a second. Meanwhile, behind his back, Khan heard a loud roar of the hurricane. The element destroyed everything in its path. Then Rin warned him, Be alert! Be harder! Everything around began to dark. The force that was awake here was much greater than it could be imagined. And it was then that it appeared. She started drawing. Her attack resembled a picture that came to life just before her eyes. The hurricane was spinning around them, creating chaos. Before you deal with the enemy, it was necessary to take care of the mother's safety. Khan took the clearing on himself and asked them to flee quickly. Not bad. The head of the destroyers stood opposite him, evaluating the situation. Now that he understood all their plan, even recognized, they are quite smart. But I decided to ask one question. Are you sure that I am the kind of person you are looking for? This mask that is now on me can buy anyone on the market in 10 minutes. Khan watched as the freak slowly began to shoot it. He moved forward, step by step, waiting for the moment to strike. At this point, a lightning attack began. Khan did not intend to stand and wait for him to remove the mask. Cannon moved forward, attacking at the same time. The freak did not even have time to do anything. Only the trees around them flew into chips. And so they came together, the palm of the hand. Their blow flew the air, almost breaking the sound barrier. Again, the fighters were at a distance, squeezing a force capable of destroying everything around. Then Khan began to speak the words that were heard in tense silence. The head of the destroyers just smiled. Khan was just a daring boy. But Khan clenched his fist so much that there was a clear crunch in silence. And here he rushed forward again. He did not even intend to hit his head. Instead, he struck his fist in the ground right in front of the enemy. This was enough to cause a powerful earthquake that shook the whole place of combat. Everything around flew completely, and the freak finally began to reach. His opponent is much stronger than everyone he met. He realized that last time Khan probably intentionally weakened the power of the dark whirlwind, knowing that his spies were watching him. But even so, he considered his power simply absurd. However, these thoughts did not last long, because he suddenly noticed a silhouette over his head. It was a Khan. He attacked from above, hit him with his foot, and sent the enemy to the flight. He, flying back, swept everything in his way with his pitiful back. His mask barely withstand such a load, cracking from the force of impact. Khan stood without a mask. He was who he really was, and as strong as it should be. Strong enough to pierce his chest with one stroke, to carry his worthless body through all these buildings, sweeping them like paper. And that's what he did for the next moment. He hit all his strength. From afar, it was possible to see the roofs of buildings one by one. Rin's mother turned her head and saw all this incredible force. They both stopped, watching what was happening. But for the next moment, Rin's mother turned sharply again. She could not believe what she saw, or rather, what she felt. Her hand was shrouded in the fabric held by Rin. Her movements were squat, she could not even move. Now Rin was dictated by the rules. Let them understand each other, and you focus on your opponent. But there was one sharp movement so that the mother was released from admiration, and judging by Rin's face, she clearly did not expect it. Meanwhile, Khan stood among the rubble, which he had just left behind. He pierced the enemy's body through and literally escaped from the debris, and in the midst of a cough there was a mocking voice. "Excuse me, you probably have already been frightened that I had rejected the hoof." But Khan acted differently. Maybe everything would have happened as this freak said, but he was not going to kill him. In response, he just laughed, throwing sarcastically, "Oh, very scary. Now, I'll run away." But Khan, absolutely serious, said, "You will not go anywhere." His voice was calm but cold. "This place will become your grave. You will not allow me to escape, but you are not going to kill. Then what do you want from me?" The freak asked with sarcasm. "Two remaining. Tell me all you know about them," said Khan calmly. At this point, the freak became a little clearer. He asked, "If I tell you will leave me alive?" But the answer was unambiguous. "No. I will only make your death painless, as far as possible. It will be my gift for information." The head of the destroyers stood in the dark, listening to their conversation. Then he dropped with a mockery, "Oh, how generously. Maybe I kneel and start praising you for such kindness?" He may have been jokes, but Khan was serious. Something began to change in the air. And Khan, knowing this, did not delay. Immediately rushed to evade. It was clear. As soon as something very sharp flew past, his gaze swept away, tracking it. It was there that he looked, in the direction from where the head of the destroyers came from. His hand touched the boy's body, but at the same moment Khan managed to defend himself. Lowering his gaze down, he saw a torn cloth of clothing, and realized that the body of the enemy was not made up of flesh. Realizing that Khan noticed it, the head of the destroyers calmly said, "Oh, it seems I failed to tell you about it. My body completely covers the armor of the annual dragon. It absorbs all the external attacks. It is the most powerful and valuable relic in all Murima." After listening to this, Khan immediately rushed to dodge. He bounced sharply back. He needed to think and understand how to proceed, but he did not even notice when his trapezoid was torn. Blood flowed profusely from the wound. The head of the destroyers attacked surprisingly for sure. It was a truly worthy enemy. This is not the case in which you can joke. Because of this, the hero finally comes to the conclusion. But too late. His body was already tight by the weapon of the head of the destroyers. He realized that he was completely immobilized. It turned out that the body of the enemy could turn into thin iron threads, sharp, like a scales. Steel plates that wrapped his legs and hands gave the attacks incredible strength. It was a scales of the annual dragon, and this armor served not only for protection. He heard about the poison of Gai Khan, but he knew little about this relic. The head of the destroyers took possession of it after they kicked the old man. As before, the enemy refused to believe that Khan was able to kill him. He confidently stated, "My battle with GVI proved that even the large techniques of heavenly destruction is powerless before the armor of the annual dragon. After our brief exchange of blows, you should also understand it." Then he asked with a mockery, "What will we do next? Let's continue this hopeless battle? Or maybe you will give up and begin to be pleased to save you? I advise you to choose the latter. If I like your humility, maybe I will show generosity." But Khan calmly replied, "Now tell me about the two remaining. I hold back my promise." Of course, these words did not like the head of the destroyers. His manners, language, even a look, a copy of that nasty old man, he thought with anger. At this point, he realized there is no other way out. And as soon as he clicked his fingers, new freaks began to appear in the darkness. They were armed with their teeth again. Khan turned his head back, evaluating these puppets. And after all the praiseful words about the armor of the annual dragon, the head of the destroyers threw into the battle of these creatures. But he immediately clarified, not all of them are the same. The first two passed through the guy, forcing him to jump back sharply. He led them with his hands forward, missing the attack. And he had already accelerated his attack, being behind their backs. Meanwhile, the head of the destroyers did not retreat. He stood in place, waiting. The freaks began to encroach with their weapons. They attacked the two, and even the head behind did not stop pressing. But Khan did not evade. He went on a counterattack and struck them. They began to hiss, and the white glow around began to change, becoming red. Khan tried to perform the wall of the dark wind, and fortunately he succeeded. He splits power directly in front of him. It was a force that exceeded the sound barrier. Will he now push this fire wave? Will he be able to escape from this powerful explosion? One thing was clear. The explosion had already happened. But Khan was still breathing. Although he was on the hair from death, he managed to survive. The head of the destroyers immediately noticed him. But because of the smoke clubs, he did not notice that the hurricane was rapidly approaching him. Will he be able to stop this blow somehow? But now he looked just in front of him, and at that moment he noticed his own hand, corrupted, flying down, and before him, a sword was inserted into the ground. He could expect anything, but not that. Can, of course, knew that the head was cruel and cold-blooded, but now he saw even more. He was ready to sacrifice even those who trusted him and fought for him. There could be no mercy. The head himself did not consider them his people. They are no more than pieces of meat obeying my will. Who dare to call them my people? He said with contempt. They served their time. It was only necessary to scratch the guy a little. And after these words, the head of the destroyers again rushed into the attack. But Can skillfully evaded. He helped him in this sword, which he snatched from one of the heads of the head. His look was sharp and piercing, as if the wasp bite. And speed is incredible, light as a butterfly flight. The head of the destroyers saw only one thing. Can was rapidly approaching him. He barely managed to put his hand to protect. Will he have time to save his limbs? That's the question. Can was not going to force him if he did not want to. He just attacked to go to the next step. And the next step was only one thing. To find them yourself. And for that he needed to kill this snake. No, this freak did not die. He was still standing on his feet. Moreover, he was breathing, and his mask began to cover the dragon scales. The sword blade was near his neck, but there was almost no chance to break through this armor. He just laughed, and no word came from him. The armor of the annual dragon, yes? But what does Can invent further? Attacking on your hand is useless. Belt blow, again unsuccessful. This freak reflected every blow. Their movements broke all the clothes, and now they stood against each other. The head of the destroyers repeated, "It's in vain." By this point, he just defended himself. But now he started attacking. The attack was quite primitive. A blow to the head. Can tried to block him, but both rejected a considerable distance. Fortunately, the channel had a sword in his hands. This relic really justified its name. Although the real relic here was armor on this freak, the head of the destroyers even smiled mockingly. It came to the moment he got a weapon from his back. These were two sharp swords made of the same armor. He called Can a rather interesting rival, but now he decided that it would be even more interesting to get rid of him quickly and switch to the head of the Rice Valley. Although he was not sure that she would be able to kill her own mother at all to get here. Can, as always, did not waste words in vain. But now he learned something new. Rin is fighting with his mother. His astonishment was surprised at the head. Didn't you guess? Did you see them fighting? Have you never met her mother? And only now Can realized who this woman really was. He heard that the mother of Rin was hostage, but never thought she was here in the heart of the battle. He realized the head is likely to lie, because, as far as he knew, his mother Rin could not move. But the picture became even clearer when the head told that her body was imbued with the poison of GU. It cannot be lost and survive at the same time. So the head of the Rice Valley will have to kill your own mother. And who knows? Perhaps the former head is still under the control of the poison. But there is a drop of her own will. She can simply end with her for her dear daughter. Or we will witness how the mother kills a daughter. In any case, the performance promises to be interesting. The head of the destroyers explained. Can listened in silence, but he was sure. Nothing would happen. The master seems to be right. The freak weakened vigilance and did not notice how the sword approached him. The reaction worked in time. He repulsed him sideways. But now there was no Kana before his eyes. Where did he go? He jumped up, snatching the sword in flight. Then he threw him behind his back, swinging with all his strength. And in the end he struck. The body of the freak shuddered, responding to something strange. But it was not all. Can continued to attack, again and again. The enemy evaded, but will he have time to deviate from the next blow? The barbed stroke went straight into the chest, but the armor did not miss the blade. His body was thrown back, hitting the boards and flying in distance. Can decided to add speed. He split the armor, forcing her to wind up like a spiral. In a few seconds he stood, holding only the sword handle. There is almost nothing left of the blade, but the head of the destroyer still rose. And now he changed the tone. He recognized the Khan extremely strong and gave him tribute. He advised Kanu to attack all his secret techniques, assuring that he would not regret it, because it would make him understand all the worthlessness of the techniques of celestial destruction. And he was already preparing for the continuation of the battle. And at that moment he heard the question, "Are you beating with a master?" But that was not all. Khan continued, "Is with me?" He threw, throwing his sword out of his hands. And he added, "And what like you can know about the techniques of celestial destruction?" After all these words, the enemy thought for a moment. What does he murmur, this pathetic? swept in his head. But this short moment of hesitation was fatal. Khan broke forward, attacking. The head tried to make a few quick movements with the sword to beat the blow. But Khan evaded every movement of the sword, clevering under the blows. Here is what a real skillful evasion means. Thanks to him, you can get close to the enemy. And then, to strike your hand directly into the armor. This time, Khan did not use the metal that could be erased. He relied on his own body. His hand never failed, and she didn't let go this time. He pushed the freak into the wall. It was left to squeeze the fist again, but even now, he continued to mutter that it was in vain. Your fist won't change anything. But after another blow, his stomach was revealed. The head of the destroyers himself did not expect such. How could it happen? How did this guy be able to strike such a blow? Of course, it was not the end. He again took up his weapon, rising, because his armor was able to regenerate. He decided that it was enough to roll a fool. The armor of the dragon, which covered his face, began to twist as if he came to life. He considered this guy just mortal. And did this armor let him think he was immortal? In the end, his appearance took a truly striking look. He firmly stated that the martial art of a pity mortal could not compete with the power of this relic. And it was at that moment that all the sharp tentacles exploded in the direction of the Kana. He just watched as they were approaching. A huge hole was pulled around him, as if the space was scattered. But despite that, he stood calmly, as if he had not threatened him. The head of the destroyers, even for a moment, began to doubt. He could not believe that it was possible, and went closer to attack, but he met a mighty elbow blow. The blow was so strong that his face was almost scattered. However, Khan remained confident. He needed neither armor in his hands, nor some special weapons to just break his hands on this freak. One powerful blow from above, and the limbs are broken in half. And then, another blow to the abdomen, twisting all the armor that covered it into a new spiral. The final blow, and the enemy, like lightning, flew back, breaking everything in his path. But as before, he began to regenerate again. The wound on the arm was tightened, the body was restored. And in a moment he has already recovered completely. Only dry rustle was heard around his hand. Slowly, very slowly, he began to climb from the ground, sitting down. Although blood droplets have already emerged from the armor. This is not the end, he said firmly. You didn't even see half the power of the armor of the annual dragon. And again, spirals began to come out of it. But this time they turned into sharp blades fixed on his elbows. The real battle begins right now, he exclaimed loudly. Attack! But Khan was just standing, watching silently. What, you can't move anymore? Asked the enemy, trying to touch him with words. He hinted that Khan would attack the first. And again a loud crash came. His body felt a frantic influx of power. But it lasted only a second. Then he fell to his knees. The powerful energy that broke out of the Canaan's body made the enemy doubt the reality of what was happening. It was too much. She diverged around powerful waves that knocked down everything and everyone in her way. The freak did not even understand what was happening, and fell on his knees. His body trembled in front of an insurmountable destructive force. He just couldn't rise. Such power, he could not believe it. And only now did this bastard finally begin to recognize the power of the guy standing before him. Can looked terribly threatening. His voice sounded like a death sentence. I will kill you, whatever the situation may be. It makes no sense to hold back. You are the dishonest scoundrels who do not hesitate to sacrifice innocent lives for their own purposes. It is said that poisonous guhi beetles fall into anabiosis after the death of their master. If I kill you, then at least revenge for all the sins you have done. But the head of the destroyers just smiled. Victims? Innocent lives? Funny? Believe me, no one took away innocent souls than the heavenly destroyer himself. Well, at least he thought it sounded authoritatively. Then he decided to give an example. Heavenly Destroyer destroyed 5 cities and surrendered to the siege of the fortress. The land you are standing on now, then it was also destroyed. Due to the fact that Can lost his vigilance for a moment, 2 blades suddenly flew to his direction. The freak only mockingly explained, "It is not necessary to lose vigilance." But now Khan understood. It was only a trick to make him relax. But at the same time, his body began to twist in a whirlwind. It seemed to be broken into pieces of 3 powerful wind streams. But the fact is that Can had time to react, and not to take this trap.
Meanwhile, far in the mountains, in the shelter, the inhabitants of the Bakma Valley began to gather for lunch. Having finished cooking, Yeren decided to go outside to take a walk in the fresh air. Choyeon asked her daughter if she would have lunch with everyone, but in response, Yeren said she was not hungry. However, at the exit of the cave, the girl was awaited by 2 guards. One of them immediately stopped Yeren and asked her to return to the shelter at once. But in response, she did not say a word and stubbornly headed towards the forest. The guard intended to detain the girl, but Huang Yu stopped him. And then the deputy captain let Yeren pass and simply asked, was she heading to the tavern? Without turning around, Yeren explained that she wanted to wander a bit around the surroundings. Such an answer satisfied Huang Yu, and he only asked the girl not to stay out too long. When Yeren left, the guard reminded Huang Yu that they had orders not to let anyone out. However, he stated that this young lady was an exception, especially when she was furious as she was now. Having said this, Huang Yu recalled with horror what Yeren had arranged in the tavern. Lady Garyon had no choice but to remove her mask and tell her the truth. Otherwise, for Huang Yu and his people, everything could have ended very badly. Therefore, he told the watchman that he should thank him for saving his life. Meanwhile, Dangan reached the place of the fight between Kanryon and Sapyun. But what he saw horrified him. Sapyun's armor, like a living creature, enveloped Kanryon from head to toe. At that very moment, Kanryon watched as his mentor, Dokgoryon, mercilessly dealt with his own subordinates. But he did not stop there. In the next moment, the vision changed, and now Kanryon looked at a mountain of bodies. They were all peaceful residents, and at the very center of this hell stood Dokgoryon. And while Kanryon saw this whole nightmare, darkness around began to envelop him. Then behind Kanryon appeared a figure in a hood, who with a sinister smile said, "Caught you." But at that very second, Yeren felt that Kanryon was in trouble and turned her gaze toward him. Her gaze, called the dragon's gaze, instantly covered a colossal distance and pierced directly into the unknown enemy. The fig in the hood could not resist the power of the daughter of the heavenly maiden and immediately dissipated like a shadow. And in the next moment, the armor of Sapyun that enveloped Kanryon began to break down. But before Kanryon freed himself from the trap, the ghost of Sapyun appeared to him and said that on that day he wanted to save the lives of the peaceful residents, but Dokgoryon killed them all. However, in response, Kanryon ordered Sapyun to shut up. He did not care, and whatever the master did does not justify Sapyun's sins. Therefore, he can go to hell since he died. And in the next moment, the armor of Sapyun that enveloped Kanryon shattered into pieces. But that was not the end. Kanryon released a colossal amount of ki that burst out in a powerful explosion. And that explosion only began to gain strength, which is why Dangan immediately ordered his men to retreat at once. And the destructive wave continued to grow, and after the fortress wall, it already engulfed half the city. Even Yeren felt her destructive power, and the girl also heard Kanryon shouting, which made her ask a worried question. Meanwhile, the figures in the hood was extremely displeased with the interference of the dragon-eyed owner. The stranger himself, hiding his face, was named Huan, and he was a master of illusions of the heavenly destruction sect. However, soon Huan felt the presence of a guest and asked, "What do you want?" In response, from the darkness it was said that the battle cardinal was waiting for Huan, to which he ordered to convey that he would arrive soon. Meanwhile, Zhonghak arrived at the battlefield, but seeing only a crater from the explosion, he said with annoyance that he missed the whole show. A few days later, the tavern's restoration was completed, for which Chohyang and his daughter thanked the workers from the valley. However, as soon as they left, the old woman immediately grumbled that the repair had cost them dearly. Then Yeren reminded her mother that the repair bill was paid by Garyon, and she also compensated for the loss of profit over the past few days. Then Yeren looked at the clear sky and thought that when everything ended, life quickly returned to normal. The tavern's regular customers, who were kidnapped by Garyon's people, also safely returned home. Yeren did not know how Garyon explained the kidnapping to all of them, but many of them never found out what really happened. What truly surprised Yeren was that even the monks from the Yellow Dragon Temple went to the shelter. Yeren assumed that the abbot agreed to this reluctantly and only for Kanryon's sake. Another piece of news was the sudden departure of Dogyam, but he warned that he was leaving the tavern temporarily and would return in the future. And when asked about the reason for Dogyam's departure, he explained that an urgent matter had arisen in the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust. The truth was that recently people from the Brotherhood found Dogyam and informed him that his uncle had been found. The warriors of the Brotherhood were on his tail, so Dogyam needed to return immediately. Thus, Dogyam left Chohyang with Yeren, but before leaving he stunned them with words that as soon as he settled matters, he would return and make a proposal. However, these words gave Yeren a bad feeling that the proposal Dogyam intended to make was to her mother. Meanwhile, Chohyang asked her daughter if anyone from the Baekma Valley had been wounded or killed. But in response, Yeren waved it off and said that Garyon would not tell them anything like that anyway. However, in reality, Garyon told Yeren that her mother was involved in the incident, but the problem was resolved without serious losses. Meanwhile, Garion's mother had already come to her senses and reunited with her daughter in Jonghak. Vubok also returned to the family safe and sound. And then Kanryon returned to the tavern to Yeren. And although he seemed absurdly the same as before, Yeren remembered his desperate scream and felt in her heart that he had changed. Life in the tavern returned to its former course, and one evening Yeren decided to give Kanryon a new hair ribbon instead of the old one. He was flattered by the gift, but delicately hinted that his ribbon was still quite decent. However, Yeren was adamant and declared that she would sew up that rag and then return it. But upon entering her room, the girl cut the ribbon. In it, Yeren discovered a magical seal that was already almost completely burnt. And then Yeren realized that she had not imagined it, and that day she definitely felt something. Meanwhile, Jonghak reported to Garion that until today, no changes had been observed in Kanryon. Such news did not please the lady of the Bakma Valley because, according to her calculations, Sapien could not act alone, which meant she was mistaken. Nevertheless, Jonghak Garion said that it no longer matters now because soon everything will be revealed anyway. Only inside, the lady was troubled by the question, is this peaceful silence or the calm before the storm? Meanwhile, Jinhan spent the night by the fire in one of the caves of Mount Chonghua. Watching the tongues of flame, he remembered the last conversation with Huang Yu. He had information that the elders were hiding somewhere on Mount Chonghua, so Jinhan came here. But now he began to think that he was wasting time again, and Huang Yu's information was completely useless. And before going to sleep, Jinhan decided that he would succeed more if he went searching himself. Early in the morning, Jinhan descended from the mountain into the valley, still not knowing where to go first. But suddenly, among the trees, he noticed a familiar old man who was slowly making his way through the forest. Jinhan ran after him, but when he arrived at the place where he had seen the old man, he had disappeared without a trace. Jinhan was sure that he could not have imagined it, so he began to listen to the forest. And soon cries and the noise of battle reached his ears. Jinhan immediately rushed towards them and ran to the battlefield strewn with bodies. And ahead, in the shade of the trees, Jinhan noticed the figure of a stranger. Jinhan was about to give chase, but the unknown person immediately disappeared. And in the next moment, someone behind sternly asked Jinhan, "Who is he?" He did not answer, and then the stranger assumed that Jinhan was from the Hyunin Brotherhood and a comrade of those warriors he had just dealt with. Jinhan remained silent again, and then the stranger asked, "Does he have any relation to what happened to his family?" At these words, Jinhan sharply turned around, but seeing the stranger, he was stunned with shock. All because the stranger looked very much like him and was even dressed like a swordsman of the Flying Sword School. And then Jinhan experienced a very familiar feeling as his consciousness began to blur and distort. Meanwhile, the young man threatened that if Jinhan did not say his name, he would cut him to pieces. But then an old man appeared from behind the young man, who greeted the young master with a kind smile. At his appearance, Jinhan was stunned, and the old man added that he had made a good effort to find him. The young man asked the old man if he was acquainted with Jinhan, to which the old man explained that he was his old acquaintance. However, in the next moment, Jinhan laughed very unpleasantly for some reason. All because Jinhan realized that Captain Chunhak was telling the truth. He really was one of the many pawns that the old man had raised. Which means the old man had brainwashed this young man just as he had brainwashed Jinhan. Meanwhile, the old man told the young man that Jinhan was also one of those who had stabbed his father in the back. In the next moment, the young man drew his sword and attacked Jinhan with such force and speed that he cut down the nearest trees. However, Jinhan blocked the strike with his sword and ordered the old man to remove his puppet so they could fight face to face. But in response, the old man calmly stated that pawns should play against each other. And then Jinhan felt that strange feeling again as soon as the old man looked at him. But already in the next moment, the puppet went on the attack and Jinhan had to defend himself. Between strikes, he managed to shout to the young man that they had no reason to fight. But he was adamant and only intensified the attack. Jinhan had no choice but to draw his sword himself and go on the counterattack. He used the technique of the sword soaring like lightning, but to Jinhan's surprise, the opponent dodged. Then the young man used the same technique, forcing Jinhan to dodge. At that moment, he realized that his opponent had also studied the art of the Flying Sword School. But in the next moment, hands burst out of the ground, grabbing Jinhan's legs. He realized that it was the work of the old man, who was intently watching the fight. Then the old man said that a dulled blade can be reforged, but a broken sword is simply discarded. And at that very second, the puppet plunged its blade into Jinhan's flesh. But he managed to put his hand under the blow. And then, feeling the pain, Jinhan remembered his last conversation with Captain Huang Yu. Jinhan wanted to know how to free himself from the illusion technique, of which the old man was the master. In response, Huang Yu explained that it is best to avoid the gaze of the master of illusions and remain calm. The illusionist will try in every way to unbalance Jinhan, and if he allows emotions to overwhelm him, it will all be over. However, there are ways to free oneself from the illusion, and the simplest of them is through pain. When a person is under the influence of an illusion, everything they see and feel is unreal. But there is a difference between imaginary and real pain. And if Jinhan feels this difference, he will be able to overcome the illusion technique. In other words, he must allow himself to be wounded, which Jinhan did. In the next moment, the shadowy bonds that held him dissolved, as did the illusion itself. And then Jinhan immediately finished off the opponent, piercing his heart. The old man clearly did not expect such an outcome, as his drawn face showed. Meanwhile, Jinhan pulled the sword from the fallen opponent's hand. But then Jinhan noticed that the youth's face had changed, and now he looked completely different. At his death, the old man only said with regret that he had just managed to teach this fledgling to spread his wings independently. Nevertheless, the old man understood the anger that Jinhan felt toward him. After all, his entire past was a complete illusion. Yet the old man did not understand why Jinhyun had not realized this until now. In response to the question, Jinhyun silently raised his sword, preparing for a new battle. The old man wanted to avoid this. Moreover, he hoped that upon gaining freedom, Jinhyun would renounce revenge and start anew. He was already ready to launch an attack, but in the next moment, Jinhyun suddenly vomited blood. And when he fell to his knees, the old man revealed that the puppet's blade was coated with a poison called Wise Death. However, Jinhyun has a chance to survive if he concentrates on restoring his ki right now. But if Jinhyun forces himself to use more Kai, he will say goodbye to life. Nevertheless, despite this, Jinhyun stubbornly rose to his feet. The old man reminded him that if Jinhyun continued the fight, he would die. However, to the old man's surprise, Jinhyun began performing a technique called Thousand Sword Flashes. And in the next moment, an explosion of such destructive power sounded as if the very mountain Changhua had been wounded. But when the smoke cleared, Jinhyun was already lying lifeless on the ground. The old man remained standing on his feet, but with difficulty due to a deep wound. He looked at his former student, who had excellently performed the most powerful technique of the Flying Sword School. This technique existed only in theory. Even the old man could not execute it, which made him feel deep pity. For if it were not for the intervention of the Baekma Valley, Jinhyun could have become a magnificent weapon for its extermination. Meanwhile, Hwan arrived at the Mountain of the Heavenly Fall to report the death of Sapyun to the battle cardinal, Hyolbi. Rumors had already spread that Sapyun's opponent was a student of Dokgoryeon named Kanryeon. Hwan confirmed these rumors and added that it was Kanryeon who pierced the Black Dragon's armor and caused that deadly explosion. At these words, Hyolbi fell silent and sank into thought, which did not bode well. Therefore, Hwan began to justify himself, stating that he had told Sapyun 1,000 times not to engage directly with Kanryeon. However, after the victory over the traitor, Guion, Sapyun began to rely too much on his armor, which led to his crushing defeat. In response to these words, Hyolbi declared that Sapyun was an idiot because he did not notice that Guion was not in the best shape. Hwan doubted that Sapyun was in a position to notice this, unless Guion himself had told him about it. In response, Hyolbi objected, since Sapyun had spent a lot of time with Dokgoryeon and knew his strength, meaning he could see the difference between Guion and the old man. Then Hwan suggested that Sapyun had simply become too confident because of the relic's power and believed he had surpassed Guion and even the Heavenly Crusher himself. Hyolbi agreed with these assumptions, but this also proved that Kanryeon's heavenly destruction techniques were at the same level as Dokgoryeon's. However, Hwan assured that even if that was true, Hyolbi had already surpassed the old man's level, so there was no need to worry too much about it. But Hyolbi smirked and explained that he was not worried, only concerned that Kanryeon might abandon his revenge and disappear somewhere. Murim had not yet rid itself of the fear instilled by the heavenly crusher, Dokgoryeon. And his last disciple, Kanryeon, was the embodiment of that fear. Therefore, he would become an excellent victim, heralding the appearance of the new Supreme Lord, the battle cardinal, Hyolbi. However, the Baekma Valley concerned him much more than Kanryeon at the moment. More precisely, Hyolbi was concerned about the shadow of the old Murim, which, according to rumors, was behind this valley. It was not difficult to level it to the ground, but that was not enough for Hyolbi. He needed to extinguish all the dangerous smoldering embers, every single one. And to achieve complete subjugation, Hyoelbi had to dispel the ghosts of the past with his own hands. Therefore, Hyoelbi entrusted Huan to lure the Valley Warriors and prepare a trap for them. Huan assured that he would carry out the order and would start by inciting the Murim Alliance to provoke the Baekma Valley. Meanwhile, Garyon was seeing off the ambassador of the Murim Alliance, who had previously arrived in the valley. Huang Yu regarded this visit with suspicion and suggested that the ambassador had come to declare full-scale war on the valley. However, in response, Garyon admitted that if that were the case, she would not have been so surprised. Garyon expected the Murim Alliance to make their move, but she could not have imagined that it would be a proposal for an alliance. After the farewell, Garyon invited Huang Yu to her office, where she recounted everything the ambassador had told her. What he heard surprised Huang Yu, as the Murim Alliance had effectively admitted that all this time they had been colluding with the remnants of the Heavenly Destruction sect. Garyon was also caught off guard by this. The ambassador stated that the alliance had interacted with the sect minimally to stay informed of their plans, but the Lady of the Valley knew this was a lie. It was obvious what the alliance was aiming for, and since a confrontation with the sect was inevitable, they planned to provoke the valley into internal clan conflicts and then simply finish off the survivors. However, Huang Yu did not understand why they would voluntarily put themselves in harm's way, since the alliance could simply observe the development of events from the sidelines. To this, Garyon suggested that the alliance wanted to be seen as benefactors and show Murimium that they were the ones who unleashed the battle to destroy the remnants of the Heavenly Destruction sect. Then Huang Yu decided that the alliance was turning against the sect because he believed that the Baekma Valley had every chance to win due to Canryon, who killed Sepyun. Garyon thought so too because usually when choosing between two options, people prefer the one from which they gain more than in the other scenario. Huang Yu understood this, but on the other hand, the proposal for an alliance could be a trap that the sect and the alliance prepared for the valley. In that case, Garyon declared that the valley would be ready for such a development of events. The next day, a meeting was held at the Murim Alliance headquarters, where the ambassador reported on his visit to Baekma Valley. The Supreme Lord of the Alliance, Chanbak, was pleased with the news and, praising the ambassador for a good job, sent him to rest. Then Chanbak announced to everyone present that Baekma Valley had accepted their proposal for an alliance. In the next moment, the masters began joyfully discussing among themselves the possibility of strengthening the alliance at the expense of the valley. However, Chanbak interrupted and stated that the most important thing was that the alliance had managed to sever all ties with the remnants of the Heavenly Destruction sect, which it had been forced to support. Now the alliance had a chance to be reborn, and Chanbak hoped that they would continue to stick together and fight for the common goal until the very end. In response, all the masters of the alliance unanimously supported the Supreme Lord. However, then a servant entered the council hall and informed Chanbak that the Master of Illusions, Huan, had arrived. Everyone became seriously alert at such news. Nevertheless, Chanbak received the unexpected guest in his office. Huan apologized for the sudden visit and explained that he needed to say something to Chanbak personally. In response, Chanbak politely stated that if he had known in advance, he would have come out to meet Huan. However, he could not help but notice that several allied factions had gathered at the headquarters. Huan felt that something serious was approaching, and therefore he became curious. In response, Chanbak asked directly, "What exactly brought Huan here?" Then the Master of Illusions smiled ominously and answered the question with a question. Did the alliance plan to betray the sect? At these words, Chanbak sharply jumped up from the table and recoiled. And Huan calmly reminded the Supreme Lord what exactly the sect of Heavenly Destruction had done for the alliance up to this day. The destruction of the Brotherhood of the Golden King, which the Murim Alliance considered an obstacle on its path. The elimination of one of the 10 great masters of Murim, and even the association of Heavenly Firmament. It was enough for Chanbak to ask, and the sect did all the dirty work for him, but now the alliance wants to stab her in the back. In response to the accusations, Chanbak stated that the sect always acted according to its own discretion. And then he called the guards and ordered them to seize Huan. In the next moment, the guards burst into the office and immediately carried out their lord's order. Huan did not resist, but while he was being tied up, he asked Chanbak a question. Has the alliance changed so sharply because of the boy, Canryon? In response, Chanbak said he was hearing about this for the first time, but the truth was already readable on his face. This amused Huan, And through laughter, he suggested that Conrion had made such a strong impression on the alliance that it risked turning against the sect. At these words, Chambek's patience snapped, and he ordered the guards to take Juan away, and if he resisted, to kill him. However, Juan did not move from his place and only said that when people hunt in the mountains, they get rid of the hounds as unnecessary. One of the guards pushed Juan in the shoulder to make him start walking. But suddenly, Juan's clothes fell to the floor along with the shackles, and Juan himself seemed to vanish into thin air. And in the next moment, black smoke rose from under the garments. The guards immediately pinched their noses, thinking the smoke was poisonous, but it simply dispersed, leaving scrolls behind. A message was written on them. You have made your choice and will soon feel its consequences. And as soon as these lines were read, the scrolls in Juan's clothes burst into flames. But all Chambek could do now was helplessly watch the fire and realize that he had a very big problem. Meanwhile, Chambek reported to Hyolbi about the results of his visit to the Murim Alliance. The news did not please Hyolbi, but if things had turned out this way, they would have to act accordingly. Therefore, Hyolbi declared that they themselves would proclaim the revival of the Heavenly Destruction sect. And for this, he intended to unleash 7 exterminators of the heavenly scum from the chain. The next day, a meeting was convened at the Swordmaster's estate, headed by the leader, Yubak. He warned the assembled masters that an official dispatch from the Murim Alliance would soon arrive, so everyone must be ready to move out at any moment. But suddenly, a servant burst into the council hall and reported that a group of people under the flag of the Heavenly Destruction sect had appeared at the entrance to the valley. At that very moment, 100 fighters under this banner were heading towards the Swordmaster's fortress. However, the captain of the guard was not impressed by such a meager number of enemies. Even hundreds of thousands were not enough to take this fortress, so the captain ordered the sentries to keep a close watch on the strangers, and he himself descended from the wall. Meanwhile, the 100 stepped aside and Huanzu, one of the 7 exterminators of the heavenly scum, stepped forward. The sentry immediately reported to the captain that one of the strangers was heading towards the fortress, but the captain ordered not to respond to the provocation. However, in the next moment, the unthinkable happened. The earth shook and the impregnable wall began to collapse. And when the smoke cleared, Huanzu appeared in the resulting passage. He slung a mace over his shoulder and declared that he had come here for the old head of Yubak. And in the next moment, Huanzu slammed his mace onto the ground and the earth shook again. Soon the warriors of the sect captured the estate and slaughtered all the swordmasters. The only one still breathing was the head of Yubak, but he was severely wounded and could not even stand on his feet. Huanzu found him among the bodies of the dead and loomed as a menacing shadow. Yubak knew this was his death, but at last he declared that soon the Murim Alliance would come for Huanzu's soul. However, the threat did not scare him. On the contrary, Huanzu declared that this would save him from the need to search for their burrows. And then he asked the dying Yubak, does he recognize his face? Yubak was confused by such a question. Then Huanzu assumed that he was too young and had changed greatly over the years. Yubak looked closely at the face of his killer and finally recognized him. But it was already too late. At that very second, Huanzu struck Yubak on the head with a mace. And when everything was over, Huanzu went out to his warriors and ordered them to find and deal with any possible survivors hiding among the dead. The 100 sky crushers immediately began to carry out the order. But when Huanzu was alone again, he looked at the clear sky and admitted to himself that it was not as pleasant as he had expected. Meanwhile, another Skyfall Slayer named Duchjin attacked the school of the demonic sword. However, unlike Huanzu, he attacked alone, armed only with 2 shields. As soon as Duchjin jumped over the wall, archers immediately surrounded him, and in the next moment they unleashed a hail of arrows on the intruder. However, Duchjin simply shielded himself from them like turtles in a shell. Then the infantrymen joined the fight, rushing at Duchjin from all sides. But in the next moment, he took a deep breath and struck with all his might with the shields, like musical cymbals. Only the ringing was of such monstrous power that it created a shockwave. And from the very ringing, all the warriors' eardrums burst. In an instant, the entire demonic sword school was crushed. And now nothing prevented Duchjin from penetrating the main hall. There, the sword school master, Omyo, was preparing to face his last battle, despite his students' pleas to flee. But already in the next moment, they all fell one by one. Duchjin's shields, like disc blades, cut the remaining swordsmen in half. And then their fate was shared by Master Omyo himself. A similar fate befell the school of the 8 imperial swords. It was single-handedly wiped out by another Skyfall exterminator named Sochno. The last survivor was the master, Bongi, who had known his executioner since he was a boy. If only he could have known that in the future he would become such a monster. But Sochino did not let the master finish speaking and cold-bloodedly finished him off. Meanwhile, the exterminator, Urim, destroyed the Sima clan. His comrades in arms, Umankin and Earth Demon, burned the Tanchung Blade clan. And Yofa slaughtered the Heathen Brotherhood. As for the Murim Alliance headquarters, they were personally dealt with by the Battle Cardinal, Hyolbi. Meanwhile, the Alliance Council received reports one after another about the destruction of allied factions. Changbak listened to each of them and could hardly believe what was happening. For how could so many schools and clans disappear from the face of the earth so quickly? However, then he silenced the rising noise and asked the advisors if there was any news from the Bakma Valley where the messengers were sent. The captain of the guard assured that the messengers were ordered to run at full speed, so they should reach the valley today. Only the captain could not know that all his messengers had already been intercepted by the heavenly destroyers. And then the watchman burst into the meeting hall and panically reported the appearance of the main forces of the heavenly destruction sect. Chanbek immediately commanded to defend and protect the headquarters until the remaining factions and warriors of the Bakma Valley arrived. Only there was nothing left to defend and protect, because the enemy forces had already destroyed the walls and penetrated the headquarters territory. Chanbek ran outside it together with the remaining warriors to see it with his own eyes. And then from the cloud of smoke and dust appeared Hyolbi. After that, to his horror, Chanbek realized that Huan's words were not an exaggeration, and Hyolbi's martial art had indeed surpassed the level of Dokgoryon himself. Only Chanbek doubted that such an evil ki, which makes the heart contract, could belong to a human. Then Chanbek understood that it was all his fault, for he was blinded by Conryon's power and set this monster against the Alliance. But the people who trusted Chanbek and followed him did not deserve death. Therefore, Chanbek addressed them all telepathically and ordered them to run as soon as he gave the command. The Murim warriors wanted to dissuade their lord, but he had already challenged Hyolbi to a one-on-one fight. For a moment, a stifling silence fell, and then Hyolbi smirked and accepted the challenge. At that very second, Chanbek ordered his men to run so they wouldn't get hit. And then Chanbek began to concentrate all his ki into a single attack. And in the next moment, he executed the technique of blazing devastation. Immediately, a powerful explosion thundered, blinding everyone present. But when the smoke cleared, to Chanbek's horror, he saw that Hyolbi was not even touched. For Chanbek, this meant the end, because he had invested all the ki he possessed into the devastation. Meanwhile, Hyolbi began to perform the technique of bloody hell. The masters of the Alliance were stunned with shock, but Chanbek again ordered them all to flee. And the Supreme Lord himself decided to delay Hyolbi for as long as he could. But in the next moment, half of Chanbek's body simply disappeared. And following him, all the Murim masters disappeared as well. The attack was so powerful that it pierced through the palace of the Murim Alliance. But Hyolbi did not stop there. He declared that there was no place in the world for such pigs, a world that would be ruled by the sect of heavenly destruction. And following Hyolbi's words, he performed the technique of the demonic whirlwind. And his power was so monstrous that it simply erased the Murim Alliance from the face of the earth. Meanwhile, in the Bakma Valley, the local healer was finishing the examination of Garyon's mother. Before leaving, he informed Hui that the crisis had passed, so they only needed to maintain the current condition of the lady until the arrival of the holy healer. Hui escorted the doctor to the exit, and upon returning, grumbled and asked, what could have delayed that old senile man? Then he approached the lady and gently stroked her head, suggesting that after recovery, she stay here with the elder. In response, the lady smiled and said she would think about it, which pleased the old man. Then Hui helped the lady lie down in bed and warned that he himself would escort Garyon. Descending from the mountain, Hui also suggested she stay for a couple of months to rest, but Garyon was forced to politely refuse, as she needed to sort out some matters. Then Hui asked his granddaughter to at least turn to him for help. But suddenly, someone's screams came from the mountain, causing Garyon and Hui to immediately turn around. The girl recognized the voice of the one who was shouting. It was the old man Yonbi. But Hui calmly explained to his granddaughter that since he saved Yonbi with a holy pill, Yonbi quarrels with his wife every single day. Therefore, Hui suggested Garyon hurry before Yonbi noticed them. Otherwise, he would start clinging to drink with them for company. Soon Hui and Garyon safely descended from the mountain into the valley, where they said their goodbyes. However, on the way back, right in front of Hui, the very Yeonbi who had earlier argued loudly with his wife collapsed. But Hui did not help him and calmly stepped over the lying Yeonbi, continuing on his way. At such insolence, Yeonbi instantly sobered up and angrily threatened Hui, to which Hui sarcastically explained that he had simply mistaken Yeonbi for a pile of shit. Yeonbi found such behavior strange, so he asked Hui, what bit him today? In response, Hui explained that some bastard infected his daughter with a bug called Go. The bug was successfully removed, but the daughter still suffers from side effects. Now Yeonbi understood why Hui was on edge, and he continued, angrily stating that the current Murim had fallen so low that he sent a poisonous insect to a sick girl to manipulate her like a toy. Then Yeonbi asked, is Hui considering causing a stir in Murim because they dared to touch the daughter of the Heavenly Devastator? But in response, Hui stated that the moment was already lost because the owner of the beetle is dead. So the Heavenly Devastator is not going to interfere in Murim's affairs over a case that is already settled. However, before leaving, Hui added, until the Baekma Valley falls or something happens to his granddaughter. Meanwhile, Jonghak patiently and steadfastly waited for the young lady at the bridge. However, in the next moment, Hwang Yu called out to him, rushing at full speed with important news. He delivered a message to Jonghak, and while he was reading, stated that they could not wait. It was necessary to immediately find Lady Garyon, for events are unfolding at a furious pace. However, to Hwang Yu's surprise, Jonghak said that he would not be able to cross the bridge. The thing is, the fog enveloping the bridge is not real. It is a barrier created by a mystical spell. Anyone who tries to cross the bridge without permission will wander in the foggy labyrinth until death. So Jonghak and Hwang Yu could only wait until Lady Garyon returned. And soon she emerged from the fog. Only the girl's expression was extremely puzzled and surprised. Garyon did not expect to meet Hwang Yu here, and then he had to tell her that since the lady left the Baekma Valley, many terrible events had occurred. Garyon was horrified to hear that in just a month the Murim Alliance was completely destroyed by the revived sect of heavenly destruction. She planned to accept the Alliance's offer of cooperation and without haste find out what goals they pursued. But the sect of heavenly destruction attacked the Alliance first and without warning. Worst of all, the sect destroys not only the Alliance's allies, but also all neutral and undecided brotherhoods that have not yet sworn to join the sect. At such news, Garyon asked anxiously, what about Baekma Valley? Chunak calmed his lady and told her that so far there had been no direct contacts or provocations. Only Garyon knew that this would not last long because the sect would not let the death of Sapien go unpunished. Therefore, Garyon ordered an immediate return to the valley and to send a bird with instructions for everyone to regroup on Mount Myeogak. But at that very moment, the Dujun fighter had already arrived at the gates of Baekma Valley. A few skillful moves and the dilapidated hut on the pier was shattered to splinters by his efforts. Hwang Ju immediately approached him, surprised, wondering where the brave men who so skillfully wagged their tongues from the hut had gone. Suddenly, a voice sounded from everywhere demanding immediate departure back home. Otherwise, the heavenly crushers would be subjected to hellish torment. Cutting through the grass, Du Chun's huge shields returned, which he had prudently launched toward the presumed source of the voice. A satisfied smile spread across Hwang Ju's face. It turns out their opponents are the best mercenaries of the Central Kingdom, which is much more interesting than he had expected. Silent on the side, Jae Wunkin's inner intuition suggested that they were clearly not welcome in the Rice Valley. Jae Wunkin was sincerely interested in how his comrades intended to cross the lake without a boat, though he was fully confident in his own abilities. Hwang Ju joined the others only to see the Rice Valley with his own eyes, so he had no intention of retreating. Smirking slyly, Hwang Ju asked the others to step aside. Gathering all his strength, he swung the mace several times. The created shockwave was so powerful that the lake's waters began moving toward the opposite shore under its influence. Skillfully jumping off the pier, Hwang Ju briskly walked along the lake bottom. The others immediately rushed after him, wanting to cover as much distance as possible before the lake waters returned. Reaching the opposite shore and skillfully avoiding the returning wave, the heavenly crushers found themselves at the edge of a dense forest. Going deeper, they found themselves in a small village which, to everyone's surprise, was completely empty. Of course, Du Chun found it strange. After all, they had made so much noise. But he did not feel the slightest movement, let alone a thirst for murder. Looking around, Hwang Ju concluded that among the mercenaries there were specialists who clearly had a couple of aces up their sleeves, so he suggested moving on. Carefully inspecting each house, the heavenly crushers found not a soul. All the houses were indeed empty. Naturally, Huangju could not have imagined that the killers from the Rice Valley would be such cowards. Or had someone warned them after all? Reaching the foot of the cliff, Duchun decided to climb the steps carved into the rock higher up and look around. Suddenly, Duchun's attention was caught by a strange sound coming from somewhere above, and he immediately rushed toward the source of the noise. Duchun's behavior greatly alarmed the other heavenly crushers. Having reached the top, Duchun quickly crossed the passage in the rock and found himself at a wooden door from which the strange sound was coming. With one blow, Duchun knocked down the massive door and was horrified. Inside the flame-engulfed room were barrels of gunpowder and bombs. Duchun managed to get outside and, jumping down, warned his comrades about the trap. A powerful explosion thundered, followed by a series of weaker explosions. Behind the glow in the sky and the rumbles of explosions, at a safe distance, the very mercenaries from the Rice Valley were watching. When the explosions subsided and the dust began to settle little by little, Duchun crawled out from under the rubble, growling angrily. A little later, "Lie down." The other members of the Heavenly Crushers followed his example. Huangju smiled quite pleasantly. It turns out the mercenaries of the Rice Valley blew up their shelter just to greet the guests. Duchun, on the contrary, was extremely angry about the situation and promised to find all the culprits and grind them to dust. Then Huangju suggested moving on, and Duchun would catch up with the squad once he cooled down a bit. Kangryun advanced along the forest path, carefully examining the surroundings. Suddenly, Kangryun's attention was drawn to a strange noise coming from behind the nearest boulder. The source of the noise was Yorin, who was desperately trying to wedge a huge stick under a massive stone. Finally, Yorin managed to slip the stick under the boulder, and using the weight of her own body, she tried to move the giant rock. Unfortunately, the stick, unable to withstand the tension, broke with a crack, and Yorin fell to the ground. Kangryun caught her in the act. When asked what exactly Yorin was doing, Kangryun received a rather unexpected answer. It turned out a fledgling had gotten under the huge stone. Peering into the crack, Kangryun found the poor fledgling, so without hesitation he smashed the boulder to pieces with a single blow. Of course, Yorin was going to wait for Kangryun with the delivery and then save the unfortunate chick. But after thinking a little, she decided that she would manage on her own. Picking up the chick in his hands, Kangryun skillfully climbed a nearby tree and carefully placed the bird in the nest with its joyful companions. Heading to the tavern, Kangryun declared that now Yorin owed him and he would gladly accept a tray of giant dumplings as repayment of the debt. Despite the smile on her face, Yorin still noticed the worry in Kangryun's voice. Of course, Yorin could not get a clear answer, so they walked part of the way without saying a word. Finally, unable to withstand Yorin's piercing gaze, Kangryun sighed heavily and gave in, deciding to tell her. But first, he demanded that Yorin tell no one about it. In fact, Kangryun could not cope with something, namely his appetite, and this troubled him greatly. Hearing such a silly answer, Yorin became very angry and gave Kangryun a sharp flick on the head. From such a strong blow, Kangryun fell to the ground, not fully understanding what had happened, while Yorin, boiling with anger, headed further to the tavern. Meanwhile, in the tavern itself, Sun Cho-yang was wondering where her ward had gone, who had asked to be excused for a short time. Of course, Doyeon perfectly understood that Sun Cho-young had a meeting in the city, so she offered to look after the tavern in her absence. Suddenly, a stranger entered the tavern, greeted kindly, and sitting at the nearest table, he asked for a glass of water. Doyeon immediately rushed to the kitchen to fulfill the order, but Sun Cho-yang, taking the tray from her hands, announced that she would serve the guest herself. The stranger took off his straw hat and placed it next to him on the table. As soon as Sun Cho-young saw his face, her eyes widened in horror, and the tray slipped from her hands by itself. The crash of broken glass immediately attracted the attention of curious visitors. Sun Cho-young froze in place, staring intently at the stranger's face. Meanwhile, Doyeon, rushing out of the kitchen, began to clean up the shards of the once whole pitcher and glass. Along the way, she apologized to the guest and inquired whether he was hurt because of this ridiculous incident. Suddenly, Sun Cho-young's stupor lifted, and she loudly ordered the guest to leave the tavern immediately. Seeing that the hostess was in a bad mood, Doyeon quickly gathered the remaining glass and, without uttering a word, hurried back to the kitchen. Sighing heavily, the stranger put on his hat and said that he had dropped into the tavern by pure chance. In fact, he was trying to find out who had broken his spell. Stepping over the threshold of the tavern, the stranger added that his visit should not be taken seriously as he did not intend to return here again. Sun Choyang swiftly rushed outside, wanting to personally follow the stranger, but he had already vanished without a trace. When Kang Ryun and Yoren returned to the tavern, the visitors reported about the unusual guest, although none of those present could give an exact description of the stranger. Some claimed that the stranger resembled a serial killer. Others insisted that he was a handsome young man, and still others saw only a wrinkled old man with a gray beard. The testimonies of the guests differed so much that Kan Ryun seriously began to doubt whether they really saw the same person. Suddenly, Yoren interrupted the conversation, saying that it was illusion technique, which is why the guests saw the same face but remembered it differently. Only a very skilled illusionist could pull off such a trick, but Yoren did not know who exactly it was. It was already dark outside when Kanryeon finally returned to the tavern after finishing deliveries for the day. Yoren invited Kanryeon to have dinner, having already set the table with dishes, but immediately added that the manager would not be dining with them today. The meal proceeded in complete silence until unexpectedly Yoren shared her suspicions that the stranger, whom the manager had kicked out, was responsible for the death of her own mother. Of course, Yoren asked Sun Cho-hyun about this, but she always reacted sharply when the subject came up. Kanryeon definitely felt uncomfortable discussing this matter, so he tried in every way to keep his mouth busy with food to avoid saying anything unnecessary. Finally, Kanryeon dared to ask who the illusionist was, but Yoren herself had no idea. That was all Yoren knew. No matter how much she asked, Sun Cho-hyun never told her about what happened. But judging by what the client said, it seemed the stranger was a master of illusions. Not knowing how to continue the conversation, Kanryeon began to devour the food with appetite. But Yoren wanted to know where they would go now. This question puzzled Kanryeon. He did not understand exactly whom Yoren was talking about. Then Yoren told that when she was little, they packed their suitcases every time they heard about the illusionist, and now he had personally appeared at their tavern. Of course, Yoren did not know how things would actually turn out, so she decided to ask if Kanryeon would leave if they and the foster mother still decided to go. In fact, Kanryeon had not even thought about it, but Yoren was determined because he himself had spoken about intending to marry her. Kanryeon choked on such news. He could not remember when exactly he had mentioned marriage. Then the angry Yoren reminded him that Kanryeon had promised to live the rest of his life delivering the dumplings she made when he finished his duty. Of course, Kanryeon himself would not mind living like that, but first of all, he had to finish what he came here for, and besides, he could die in the process. But such an answer clearly did not satisfy Yoren, so she ordered Kanryeon to stop evading and answer directly whether he would go with them or not. At that time, on the slope of one of the countless mountains, the heavenly dragon Guan Sochon and Yeop Fei were intently surveying the surroundings. According to rumors, the last disciple of the heavenly crusher was on the Yellow Dragon Mountain, and Guan Sochon, without much thought, suggested going to find out if he was as good as they said. Yeop Fei did not try to dissuade his comrade, and sometime later they were swiftly crossing the forest at the foot of the Yellow Mountain. Without slowing down, Yeop Fei reported that the squad sent to the Rice Valley returned empty-handed. Suddenly, a suspicious figure appeared on the path, and the travelers had to stop abruptly. The stranger turned out to be a man of the Lord of Spears Huang Sa, with a message forbidding anyone to step on the Yellow Dragon Mountain. Also, Huang Sa ordered Guan Sochon and Yeop Fei to immediately return to the camp of the Heavenly Crushers. And then Guan Sochon burst out in an angry tirade, saying the Cardinal herself gave them personal permission to be in this area, and the Lord of Spirits is well aware of this. But the messenger did not care about this, as he had come only to deliver the message. Everything else was none of his concern. The next morning, So Jin Han inspected the surroundings where the mercenary village of the Rice Valley once stood. Suddenly, So Jin Han remembered the teacher's words that if it were not for the intervention of the Rice Valley, he could have become a magnificent weapon for their extermination. Descending from the mountain, So Jin Han decided to rest a little and meditate, and then headed to the tavern. Sitting at a table near the tavern, Kanryeon yawned widely when he noticed So Jin Han approaching. Mistaking So Jin Han for a vagabond, Kanryeon threw a coin at his feet and asked him to go elsewhere, as begging was forbidden in their tavern. So Jin Han stared at the coin in surprise, then was overwhelmed by a wave of righteous indignation. How could they have taken him for a beggar? Suddenly Yoren looked out from the tavern, urgently needing Kanryeon. How surprised Yoren was when she saw Sanji Ho, as she was sure he had no reason to return to the tavern. Sanji Ho was also very surprised that the young lady was in such a shabby place as a miserable tavern. Yoren led Sanchi Ho inside, where Huang Yu and Yang Chonghak, who were just having breakfast, greeted him joyfully. In the lair of the revived Heavenly Destruction sect, representatives of the Carriers Guild from Tabon brought a gift of 100,000 silver coins to Seneschal Do. They wished to obtain exclusive rights to trade in the Hanam region, promising in return an annual tribute and 3/10 of the profits. Carefully studying the proposal, Do concluded that the Seven Stars Carriers Guild had offered them much better terms for a monopoly in Hanam. Of course, Do had not yet given them a final answer, and if the carriers from Taibon agreed to pay 7/10 of the profits, the monopoly would be theirs. Therefore, Du gave the carriers from Taibon several days to make a decision and sent them away. When the carriers disappeared from sight, new petitioners immediately arrived in their place and, presenting gifts, bowed their heads before Seneschal Do. Throughout all this action, Huansa was watching intently from the upper floor of the cave. After watching for some time longer, Huansa moved deeper into the torch-lit tunnel. From his chambers, Hyobi observed countless merchants, carriers, and intermediaries who went back and forth between the carts. Suddenly, the doors creaked open, and Huansa entered the room and immediately asked, had Hyobi summoned him? Both settled at a small table set with food and drink. Hyobi did not fail to ask if it was true that Huansa was against moving the headquarters to the Central Kingdom. Actually, Huansa was not against the move itself. He was concerned about certain difficulties, particularly the timing of the relocation. Hyobi realized that the key reason was the previous generation of the old Murim. But Huansa was worried not only about them. If they had to face enemies, it was better for it to happen on familiar territory than in the heart of the Central Kingdom. Of course, Hyobi understood, but did not agree with Huansa. Since the alliance fell, all Marine Brotherhoods had been gathering to swear loyalty to them. Therefore, Hyobi wondered if those who would be surrounded by enemies on all sides would come for their souls when they settled in the Central Kingdom. Huansa, however, was skeptical and believed it was unwise to trust that the sworn Brotherhoods would remain loyal to them until the end. The Murim Brotherhoods knelt only to save their skins, but as soon as they sensed a shift in the balance to the other side, they would not hesitate to direct their swords against their masters. That is why Huansa kept the remnants of the old Murim under close watch. He was not sure of the true extent of their power, but assumed their influence could not be ignored. And then Hyobi wondered, does Huansa really suppose that the sworn Brotherhoods will rise against them as soon as the alliance makes itself known? It turns out Huansa was against going to the Middle Kingdom just because of possible betrayal by the old guards and rats who might join the alliance. But Huansa himself only hinted that if the battle starts on their territory, most factions will take a wait-and-see position and watch how events unfold. Therefore, the sect of Heavenly Destruction has no benefit in making enemies among the Brotherhoods sworn to loyalty. Nevertheless, Huansa was confident that the Murim alliance, which did not react to the attack on the Rice Valley, would nullify its influence, which only works in their favor. Then Hyobi suggested that Huansa's recent order not to approach Conrion was also part of this plan. But that was not entirely true. Huansa needed to find out about the people around Conrion, and as soon as he learns anything, he will immediately inform Hyobi. But Hyobi himself still did not agree with Huansa's plan. It is unbecoming of a great lord to run from difficulties. Moreover, Seneschal Do was already looking for a suitable place, and as soon as the sect of Heavenly Destruction decides, they will immediately move to the Middle Kingdom. And if the enemies do nothing by that time, Hyobi promised to go after them personally. It does not matter who it will be, Kanryan or the Murim Alliance. If anyone dares to oppose Hyobi, he will find and kill them all to the last one. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Jin Garyon Temple, Conrion was informed that the sect of Heavenly Destruction would soon depart for the Middle Kingdom. Of course, Conrion was shocked. Could it be that Hyobi and Huansa, who had been hiding from him all this time in the Heavenly Valley, had finally begun to act? And then Conrion was outraged how long Jin Garyon had known about this, since she had been in the tavern for so long, and only now decided to share such valuable information. Then Jin Garyon also did not remain silent, stating that it was not so easy to gather and verify many pieces of intelligence when the organization was in complete chaos. When the passions subsided a little, Jin Garyon added that in the current situation, it would be impossible to fight Hyobi and Huansa. After all, anyone in Murim could turn against them. So Jin Garyon suggested that Conrion unite with her. But Conrion, lost in his thoughts, was not listening to Jin Garyon's proposals at all. Noticing this, Jin Garyon slammed the table, snapping Conryun out of his thoughts and again suggested postponing the expedition to the Heavenly Valley. Such a proposal greatly upset Conryun. Why should he postpone his revenge again? And then Jin Geryun exploded. With one sweep, she overturned the miraculously surviving table and shouted at Conryun, who still did not understand anything even after all her explanations. Jae Unkin was honing his skills by striking stone boulders with 2 spears. Suddenly the Nameless, who had been closely watching the training, hiding from the sun under the nearest tree, reported that the warriors who went to the Yellow Dragon Mountain returned with nothing. In response, Jae Unkin nodded affirmatively. Of course he had heard that the Lord of Spirits forbade anyone from approaching that place. The answer greatly upset the Nameless, and when was Jae Unkin going to tell him everything? Nevertheless, Jae Unkin did not consider himself obliged to report everything. Moreover, the Nameless had been kept locked up in the Swordmaster's estate until recently. The Nameless's irritation only grew. It turns out, Jae Unkin was aware that the disciple of the Heavenly Crusher was on the Yellow Dragon Mountain. Jae Unkin, however, was not at all concerned about who Conryun was, since they were ordered not to approach the mountain, so he advised the Nameless to simply forget about it. But the Nameless was not going to give up so easily. Although this matter did not directly concern Jae Unkin, it was directly related to him. Then Jae Unkin abruptly interrupted the training. Could Conryun be the very person the Nameless was looking for? Nevertheless, as the senior by rank, Jae Unkin was not going to sit idly by if the Nameless tried to do something foolish, such as disobeying orders. However, this did not scare the Nameless at all, and waving goodbye to the angry Jae Unkin, he set off into the depths of the forest. And now Jae Unkin was forced to spur his horse at full speed along the mountain road to catch up with the Nameless, who dared to ignore his warning. The sun was already setting when Jae Unkin finally exhausted the poor animal, which collapsed dead on the road, foam at its mouth. Cursing to himself, Jae Unkin quickly dismounted and rushed forward along the mountain road. Climbing the slope of the nearest mountain, Jae Unkin managed to spot the ghostly silhouette of the Nameless, who had managed to get a considerable distance away. Sun Choyeon put down the chopsticks and, rising from the table, announced that she would go to sleep first. So she asked Conran and Yoren to clear the table. Suddenly, Yoren still decided to ask Sun Choyeon if they were going to move. After thinking a little, the old woman replied that it was still worth moving, since she had no reason to trust the words of the illusionist. Nevertheless, Yoren believed that she and Conran could quite well stay in the tavern. While clearing the dishes from the table, Yoren inquired how the meeting went, since Conran left after lunch to discuss something serious. Without stopping their cleaning, Conran reported that Jin Geryun managed to find Hwang Sa and Hyo Bi. Yoren's mood immediately worsened. It turns out Conran would soon leave the tavern. But if it was meant to happen, Yoren only asked Conran to inform them exactly when he planned to leave, and not to run away from home like a thief in the middle of the night. Sitting on the bed in his room, Conran once again replayed the conversation with Jin Geryun in his head. He remembered how Jin Geryun stated that Conran was only interested in revenge for the master and was completely unconcerned about the people who might be hurt by his departure. And then she asked, would the Heavenly Crusher be proud if he had a student so much like him, if he were alive? And then Conran flared up at how Jin Geryun dared to speak about the master without knowing anything about him. But Jin Geryun knew countless people who had parted with life because of Doko Ryun. According to Doko Ryun himself, he tried with all his might not to harm innocent people and those who lived outside Murim while following the path of the Supreme Lord. But Conryun knew that all this was a lie. He knew his master only from one side. The second, more cruel side remained hidden from him for a long time. Finally, the Nameless was able to reach the tavern. He found it original that Conryun delivered dumplings in such a backwater. Suddenly, the Nameless felt a sinister aura behind him. The source turned out to be Jae Ungun, who still managed to catch up with the fugitive. Boiling with anger, he ordered the Nameless to leave immediately. And if he approached the tavern even a step or tried to do something stupid, Jae Ungun would immediately chop the Nameless into pieces. But unable to resist such colossal power, the Nameless had to obey. Conryun, feeling something, decided to go outside, but after looking around carefully, he found nothing. Having moved a decent distance away, the Nameless suddenly stopped, and Jae Ungun, following him, asked who allowed him to stop and ordered him to move forward. But the Nameless unexpectedly refused and asked why Jae Ungun thought he would simply meekly abandon his goal. Jae Ungun clearly did not expect such a turn of events, Could it be that the Nameless was really ready to attack him? Of course, the Nameless was not with the Heavenly Crushers from the very beginning, but in the years since Hyobi recognized his talent, he became one of the 7 exterminators. The Nameless soon could become one of the rulers of the world, so Jae-eunkan did not understand why let everything go to waste. Could personal scores really be more important? But for the Nameless, everything was extremely simple. He just did what he wanted. If the Brotherhood tried to restrain the Nameless, he would simply leave, and if anyone stood in his way, they would be destroyed immediately. Then Jae-eunkan realized that there was no need for further talks, so he immediately drew his weapon and prepared for a fight. Of course, the Nameless felt the incredible power emanating from Jae-eunkan, and it was much greater than he had expected. Having become completely enraged, Jae-eunkan declared that by the power given by the ruler of spirits, he stripped the Nameless of his title and took him back to Heavenly Valley. But these words did not scare the Nameless at all. On the contrary, they provoked him, and Jae-eunkan as an opponent became more and more interesting. Suddenly, a rustle was heard behind, and Kan Ryan appeared from behind the trees. It turned out he was mistaken when he decided to check the source of the noise in the forest. As Garyon said, 2 men from the Heavenly Crushers were sniffing around near the Yellow Dragon Mountain, so Kan Ryan reasonably assumed that they were Jae-eunkan and the Nameless. Quickly assessing the situation, the Nameless wondered what to do next. Clashing immediately with 2 opponents was a doomed affair. Therefore, the Nameless asked Jae-eunkan to wait while he dealt with Kan Ryan for the time they had spent together. But Jae-eunkan was determined and ordered the Nameless to shut up, for he was only allowed to return to Heavenly Valley and pay for his deeds. Kan Ryan was very surprised to notice that the opponents were arguing among themselves. Nevertheless, he had a couple of questions for the Heavenly Crushers. Kan Ryan was about to ask where exactly the Crushers' base was located, but he did not manage to finish speaking due to the unexpected attack of Jae-eunkan. At the last moment, Kan Ryan still managed to react and retreat, but he could not completely avoid the attack and a fresh wound appeared on his right side. But Jae-eunkan was not going to retreat so easily and swung his spear again. Kan Ryan tried to dodge again, but the next quick strike of the opponent pierced his body in 4 places. The forbidden great technique of possession summons the souls of enemies of the human race who did not find successors in life and allows them to possess living neophytes who inherit their martial art. The possessed neophytes must endure painful training, after which the spirit disappears and its martial art is inherited by the disciple. Every young man must not only understand the martial art he is going to inherit, but also possess phenomenal Kai, as well as have compatibility with this martial art. In addition, they must have enormous mental and physical strength of spirit to overcome the hellish pain caused by radical changes due to possession. But despite the clear selection criteria for neophytes in years of subsequent training, only very few survived after this cursed training. However, the survivors acquired martial arts powerful enough to rule their era. Out of hundreds of protégés selected by the Spirit Lord, only 6 survived all the trials. In other words, only 6 Heavenly Crushers returned to life. Jae-eunkan looked back at the fallen Kan Ryan. He did not touch vital points as it contradicted the order of the Lord of Spirits, but the opponent would not regain consciousness quickly. Having dealt with one problem, Jae-eunkan immediately aimed his spear at the Nameless one. He was not sure if it made sense to shed a comrade's blood. To Jae-eunkan's surprise, the Nameless one reported that the fat man lying behind him had defeated the monster once called the most powerful man in Murim. So did Jae-eunkan really believe that such a weak attack would be enough to defeat such a formidable opponent? And to confirm his words, Kan Ryan, sighing heavily and complaining, managed to stand on his feet. The inner voice in the form of Doko Ryan constantly reproached Kan Ryan for the lack of daily training and excessive food consumption. According to the inner voice, Kan Ryan was very lucky that the opponent did not take him seriously, otherwise a single blow could have been fatal. But Kan Ryan, spitting out blood, just brushed off the voice of his teacher as he already had enough problems. The main danger was that the wound on Kan Ryan's right side was still bleeding. Nevertheless, Kan Ryan was not going to retreat so easily, since he had only asked a question and was simply attacked for it, and the opponent did not even use the technique of the Heavenly Crushers. Therefore, Kan Ryan asked a reasonable question. Did the opponents really belong to the faction of the Heavenly Crushers? In response, Nameless nodded affirmatively. Otherwise, why would they make such a journey to the Yellow Dragon Mountain just to destroy the disciple of the Heavenly Crusher? And since it came to direct confrontation, Nameless suggested Jae-eunkan to retreat, and he would take care of Kan Ryan himself. But Jae-unkin, looking angrily at Nameless, ordered him to shut his mouth and not interfere. Now Kan Ryan understood everything perfectly. Of course, he did not want to get involved in a fight today. But since the situation had developed this way, it was too late to retreat. Swiftly rushing into attack, Kan Ryan began to rapidly close the distance to Jae-unkin. Of course, Jae-unkin tried to counterattack, but only struck a phantom copy. Kan Ryan himself disappeared among the trees and, moving quickly, tried to confuse the opponent. But Jae-unkin, fully concentrating and gathering all his chi, unleashed a barrage of strikes on the nearby trees, behind which Kan Ryan was hiding. But to his surprise, all the targets turned out to be only phantom copies. Kan Ryan, taking advantage of the opponent's hesitation, appeared behind him. Jae-unkin realized too late that he had fallen into a trap and managed to prevent a blow to his torso. The attack was so powerful that Jae-unkin was literally thrown to the side. And Kan Ryan, without wasting time, immediately shifted all his attention to the Nameless One, who was watching everything happening with surprise. Quickly closing the distance, Kan Ryan tried to attack, but the Nameless One managed to block the strike in time. Kan Ryan was sure that he had definitely faced the opponent before, but he did not exactly remember under what circumstances. While Kan Ryan was lost in thought, the Nameless One still managed to push him back. Right there, taking advantage of the situation, Jae-unkin tried to attack Kan Ryan from behind, but Kan Ryan managed to react and jump away from the deadly blow. Seizing the moment while Kan Ryan was focused on dodging Jae-unkin's attacks, the Nameless One attacked the defenseless opponent right in the air. At the last moment, grouping himself, Kan Ryan managed to reduce the damage from the attack and crashed to the ground with a roar. And then Jae-unkin was seized by fury. He began furiously swinging his spear, creating whirlwinds with the aim of finally finishing off the disoriented enemy. Kan Ryan, gathering his few remaining strength, was able to dodge the strike at the last moment. To the Nameless One's surprise, he also had to avoid attacks from his comrade. Could it be that Jae-unkin really intended to finish him off? Completely losing control, Jae-unkin swept away everything in his path, and the trees near the battlefield also got caught in the crossfire. Cursing to himself, the Nameless One thought that when blood rushed to Jae-unkin's head, he could not distinguish friends from enemies and smashed everything that came to hand. Although the attack of Jae-unkin was astonishing, the Nameless was sure that such techniques would not defeat Kan Ryan. When the dust raised by such fury began to settle, the words of the teacher flashed through Kan Ryan's mind that as soon as he mastered the techniques of the Heavenly Crusher, no one would be able to touch even a hair on his head. Meanwhile, Jae-unkin thought that Hwang Sa had ordered not to approach the Yellow Mountain only because he did not want Kan Ryan to be killed prematurely. And although Kan Ryan was completely confused about why exactly the Heavenly Crushers had come to the mountain, nevertheless, he had no reason to kill anyone except Hyo-bi and Hwang Sa. Therefore, Kan Ryan promised to let both opponents go in peace, but only if they first told him about the leaders of the Heavenly Destruction sect. But such a proposal only angered Jae-unkin, for he had so generously allowed Kan Ryan to leave. But instead of words of gratitude, he received only insolence in response. Kan Ryan himself sincerely did not understand the reason for Jae-unkin's anger, for among all, he alone was wounded, and he was the one enduring all this injustice. But Jae-unkin was no longer willing to listen to such insults and, throwing one of the spears at the opponent, immediately rushed into attack. The Nameless, who had not heard the conversation, wondered what exactly Kan Ryan had said to Jae-unkin to make him so furious. Usually, Jae-unkin tried to keep himself under control, but if provoked, he would not calm down until he destroyed everything. Carefully observing the course of the battle, the Nameless noticed that Kan Ryan was moving strangely. At first glance, it might have seemed that the spear hit the target, but in reality, Kan Ryan was dodging all attacks at the very last moment. Did Kan Ryan do this on purpose, or were these just movements of the Heavenly Crusher's fist technique? Nameless could not answer. But because of such manipulations, Kan Ryan's wounds were not as serious as they seemed when he was really troubled by the sudden attack. Kicking away the first spear, Kan Ryan managed to grab Jae-unkin's left hand and strike the opponent's body. At the last moment, Jae-unkin managed to twist free and wound Kan Ryan's hand, forcing him to retreat. Nameless was impressed because Kan Ryan raised his hand while simultaneously releasing chi for a palm strike. Is that even possible? Jae-unkin laughed because Kan Ryan had managed to touch him for the second time already. Pressing his wounded hand, Kan Ryan convulsively analyzed the duel. The unfavorable position did not allow Jae-unkin to fully attack with the spear, yet he skillfully used tricks just like Mok Saphion. Giving no more time to rest, Jeje Unkan attacked Kanryun again. Fortunately, the latter managed to retreat. Despite the successful dodge, Nameless was sure that Kanryun would definitely not be able to avoid all the strikes of the Phantom Spear with such a maneuver. 200 years ago, an assassin skillfully wielding 2 spears sowed chaos in Merim, and his name was Punbayek, nicknamed the Bloody Divine Spear. Enraged by his cruelty and indiscriminate slaughter, the virtuous and bandit brotherhoods united to punish Punbayek for his crimes. But this monster in human form destroyed the warriors who came for him and slowly withdrew. He said, as soon as Punbayek waved his spears, it began to seem that he had not 2 hands, but 10, each holding a spear. And the tips of those spears stabbed from completely unexpected directions. At such moments, Punbayek was like a giant mantis wielding its spikes. At that moment, Jae-ungan looked very much like that same mantis, skillfully and quickly wielding his spears like claws. After the attack, the ground literally began to give way beneath Kanryun's feet. The scale of the attack was colossal. Everything within a radius of several dozen meters was completely destroyed. The Nameless One, who miraculously avoided injury, found it increasingly interesting to watch the battle, wondering who would ultimately win. And although Kanryun's entire body was covered with wounds, he steadfastly remained standing. Completely clearing his mind, Kanryun began to focus his chi at one point. Then he used the technique of heavenly destruction, the strike of the shining whirlwind. All this immense power was unleashed on Jae-ungan, who, seeing no point in dodging, tried to block the attack. The night sky was illuminated by a bright light, and then the silence was shattered by a colossal roar. Finding himself at the center of the endless energy flow, Jae-ungan used all his skill and experience. And to Kanryun's great surprise, Jae-ungan managed to avoid death, tearing apart the strike of the shining whirlwind. Jae-ungan asked briskly, waving his spears, "Is this really all that the disciple of the Heavenly Crusher is capable of? Is this all that Kanryun can boast of?" In Jae-ungan's opinion, Kanryun should have accepted his offer. Then he would have had a chance to leave here alive. Now it was Jae-ungan's turn to attack. Concentrating, he unleashed countless phantom spears on Kanryun. Kanryun had no time to dodge, so he made a desperate attempt to block the attack. Partly, Kanryun succeeded, but a significant part of the phantom spears still managed to hit him. From the force of the blows, Kanryun was thrown back, losing consciousness. Jae-ungan approached the defenseless Kanryun with slow steps, intending to finish off his opponent once and for all. When the spear tip was about to strike Kanryun in the duel, to Jae-ungan's surprise, the Nameless intervened. With a powerful kick, the Nameless threw the unconscious body of Kanryun aside. Boiling with anger, the Nameless ordered Kanryun to get up and fight immediately, because he had come this far not for the pathetic show arranged by the disciple of the Heavenly Crusher. But an unexpected thing on the side tempered his rage. The Nameless flashed through his mind that if not for the bracers under the clothes, he could very well have lost both hands. Angry Jae-ungan thought that he had been too lenient with the Nameless too often, and that he had completely lost control. Nevertheless, Bezimiani was not inclined to listen to moralizing, but wanted to deal with the situation as soon as possible. Jae-ungan, without much thought, unleashed a barrage of blows on his comrade in arms, which resembled a whirlwind with the former ally at its center. Fortunately, Bezimiani, using the bracers as an external shield, was able to deflect every spear attack. Some of the rings from the bracers, to Jae-ungan's surprise, ended up under his feet. Then an explosion thundered, and taking cover behind the spears, Jae-ungan managed to retreat. So Bezimiani used the bracers as a whip and blocked the spear strike? Of course, Jae-ungan suspected that Bezimiani was extraordinarily strong, but who would have thought of such a formidable weapon in his arsenal? But Bezimiani had no intention of hiding this. He simply had not had the opportunity to use the whip until today. Smirking, Bezimiani said that in any case, Jae-ungan should have given his all if he truly expected to withstand him. Meanwhile, Kanryun, who was unconscious, recalled his conversation with teacher Doko Ryun. Once, Kanryun found a dead rat that had fallen from a crevice directly into the cave. Doko Ryun immediately assumed that the rat was probably dropped by a hawk flying by. And since the rat no longer had value to people, Doko Ryun suggested simply burning it before it started to rot. But to Kanryun's surprise, the rat was alive, and moreover even tried to get up on its paws. According to Doko Ryun, it was better to relieve the poor animal from suffering than to condemn it to a slow and painful death. Nevertheless, the decision to live or die was left to Kanryun. At this point, the memory ended, and Kangryun himself seemed to be in a void. Next to him was an angry Doko Ryun, who scolded the negligent student for being unable to handle the opponent and ordered him to get up immediately and continue the fight. But Kangryun saw no sense in the teacher's shouts, for he was not weak. The opponent was simply too strong. Doko Ryun immediately calmed down and, sitting next to the student, asked if Kangryun intended to surrender and not seek Hyobi and Hwansa. Kangryun apologized and fell silent. Then everything became clear to Doko Ryun. If that was his student's decision, then everything was fine, for Doko Ryun always knew that the path of revenge was not for Kangryun. Asking him to remember his words, Doko Ryun stood up and walked away. The frightened Kangryun immediately jumped to his feet, but only saw his master dissolve into the void. Coming to his senses, Kangryun still somehow managed to get up on his feet. And looking at the night sky, he thought that it would be much easier if Doko Ryun just ordered to kill the opponents. Glancing at the still fighting Jaeunkin and the Nameless, Kangryun suddenly realized how tired he was of all this. And then a thought flashed through his mind. Maybe just forget about revenge and kill them all?